I, the ancient celestial emperor, summon the heroes of the world. Chapter 1, Inviting the Grand Prince to guard the northern frontier. Dome Continent, Eastern Region, Liezhou. Great Zhou Dynasty, the national capital, Fengjing City. The bedchamber of the great prince of the dynasty. A teenager in a practice outfit was practicing his boxing skills, and from time to time, a keening sound rang out. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent someone to inform you to attend today's court meeting. At that moment, a young girl carrying twin swords walked in, followed by several maids with clothes in their hands. The teenager stopped when he heard it and headed for his room. Jin, wash and dress. The Jin squire and maid followed, respectfully walking up to wash the teenager. Your Highness is looking better and better, Sheener said as she straightened the teenager's sleeves. It didn't take long for a sassy teenage boy to stand in the room. His name was Lin Yu, and he was the eldest son of the emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Don't be poor, let's go. After saying this, he lifted his feet and walked out of the bedchamber, heading in the direction of the Golden Palace. Lin Yu walked down the road of the palace with a pensive expression on his face. It's been so many years since I crossed over from Earth. At first, it was thought to be a world with ancient features. After so many years of contact, it was realized that this world, with its vast territory and numerous dynasties, a Great Zhou Dynasty was the same size as a land plate in the previous world, and it is a world where the strong are honored by the martial arts. Originally, as the dynasty's eldest son, the first genius of the Zhou dynasty, since early childhood performance intelligent, cultivate martial arts hard, age 18 has reached the peak of the master, just one step short of a great master strong, although not to the life at any time, but also can live a lifetime without worry. However, now the Great Zhou Dynasty, internal and external problems, internal mortal realm cultivation of the current General Wang Jin embraced 400,000 troops, intent on taking the Great Zhou. Outside the northern border barbarians rebel, east and west of the bordering dynasties eyeing the tiger. Thinking of his increasingly emaciated father, Lin Yu sighed deeply. Today specially let him come to participate in the court meeting. I'm afraid that the father emperor can't resist the pressure from the treacherous ministers. Great prince, look at your worried face, but you didn't rest well yesterday? Lin Yu looked up and realized that he had already walked to the bottom of the steps of a grand hall. The one who spoke to him was a middle-aged general in armor with a sword with an obese body and a full beard, who was looking at him with a wry smile on his face. It was the famous great general of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Wang Jin. I don't need the great general's trouble, but rather, is it out of order for the great general to bring a sword to a court meeting? His Majesty is not even in charge, so the Grand Prince should worry about himself. Wang Jin laughed out loud, and the group of ministers following him also laughed along with him. Just as Lin Yu wanted to say something, the door to the main hall opened and a palace guard stepped out from within, sweeping a glance at the complacent Wang Jin group and the clenched teeth of Lin Yu, shouting, "The hour is at hand, the pilgrimage begins." Lin Yu's hand in his sleeve clenched tightly as he walked inside the great hall. Lin Yu stood in his position just like he did in the past when he attended the court meetings. The afterglow swept over just in time to see Wang Jin and his group looking gloating. Mentally, he became more and more apprehensive about today's court meeting. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with a resolute face walked to the dragon chair in the main hall and sat down. It was none other than the king of the Great Zhou, Lin Wasteland, an early-stage mortal realm powerhouse. He looked around at the ministers in the hall, and a flash of pain flashed in his eyes when he saw Lin Yu. The guards saw Lin arise sitting down. Rise with the book and leave the court without it. I have something to rise. Lin Yu listened to the big and small matters within the dynasty and thought in his heart about the purpose of his father calling him to attend the court meeting today. I hear the north side has been very unsettled lately. Half an hour later. Do you have anything else to say, my dear ministers? The entire courtroom was momentarily quiet for a split second before their gazes all vaguely looked towards Wang Jin, who was standing on Lin Yu's right-hand side. Coming. Lin Yu also raised his head as if his heart sensed it. Wang Jin walked out of the lineup. Your Majesty, the barbarians led an army of 100,000 to the south, has broken 2 cities, the northern frontier 36 cities have gone to 2, the people suffer a lot, but the old man recently practiced kung fu made a mistake, the body holds a sickness, and cannot command the army to go on an expedition. Eldest Prince Lin Yu has been intelligent since he was young, and has already reached the level of a zongsher at the age of 18. I ask your Majesty to order that the eldest prince lead the troops to quell the war in the northern border. Lin Wu's gaze was cold, staring at Wang Jin, who was in a state of mind and locked eyes with him after finishing these words. What do you all think? The group of military generals standing behind Wang Jin all arched their hands to after hearing this. Please ask the Grand Imperial Prince to defend the northern border against foreign enemies. Your Majesty, cannot be the eldest prince is still young, in time will be able to our dynasty of the Lord of the Rise, why take the risk? Wang Jin, what are you safe heart? At this time, a hale and hearty old man stood out. It was the prime minister of the current dynasty, Gulin Ru, one of the few loyal ministers of the Great Zhou. Oh, is it hard to believe that the ancient prime minister is prepared to lead the troops to quell the rebellion himself? Wang Jin, the barbarian leading the army this time as the high priest of the first tribe of the northern barbarians, Hulian, a peak grandmaster powerhouse, aren't you sending the Grand Prince to his death by letting him go? Enough! Lin Wu sat on the dragon chair as the powerful aura of a mortal realm martial artist pressed in. Wang Jin stood in the main hall, his expression still at ease. Lin Wu knows that this is a young conspiracy. If you do not go to quell the rebellion, the barbarian tribes will be from the north to the south to converge on the Wang Jin Strait to the palace. No matter if he himself marches or sends Lin Yu to lead the army to quell the rebellion, the two of them are fish and meat on the board. Fabian has grown up to be excellent, and these treacherous ministers finally can't sit still. If my cultivation level could be higher, these rebels would not dare to be so arrogant. Thinking of this, Lin glanced at Lin Yu on the stage, his heart growing more and more sorrowful. Order, 20,000 palace guards, 10,000 national capital city defense troops, form the North Conquest Army, led by Grand Imperial Prince Lin Yu, to pacify the Northern War, and set out immediately. This was almost all the troops that Lin Huai could mobilize. Lin Yu's fists were clenched tightly as he stood in the hall, looking at the man on the dragon chair in a daze with a complex expression. Retreat! Ding! Detecting the host's upcoming conquest, the conquest of the heavens system is loaded. Lin Yu walked on his way to his chambers, ignoring the cynical voices of the Wang Jin group around him. His mind was filled with Lin's helpless eyes, and his next step. Suddenly, he remembered the vaguely suggestive voice in his head just now. System? Welcome to the conquest of the heavens system. Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Lin Yu's expression slightly paused. It's. Immediately pick up the pace. Some of the passing courtiers saw it, and all of them showed their doubts. Could it be that the Grand Prince couldn't take the excitement and went crazy? Lin Yu quickly walked back and closed the door to the room. Tell everyone not to come and disturb. The entire palace was silenced. In another part of the palace, Lin Aro held a phoenix-shaped jade pendant in his hand and gazed out the window. How is everything with the Grand Prince? A man in black robes, who appeared not far behind him, replied. Your Majesty, the Grand Prince has been staying in his room since he returned. Lin Wu put the jade pendant away. Linny, you lead 11 of the Dark Guards to follow Lin Yu, and if there's any danger, fight to the death to protect and escort them back to Fengjing. But, Your Majesty, after the Dark Guards leave, your safety. He, Wang Jin, doesn't have the guts to do this right now. Command down, I'm going to be in seclusion for a while. Yes. The black-robed man walked out of the house. The entire palace then fell silent. Chapter 2, No turning back until the enemy's army is broken. Lin Yu had thought about what his golden finger was many times when he first crossed over. Over time, it was realized that he only had a slight advantage in this aspect of cultivation. Now, his real gold finger had finally arrived. Lin Yu sat in the room, his consciousness entering the system. Ding! Host's binding of the conquest of the heavens system is successful. Hear the beep. Lin Yu's eyes flashed slightly. The system's voice then sounded. Congratulations to the host, for receiving the system binding newcomer gift pack. Upon opening, you will be given 2 chances to summon the worlds of the heavens. Lin Yu's expression was slightly condensed. The summoning of the worlds. It seemed to understand what he was thinking. The system introduces itself autonomously. Through the system, the host can summon characters, legions, and props from the heavens and the worlds. 1 of 3. Summon the results and anything is possible. At this stage, failure cannot be ruled out. Characters and legions that are successfully summoned out will never betray and will be absolutely loyal. And with the memories of his previous life, help the host to conquer the heavens. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Summoning? But the summoning failed. System, host, please rest assured that the summoning opportunity obtained by the newcomer gift pack will definitely succeed. Lin Yu immediately rejoiced. Nowadays the Great Zhou is in internal and external trouble. His father is under pressure to order him to lead the army to pacify the war in the north, and this trip is more than likely to be bad luck. It's true that a sleepyhead meets a sunny day on the way out. Does the host open the newcomer's bundle? Lin Yu had an excited look on his face. Turn it on. Without waiting for him to react, his consciousness was instantly pulled into a scene full of arcane aura. There was the terrifying power of turning over a hand to nirvana the stars. There are invincible generals who command armies to charge. There are unbeatable legions of humongous men. Looking at the various hot-blooded scenes within it, Lin Yu's blood boiled with excitement. After some quick flashes, the image was fixed on a red-cheeked, green-eyed, brawny, tiger-like, brawny military general. Behind them, followed an endless legion of cavalry. Looking at the summoning information given by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Host, the summoning is complete, is it placed? Drop it. His words fell. The space in front of them instantly shattered, and an armor-clad man with a powerful aura stepped out from within. Drunkenly picking the sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the camp. The sound of killing echoed through the room. Luckily, the system blocked the visions. Xin Shiji, greetings to the Lord. The man's breath collected and he cupped his fists and saluted Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand. No need to be polite. Just address me as your highness. After calming down slightly, he looked carefully at the system information. Xin Shiji, Peak Grand Master. Under seal. Note, resurrected by the system after death, retaining the memories of his previous life, has received the information of the realm the host is in, and has sealed part of his strength because the host is too weak. Flying Tiger Army, 10,000 cavalry, Pekinate realm. Note, the elite troops led by Xin Shiji, the whole army of 10,000 compositions optimized by the system, have been placed outside the city of Fongjing, 50 miles to the north. See the information displayed by the system. Lin Yu was instantly delighted. It turns out that the two summoning chances were to summon out Sinister and the Flying Tigers. In this great show where the general martial strength of the army was at the Hotian realm, 10,000 peak Hotian realm cavalrymen were simply battlefield killers. Lin Yu was even more confident about going north this time. To know. The martial realms of the Dome continent are divided into Hotian, Innate, Sovereign, Grand Sovereign, Mortal Realm, Earth Realm, and Heaven Realm. Each major realm was divided into 4 minor realms, Early, Middle, Late, and Peak. The gap between each realm was enormous. Xin Shiji, a peak Grand Master martial artist, had finally given him some foothold in this world. General Xin, the Flying Tiger Army is outside the city, you go first. After I take my leave of my father, I will lead the army to join you in the north. Yes. Xin Shiji received the order and left the city. Lin Yu looked at his departing figure. Research up on the system. He realized that he needed conquest points to get a chance to summon. Conquest points, on the other hand, need to be acquired through conquests by yourself or by the unit you belong to. At the same time, he could also raise his realm through conquest points. After understanding, Lin Yu got up and walked out of the room, intending to go and say goodbye to Lin Wuong. At this time, the hall in the temple. A teenager about 16 years old was pacing back and forth. Lin Yu's personal maid, Chiner, looked at the anxious teenager. Second prince, why don't you go persuade his majesty? Father, this is also forced by traitors. I just got back from father's. He's closed. Only give me the military talisman to pass on to the king's brother. The teenager became more and more anxious as he spoke, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip. Lin Yu heard the sound and walked in. Lin Hao, why are you kid running to me? Big brother, I'm in a hurry. Let's go to father, this northern frontier, we can't go. This teenager who was 2 years younger than Lin Yu was none other than his own younger brother, the second prince of Great Zhou, Lin Hao. There was only one woman in Lin Wu, and that was the queen of their brother's 2 mothers. Lin Yu's memories only consisted of bits and pieces of Lin Hao's life after he was born. Lin Hao's memories before he was born are vague. Every time the brothers asked about their mother, Lin Arao didn't mention a word and just looked into the distance. This was also Lin Yu's motivation for trying to cultivate martial arts since he was a child. Being that he had traveled from Earth, he could vaguely think of it. As long as they were strong, Lin Wu would tell them sooner or later. Lin Yu had been taking care of Lin Hao since he was a kid, and Lin Hao had always idolized Lin Yu. The two brothers' feelings naturally go without saying. This time also, after hearing the news of today's pilgrimage, he rushed over. Don't worry, this trip is a blessing and not a curse. Lin Yu and Lin Hao hugged and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Hao listened to his elder brother, whom he had always trusted unconditionally, speak in such a way, and the sadness between his brows lessened by a few points. Then big brother take care of everything on this trip. Taking out the soldier's talisman from his arms, he gave it to Lin Yu's hand. This is what father has explained to you, he is already closed. 30,000 conquering northern troops are outside the north gate awaiting orders. Lin Yu held the soldier's talisman, and after hearing Lin Hao's words, his eyes looked deeper into the royal palace. After a moment, turn around. Qin, put on your armor and fetch your spear. In no time, a maid came up to dress him. Qiner took the battle helmet and put it on Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu then took the lance and walked out the door. A general outside the door saw Lin Yu approaching and immediately brought his warhorse to the door. This is a young Lin Wu sent him a BMW, the whole body snow white. Lin Yu named Yuing. Lin Yu rolled onto his horse and headed out of the city. Lin Hao and the people in his chambers looked at the distant Lin Yu with worry in their eyes. Fongjing City, Great General's residence. Wang Jin and his group of military generals were pushing their cups together in a good way. Great General, I've received news that Lin Yu has already left the palace and is heading out of the city. Also, I heard that His Majesty is in seclusion. A general sitting next to Wang Jin said. Instantly, the scene quieted down, and all eyes were focused on Wang Jin. Drink! This great Zhou will soon no longer be called Lin. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jin stood up and stepped on the table with his right foot, arrogant to the extreme. The mansion was suddenly filled with drink. Fongjing City, North City Gate. The North conquering army consisting of 20,000 forbidden guards plus 10,000 city defense troops stood outside the city. Lin Yu rode Yuing, his gaze sweeping over the resolute faces of the generals. The people of the city gathered around, all feeling sorry for their great prince. Lin Yu walked to the front row of the line, his lance raised, striking the war spears that each soldier had erected from left to right, making a clashing sound, and then, turning the trans-shadow, facing north. Swear not to turn back until the enemy army is broken. Conquer the North Army, march. With a roar, the army disappeared in the eyes of the people of Pongjing City. They were shocked by the weak and powerful Grand Prince. Chapter 3, Pingyang City. North of Pongjing City, 50 miles. Xin Shiji quickly rejoined the Flying Tiger Army after receiving Lin Yu's order. Both sides were thrilled to see their former men in another life. At this time, he was wearing a long sword on his waist and riding a warhorse. Behind them, 10,000 iron horsemen towered like mountains, was looking in the direction of Pongjing City. Not long after, a young man on a white horse leading a legion of 30,000 infantry appeared in view. All generals listened to the order. Follow me to pay respects to His Highness. Yes. The cavalry unit led by Xin Shiji sped towards Lin Yu. Report. Your Highness, an unidentified cavalry party has appeared ahead heading towards us. A middle-aged man walked up to Lin Yu and arched his hand. Han Lin, as the vice-general of this northern expedition, was Lin's absolute beloved. Watching Lin Yu grow up, a person's cultivation had reached the peak of the Zhongshe realm. He had an anxious look on his face at the moment. Uncle Han, don't worry, one of our own. Pacify the general. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he waited in place. Hearing this, Han Lin breathed a sigh of relief. This was an era when cavalry was extraordinary in combat. From afar, a strong aura of fury came over him. The man who leads the army is even more unfathomable. Their teams that have been in the king's city for a long time may not be able to hold off a few rushes. At the same time, the mind secretly wondered about the origin of this force. Not allowing him to think too much, the Flying Tiger Army had already marched to the front. An aura of solemnity greeted him. Xin Shiji led the Flying Tiger Army to Lin Yu, rolled his saddle and dismounted, kneeling on one knee to salute in unison. Xin Shiji, Flying Tiger Army, see your highness. Eyes fervently looking towards Lin Yu, their movements were neatly organized, and their chi rushed to the clouds. Once again, it caused a commotion in the rear of the conquering northern army. Han Lin's face was even more horrified, and at a glance, all 10,000 generals were at the peak of the innate. The person in the lead was even more powerful in his aura that pressed him breathless. Such a cavalry unit is simply a battlefield killer. Lin Yu helped Xin Shiji up, told the generals to get up, and said to Han Lin, who was still in shock, Uncle Han, this is Xin Shiji. I met them when I was young and practicing. Behind them is the Flying Tiger Army, formed by General Xin by order of this prince. This time, we will merge into the North conquering army and go north to drive away the barbarians. Yes. Han Lin and Xin Shiji arched their hands at each other. At this time, Lin Yu had put a veil of mystery over Han Lin's heart. How could he not expect that His Royal Highness, the prince he had watched grow up since he was a child, had actually recruited such a strong man to follow him without a word? Sweeping a glance at Han Lin, who had a puzzled look on his face, Lin Yu secretly laughed in his heart. Uncle Han, this time the north is only going to turn your perception upside down. At the same time, thinking of Lin Arai in the palace, his heart murmured, Father, wait for my triumph. Then he made Xin Shiji the vice-general of the army of the northern expedition and set out with a full army. 2 days later, Great Zhou Dynasty, northern border region, Pingyang City. Inside the city lord's mansion, a heated argument rang out in the council chamber. City Lord Shui Ran frowned to the left and right. The generals of the City Defense Army of Pingyang City and the heads of the 4 major families in the city were pointing at a battle map and arguing heatedly. The head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Yi, as the person elected by the 4 great families to speak, said to Shui Ran, City Lord, now that the city of Dangyang has been broken and the barbarian vanguard will arrive at the city in a matter of days, please make a decision quickly. You piker, don't you just want to save the family business and relocate the rear? Those barbarians, arriving at a city, slaughtering a city, doing no evil, do you still have the blood of the men of Great Zhou? The main general of the City Defense Army, Lian Dui, had a disdainful look on his face. The barbarians are under the command of Hulian this time. The leader of the vanguard army is his son, Hubiki, known as the first genius of the northern barbarians, with a peak cultivation of the Zhongshe realm. We only have 10,000 city defense troops, and there are only 2 or 3 Zhongshe realm powerhouses. How can we resist? Ouyang Yi pointed at Lian Ji, who had opened and closed his mouth to talk about pikers, and his lungs almost exploded with anger. Pingyang serves as a necessary link to the Great Zhou Central Plains, so if we hold the city, the Central Plains will not be lost. City Lord, this general suggests that we defend Pingyang to the death. If Pingyang is lost, Pongjing is in danger. Didn't the court convey the decree that the Grand Prince is leading the army to come to help? At this time, it seems that it should also be arriving soon. Shui Ran listened to the 2 parties arguing and bowed his head in deep thought. How did he not know that the Great Prince was being ordered to come? But now the Great Zhou, the stormy weather, the Great Prince's trip was also forced by that Wang Jin. The danger is very great. Thinking of this, the heart is even more indignant, if it is not Wang Jin this chaotic traitor secretly conveyed, so that the front generals abandoned the city, the northern barbarians which can be so long drive into. Just when his mind was made up, a messenger came hurrying in. Report! The northern barbarian vanguard has reached the city. A few breaths of air after that. What? How come so fast? At once, everyone's face was in shock. Not caring about anything else, he hurried toward the citadel. North of Pingyang city, a young man holding a big axe and about 20 years old rode on the back of a horse, followed by 20,000 generals. It was Hubiki in the northern barbarian vanguard under his command. At this moment, he was looking at Pingyang city with a bloodthirsty look on his face. Where's your city lord? Why don't you come out and die? You have half an hour. If you don't surrender, slaughter the city. A wild laughter reached above the city tower of Pingyang city. Xueran happened to lead the crowd to stand at the citadel. He looked with an ironic face at the northern barbarians' army that was laughing wildly with abandon. Twisting his head and taking a deep breath, he turned to Lian Di and Ouyang Yi with a determined face. Old Lian, Ouyang, we've been fighting for most of our lives, and now we're being stepped on by these barbarians. I can't forget the look of trust in His Majesty's eyes when he ordered me to defend Pingyang at that time. Hearing these words, Lian Di and Ouyang Yi knew that Xueran had already made up his mind in his heart. Ouyang Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Old Lian, how long has it been since we've cut down a barbarian together? Lian Di skimmed his lips. Ever since you married your mother-in-law, you think about your little family business all day long, and you don't call me when you have good wine. The two of them glanced at each other and instantly let out a loud laugh together, turning their heads to Xueran. Boss, give the order. When we were young and followed the king, when were we ever afraid of death? Killing one is enough. Killing two is a big profit. Xueran looked at his two old friends as if he was returning to the days when he had followed Lin Wuang as he rode the sands. Pingyang City Defense Army, prepare your troops for battle. Defend Pingyang to the death. Xueran resolutely gave the order, and the entire Pingyang city immediately moved as a whole. Some of the young and strong people in the city spontaneously picked up their hoes and headed for the citadel. The elderly members of the family were also armed and on standby. In the early years, Pingyang belonged to the dangerous northern border of the Great Zhou. Lin Wasteland opened up the border to the north after taking the throne, although there has not been a war for many years. However, most of the people in the city settled in this city in the front, and the people are tough. It's a hero city. Outside the city, Hubiki looked at the Pingyang army on the citadel that was readying itself for battle and laughed coldly. I don't know what I'm afraid of. Chapter 4, The Flying Tiger Army's First Show of Promise. On the official road leading to Fengjing, a team of stragglers was moving forward with a dead look on their faces. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. A cavalry galloped in with a huge momentum. The procession of stragglers was in a state of panic. Without waiting for them to react, the cavalry was already in sight. The teenager leading the army stopped and dismounted his horse towards a withered old man. Where did you come from, old man? This teenager was none other than Lin Yu. The infantry marched too slowly, and fearing the battle ahead, he took the flying tigers on a hasty march to the north first. Han Lin led the rest of the army to follow. 5 days had passed and Lin Yu's crowd was still an hour away from Pingyang City. Still, his cultivation level was too low. If he could reach the mortal realm, he would be able to fly for a short period of time. General, we came from Dingbei City, the barbarians went north, the city broke down, our home is gone, we can only walk all the way to Fengjing City. The old man finished with his head bowed, rather intimidated. Lin Yu had a cold look on his face after hearing this. Turning to one of the flying tiger generals, he said, distribute a little food for everyone. In no time at all, everyone had food in their hands that had been distributed. Lin Yu also returned to Yu Ying's back. Looking at the grateful contingent of stragglers, he took a deep breath. My name is Lin Yu, the Grand Imperial Prince of the current dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty is here, the city will be there, and the home will still be there. Then, lead the procession onward. Pingyang City, the city's northern citadel. Xueran held his long sword in his hand, gasping for air, his face covered in blood, and he could no longer tell if the blood was the enemy's or his own generals. Even the cultivation of the middle stage of the Zhongshe realm was fast running out of strength. The barbarians were constantly charging, and in less than half an hour, the city defense forces had already suffered more than half of the casualties. Turning his head, he looked at his two old friends, who were in no better shape than he was at the moment. Hubiki below the city had a snicker on his face, and a scar on the left side of his face was even more hideous. 3 old dogs, still want to die? Lian Di spat a mouthful of pus and blood towards the bottom of the city and laughed maniacally. You little brat, back then you were broken by a shot from the Grand Prince. No one has dared to take you these past few years, right? Having said that, all sorts of jeers came from the citadel. Hibiki from a young self-conscious invincible, 16 years old that year heard Linyu, self-esteem is very high to run to challenge, was Linyu a dozen strokes will be broken, by him as a lifelong shame. Being told by Lian Di at this time undoubtedly made him break his great defense. Directly lifting the axe and leaping up, his whole body aura was running, towards Lian Dui with a heavy axe chop. The aura formed splitting 5 soldiers and then attacking Lian Dui. After Lian Ding finished his words, he was on guard, but Hibiki himself has reached the peak of the Zongshire, then his mid-Zongshire, 2 small realms higher, plus the battle to this point has been fast exhaustion, and even more is not an opponent. After lifting the sword and resisting, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and his internal organs were instantly shifted, and he flew backward dozens of steps, almost falling down the city building. Xueran and Ouyang immediately went forward to assist. Xueran took out the spirit-nourishing pill from his bosom and gave it to Lian Di. Old Lian, still holding up? Lian Di covered his chest as blood flowed out. The bugger does have some discipline. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the Grand Prince. Don't talk for a while, heal your wounds first. Xueran finished helping Lian Di sit back down. At the bottom of the city, a middle-aged man walked over to Hibiki. Don't play around, if you're late, attack the city with all your might, or when your father comes, there will be no shortage of scoldings. Hibiki looked at the man with a wrathful face, that old dog just now, his speech was so angry. Thinking of something, or honestly responding. Okay, uncle. Calling a halt and gathering the charging soldiers, he then tightened the axe in his hand and stepped towards the gates. While running, he thought, first of all, the 3 old dogs above the citadel were chopped up, the one who spoke the most exasperatingly, I'll keep it to slowly play with it, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. At that moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the blood-stained northern gate of Pingyang city opened. Hibiki, who had stepped forward, stopped his pace, and behind him his uncle's brow furrowed. On the citadel, Xueran was filled with despair and roared. Who the fuck opened the gates? A sweaty goalkeeper ran up just in time, his face in ecstasy. City Lord, reinforcements. Reinforcements. The Grand Prince has led his army to reinforce. My subordinate has been ordered by the Grand Prince to open the city gates. He is going to lead his army out of the city to meet the enemy. It turns out that when Hibiki was just splitting Lian Ding heavily, Linyu happened to be leading his troops from the south gate of Pingyang to the north, and saw Lian Ding suffering from heavy splitting, but it was already too late to rescue him. After hearing this, Xueran silently withdrew the longsword that he wanted to slash towards the gatekeeper. Eyes looked down toward the citadel with slight concern. These barbarians are not easy to deal with, how can the Grand Prince be so reckless? And looked rather scornfully at the middle-aged man inside the northern barbarians' army. Outside the city gates, Hibiki looked at Linyu, who had come out of the city, with eyes that spewed fire. Linyu led the Flying Tiger army to quickly form up to look at the northern barbarians' army from afar, looking around at the current state of Pingyang city with a cold gaze. Lifting his lance, he gave Hibiki an indifferent glance only then. Flying Tiger army, charge! With that, he took the brunt of the charge towards Hibiki. Xian Shiji led the Flying Tiger army as if they had a tacit understanding, bypassing the battlefield between Linyu and Hibiki and charging in the direction of the 20,000 northern barbarian army. When Hibiki saw Linyu killing, he also let out a sardonic laugh. With a battle axe in hand, there is no need to say too much. Today, either he dies or I die. 13 shots in a row. Linyu revolved his entire body's spiritual chi, which he had practiced for more than 10 years, and with a burst of gunshots, Hibiki only had the power to parry. Feeling the force coming from the axe, his face was grave. So you've also broken through to the peak of the sovereign. Linyu's face was cold and did not reply. The long spear in his hand was deadly. On the other side of the battlefield, the Flying Tiger army was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. A charge directly pierced through the barbarian legions, harvesting 4,000 to 5,000 lives. The barbarian legions were instantly disorganized, holding their heads in their hands. Innate. It's all innate. Devil. These great Joe people are devils. In the center of the battlefield, that Hibiki's uncle, at this time his right arm has been wasted, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, with an unbelievable face looking at the armor-clad youth standing opposite him. Looking around at the demoralized northern barbarians' vanguard, a miserable smile was on his face. Peak Grand Master. Who are you? Great Joe doesn't have a young general like you. Xian Shiji had a calm face, and was under no pressure from this mid-Great Master opponent. Under the Great Prince, Xian Shiji. After saying this, he bullied his way forward, and in 3 or 2 moves, he chopped him to death with his sword. Great Joe who hides so deeply, Linyu who hides so deeply. The middle-aged man still mumbled before he died. After killing the enemy's strongest combatant, Xian Shiji looked in Linyu's direction and did not intervene. He believed in his highness and knew that Linyu's heart was full of hostility at the moment. On Linyu's side, Hibiki's body was already covered in wounds, and when he saw his uncle, who had fallen at Xian Shiji's feet, and the northern barbarians who had been madly massacred by the Flying Tiger army, he had a look of despair on his face. At this moment, Linyu finally spoke as well. Go ahead and wait. your father will be right behind you. After saying that, he didn't give Hibiki a chance to speak, and a gun probing the dragon directly pierced through his heart. He then raised his head to look at the northern barbarians that had already been slaughtered by the flying tiger army and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Mounted on Echo Shadow, he headed for the city, organized the battlefield and returned to the city. On the city tower, Shui Ran's crowd were all shocked, gulping frantically, and some were even wincing with excitement. They witnessed the entire process of Lin Yu going out of the city to kill the enemy. It was simply a one-sided massacre, and looked at the flying tiger army, which was covered in a fierce aura, with eyes full of fervor. Shui Ran and Ouyang glanced at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Seeing Lin Yu heading towards the city, he immediately went downstairs to greet him. I don't know who started it. Great Prince, mighty. Great Joe, mighty. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth rose when he heard the shouts as he walked towards the city. That's so nice. Chapter 5, The Calling Again. Pingyang City, City Lord's Mansion. The Council Chamber. Lin Yu sat in the main seat, his head bowed in deep thought. Xin Shiji sat on the sidelines. Not long after, Shui Ran led a seat of officials from Pingyang City to take their respective seats, occasionally looking at the scholarly-looking Xin Shiji, all with deep scorn in their eyes. They had personally seen a barbarian powerhouse in the middle of the Great Master stage being cut down by this master's sword in a few moves. The crowd is still in a state of flux. Xin Shiji is still calm, in his heart. Only Lin Yu's safety can make him shake his heart. Seeing that the crowd was all here, Lin Yu was ready to open his mouth. Lian Di's loud voice suddenly came out. Your Highness, you don't know, I was almost chopped alive by that little brat Hibiki. This guy's face was pale, but it was hard to hide his excitement. In the city building he was supported by two old friends to watch the whole battle. After saying that, he didn't forget to steal a few glances towards Xin Shiji's side. Lin Yu looked over, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Uncle Lian, you've been injured so badly, just recuperate properly. Lin Yu was still familiar with the Lian Ju trio. Back then, they were also close friends of Lin when he was young. Once Lin Huai ascended to the throne, several people were sent to subdue Pingyang. Heavy cities like Pingyang were usually guarded by Lin, who dispatched his inner circle. Lin Yu turned his head to Shui Ran after he finished speaking. Uncle Shui, I rushed here after receiving father's order. Have all 6 cities north of Pingyang been broken now? Your Highness, the generals of the 6 cities surrounding Dingbei City all abandoned the city and fled, heading east towards Wang Jin's territory. Hearing these words, a cold glint flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Ziren continued. Now that Hibiki and the 20,000 vanguard troops have been killed by your Highness, I'm sure Juliana will soon receive the news. As soon as tomorrow, an army of 80,000 northern barbarians will descend on the city. And there is news coming in that the northern barbarian army also has 20,000 Peak Hotian realm cavalry this time. After saying this, Shui Ran's face was grave. Although Lin Yu and the Flying Tiger army were brave and unrivaled, after all, their numbers were suppressed by the northern barbarian army. There is even a Peak Grand Master Hulian commander, and there are also 2 other Grand Master realm powerhouses in the army. Lin Yu pondered in his mind after hearing this. Thinking back to when he had just killed the enemy outside the city, he vaguely heard a prompt from the system. Battlefield sparring, he then selectively ignored. The situation is now understood. Then I was ready to find a quiet place to check it out. Thinking of this, Lin Yu stood up and said, Uncle Han is on his way with 30,000 conquering northern troops and will arrive in a matter of days. Let the generals make their first rest and be ready for battle. Uncle Shui, take me to my room in the mansion to wash up. With that, he headed out the door. Shui Ran and the others looked at each other and hurriedly arranged for someone to take Lin Yu away. A room in Pingyang City. Lin Yu's consciousness connected into the system at this point. System display. After the great battle just now, 20,000 conquest points were harvested. There weren't many conquest points gained from killing martial artists below the sovereign realm. Mainly killing Grandmaster martial artists and martial artists of the sovereign realm increased a lot. It seemed that the acquisition of conquest points relied mainly on killing high realm martial artists. Looking at these 20,000 conquest points, Lin Yu pondered slightly. System, to what realm will these 20,000 conquest points allow me to ascend? Lin Yu asked. Early Grandmaster. And how many times can I use the summoning opportunity? Twice. Lin Yu instantly had a decision. The early stage of Grandmaster was not decisive for the situation at this point. According to the information given by the system, a summoning opportunity should require 10,000 conquest points. Now was the time when manpower was needed, and it was perfectly fine to make the summoning first, and then make a breakthrough to one's cultivation after saving up more conquest points. And, with 2 chances, it shouldn't be possible to fail at both. Lin Yu decisively said. Lin Yu, system, use 20,000 conquest points to summon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the summoning was successful twice. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and excitedly waved his arm. One is simply possessed by the Emperor of Europe. The consciousness was once again in the midst of the esoteric scene, and the second time he was in this scene, he still felt shocked. The screen quickly rotated and settled on a young military general with bright eyes and square lips and an imposing appearance. They were followed by cavalrymen on white horses, about 10,000 at a glance. Looking at the summoning information given by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists in ecstasy. Ding! Host, the summoning is complete, is it placed? Projection! Projection! Shield the vision. The space in front of Lin Yu shattered, and a young man clad in white battle armor and carrying a bright silver and white tasseled gun stepped out from within. Even if you die with the fragrance of chivalrous bones, you will not be ashamed of the honor of knowing you. The youth looked towards Lin Yu, collected his aura and knelt down to salute him. Zhao Yun, greetings to the Lord. Meanwhile, inside a room in the city lord's mansion. Seemingly sensing something, Xin Shiji looked up at the house where Lin Yu was and revealed a smile. Lifting the quill in his hand, he continued to write something. Inside Lin Yu's room, he quickly stepped forward and helped Zhao Yun up. Get up! Just address me as your highness. After saying that, he walked around Zhao Yun twice, and an atmosphere of a previous life's rice circle came flooding in. He rubbed his hands together, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. He was a Zhao Yun fan in his previous life, and had wondered when he would be able to summon Zhao Yun after having the system. In this life, practicing martial arts is even learning the gun. The excitement in his eyes is not to be expressed. System, are all future summons going to be these types of supreme military generals? System. The system didn't answer, and Lin Yu didn't look deeper, carefully looking at the system information. Zhao Yun, Peak Grand Master. Under seal. Note, resurrected by the system after death, retaining the memories of his previous life, has received the information of the realm the host is in, and has sealed part of his strength because the host is too weak. White Horseboxer, 10,000 cavalry, Peak in 8 realm. Note, the elite troops led by Zhao Yun, the entire army of 10,000 compiled after system optimization, have been placed not far from the Flying Tiger army outside of Pingyang city. Looking at the information given by the system, thinking of the upcoming northern barbarian army, the corner of his mouth revealed coldness. Between Lin Yu's thoughts turning, it seemed like a long time, but it was only a moment. Looking towards Zhao Yun who was still standing in the room. Zilong, you first head to the outskirts of the city to lead the White Horseboxers, there will be a great battle tomorrow. Yes. Zhao Yun arched his hand and walked out of the room without alerting anyone. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Yun who had gone out the door and called out to the system once again. Lin Yu, system, how is the sealed strength of a summoned general calculated? This time the system replied. System, host, the summoned character can only be one major realm higher than the host after sealing. Lin Yu realized that he was now at the peak of the Zhongshe realm, so the characters summoned could only be at the peak of the Grand Zhongshe at the highest. Lin Yu sets a goal for himself at this stage, to pacify the northern border and clear the barbarians, and then accumulate strength to kill back to the capital and kill the old piker Wang Jin. Chapter 6, Taking the Initiative. Vertical Day. Pingyang City, City Lord's Mansion. Lin Yu and Xin Shiji were heading towards the council chamber. Early in the morning, Lin Yu had someone inform Xueran and the others. After a day's rest, he decided to take the initiative. 10,000 Flying Tiger Army and 10,000 White Horseboxers, charging through, is bound to be a crushing force. Not to mention the two great generals, Xin Shiji and Zhao Yun, even if there were two Hulian would have to be hated on the spot. After learning about it yesterday at the system, Zhao Yun and Xin Shiji is more than a chip stronger than the unusual peak of the Great Master, the same realm of martial artists, basically is the state of crushing, and it is not a matter of fighting over the level. You must know that if you don't enter the mortal realm, you are ultimately an ant. A mortal realm martial artist was a strong person who had initially mastered the power of the heavens and earth, and even more so, the ability to fly for a short period of time. In the Great Zhou and this surrounding territory, a mortal realm powerhouse could basically easily sway the victory or defeat of a battle, and 10 peak Grand Master martial artists would not be enough to kill a mortal realm powerhouse. On the way, Sin spoke up. Your Highness, Vice Admiral Han has led the Northern Conquest Army to arrive in the city yesterday. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Sinister continued. There is another matter. I have found some abnormalities within the ranks of the Northern Expeditionary Army. There are 12 people of unknown origin participating in it. One of them is at the early stage of Grand Master, and the remaining 11 are all at the peak of Master. They don't seem to have any ill will towards your Highness, instead they are vaguely protective of you from time to time. Lin Yu paused in his steps, waved his hand, and spoke. It should be sent by father, no need to worry. Lin Yu happened to bump into it when he was young, and Lin Wuan was conversing with a man in a black robe. Lin Arao didn't shy away from it, but that seemed to be father's secret guards, a total of 12 people, who had been responsible for protecting father in the shadows. Unexpectedly, this time when he went north, Lin Wu actually sent all of them to protect him. Thinking about this, Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up his pace by a few points, hoping that old bastard Wang Jin wouldn't jump over the wall in a hurry. Yesterday's battle, Lin Yu has sent people to block down, but it's not a long-term plan. Sooner or later it will spread to Fongjing City. Now turn back to Fongjing and clash with the 400,000-strong army led by Wang Jin. Undoubtedly, it will hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times, which is not worth the loss. The Flying Tiger army and White Horse Boxers that had just been summoned might have to all fold in. He needed time, he needed to obtain the kill value through conquests, and kill his way back to Fongjing after improving his strength. It's the right time to kill this 80,000 northern barbarians coming south and break Wang Jin's arm first. Lin Yu walked into the council chamber with a solemn expression on his face. Shui Ren and others have been waiting for a few moments, after a day of rest and recuperation, even the decision to look better, but the faces of the people cannot help but slightly worried. Lin Yu looked around the crowd and ordered immediately. This imperial prince has decided to take the initiative and defend the enemy outside the city. The crowd was alarmed and discouraged. Your Highness, we have 30,000 conquering northern troops, plus the Flying Tiger army under General Xian's command. There's still a chance to defend the city, but attacking would undoubtedly be suicidal. Yes, Your Highness, think twice. My mind is made up, leave at once. Without waiting for the crowd to persuade him again, Lin Yu headed for the city gates, followed closely by Xian Shiji. Lian Di poo-pooed and growled, lifting his battle sword and rushing to follow. If it weren't for Your Highness' reinforcements, my old company would have died once already. The crowd looked at me and Yu, gritted their teeth, and immediately followed. Pingyang City, outside the north gate of the city. The Flying Tigers are in full gear. Not long after, Lin Yu led the people of Pingyang City and the North conquering army out and about. Shui Ran and the others were all in awe as they looked at the Flying Tiger army, which had a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Han Lin was even more mind-blown. After he arrived yesterday, he had heard about the courageous battle of Xian Shiji and the Flying Tiger army. Lin Yu hadn't paid any attention to the crowd of people who looked shocked, rolled onto his horse and gave a direct order. Depart! 50 miles away from Pingyang City, Hulian was leading his army to hurry towards Pingyang. Yesterday, the scouts sent word that 20,000 vanguard troops were wiped out in Pingyang City. The scouts arrived at the battlefield and did not find Hubiki's body. For this reason, Hulian was furious and immediately organized his army to kill Pingyang, with a hint of fantasy still in his heart. The heart could not help but wonder, with his brothers of the same tribe present, could it be that Lin Huai was on a royal expedition? Why else would it be too late to even retreat? Or that old bastard Wang Jin wanted him to fight with Lin Arao so that he could reap the rewards? The message passed to Wang Jin was also delayed. No matter who it is, if he dares to kill his son, he will pay the price in blood. Suddenly, a scout sped up to Hulian. Reporting to the High Priestess, a great Zhou army has appeared ahead, about 40,000. A cold light flashed in Hulian's eyes, actually daring to take the initiative. The whole army was then ordered to prepare for battle. Lin Yu's crowd had also discovered the northern barbarian army by now. Two armies against each other. Hulian looked at the young junior general leading the army, his gaze slightly condensed. Lin Yu? Having said that, he faintly observed the legions behind him. His eyes swept over the young general with a bland face beside Lin Yu as he slightly stared. He couldn't see through it. Seeing the Flying Tiger army is even a slight change in face, good thick fury. The next 30,000 infantry he just ignored. Exactly. Lin Yu tugged on the horse's rope. Your Highness, the second person is a half-step mortal realm, and the two people beside him are both late-stage grandmasters, so be careful in a moment. Sinister's voice came from the sidelines. Lin Yu nodded as a wisp of color appeared before his eyes. Where is my son Hubiki? Hulian thought that Lin Yu should have tied up Hubiki and come as a bargaining chip to force him to retreat. Lin Yu was about to reply. A head was flung from his own army. A loud voice ensued. Old piker, your son is waiting for you down there. I saw the asymmetry between the left and right side of his face, it's weirdly diabolical, and I made a cut on the right side of his face, so you can see how the handiwork looks. Lian Di spat, and a burst of laughter ensued in the army of the conquering north. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Inwardly spitting, Uncle Lian, you've lived such a long life, you haven't been beaten a lot, have you? Hulian's eyes spewed fire without any unnecessary nonsense. Kill! The northern barbarian army was also filled with anger as they looked at the dead Hubiki. This is the first genius of their northern barbarians, Hulian's only son. In a short fight, Xian Shiji took the first step to block Hulian, who was rushing towards Lin Yu. The Flying Tigers, on the other hand, collided with the 20,000 cavalry of the opposing army, and after one charge they were strangled together. The northern barbarian cavalry were killed by the Flying Tiger army at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although in an advantageous position, casualties than yesterday, but also obvious, temporarily in a scorching state. The northern expeditionary forces were no match for the remaining legions of infantry barbarians. 30,000 against 60,000, a huge disadvantage, but no one backed down. Lian Di shouted as he slashed down a barbarian soldier. Killing one is enough. Kill! Lin Yu was also killing his way through the chaotic army at this time. The surrounding Lin Yi and the other 12 people made an encircling gesture to protect him in the center. The entire battlefield, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers, all of them killed red-eyed. Eyes, however, still swept to the center battlefield from time to time. It was understood in their hearts that a win or loss there would determine the balance of the battle's victory. In the center of the battlefield, Julian held his battle blade in his hand and looked at the young general in front of him. Who are you? There are no generals as young as you and Great Joe. In the exchange just now, he had not gained the upper hand, and was even at a hidden disadvantage. One must know that this youth across the street was only at the peak of the Grand Master. Xian Shiji still had a bashful look on his face, holding his long sword in his hand. Under the great prince, Xian Shiji, the last whoever asked me that question was about to be reincarnated. Hearing this, Julian glanced at the battlefield and commanded his tribal brothers on both sides. Hulhu, you go support the Iron Cavalry Legion. Hule Xiong, go bring Lin Yu's head here. Afterwards, lifting his battle blade, his half-step mortal realm aura was fully released. Mobilizing some of the power of the heavens and earth, he chopped towards Xian Shiji. Seeing that you are young and talented, how about accompanying me to conquer the world? Lin Yu will be a dead man soon. Sinclair, in a rare moment of slight seriousness, blocked the blow. You might as well worry about yourself. Chapter 7 Where righteousness is concerned, life and death follow. Outside of Pingyang City, the fierce battle was in full swing. The Flying Tiger Army's pressure increased dramatically as Hulhu killed them. After all, a late Grand Master powerhouse was 2 great realms higher for the current Flying Tiger Army. On the other hand, Hule Xiong darted in Lin Yu's direction to kill him. The secret guards escorting Lin Yu's surroundings had long since become aware of it. Lin Yi posted up and said to Lin Yu, Your Highness, the enemy's late Grandmaster powerhouse is killing. We can withstand a few people for a few moments, you evacuate first. Lin Yu looked towards the crowd of dark guards who had a death wish on their faces. He swept a glance at the battlefield of several other battlefields and shook his head. Lin Yi and the others looked anxious. Lin Yu mused in his heart, it's all here, Zilong should be here soon. It turns out that Lin Yu was worried about Julian splitting his army into 2, and arranged for the White Horseboxers to make a slight stop at another location. If you do not see the summons within a quarter of an hour, you will rush to the opposing position. As the thought swirled, uphill to the right of the battlefield, a white torrent sped down. It was like a sharp sword piercing through 60,000 northern barbarian infantry. Where righteousness is concerned, life and death follow. The heavens can tell, and the white horse is proof. The young man at the head was dressed in bright silver armor and carrying a bright silver-white tasseled spear. It was Zhao Yun. Picking off the northern barbarian soldiers in the chaotic battle along the way, he rushed in Lin Yu's direction. He has already seen Hule Xiong running towards Lin Yu with killing intent. Without saying a word, he took out the longsword hanging on his waist, operated the power of heaven and earth that could only be utilized by mortal realm martial artists, and gave a land push on the head of the sword, shouting, Thief General, die! Hule Xiong looked at the sword that shot sharply, and with a horrified face, he was instantly pierced through and fell to the ground in a tragic death. His unbelievable words were vaguely heard before his death. The power of heaven and earth. At this time, Zhao Yun had also arrived in front of Lin Yu. The White Horseboxers, on the other hand, headed in the direction of the Flying Tiger Army for support. My subordinate is late, please punish your highness. Lin Yu hurriedly said. Nothing, Zilong quickly go support the other battlefields. Zhao Yun led the order and quickly left. Lin Yi and the others looked at Zhao Yun's back as he charged away and looked at each other. Earlier, coming out of Fengjing City and seeing His Highness's mysterious cavalry unit had shaken inexplicably. And then, in Pingyang City, heard that His Highness's battle performance is even more heart and soul trembling. Now, with His Highness taking the initiative, they have a death wish. Moment of truth. Another such powerful general and a sweeping cavalry force appeared. What a wave of excitement. With the addition of Zhao Yun and the White Horse Guards, the balance of the entire battlefield was instantly broken. Hulhu was killed by Zhao Yun with 2 shots. The northern barbarian cavalry units were also dead and wounded, facing the Flying Tiger Army and White Horseboxers who had their hands free. The remaining legions of northern barbarian infantry were like grass. Middle battlefield. Julian was full of despair and stood on the battlefield with wounds all over his body. In the duel with Xian Shiji just now, he was completely suppressed. The power of the heavens and earth that could only be grasped by a mortal realm powerhouse was actually fully mobilized by the other party. As a martial artist who was only half a step short of the mortal realm, he was only able to borrow it on a small scale. One must know that only legendary supreme demons could fully grasp the power of heaven and earth before the mortal realm. And this youth across from him was only at the peak of Grand Master. From just now when the White Horseboxers came charging down. By the time Huelbear was shot with a sword, he had sensed it. Knowing that he was powerless to return to heaven, he glanced at the northern barbarian army that was about to be slaughtered to death. With a miserable smile on his face, he charged forward. Xinshiji looked at the forward-charging Hulian and swept his sword across. Hulian, who has been fighting for a long time, has long been at the end of his strength, and now with the determination to die, he is even more defenseless. The high priest of the first tribe in the north of the Great Zhou, Hulian, was killed in action. Before he died, his eyes looked in the direction of the Great Zhou Palace. Lin Wasteland, you've given birth to a good son. Lin Yu walked over at this time and glanced at Hulian's corpse, his heart not rippling. The barbarians in the north, who come south all the time, burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil. Massacres are even more commonplace, and the people of the northern border have long been suffering. Now, Hulian's tragic death is just the beginning. Lin Yu's eyes looked beyond the northern border. There are still the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians, and Hulian's death only caused the northern barbarians to suffer a great loss of energy. He wanted to step on the northern barbarians and give the people of the northern border a lifetime of peace. Looking around the battlefield, the advancing northern barbarian army had been decimated in full. Lian Di was holding his hand against his battle sword, his feet stepping on the corpse of an innate realm northern barbarian powerhouse as he laughed wildly to the sky. My old Lian, when I was young, I followed the king to cut down the barbarians. I can't imagine that I can still have this chance to kill so much today. There are also generals who cry out, Father, Mother, I've avenged you. There were even generals sitting on the ground, with their brothers, who had been talking about their lives yesterday, lying in their arms. Throughout the battlefield, there were many more generals like this. Look in the direction of the White Horse Guards and the Flying Tiger Army. The generals dismounted and silently collected the remains of their comrades. Magog is the best place for them to go. When the battlefield is cleaned up, Lin Yu raised the lance in his hand, his gaze cold, roaring, Great Zhou, Wei. Behind him Zhao Yun and Xinshiji followed. The generals looked at him with eyes that grew wild. Roared, Great Zhou, Wei, Great Prince, Wei. He then led his army towards Pingyang City. Pingyang City. All the people in the city looked out of the city from time to time. Early this morning, their Grand Prince of Great Zhou led his army out of the city and took the initiative to attack the northern barbarian army. On the citadel, the remaining generals were also anxious. Suddenly, a violent shaking sound came from far away. The defending generals were suddenly like enemies. Wait for the picture to draw closer. Seeing the teenage general at the head of the group, who was riding a white horse, the generals were instantly relieved and shouted, Quickly open the gates, the Grand Prince and the others are back. When the people in the city heard the commotion, they looked in the direction of the city gates at the same time. A messenger galloped into the city and shouted, Great victory! Great victory! The Great Prince led the army and wiped out the northern barbarian army. Hulian was killed on the spot. The shouts spread up and down Pingyang City. Wei! The streets were filled with people hugging and celebrating with each other. At an inn, the owner slapped his face on the table with excitement. Everyone's spending today, free of charge. Customers were shouting and drinking, with happy smiles on their faces. After Lin Yu's crowd entered the city, the shouts were even more enthusiastic. City Lord's Mansion, Council Chamber. Lin Yu sat in the main seat. The congregation was seated on both sides. Shui Ran's face was solemn. Your Highness, the casualty count is up. 10,000 dead in the Northern Conquest Army. As for the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Boxers, they completely belong to the Rampage in the army, although there should be a great master powerhouse to suppress for a moment, slightly injured, but the death is basically zero. Lin Yu ordered with a cold face, pacify the families of fallen soldiers, not a penny less than what is due. Build monuments to the heroic souls and they will not be forgotten. Shui Ran responded with an arch. Nah. Lin Yu pondered slightly. I'm sure the news of today's battle will soon reach the capital. Time was running out, and he had to hurry up and start the next step in his plan. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and he ordered separately. Uncle Han, now that Hulian has died tragically, the war has been put on hold. You immediately lead 20,000 conquering northern troops back to Fengjing to protect father. On his way back, he had instructed Lin Yi and the others to return to the capital immediately. For the unfathomable Lin Yu nowadays, they were naturally incomparably compliant. When Han Lin heard this, he also did not question it. He'd been shocked numb the whole way. Although the army of the north had lost 10,000 men, after this battle, its strength had increased geometrically. When he received the order, he turned around and went to get ready. Looking at the departing Han Lin, Lin Yu turned his head to Shui Ran and said, Uncle Shui, provide me with a map of the northern barbarians. Shui Ran seemed to feel something and looked horrifiedly at Lin Yu, who was sitting on the end. Lin Yu then commanded, Uncle Shui, with immediate effect, open the city to collect the stragglers while rebuilding the 6 northern border cities. After saying that, he headed out of the city. He didn't have time for much explanation, just needed them to do as they were told. Chapter 8, Dingbei, Tingbei, Pingyang City, outside the city. Lin Yu looked at the people in the city. The people of the city all looked at their grand imperial prince with reverence. Shui Ran and the others were filled with worry. After killing a strong enemy, he was leaving without resting. Only they knew that the Grand Prince's trip might not be a return to the capital. They had a guess in their hearts, it was just too appalling to believe. Lin Yu did not stay too long. Turning the more shadowed, he swept a glance at the generals, who had only just survived the great battle in the morning, led them at a gallop. Fongjing City, Great General's residence. Wang Jin was distracted today. Calling a guard aside, he asked, "Is Lin Wu still in seclusion?" Calling them by their first names, the wolves make no secret of their ambitions. His Majesty has been in the palace without any news. A side guard respectfully returned. Wang Jin stroked his chin. "That Lin Yu kid, has any news come in? My subordinates have sent people to squat every day, and there has not been any news." Wang Jin frowned and tapped his finger on the desktop. "Send someone north and scout all the way." The guards led the way. Wang Jin lowered his head and thought, the Northern Expeditionary Army are all foot soldiers, although they all have martial arts cultivation. However, the realm is really not high, and it may not have met with the Northern barbarians yet. He had his own thoughts about colluding with Hulian this time. He wanted to use the Northern Barbarian Army's hand to detect the Lin family's underbelly. There have been rumors in the palace. The previous generation of the Great Zhou King, Lin Jinan, a peak mortal realm powerhouse, was in seclusion in his deep palace for a breakthrough. He was also Lin Yu and Lin Hao's grandfather. But after Lin Hao's birth, no matter what big or small matters happened in the dynasty, for more than a decade, it never showed up. With his breakthrough to the middle stage of the mortal realm, and the accumulation of 400,000 troops over 10 years, the position of Great General no longer satisfied his ambitions. He wanted to sit on the supreme throne and enjoy a different landscape. The results of the courtroom persecution some time ago, more sure of the heart speculation. Lin Jinan is afraid of an accident. This time, let Hulian take a chance to see the Lin family, the royal family, in the end. What is the situation? Wang Jin thought about it, rubbed his brow, and cultivated away. Fongjing City, second prince's residence. Lin Hao had a sad face and was talking to a young guard about something. It turned out that they were also prying for news about big brother Lin Yu. In a short time, the young guards were likewise arranged by him, and went out of the city. Lin Hao looked at the departing guards and turned toward the room. At that moment, a vicissitude voice came from within him. "Little one, you worry too much and it doesn't help. Cultivate hard in order to help your father and your royal brother." If Lin Yu was here, he would definitely be surprised to find out that Lin Hao was actually already in the middle stage of Zongshi. When Lin Yu left, Lin Hao was only at the peak of innate. Lin Hao had also followed Lin Yu since he was young and was quite talented in martial arts cultivation. It could be said that if it wasn't for the undercurrents of the Great Zhou, it wouldn't take many years for the two brothers to inevitably dominate. Lin Hao didn't panic when he heard the voice. After Lin Yu left the city, Lin Hao was about to go back to his house to cultivate when a beam of golden light shot straight towards him. He then had an old man named Yilao in his body. What the old man's full name was, he didn't know, but just let him address Yilao, saying that the time had not yet come. Incidentally, a stream of pure aura pushed him to the middle stage of the Zongshi, passing on to him a piece of gongfu called the Yuanshu divine skill. It said that he could cultivate when he reached the mortal realm. When the technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could snap their fingers and nirvana the stars. Lin Hao always felt that this old man was a liar. Anyway, it was still a long way from the mortal realm, so he didn't bother much. At this moment, when he heard the old man's voice ringing out, his footsteps slightly paused. "Old man, can you get me to the mortal realm quickly?" "I can't. Before the mortal realm, you need to be persistent and build a foundation. You have good talent, just focus on your cultivation." Lin Hao skimmed his mouth when he heard that. "You're talking about nothing." Great Zhou Dynasty, Northern Border, Dingbei City. The northernmost city of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Dingbei City was in pieces at this point. The walls of the city broke down, the houses in the city collapsed, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere at any time. At the boundary marker outside the city, after a day and night of hasty traveling, Lin Yu and the others arrived here. Immediately, he ordered the people to camp on the spot. In the very center of the camp, Lin Yu was scrutinizing the topographical map of the northern barbarians that he had brought from Shuiran. The exact location of the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians was marked on it with certainty. Beside him, Zhao Yun and Xian Shiji stood side by side. Shui Ran's guess was good for them. Lin Yu's trip was to come over and completely clear out the northern barbarians. After Hulian's death, the first tribe was no longer enough for the club. The remaining 17 tribes are scattered throughout the area. Now they have not received news of Hulian's death. Lin Yu had 2 invincible cavalrymen in his hands, and a surprise attack in this land was undoubtedly the best choice. This group of northern barbarians were not worthy of death, so it was a good opportunity to harvest the kill value. From there, they can be summoned, or used to enhance their own cultivation and grow stronger. Although he was not aware of the dark currents in Fongjing City for the time being, he was able to make a rough guess. His eyes looked at the layout map of the northern barbarian tribe. Once Zhao Yun and Xin Shiji had taken note of it, they let the two men go off with their respective armies. Think about it carefully. It is now exactly evening. Immediately into the night raid, that group of barbarians must be no reaction. The first big tribe is Hulian's tribe. 100,000 troops have been pouring out of the south. Their tribe also occupied a quarter of the entire northern barbarian royal court. With 17 tribes left, the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Boxers broke through separately, and it was inevitable that the other tribes would react after a long period of time. If they were to join hands, they were afraid that it would be a vicious battle, not to mention that they didn't know if they would meet the northern barbarians' powerhouses. Zhao Yun and Xin Shiji, he is not worried. Flying Tiger Army and White Horse righteousness from although strong, but encounter high realm martial artists is not that there will not be killed in action, that is one less than one killed in action. With such an iron cavalry legion, every general killed in battle could cause Lin Yu to feel pain for a long time. Therefore, Lin Yu immediately connected to the system with his consciousness. Look to the conquest point information, 100,000. Lin Yu was puzzled, so many? System, the host need not wonder, the higher the realm of the character killed, the more kill value is gained. The system's reply was also similar to his previous belief that higher realm martial artists provided more conquest points. Looking carefully at the detailed list, killing Hulian, a half-step mortal realm, had actually gained more than 10,000 conquest points, plus 2 grandmasters, and a number of grandmaster martial artists. Lin Yu was instantly enlightened and then said, System, consume 20,000 conquest points to raise my realm to the early stage of grandmaster. Ding! Boost successful. At that instant, a huge power emanated from Lin Yu's body, which then quickly flowed throughout his body. Lin Yu clenched his fist with a satisfied expression. Is this a grandmaster powerhouse? It's really a few times stronger than before. After a slight acclimatization, he immediately checked the system information. As his cultivation rose to the grandmaster realm, he thought that the cultivation of both Zhao Yun and Xin Shiji would follow suit. At that time, even if they encountered a high realm martial artist from the northern barbarians, they would still have the power to fight. Chapter 9, Hua Zhaodong. The moment Lin Yu's cultivation realm was raised to the early stage of grandmaster, Zhao Yun and Xin Shiji were in their respective tents, and the two were explaining the raid to their subordinate generals. Suddenly, the two men's faces changed, and the sound of shackles breaking came from within their bodies. A powerful aura radiated violently, and the power of the surrounding heaven and earth instantly rioted. The subordinates beside the two men were pushed out, looking horrified. The two of them immediately collected their breath, the power of heaven and earth restored, and felt the slightly loosened shackles in their bodies and the information of the gong method transmitted by the system. At the same time glancing at Lin Yu's tent, they already understood that His Highness should have had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Lin Yu had completely adapted to the skyrocketing realm at this point. After all, the system boosts, no side effects. A little movement is all it takes to take control. He had also felt the powerful aura that had suddenly erupted from the camp just now. Looking to the information displayed by the system, it was just as he expected. Zhao Yun, Early Mortal Realm, Unsealed 20%, Xin Chichi, Early Mortal Realm, 30% unblocked. The system had said that a character summoned to be in a sealed position could only be one major realm higher than him. With that, he realized that this time the two generals' cultivation realms were showing the unsealing percentage behind them, and sure enough, the summoned characters were slowly unsealing themselves as their cultivation level increased. Collecting his mind, he looked at the remaining 80,000 conquest points. Directly elevating to the mortal realm cultivation was definitely not enough, and immediately said, System, use all of your conquest points and summon. Ding! Congratulations host, the summoning is complete. The summoning was successful twice, the summoning failed twice. Lin Yu was at a loss when he saw the system prompt. Aren't there 8 summoning opportunities, why only 4? The host's cultivation has been raised to the Grandmaster realm, and the consumption of 1 summoning opportunity has been raised to 20,000 conquest points. Traitor! Lin Yu looked indignant, then foxed. System, any other changes? It took a while before he answered. The host kills a martial artist below the sovereign realm and acquires half of the conquest points. Sure enough, this dog's system. Originally, when killing martial artists below the sovereign realm, the conquest points were pitifully low, and they were also halved, so there was basically not much left. The system didn't pay attention to Lin Yu's inner thoughts. Lin Yu's consciousness rotated, and he was once again in the middle of a vast starry sky, seeing all sorts of sights, and this time, he was a bit more calm. The screen rotated and settled on the fair-skinned martial general with sparse eyebrows. Looking at his age, he wasn't too far off from Lin Yu. Behind them, followed by a bewildering array of cavalry, with an aura even greater than Lin Yu's 2 existing cavalry. Looking at the summoning information given by the system, was Jiwei, Early Mortal Realm, 20% unsealed. Note, resurrected by the system after death, retaining the memories of his previous life, has received the information of the realm the host is in, and has sealed part of his strength because the host is too weak. Great Joe Iron Horsemen, 10,000 cavalrymen, Pekin 8. Note, the elite troops under the command of Hua Jiaohui, the whole army of 10,000 compiled after the system optimization. Lin Yu's entire body floated. This Great Zhou Iron Cavalry should have been altered to fit the name of the country of Great Zhou. According to Lin Yu's understanding, it should be the Shang Dynasty Iron Cavalry that was famous throughout the world in his previous life. And it goes without saying that Hua Jiaohui, the man who fulfilled the ultimate dream of every man's heart, and at an appalling age. It's almost like the type of the son of Qi inside the novel. The only downside might be an untimely death though. Lin Yu looked at the results of this summoning and his heart perked up, finally one step closer to his dream of pushing all the way across the world. Ding! Host, the summoning is complete, is it placed? Projection! Shield the vision. The space in front of Lin Yu shattered, and a teenage martial general who looked about Lin Yu's age slowly walked out from within. Who dares to abuse me with a soldier's staff will be killed. Meanwhile, not far away from the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Boxers who had just finished assembling. Space fluctuates, a sound of hoofbeats rings out, from the inside out of 10,000 holding ring-head sword iron horsemen, not far away from the line waiting. Fortunately, the surrounding area was filled with generals summoned by Lin Yu. If someone like Han Lin had seen it, you can't be sure you'll be shocked straight away. Zhao Yun and Xin Chiji looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Another fellow officer has been resurrected by His Highness. Inside the tent, Lin Yu quickly walked towards Hua Ziwei and stopped him from kneeling. Lead him over to the topographical map of the northern barbarians. Go sick, scrutinize this map, make a note of it and follow me out of the camp. When Hua Jiaodong arrived, the system had already conveyed Lin Yu's current situation to him. Furthermore, he is more than sufficiently certain about grassland raids. Confidently, he laughed. I have taken note of it. Lin Yu naturally trusted him immensely. After hearing this, immediately, he led him toward the legions that had already finished assembling. At the boundary markers, the 3 cavalry units stood at attention. Lin Yu looked towards the 3 generals standing in front of their respective legions with all the bravado he could muster. Order, Wadaizi to lead 10,000 Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, set out from the middle road, sweep away the northern barbarian tribes along the road, and attack the northern barbarian king's court directly. Order, Zhao Yun to lead 9,000 White Horse Boxers and set out from the left road to clear the northern barbarian tribes along the road, and then kill the northern barbarian royal court. Order, Xin Chiji to lead 10,000 Flying Tiger Army, start from the right road, sweep the northern barbarian tribes along the road, and then kill the northern barbarian royal court. This time, he was not going to accompany the army and left 1,000 White Horse Guards to follow him at the boundary marker. Hua Zidiao, Zhao Yun, and Xin Chiji arched their hands towards Lin Yu. I accept the order. Following that, the 3 of them looked at each other, all of them revealing their intention to compete. In Chinese history, all 3 were top generals. There was no need to mention the pride in their hearts. This time, Lin Yu's arrangement was just what they wanted. Lin Yu looked at the warlike trio, and the 3 cavalrymen behind them were filled with fury. Turning around, he lifted the lance in his hand and pointed it towards the northern barbarian's earth. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of icy killing intent was ejected from his eyes. March! Ha 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 ha! Zilong, youngin! Let's see who kills more barbarians and who kills their way to the royal court first. Hua Ziwei let out a loud laugh and led the great Han Iron Cavalry to shoot off. Zhao Yun and Xin Chiji both said in unison since they were not willing to be weak after. Exactly. The 3 cavalries galloped out in no particular order, and then each dispersed and rolled up in a cloud of smoke. Lin Yu retracted his gaze, secretly expecting in his heart that after clearing the northern barbarians this time, there would definitely be another wave of killing value. At that time, through their own efforts to plan, the time to kill back to Fengjing is not far away. With that, he waved his hand and summoned a White Horse Righteousness Junior General. The people have not yet arrived, so 1,000 of you will rebuild the city of Dingbei first. The young general led the way. Lin Yu left behind 1,000 people. One is to respond to emergencies and receive timely news. Secondly, the city can be completed rebuilt by the time the people who were previously affected by the war return to Dingbei. After all, they were all innate martial artists with sufficient qi and blood, and rebuilding a small city was naturally easy. Lin Yu rubbed his brow. There were still too few people available. Chapter 10, The Beginning of the Slaughter. The northern barbarian lands, not far from Great Zhou Dingbei City. A staggering number of houses built to resemble military barracks tents. This was a medium-sized tribe in the northern barbarians, with a population of about 100,000 and 20,000 martial artists. The entrance to the camp. 2 northern barbarian soldiers yawned and were talking as a patrol squad walked by from time to time. Amo, the high priest of the first tribe, is leading an army south, and I heard that all of that Great Zhou's army abandoned the city and fled. When he finished, a cruel smile appeared on his face as if he was thinking of delicious food or something in the south. A nearby youth with a long sword swept him with an envious glance. I hear that the warriors who went with them drank fine wine and ate good meat. When he was about to say something else, rumble! The ground suddenly shook violently, and with it came an extreme chill, and the two men immediately looked ahead, their sleepiness gone. On the flat desert ahead, a loud sound of horses' hooves rang out, and then a torrent of blackness came up to meet them. A general in front of him was holding a long spear. 1 second he was in the distance, the next he was close by, his powerful aura pressing down. How could the two northern barbarian warriors not know what was happening? Their faces were filled with horror. Enemy attack! As soon as the words left his mouth, Amo felt the sky spinning and actually saw his upright body with blood spurting from his neck. Hua Zhaodong glanced at the barbarian who was decapitated by his spear in the afterglow, and his divine thoughts enveloped him, while the rest of his momentum was unabated as he killed his way towards the middle of the tribe. There was an aura of mid-Grand Master and several Grand Master realm martial artists there. At the hissing sound just now, the entire tribe had been in an uproar, with panicked-faced northern barbarian warriors running out of the various houses. They were all asleep when they were awakened by the violent shaking and hissing, and then went out with their weapons in hand. In the central house of the tribe, a middle-aged man was cultivating with his knees crossed when he violently opened his eyes. His mid-grade master cultivation was running at full strength, his aura exploded, and with a burst of residual shadow flashes, he appeared outside the house. One look at it was horrifying. A young general was leading the charge, and as the lance in his hand swept by, a large swath of northern barbarian warriors' heads detached. Behind them, 10,000 cavalry, the fury filled the air, are madly harvesting, like a life harvesting machine. The whole tribe is defenseless. Countless northern barbarian warriors fell under their iron hooves. In a flash, half of the tribe had already fallen, and there were limbs and broken arms everywhere. A fellow tribe member who had just stepped out of his room in time to react was decapitated with a knife. The middle-aged man was about to raise his sword to give aid. The surrounding force of heaven and earth suddenly rioted. A wave of his body was suppressed by the huge aura, unable to move, slightly raising his head, only to see a man clad in silver armor standing in the air, his body releasing a terrifying might. It was precisely the young general he had just looked at. Hua had long since set his sights on him, and as long as he decimated the great master powerhouses of these tribes, the rest of them would be no threat to the Iron Horseman. Seeing that he was ready to give aid, he immediately rose up in the air and mobilized the power of heaven and earth to confine him. Below the mortal realm, one is ultimately an ant. Before the mortal realm, martial artists mainly exercise their physique and strengthen their chi and blood, laying a good foundation for entering the mortal realm, and at the beginning of the mortal realm, they can mobilize the power of heaven and earth to fly for a short period of time, and kill their enemies with imperial weapons, and so on. A Grandmaster cultivation martial artist was only a slightly larger grasshopper in the eyes of a mortal realm powerhouse. The middle-aged man's face was white at the moment, his body trembled as he was suppressed, and he opened his mouth with difficulty. "Senior, is there any misunderstanding? Why did you slaughter our tribe so?" After saying this, Careful looked up and continued. "Our royal court also has a mortal realm powerhouse in attendance." It seems to be intended as a threat to Hua with this statement. Hua Zaiwei's gaze was cold, and he smiled disdainfully at the middle-aged man's threat. Great Zhou dynasty, under the command of the great prince, Hua Daizi, ordered to tread down the northern barbarians. The middle-aged man snapped his head up, his face full of incredulity. "No way." Then he revealed a miserable smile, and his gaze suddenly became ferocious. The Great Zhou and the northern barbarians are deadly enemies, and for decades, the two sides have been fighting constantly, and their tribe is the closest to Dingbei City, and from time to time, they would go to burn, kill, and pillage, knowing that they are bound to die, and hissed. "If you Great Zhou dares to slaughter our clan like this, you will surely be retaliated against by the strongest members of our royal court." Hua did not reply, raising the lance in his hand, gathering terrifying strength and delivering a heavy chop to the bottom. Boom! The aura shook and the entire space was slightly distorted. The middle-aged man was instantly slapped into mush, and the land shattered, forming a large pit. Hua swept downward while looking around the battlefield. The entire tribe had already been slaughtered by the Iron Horsemen in a crushing force. At the moment, the generals, covered in blood, were looking at him with wild faces. He collected his aura, came down from the air and rolled onto his horse, and without stopping much, he led his army to the next tribe and galloped away. His route for this raid, though straight, was also the most difficult, with two more tribes along the road than the other two routes, and he had to seize the advantage of the night. From the mouth of the northern barbarian powerhouse that he had just killed, he had learned that there should be a mortal realm martial artist sitting in the northern barbarian royal court, and he didn't want to be snatched up by his other two colleagues. I'm sure that the other two teams should be close to engaging at this moment as well. The screen rotates. The Dahan Iron Horseman engagement site is panned to the left. A small northern barbarian tribe is situated. In the center of the tribe, a middle-aged northern barbarian man was kneeling on both knees. His heart was penetrated by a bright silver lance, and the chi and blood on his body was disappearing at an extremely fast speed, precisely the leader of this tribe. On the opposite side, a young man in bright silver armor with a face full of killing intent and a terrifying might emanating from his body, pierced the man's lance in his hand and pulled it out with a violent spin. The man who killed you. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the great prince, Zhao Yun. The middle-aged man, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and then his consciousness blurred as he slammed heavily on the ground, losing his life. And then Zhao Yun rolled onto his horse, looked away in the right-hand direction, and led the white horse boxers to continue their run. With Zhao Yun's vision panning all the way to the right, a small northern barbarian tribe, Xinshiji, was standing in the center with a long sword in his hand, surrounded by what looked like a Shura purgatory. Not far from his feet, the tribal chieftain was out of breath. Seemingly feeling something in his heart, he raised his head and glanced distantly to the left, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As the first strong person to be summoned over by Linyu, he was naturally not willing to be left behind. Immediately, he ordered to the wild-eyed flying tiger army around him, "Keep moving." With that, he led the army off. That's the era he, Xinshiji, wanted. The third day dawned after the three armies had marched out. Dingbei City. 1,000 white horse guards were in full swing, and every now and then a soldier could be seen walking past with his gun picking up a boulder. Such a mighty cavalry unit would only be used by Linyu to build a city. City Lord's residence. Linyu was cultivating with his knees crossed. Having such a cultivation at such a young age was inseparable from his own hard work and persistence. As the morning light came on, he opened his eyes and got off the bed, heading out of the house. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he felt his own cultivation realm, which was not far from the middle stage of Grandmaster. Walking outside the house, he viewed the whole city, and the smile on his face grew even wider when he saw the city that had basically recovered after a day and 2 nights of hard work. His gaze then crossed over the boundary monument and looked towards the northern barbarian lands. Chapter 11, Legion Realm Enhancement Card. Linyu retracted his gaze after taking a distant look. Consciousness connected to the system to check up. These 2 days were busy cultivating and building Dingbei City, did not check. Every time he killed the enemy, the system would have the sound of conquest point jumping prompts. He was too annoying, so he asked the system to block the prompts. Looking to the system information, it shows 2 conquest points, 140,000. Linyu nodded with slight satisfaction. After all, killing martial artists below the Zhongshe realm now have the number of conquest points gained. Being able to achieve so much was still due to killing quite a few martial artists above the Zhongshe realm. And then after slightly scrolling through the list, suddenly his eyes slightly condensed. The 3 armies of mortal realm powerhouses had not encountered them for the time being, only that the system showed that between yesterday's approaching night and now, the conquest point acquisition was 0. Linyu raised his head to look towards the northern barbarians once again, his gaze sharp, seeming to reach the northern barbarians' royal court through the vast desert. Still, the brutes reacted. Slightly pondering, after the raid by the 3 armies, there shouldn't be much left of the remaining northern barbarians even if they were assembled, but thinking about all the rumors and information about the northern barbarians' royal court system, consume 100,000 conquest points for summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the summoning was successful 3 times, and the summoning failed twice. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 Legion Realm Enhancement Cards, First Order. Hearing the beeps coming from the system, Linyu's expression was slightly stunned. He gained props for his first summoning and steadied his mind. Ha! Linyu looked at the 3 golden cards floating in the system space. Legion Realm Enhancement Card, First Order. Note, by using this type of card, the host can designate to raise the martial realm of one of the legions under his command. The First Order Legion Realm Raising card can raise the cultivation of a legion below the Sovereign Realm to the early Sovereign Realm, ignoring spatial distances. Linyu's breath caught in his throat. Linyu now had 3 legendary cavalry legions of 10,000 whole 10,000 each in his hands, and on the battlefield even if he encountered a powerhouse around the middle of the Great Master stage, as long as they weren't at the level of a supreme demon, they could all be rounded up and killed. The possible casualties were huge and had also broken the perception of the martial arts community in the Dome continent. 10,000 Zhongshe realm cavalry charging through. What kind of scene would that be? Linyu didn't even dare to think about it. Anyway, from the time he crossed over to the present, he hadn't heard of any of the neighboring forces possessing such a cavalry legion. I am afraid that when encountering some strong people who have just entered the mortal realm, they can also be made to die of exhaustion at a significant cost. The more Linyu thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately said, System, use the Legion Realm Enhancement card on the Flying Tiger Army, White Horse Boxers, and Great Zhou Iron Cavalry respectively, and consume the remaining conquest points to raise my martial realm. As soon as the words fell, a huge aura came from within his body, and his martial realm soared to the late Grandmaster stage. Linyu flung his arms around, moving them slightly, when suddenly a huge boulder came crashing down on him head-on. His eyes flickered slightly as he swung both fists quickly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from his right fist, a dragon's roar sounded, and the boulder exploded in the air. Not far from where Lin Yu stood, a white horsey was scratching his head awkwardly from a young general, his eyes turning back and forth between Lin Yu and the spear in his hand. The boulder that he was originally picking on the spear had disappeared. Your Highness, this. Lin Yu waved his hand at him. No harm done, keep busy. The young general sighed in relief and led the way. It turned out that when Lin Yu had just used the Legion Realm Enhancement card, this young general just happened to pick a boulder and walk not far from Lin Yu's body, and when the realm suddenly skyrocketed, the force could not be grasped at once, and his hand shook and the boulder just happened to be smashed in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu's eyes swept to the whole city. There are similar situations in various places. After all, they are elite troops, and did not produce a big disaster. If the Dingbei city, which was just about to be completed, was torn down, he would really want to cry without tears. I'll have to be more careful next time I use a prop. Then I glanced at the system message and headed for the house. Xin Shiji, Late Mortal Realm, 40% unblocked. Zhao Yun, Late Mortal Realm, 30% unblocked. Hua Jiwei, Late Mortal Realm, 30% unblocked. Flying Tigers, Early Masters. White Horseboxer, Early Sectarian. Great Han Iron Horseman, Early Zongshur. About 100 miles from the capital of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court, Northern Barbarian City. Huazaudi, Zhao Yun, and Xin Shiji led 3 legions of Iron Horsemen who had actually converged together. Lin Yu's guess wasn't wrong. After the 3 of them had each led their troops for a day and a night, the Northern Barbarian Royal Court had finally noticed. The 3 led the army all the way over without stopping. All of them pushed across each tribe with a destructive force. This side of the world, the area is too vast. The northern barbarians between the tribes will also be exchanged from time to time. During the raid, there are individual just go out of the net fish is inevitable. After leading 3 legions of Iron Horsemen through 4 tribes each, the trio raced to the next place already empty of people. After a slight contemplation, he knew that they should have been exposed, but he did not fear it, and continued on his way with his troops towards the Northern Barbarian Royal Court. The 3 legions arrived at the marked spot almost simultaneously at dawn. After the 3 of them met, they glanced at each other and a smile flashed across their faces. Behind the 3 iron cavalry after a day and night of running, the general's face with a trace of fatigue, but the eyes are still resolute, imposing. At the moment, the 3 were standing together. Smashed through 4 of them, went to the next one, and the man ran away. Will put up 4 fingers and spoke first, then looked at the 2 men. 4, and the men ran away. Zhao Yun listened and picked up. Upon hearing this, Xin Shiji nodded to the 2 men with a smile on his face, responding to the secret rivalry in the minds of several people. And then, his eyes looked away in the direction of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court. It should all be there. At this moment, the 3 people are also in the heart of their own previous guesses made sure. Just as the 3 of them were preparing to lead their troops to break through in the direction of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court. Snap! Suddenly, the 3 of them changed their faces at the same time, and a burst of shackle-shattering sounds came from within their bodies. And then, the space around the 3 of them suddenly distorted slightly, and their martial cultivation instantly soared up. At the same time, the 3 Iron Horsemen behind them all suddenly exuded a powerful aura, their cultivation rapidly rising. After about a T effort, the aura of heaven and earth returned to calm. The eyes of the 3 Iron Cavalry Legionnaires had opened, and their eyes were filled with wariness, and the Legionnaires who were just slightly tired were already excited. The 3 Wadesuki men also moved their bodies slightly and looked towards the generals who had already taken control of their own surging power. The 3 of them glanced at each other and nodded with an excited expression, their eyes filled with marvel as they secretly said in their hearts, "Your Highness's cultivation has actually made another breakthrough." At the same time, it actually raised the cultivation of the 3 legion generals. For Lin Yu, who was able to resurrect them and bestow such a powerful force, they naturally worshipped him blindly. Afterwards, the unified legion continued to gallop in the direction of Northern Barbarian City. Chapter 12, Confrontation of the 2 Armies. Northern Barbarian City, the southern citadel of the city. There were rows and rows of Northern Barbarian warriors, and inside the city, there were Northern Barbarian soldiers patrolling everywhere. The entire Northern Barbarian City was filled with a depressing, tense atmosphere. On the city tower, a swordman middle-aged man with a sharp gaze, serious expression looking out of the city. The appearance and the death of Xin Shiji's sword Hu Lion is very similar. This man was the Grand Marshal of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court's troops and horses, Hu Shen. Mid-mortal realm powerhouse, Hu Lian's fellow brother. At this moment, he stood on the citadel with a frown on his face. A day ago, the Northern Barbarian City was filled with clansmen arriving one after another from all the major tribes, requesting for a major event to be reported to the Northern Barbarian King. Every single person who walked out of the royal court had a shocked and appalled look on their face. And then, the Northern Barbarian King Hu Lixie summoned all the officials of the royal capital to convene for deliberations and informed everyone of a horrifying piece of news. Near the direction of the Great Zhou, all 9 tribes were massacred by unknown forces. Each tribe is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Clansmen are all killed by a single blow. according to the images transmitted back from the scene, each clansman's face is a look of despair before death. The entire royal court was suddenly in waves, and Hully Evil and the others had a look of gravity in their eyes, and were filled with anger. However, no rash decisions were made, and through the news that came back, the tribes were completely defenseless. Immediately, he dispatched strong men to the tribes to relocate the crowds and awaken the two-peak mortal realm cultivation ancestors who were in seclusion in the ancestral land of the royal court. Nowadays, the northern barbarian city had assembled all the war power of the entire northern barbarian royal court, with 150,000 northern barbarian army, dozens of people in the sovereign master realm and great sovereign master realm, and 5 strong people in the mortal realm plus the 2 elder ancestors. The entire northern barbaric city was in a state of mountainous rain. Hulshen looked at the time, a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. No matter which forces dare to slaughter the northern barbarians so unconcerned, it is necessary for them to pay a painful price. There are still 3 tribes that haven't arrived, and they're probably already in a bad way. In the midst of his thoughts, he seemed to sense that there was some movement and looked up sharply, killing intent filling his eyes. Immediately, he turned his head and commanded, "Inform the king that the enemy is coming. Order the entire northern barbarian army of the city to organize their troops and prepare for battle. Follow me out of the city." Immediately, he held his battle blade in his hand and rose up in the air, looking into the distance. At that moment, the entire northern barbaric city, war drums, 50,000 northern barbaric cavalry from the city galloped out, stood in the lower part of the back of Hulshen, followed by 100,000 northern barbaric infantry legion holding spears in the back of the cavalry not far away, full of bloodthirsty face. They have all heard about the tragic situation of the major tribes in the past 2 days, and the indignation in their hearts is naturally needless to say. At the time when the Northern Barbarian Legion was assembled and completed, the earth suddenly and violently shook in the distance, and in Hule Shen's vision, 2 black torrents and 1 white torrent surged towards them head-on, and the columns of troops were at a distance of 10 miles outside of the Northern Barbarian city, looking at each other opposite to the Northern Barbarian army. Hurekshen's gaze swept from left to right. The leading general of the left flank held a long sword with a bland face. The leading general of the center army held a black lance and had a handsome brow. The leading general of the right flank held a bright silver lance in a formidable manner. He couldn't see through all of the martial realms. The legions behind the 3 all had a fierce aura that was as strong as a rainbow. It was none other than Huozhou, Zhao Yun, Xian Shiji and the legions they led. At this moment, they also saw the northern barbarians who had finished assembling and Hulshen who was observing with a grave face. Compared to Hulshen, the 3 of them were much more calm, and were only slightly surprised by the huge mountain range that stretched out behind the northern barbarian city. Just as the 2 armies were facing each other, boom! From the northern barbarian city came a burst of air-breaking sounds. 4 figures that exuded a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above the northern barbarians' army. Hulshen saw the visitor and slightly arched his hand. "Your Majesty!" It was the northern barbarian king Hulixia who led the 2 royal court elders and the prime minister to shoot sharply from the city. Wearing a python robe, Hulixia looked at the 3 Huadaisi with a fierce light, and the berserk power of the late stage of the mortal realm surged out of his body and pressed towards the 3. At the same time, the 4 Hulshen also released their own martial power. 2 peak mortal realm, 2 mid mortal realm, plus Hully Evil's late mortal realm aura were declared in the air. The aura of heaven and earth suddenly rioted and vibrated crazily, and the space was slightly frozen. The 3 Huajizi glanced at each other, their auras running, rising up in the air, each releasing their breaths to collide with each other. Hully Evil's eyes were slightly condensed. These 3 people were actually late-stage mortal realm powerhouses, and were not weak in the chi confrontation with the 5 of them. Immediately, he opened his mouth. "Who are you? Why are you slaughtering my people?" Just now, he did not notice which power's military flag was behind the 3 men's cavalry legion. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Huadaisi. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Zhao Yun. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Xian Shiji. By order of the Grand Prince, sweep away the barbarians and overthrow the northern barbarian royal court. When Hully Evil heard that, his pupils shrunk. "Lin Yu? The Great Prince of Great Zhou who hides so deeply. I can't imagine that the Great Zhou teenager that I haven't seen in over 10 years has become such a climate. It's ridiculous that Wang Jin guy still wants to cede the northern border territory of Great Zhou in exchange for his successful rebellion." Hully Evil paused for a moment after he finished speaking and then said, "Hulian and the 100,000 generals of the northern barbarians have all been wiped out, haven't they?" Xian Shiji, still with a bland look on his face. "It was precisely by my sword that he was lords." Hearing this, standing beside Huli Se's body, Hule Shen looked at Xian Shiji angrily. This is his sibling brother, and that genius nephew is afraid that he has also died tragically. Xian Shiji ignored Hule Shen, who was glaring angrily at him, and continued, "The temple ordered me to convey it. All barbarians inside and outside, anyone who dares to call himself a soldier shall be decapitated." Anyone who explicitly violates my Great Joe's heavenly authority will be executed even though they are far away. Anyone who dares to violate Great Joe will have his country destroyed, his seed extinguished, and his seedlings exterminated. After Xinshiji finished speaking, a metaphysical and mysterious aura shot sharply from the royal palace of the Great Joe, and his body's aura suddenly skyrocketed by a hair's breadth. The eyes of the 3 iron cavalry generals below became even more frenzied, and they all raised their weapons in their hands and roared, "Great Joe, mighty! Great Joe, mighty! Great Joe, mighty!" Lin, who was practicing with his eyes closed in the Great Joe Royal Palace, seemed to feel something. His eyes trembled slightly, but finally he did not open them and continued to practice. At the residence of the great general, Wang Jin walked out of the house, his mind growing restless as he looked towards the palace. In the Dingbei City Lord's mansion, Lin Yu walked towards the window, the corners of his mouth pursed slightly, his fists clenched as he looked away from the northern barbarian royal court. Outside the northern barbarian city, in the sky above, Holy Evil laughed in anger. With just you 3 late mortal realm and these less than 30,000 cavalry, thinking of overthrowing my clan is simply delusional. Wait for me to kill you all first, to avenge the recent blood feud of my northern barbarian people. Then he went on an imperial expedition and beheaded that Lin family father and son in the Great Joe Palace. With that, he lifted the huge sword in his hand and pointed it at the Wazaiwei trio from afar, his face full of killing intent. Northern Barbarian General, kill! Huajiaoyi, Zhao Yun, and Xinshiji each raised their weapons in their hands, their battle intent skyward, pointing towards the Northern Barbarian Imperial Palace. For your highness, for Great Joe, charge! Chapter 13 Northern Barbarian Royal Court, destroyed. Outside of Northern Barbarian City, Huajiaoyi and Zhao Yun instantly struck out, harnessing terrifying auras to rush towards the 2 old ancestors of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court. Just now, the 3 of them had already secretly discussed that Huajiaoyi and Zhao Yun would first resolve the 2 Northern Barbarian ancestors at the peak of the mortal realm. Xinshiji was responsible for holding back the remaining 3, and after the 2 of them finished resolving the 2 strongest combatants of the Northern Barbarians, he immediately applied aid over. Although the 3 of them were in the late stage of the mortal realm, after all, they were all supreme demons that surpassed the heavenly pride of this continent, and it was not at all a matter of fighting at a higher level. The 2 old ancestors of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court, one wearing a white robe and the other wearing a black robe, saw the 2 people who were sprinting towards them and laughed angrily as their auras shook around them. Harpies, rampant! Huajiaoyi and Zhao Yun had cold faces as they simultaneously swung the lances in their hands and stabbed at the 2 men. Boom! The power of heaven and earth rioted. The white-robed old ancestor raised his battle sword and took Zhao Yun's blow hard, and violently changed color, falling back a few steps, his sword-wielding right hand trembling slightly. At the same time, the black-robed old ancestor also took a hard shot from Huadizi and similarly fell back. The 2 men looked at each other, their faces slightly intensified. Heaven's pride? There really is some gateway. Then and rushed towards the 2 men to kill them. Huli Shen, now eyes red, handheld warblade rushed to Xinshiji, killing his brother's revenge, not to share the sky. Xinshiji had long been on the defensive, and his mission today was to suppress the 3 northern barbarian kings. Looking at the rushing Huli Shen, his face was cold and silent as he swung the long sword in his hand. Huli Shen was instantly sent flying by a sword. Seeing this, the northern barbarian prime minister immediately went in support. The entire sky rumbled loudly, the aura tumbled, and the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. Holy Evil did not make a move for the time being, glancing at the 3 young Great Joe generals who were entangled, his eyes looking down to the battlefield below. In the instant the Sky Mortal Realm powerhouses exchanged blows. The Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Guards, and the Iron Horsemen of Great Joe. The 3 cavalry units that shone brightly in their respective dynasties of Chinese history bared their most ferocious fangs in this land, the first battle of extermination in which they had opened up the frontier for His Highness. Anyone who explicitly violates my Great Joe's heavenly authority will be executed even though they are far away. In the upcoming collision with the Northern Barbarians, when the first charge of the Cavalry Legion moment, all release martial arts realm, chi cohesion of the strong actually hidden beyond the mortal realm of the strong potential. Kill! Huli Evil, who was standing in the air, immediately changed his face, only to see his proud Northern Barbarians' iron cavalry, as if it were tofu dregs, being shattered by a touch. The 3 iron cavalry of the Great Joe, like a sharp sword, instantly pierced through the Northern Barbarian cavalry, like a tiger descending from the mountain, without stopping to charge towards the Northern Barbarian Infantry Legion. After charging the Progressive Soldier Legion, it was even more like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and large swaths of Northern Barbarian Infantry Legion fighters fell in pieces like cut wheat. For a while, swords and blood stained the battlefield. Put! Ah! Grandmaster Realm! All of them are in the Sovereign Realm. The Northern Barbarian Legion was white and trembling under the charge of the 3 iron cavalry, and looking at a straight bloody road in the center of the army made them feel even more fearful. Devil! These people are devils. Countless Northern Barbarian soldiers, with no will to fight, threw away their armor and ran towards northern barbarian city. At this moment, Xia, who was standing in the air, was also full of horror, looking at the Great Zhou Iron Horsemen who were ready to turn their horses for a second round of charging in the sky, and could no longer remain calm. These three Great Zhou cavalrymen were actually all in the Zhongshe realm. A Zhongshe into an army was simply unheard of, and the aura that was gathered actually made him, a late-stage Van Realm powerhouse, feel a hint of fear. Such invincible Iron Horsemen slaughtered nearly 50,000 northern barbarian warriors in a single charge, and if they were allowed to charge twice more, the northern barbarian army would surely be slaughtered to death. Immediately, he swung the weapon in his hand and struck a heavy chop downwards. Boom! Holy Evil exerted all his power, the space shook, the condensed power formed a huge golden battle blade in the air, a late mortal realm powerhouse striking with all his might, terrifying to the extreme. The three iron cavalry crowd of generals raised their heads violently, and their baleful chi coalesced, even vaguely forming a black spear in the sky as well. However, the martial realm was really too different, and the spear dissipated in the air after offsetting some of the power of the battle blade. Looking at the golden battle blades that were rapidly splitting, the generals clenched their teeth, their faces were resolute, and none of them flinched. Xian Shiji fought against the two Huel Xian with ease, all the time distracted to observe Huel Evil. At the moment he struck towards the Iron Rider he shocked back the two with a sword. And then he swung out his sword, shattering the golden battle blade, and once again chopped out a sword towards Holy Evil. Your opponent, it's me. With a grim expression on his face, Xia was forced to pull into the melee, and the two of them, Huel Xian, surrounded Xian Shiji. The fight is on. It was about a tea time. Bang! A loud bang came from the ground. Holy Evil looked back and instantly saw a scene that made his liver crack. The southern gate of the northern barbarian city shattered in response to the sound. The three iron cavalry of Great Zhou were heading towards the city to kill. Outside of the city, corpses and blood filled the air, and there were limbs and broken arms of northern barbarian warriors everywhere. Ah, no! Without waiting for him to make a move, two screams came from a short distance in the air, only to see the two old ancestors of the royal court, falling sharply from the air towards the city, collapsing heavily onto the ground. The white-robed old man had a bright silver-colored spear inserted out of his heart. The black-robed old ancestor's heart was also pierced through by a black lance. Already the air is gone. Seeing that he dared to be distracted, Xian Shiji raised his hand and stabbed at him with his sword. Holy Evil felt the killing aura coming from him and immediately deflected a step. Xian Shiji's eyes slightly condensed, actually dodged, and then his long sword picked upwards. Ah! Holy Evil screamed miserably, and his left arm was instantly picked off. And then he was kicked down on top of the northern barbarian's castle tower by Xian Shiji Chao. At the same time, Huel Shen and the northern barbarian prime minister were killed by a single move from the arriving Zhao Yun duo. The three of them were looking up into the sky at the northern barbarian city's citadel. A wretched figure stood up at the city tower, and it was none other than Holy Evil. At this moment, he was cloaked in hair, with his python robe shattered, looking around the entire northern barbarian city, seeing the Great Zhou Iron Horsemen who were massacring indiscriminately within the city and the northern barbarians people who were fleeing in all directions, revealing a tragic smile. His eyes lingered for a moment on the huge mountain range that stretched out behind the northern barbarian city. And then he turned around, his eyes looking fiercely at the Wazaiwei trio, and said fiercely, "Today's northern barbarian royal court is tomorrow's Great Zhou. I'll be waiting for you down there. Ha 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 ha." After Xia finished speaking, he raised the war blade in his hand and cut his own throat. The three Wazaiwei glanced at Xia, who had fallen down from the citadel, with no fluctuation in their eyes. The foreign barbarians are not worthy of death. Thus, the northern barbarian royal court, extinguished. Just as the northern barbarian royal court was overthrown. Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City, Imperial Palace. The door to the hall where Lin Wuon's seclusion was located opened with a loud bang. Lin Araki paced out, his gaze indifferent, his body radiating a strong aura. "Send orders to all the officials to convene the court tomorrow." Nah! A side guard knelt to receive the order. Chapter 14, Urgent Report. Dingbei City, the official rode outside the city. It was already late at night. A middle-aged man with an anxious face was galloping towards Dingbei City on a warhorse. It was none other than the main general of the city defense army of Pingyang City, Lian Ji. Looking towards the vaguely visible Dingbei City, his face became more anxious. Dingbei City's citadel, white horse boxer soldiers were standing guard and looking out, and in a short while they saw Lian Ji riding his horse. "I have an urgent report. I want to see His Highness." When the soldiers heard this, they didn't dare to be slow, immediately leaping down from the city tower, lifting him up left and right and rushing towards Lin Yu's mansion. Lian Ji they had met before, and had even fought side by side in Pingyang City, so they were naturally credible. Lian Di, who was being carried forward by the two White Horse Junior generals, was stunned, and only then did he raise his head to take a closer look at Dingbei City. After a few days of not seeing each other, these soldiers are actually all in the Zhongshan realm, and also, when was Dingbei City built so magnificently? At this time, Lin Yu was sitting in the city lord's mansion, and had just connected his consciousness to the system to investigate, when he sensed that Lian Di was being carried by two soldiers, one on the left and one on the right, who were hurrying in his direction. He was so startled that he hurriedly exited the system and headed out. Lian Di was currently standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion with a messy face. "Uncle Lian, it's the middle of the night." When Lian Di saw Lin Yu, who had stepped out of the mansion, he immediately reacted and hurriedly opened his mouth. "Your Highness, I have received news that the great General Wang Jin, gathering 400,000 troops, in the name of the northern expedition to conquer the barbarians, has set out from the south, borrowing the route of the city of Fengjing. In addition, there are strange movements coming from the western side of the Line Mountain dynasty, and there seems to be a movement of legions gathering." "What? How many days has it been since the news came?" Hearing this, Lin Yu's face was gloomy. Wang Jin, old piker, after all, is ready to tear the face, borrow the road, how not to say that the whole bigwig to borrow. The news was sent by the second prince overnight from Fengjing, and I rushed here immediately after receiving the news. Although Lin Hao hadn't received any news from his big brother for the time being, he thought of his big brother who had excelled in every way since he was a child, so he still sent someone to spread the news to the people in Pingyang City who could be trusted. He was sure that if his elder brother was all right and well, the news would be able to reach him. Lin Yu bowed his head and pondered, silently calculating in his mind that the 20,000 conquering North Army led by Uncle Han should be returning to Fengjing City soon. But Wang Jin has 400,000 soldiers. Even if father succeeds in his breakthrough, it will still be difficult to support him. I heard that Wang Jin had broken through to the middle stage of the mortal realm a few years ago, and he hadn't made a move in the past few years, so I didn't know what realm he was in. Moreover, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Lishan dynasty. Wang Jin, the old man, good deep calculations, collusion around outsiders, really should be the sentence of the heart of the matter. Just now, the consciousness connected into the system and roughly scanned it. The kill value had increased a lot more. At this point, the northern barbarian royal court should have been destroyed. The 3 legions of iron horsemen should also be on their way back. Originally, Lin Yu had planned to lead his army all the way back across the country when they returned, and Wang Jin's group was already insufficient. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, and he didn't dare put his father and Lin Hao in such a dangerous situation. Lian Di glanced at him and continued. "Your Highness, when you left Pingyang, you explained that if any suspicious person came to Pingyang City, they would immediately look for you in the direction of Dingbei City. In the past 2 days, Old Shui and I and the others have noticed that there are indeed many new faces arriving in the city. As soon as they arrived in Pingyang City, they dispersed all over the place, inquiring about you and the Northern Conquest Army. Although we have tried our best to control it, word has gotten out." Lian Di's face was slightly unsightly after finishing these words. Lin Yu nodded and waved his hand after hearing this. "Uncle Lian, it's okay." He hadn't expected to be able to keep blocking the news delivery back to Fengjing. He just needed to grow stronger through the time difference. Now, the plan is disrupted, but it is still bearable. 400,000 troops from the south to the north, marching to the city of Fengjing is bound to be impossibly fast. As long as he went back to Fengjing first and stalled for a while, Zhao Yun and the others would be able to arrive later. They were strong in the mortal realm, and the ones they led were even cavalrymen in the Zhongshan realm, and they would soon catch up with him in a hurry. At that point, the situation will be reversed and back on track as planned. Thinking about this, Lin Yu couldn't help but be glad that he was fortunate to have fought his way to the top step by step. Lian Di saw Lin Yu fall into deep thought once again and didn't dare to disturb him at will, his face suffocating red. Lin Yu returned to his senses and saw the anxious Lian Di, and immediately said, "Uncle Lian, I've already made up my mind, so go rest for a moment." With that, he headed for the house. Lian Di looked at the departing Lin Yu, his face sad. He had just realized that the 2 young generals who had accompanied Lin Yu around Pingyang City before weren't there, and there were only 1,000 white horse cavalry in the city. Lin Yu walked towards the house while thinking, wanting to go back to Fengjing first to stall the Wang Jin group. Relying on him and the 1,000 white horse boxers in Dingbei City alone would not be enough. So, the awareness access system. Conquest points, 200,000. It's still more to kill high realm martial artists to gain kill value. System, to what realm can 200,000 conquest points raise me? System, early mortal realm. Lin Yu. He thought that raising his cultivation to the mortal realm might cost a lot of conquest points, but he didn't expect that 200,000 would only raise him to the early mortal realm. System, each cultivation increase in the mortal realm requires 100,000 conquest points. Lin Yu was instantly in a tangle and asked again. System, after elevating to the mortal realm, what are the changes in the way of calculating the acquisition of conquest points and the conquest points required for summoning? System, after the host reaches the mortal realm, killing a martial artist below the Grand Master realm will result in a halving of the acquisition of conquest points. Each summoning costs 50,000 conquest points. At those words, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. System, consume 20,000 conquest points to raise me to the peak of Grand Master. Ding! Powerful strength surged in, and Lin Yu clenched his fists, revealing a hint of satisfaction. At the same time, the three Zhao Yuns who were rushing back had their realms similarly elevated. Xin Chiji, Peak Mortal Realm, 50% unblocked. Zhao Yun, Peak Mortal Realm, 40% unblocked. Huajiqi, Peak Mortal Realm, 40% unblocked. The higher the realm rose, the faster the progress of unsealing became, and it wasn't far from the three of them completely lifting the seal. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and continued. System, use all remaining conquest points to summon. Ding! Use successful. Congratulations to the host, 5 successful summons and 4 failed summons. Sure enough, it wasn't that he was Euro enough at the start, but that the system should have had a protection mechanism, and now it should be the correct burst rate. However, with 5 successes, Lin Yu was already satisfied, and this summoning was mainly to deal with this crisis. At that time, as long as they could delay until Zhao Yun's trio and the 3 Iron Cavalry arrived, they would be able to turn the situation around. Then look to the summoning message. I got 3 Legion Realm Enhancement cards from the last prop call, so I wonder what it will be this time. Lin Yu looked expectant. Chapter 15, Undercurrents. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the 5 hidden returning pills and 3 Legion expansion cards, first order. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, another new shipment. At the same time, an elixir glowing with white light and 3 pitch black cards appeared in the system space, and Lin Yu's divine sense examined them. Wuzhang Gaonyuan Dan, a potent formula that combines the 5 elements of Chinese medicine with those of the gods. Note, extreme healing medicine, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still a breath in the body, taking this Dan will be able to come back to life. 3 Cavalry Corps expansion cards, first order. Note, by using this card, the host may designate 1 cavalry legion owned by the host to be upgraded to 30,000 in its entirety, ignoring spatial distances. Lin Yu's face was ecstatic. The 5 hidden rejuvenation Dan was a good thing. It was equal to an extra life. He couldn't use it now for the time being, so he kept it as a backup. It just so happened that after consecutive conquests, all 3 cavalry had been depleted, and at this moment, the 3 Cavalry Legion expansion cards were just the right solution to the urgent need, and they ignored spatial distances. System, use the Cavalry Legion expansion card on the 3 legions of the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Boxers, and the Great Han Iron Cavalry respectively. Use successful. On the desert, the 3 Zhao Yuns, who were rushing back, suddenly realized that a spatial rift had appeared behind their respective legions, and a steady stream of generals sped out of the rift, quickly following the large force forward. The 3 of them looked at each other. Just now their cultivation was unsealed again, and they already knew that His Highness was making a breakthrough, and looking at the expanding legions, they were even more energized. Dingbei City, Lin Yu no longer delayed, his consciousness exiting the system space. It seems like he saw a summon to the character just now. In the vastness of the starry sky, the image turned quickly and settled on the fierce-faced, burly man. Space shattered in front of Lin Yu. Who dares to hurt my lord? The burly man held both halberds in his hand and knelt down on one knee towards Lin Yu. Dian Wei, see your highness. A full sense of security came towards Lin Yu at once, elated that he finally had an iron-blooded guard, and immediately opened his mouth. Dian Wei, get up quickly. His eyes went to the twin halberds in his hands. You can't just throw these halberds around and sleep with them. Dian Wei scratched his head nervously. Nah. Lin Yu looked at the system information. Dian Wei, Peak Mortal Realm, 40% unblocked, opened his mouth and asked, Dian Wei, can you take me on a prolonged imperial flight at this time? Not yet, need to fly for a while recovering a bit. Dian Wei thought for a moment and continued. If your cultivation breaks through to the Earth Realm, you will be able to take your highness on a flight to catch the road. Lin Yu nodded and passed around a young white horse general. You will wait in Dingbei City for General Zhao and the others to return. And then the 3 generals Zhao were ordered to quickly lead their troops to Fongjing. I'll leave first. When the young white horse general heard this, his expression was serious and he immediately arched his hand. Nah, Lin Yu continued. Also inform Lian Zhu that the northern barbarian royal court has been destroyed. Tell him to convey to Shuiran to build a city in the direction of the northern barbarian royal court and relocate the people. After saying that, thinking that there should be nothing else for the time being, he waved his hand for the young general to retreat, commanding to Dian Wei. Dian Wei, take me to Fongjing City with all my might. At his command, Dian Wei instantly took Lin Yu up into the sky and flew towards Fongjing City. Lin Yu's gaze is chilling. Wang Jin, old man, I'm back. Since you can't wait so much, I'll send you on your way. Great Zhou Dynasty, Fongjing City. The sky was slightly light. In front of the palace's court council hall, at the bottom of the steps, one after another, officials from Great Zhou arrived, receiving the news that Lin had left the country, and the group of ministers rushed from all over the place to attend the court meeting. Not far below the steps, Gulin Ru was surrounded by several great Zhou courtiers standing around, whispering. Gulin Ru's face was grave. The heart size, Wang Jin has no eyes for the court, gathered 400,000 troops to lead the army to conquer the barbarians, borrowed the route of Fengjing, and arrived at the city of Fengjing in a few days, without any scruples, and the wolf's ambition is known to the world. The big prince was forced to go north. Now a little news did not come back, although the second prince is excellent. Compared to the big prince is also a little worse. Now it is sent by the king into the death of the king's palace. The last great Zhou king, Lin Jinan, hadn't shown his face for more than a decade, and rumors had already filled the sky. The king has been stagnant in his martial arts cultivation since more than 10 years ago, and this time, even if he has already made a breakthrough, he is afraid that it will be difficult to support him alone. The entire Great Zhou is now shaken by wind and rain, but the people of Fengjing City did not panic, all stayed in the city, ready to fight for the Great Zhou to the final chapter. When the crowd at the bottom of the steps is 100%, the hall door of the main hall opened with a bang, and the guards summoned all the people to enter the hall to open the court. Gulin Ru collected his thoughts and with a firm gaze, he walked towards the temple. No matter what, till death do us part. The ministers walked into the temple in turn, and after standing still, they saw Lin already sitting on top of the dragon chair, his eyes sharp, his whole body's chi stirring, and the middle stage of the mortal realm's martial realm unreservedly releasing it. Gulin Ru sighed in his heart. His Majesty is indeed the great genius of the Great Zhou of a decade ago, who was silent for more than a decade and made a breakthrough in his single seclusion. Lin Wu looked at the crowd already standing, his gaze swept directly across the hall, and there was no figure of Wang Jin and his group of military generals, his face grim. As soon as he left the gate, he had already heard that Wang Jin had assembled an army of 400,000 men and set out from the south to conquer the barbarians in the north, and to borrow the way to Fengjing City is simply lawless. Seeing Lin sitting in the hall and not making any movements, Gulin Ru couldn't care less about the rules at the moment and immediately opened his mouth. Your Majesty, the great General Wang Jin, privately ordered that 400,000 troops be assembled to march north to conquer the barbarians, borrowing the route to Fengjing City. A wolf's heart is in the right place. Lin Arao nodded slightly, his expression heavy as he asked, how many troops can be mobilized in the king's city? 20,000. Gulin Ru replied immediately. Formation of the Northern Army has drawn 20,000 forbidden guards. Military power are held in the hands of Wang Jin. These 20,000 generals is already the limit. Lin ordered at once. Armor up and prepare for war. After a slight pause, a hint of softness flashed in her eyes as she thought of Lin Yu and Lin Hao. People will send Hao out of the city overnight, all the way north through the heavens weeping mountains, and he will not be allowed to come back until he reaches Earth Realm cultivation. If you come across Yor, take him along with you. Then waved his hand. Go down. Gulin Ru's crowd was ready to turn around and leave when they heard this, and since their hearts were determined, they would not take half a step back even if they were to strike a stone with an egg. Just as Lin Arao got up and prepared to leave, a guard ran in with an excited face, interrupting everyone's movements. Lin Arao frowned slightly and looked towards the guard who was breathing heavily. What is it? The guards did not dare to slow down and hurried to. General Han has returned in triumph with 20,000 troops from the north. At this moment he is on his way to the palace. Buzz. Upon hearing the guard's words, the entire courtroom fell silent for a second, and then the faces of the people were overjoyed. Lin Wu also showed joy when he heard this, and then thought of something, slightly nervous, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Have you seen the Grand Prince? The guard replied. My subordinate did not find the Grand Prince figure. Lin Wu was relieved to hear that, then sat back in the dragon chair and waited for Han Lin to enter the palace. Chapter 16, A Complete Turnaround. Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City. At this moment, the people of the entire Fengjing City came out of their houses and proudly looked at the generals of the Northern Expeditionary Army who came in from outside the city. Just now they heard a shortcut report from the summoning army. The Grand Prince led 30,000 conquering northern troops to fight the northern barbarian army to the death outside of Pingyang City and won a great victory. This news made the people of the entire Fengjing City extremely excited, adding a touch of sunshine to the dark clouds pressing down on Fengjing City. Although the sunlight was not dazzling, it brought them warmth and confidence. On the road leading to the royal palace within the city, Han Lin, his face anxious, hurried toward the royal palace, not caring about the gazes of the surrounding people. When he was almost at Fengjing City, he received the news that Wang Jin leading an army of 400,000 was pressing towards Fengjing City. He had to immediately go into the palace to report to Lin about this trip north. At the palace, not long after the guards reported the news, Lin and the others saw Han Lin wind up coming in. Han Lin entered the great hall, knelt on one knee, and arched his hand towards Lin. Your Majesty, I am fortunate that the Grand Prince led us all the way north after leaving the city, wiped out 100,000 northern barbarians outside of Pingyang City, and Hulian died tragically on the sands. When Lin Wu heard this, his face was ecstatic, and he immediately opened his mouth. Yes, Gulin Ru and the others were also heartened and were about to open their mouths to inquire about the details. Lin Arao snatched the question. Where's Lin Yu? His Highness ordered me to lead the army back to Fongjing first, saying that I would return in a few days. Lin Wu frowned, then seemed to think of something and turned his head to Gulin Ru and the others. You guys go back and arrange what I just said. Hanlin, follow me. Lin Arai walked towards the side hall after he finished speaking. At this time, inside the side hall, Lin Yi was already waiting for Lin Wu, and when he saw him bring Han Lin over he hurriedly saluted. Lin Arai glanced at the two of them. Tell us carefully about this trip north. Lin Yi and Han Lin looked at each other and narrated. Lin Wu revealed a pleased smile after hearing this. Lin Yu never let him down, especially when he heard that two peak grandmaster powerhouses followed by two invincible iron cavalry. It made him even more surprised and happy. Lin Aral pondered for a moment and looked at Han Lin. Han Lin, you are ordered to lead the 20,000-strong Janbei army and be ready to fight at any time. When Han Lin heard this, a hint of madness flashed in his gaze. Nah! When he heard the news that Wang Jin was leading an army that would be arriving, he was worried that Lin Wuong would make him leave, and had originally gone north with Lin Yu with the belief that he would die in battle for Great Zhou. How could Lin Arai not know what was on his mind? Then he waved his hand for the two to retreat, took out the phoenix-shaped jade pendant from his bosom and held it in his hand, raised his head to look out of the window, his gaze flashed with a hint of tenderness, and then gradually hardened. Lin Hao's room. A young guard was trying his best to persuade Lin Hao. Lin Hao blasted him out of the room with a determined look on his face before looking up in the direction of the northern barbarians. The young guards had no choice but to leave. Day 2, noon. The south gate of Fongjing City. Wolf smoke rolled out, and Wang Jin finally arrived with an army of 400,000 men. He looked toward the closed city gates, a cold smile on his lips. A few days ago, in Fongjing, he has been distracted. Lin Yu has not been heard from since he went north. He made an instant decision, south to raise troops north. Sure enough, the day before yesterday, he received news that Hulian had died tragically. The 100,000 northern barbarian army was completely destroyed, and Lin Yu was nowhere to be found. He couldn't sit still any longer. If he let the Lin family develop any further, he would definitely raise a tiger, but he was still quite afraid of Lin Jinan. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said, if Lin Jinan appears, you guys make your move and kill him. Two men in black robes appeared beside him with indifferent gazes. One of them opened his mouth and a hoarse sound came out. Don't worry, just remember your promise to our majesty. Wang Jin's gaze was gloomy and he let out a hum, then he looked towards the Fongjing city tower not knowing what he was thinking. The two black-robed men looked at his perfunctory response, their eyes showed disdain, and then they mixed into the legion and hid themselves. Fongjing City, Lin Wu and the others have already received the news and are heading to the city building. Throughout the city, all the people spontaneously took up their weapons at home, their eyes resolute. Lin Wu saw that, his lips trembled slightly, and then he led the crowd to walk up to the city tower, his eyes flashed a trace of murderous aura, his aura outward, and looked towards Wang Jin outside the city. Wang Jin, I heard when I left the pass that you led your army northward privately, and now the army stays in Fongjing. What is your intention? When Wang Jin saw the Lin Arao crowd that had appeared at the citadel, his demeanor was calm, and he replied with a slight arch. Congratulations to the king on his great advancement in cultivation, breaking through to the middle stage of the mortal realm. I have led the army from south to north, conquering the barbarians, and have traveled all the way through the mountains, so I ask the king to open the gates of the city and allow me and the generals to go in and rest for a few moments. When Lin Wu heard this, he stared at him dead on, his face completely gloomy. Gulin Ru, who was on the side, was even more stormy and spoke directly. Outrageous, the great prince has just won a great victory in the north and you want to conquer the barbarians. What did you do earlier? And borrowing the way to Fongjing, leading a large army to come and ask the king to open the city gates wide. The hypocrisy of the practice is simply no face. Han Lin, who was also on the side, was even more furious. Bah! Old piker Wang, if you want to fight, then fight. Grinding like a pussy. Wanting to be under the great weak, and wanting to be in the right name. It's really a bitch and a bitch. If Lian Di was here, he would have given him a high five. It was almost as if he had met his soulmate. After Gulin Ru and Han Lin finished speaking, the crowd on the city tower spewed up angrily at Wang Jin one after another, and the picture was so beautiful that it was even better than a damsel cursing. Wang Jin laughed angrily and swept a disdainful glance at them, looking towards Lin. Is this the way your majesty treats his subjects? Lin Wu was also shocked by Wang Jin's thick skin at this time, and was too lazy to make any more nonsense. Wang Jin saw that Lin Wuong no longer spoke, so he also completely tore off his mask and drew the war sword in his waist, pointing it at Fongjing City. Great Zhou King Lin Wasteland, during his reign, only had his hand in the sky, and his virtue was not worthy of his position. Today I, Wang Jin, am leading an army crusade to save the people from the fire. Beat the drum! Attack! The 400,000 strong army behind them acted instantly. Lin Wu was completely exasperated and laughed. Although his reign, martial arts cultivation stagnation, Great Zhou than the neighboring dynasties, the difference in national strength, but he is also conscientious, the people are well fed. Seeing the 400,000 strong army that even changed its flag to the word king, his heart was even more furious. Immediately, he raised the imperial sword in his hand and roared, "Kill the rebels!" Wang Jin didn't stop after giving the order and directly rushed up to the sky to kill Lin Wuong. When Lin Wu saw Wang Jin, who was shooting towards him, his eyes were also filled with blood and he raised his long sword to charge at him. Rumble! The two men clashed blows. Only Wang Jin's body swayed slightly while Lin Arao took several steps backward. Looking at the retreating Lin wasteland, Wang Jin revealed a sardonic smile. It's true that he was a supreme genius more than 10 years ago, he made a breakthrough once he was in seclusion, and after that, he even dared to clash with me at the late stage of the mortal realm. Saying that, he raised his sword and continued to chop at Lin Wujia. The two men were suddenly engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Below, seeing the two Wang Jin who were already battling together, the rebel team also burst out 7 Grand Master Realm Generals, followed by dozens of Master Realm powerhouses to kill towards the city tower. On the city tower, looking at the strong men attacking the rebel ranks, Gulin Gu also released his breath. The aged Prime Minister of Great Zhou was clearly a late-stage Grand Master powerhouse. He leaped down from the city tower and led Lin Yi and the two Great Zhou Grand Master powerhouses, and behind him, Han Lin led the crowd of dark guards and also killed towards the rebel powerhouses. A moment into the engagement, an early Great Zhou official at the beginning of the Great Master stage was surrounded and killed by the rebel powerhouses, and there was still a difference in the number of Great Master powerhouses. Just as the remaining 3 wanted to continue their siege and go, a young man leapt down from the city tower. His face was extremely similar to Lin Yu's. It was the second prince of Great Zhou, Lin Hao. He held his heavy sword in both hands and struck a sweeping blow towards the 3, and the 3 rebel generals were instantly forced to a halt as Lin Hao's gaze was cold as he bullied his way forward to tangle with the 3. His cultivation had actually reached the middle stage of Grand Master, and his battle power was so strong that he actually did not lose in the face of 3 rebels of the same realm surrounding him. When Gulin Ru and the others saw Lin Hao, who was being surrounded, their eyes reddened slightly and the power in their hands became even more violent. Lin, who was in the middle of a fierce battle in the sky, also sensed Lin Hao, who had jumped out of the city building, and his lips trembled slightly. Disobedient children. Then the killing intent in his eyes increased and he fought with Wang Jin. The 400,000 rebels at this moment, on the other hand, bypassed the battlefield of the strongest, and killed towards the Fongjing city tower. On the city tower, 40,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou fought to the death, forming a huge wall. Although the difference in numbers was huge, they were on the defense side, and they also temporarily blocked the rebels under the city tower. The entire south of Fongjing city was instantly in chaos. Chapter 17, Arrival. Fongjing city, south of the city. Dusk. The fight remains the same. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky. A wretched figure flew out backwards, and it was none other than Lin. At this moment, there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, his right hand gripping the sword trembling slightly as he barely stood in the sky. Opposite him, Wang Jin was holding a battle sword in his hand with a fierce smile on his face, and his condition looked much better than Lin Arao's. Lin Wasteland, still want to die? Lin Wu did not reply and quickly sensed the battlefield for a circle, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the walls of Fongjing are filled with blood, and on the citadel, the generals of Great Zhou are still standing firm, and when a general in front of them falls, a general immediately follows behind them, using their bodies to block the rebels' charge. But the rebels are too many. 40,000 generals have already fallen 30,000. Looking up, you can vaguely see the people of Fongjing city lining up behind them to go up to the citadel with weapons in hand, no fear on their faces. In the Great Patriarch battlefield, Gulin Ru and Lin Yi were being frantically surrounded by 4 rebel generals, the 2 of them leaning against each other with their backs against each other, gasping for air, already unable to support themselves. Lin Hao was furious, holding a heavy sword, the corpses of 3 Grand Master rebel generals laying at his feet, and the surrounding several patriarchal realm rebels and a vast number of rebel soldiers were all looking at him with fearful faces, not daring to step forward. On the Patriarch battlefield, Han Lin propped his hands on his battle sword that was thrust into the ground and glared towards the rebel position, already lifeless, with several corpses of dark guards and Great Zhou officials lying around him. Wang Jin also sensed the situation on the battlefield at this time, and saw Lin Hao there frowning slightly, but didn't care, a slightly larger mole cricket only. This kind of situation Lin Jinan has not even appeared, so it is true that something has gone wrong, and the hideous color on his face has increased, and he is laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, Lin, I'll send you on your way. With that, he raised his sword and attacked towards Lin Arao. Lin Hao was anxious at the moment. Old man E, haven't you always said how powerful you are? Save my father. Alas, little Hao Zi, I have long advised you to listen to your father and leave the Great Zhou. With me teaching you, you will be able to take revenge when you return in a few years. There are also 2 peak mortal realm martial artists hidden in this rebel group. In my current condition, I can only make a strike from a peak mortal realm martial artist and subsequently take you far away. and I, too, will fall into a deep sleep, and your father will have to see what he makes of himself. Lin Hao's lips were tightly bitten, his unwilling and hateful eyes staring at Wang Jin. Old piker, I'll come and kill you sooner or later. Elder E, make your move. Okay, so. Seemingly sensing something, there was suddenly no sound. Lin Hao shouted frantically and remained completely still. Just when Lin Hao was on the verge of despair, Thief General, bold. A roar came from the sky. At the same time, a strong air-breaking sound rang out. The two black-robed men hidden in the rebel legion snapped their heads up and charged into the sky. Only a halberd was seen shooting rapidly towards Wang Jin, just like a white light cutting through. The power was so strong that the space it cut through rippled. Wang Jin hastily withdrew his sword to resist, and the halberd fired back. Boom! There was a loud bang. Wang Jin was struck by the halberd and flew backwards to the ground, coughing blood crazily from his mouth. And then he raised his head with a horrified face to look at the two people who had appeared beside Lin and said incredulously, Lin Yu? It was precisely Lin Yu and Dian Wei who had hurried back from Dingbei City. At this time, the battlefield crowd has also found two people. Killing instantly stopped. Lin Hao's face was excited, and he suddenly had a backbone, shouting towards Lin Yu. Big brother. Lin Yu nodded at him, then looked around the battlefield and saw the already dead Han Lin, his fists clenched as he blamed himself. Or was it too late? The situation was more dire than he had imagined. And then he looked to the side of Lin Arao who was barely able to stand. Lin Wu was also looking right at him, and Dian Wei, father and son, exchanged a glance. Both had a tacit understanding to turn their heads and eyed the two black-robed men who had suddenly appeared. This was not the time for a detailed discussion. Lin Arai stared at the two with a hard look on his face and said with a single word, Laishan Dynasty, Great General of Jinshi, Xiaomu, Great General of Jinbei, Zhao Lin. The two black-robed men saw that Lin Wuong had recognized his identity, so they didn't hide and uncovered their black robes. He revealed a small smile to Lin Wuong, and then looked at the strong man holding a halberd beside Lin Yu with a grave expression. After Lin Wu finished speaking, his eyes looked towards Wang Jin, who had been repelled by Dian Wei's blow and then re-established himself in the air, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Jin, colluding with outsiders and plotting against the dynasty. It will be spurned by the people of Great Zhou. Wang Jin smiled disdainfully when he heard Lin Wuong's words. Lin Wasteland, the king of Lai Mountain, is ambitious and intends to be in the world, and has promised me the Marquis of Lai Mountain dynasty, so I advise you to give up your struggle and give up Great Zhou with both hands. Lin Yu was also surprised when he heard Lin Wuong tell the identities of the two black-robed men on the opposite side of the room, and his expression was grave. Lin Yu knew about the Laishan dynasty. This dynasty suddenly appeared a few years ago, and then the contemporary Laishan king Tuoba Ling Tian led the Laishan dynasty all the way to open up the territory, with the intention of sweeping the entire southern part of the Li Zhou, annexed several dynasties and forces, and died in its hands of countless major forces and powerhouses. It turns out that the Purple Moon dynasty, which borders the western side of the Great Zhou, was destroyed by the Laishan dynasty some time ago. The strongest of the Laishan dynasty are like clouds. Every time they strike, it is a thunderous force. The neighboring forces are defenseless. Xiaomu and Zhao Lin are the two strongest of the Laishan dynasty who are notorious. I heard that right now. Tuoba Ling Tian was leading the strong men of the Laishan dynasty to attack the Red Barbarian royal court, while the two of them, Xiaomu and Zhao Lin, actually appeared in Great Zhou at this time to collude with Wang Jin. It turned out that Wang Jin's card and backer was Tuoba Ling Tian, and the tentacles of the Laishan dynasty had finally reached out to the Great Zhou. But he was not afraid. As long as there was enough time, with his own efforts and the help of the system, the district of Laishan dynasty will be crushed by him. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he didn't pay any attention to the angry Lin Arao, and his eyes looked towards Lin Yu and Dian Wei. Sure enough, it's the first genius of Great Zhou. I don't know what kind of miraculous encounter you have. That waste of a man Hulian not only didn't kill you, but instead allowed you to recruit such a strong person, and yourself even reach the peak of Grandmaster. But the end is predetermined. Lin Yu burst into a cold laugh when he heard that. Old dog, if you have the guts to try, let's see how many halberds you can catch from my generals. Wang Jin's face was ugly when he heard this, and he looked at Dian Wei with a scornful face, as the strike just now almost caused him to be seriously injured. At this moment, Xiaomu of the Laishan dynasty opened his mouth and looked towards Dian Wei. This general, may I ask what is his name? This Great Zhou will soon be overthrown, and the king of my dynasty is a great lord of the world, so why don't you join my dynasty and conquer the world? Bah! If that what's-his-name Lai Mountain King dares to come, I will smash him with my halberd. Lin Yu revealed a cold smile when he heard that Xiaomu actually tried to recruit Dian Wei in front of him. They have absolutely no idea of the gold content of 100% loyalty. When Xiaomu and Zhao Lin heard Dian Wei's reply, they instantly became furious and raised the weapons in their hands to kill Dian Wei. Don't know what's good for you. When Dian Wei saw the two who were sprinting, he grinned, and a soft force sent Lin Yu to the side of Lin Hao, lifting his halberd and charging towards the two. Your Highness, take care of yourself, I'll go and slaughter these two first. Wang Jin and Lin were also entangled together once again. Both of them weren't really in good shape right now, and for a while the fight was neck and neck. Chapter 18 Wang Jin, Death. Lin Yu, who had returned to the ground battlefield, retracted his gaze after glancing at the sky battlefield where the fierce sparring was taking place. He had confidence in Dian Wei and Lin Arao. It was just that the ground battlefield was not optimistic. An ancient prime minister and Lin Yi were already at the end of their strength. The great Zhou defenders on the citadel were also on the verge of being killed or wounded. Immediately, he looked towards Lin Hao, who was looking at him with a look of adoration, and his gaze gave a slight lurch as a hint of doubt flashed through his eyes. It turned out that while Lin Yu was looking at Lin Hao, a prompt actually came from the system. Thinking of the critical situation on the battlefield, Lin Yu did not look deeper for the time being and swept a glance at the several rebel Zhongsher powerhouses that were surrounding them, and immediately opened his mouth. Hiroko, any more questions? When Lin Hao heard this, he knew Lin Yu's intentions and his gaze was firm. No problem, leave this side to me, big brother, go and support the ancient prime minister. Lin Yu nodded when he heard the reply, killing intent splashing out as he lifted his lance and struck a sweeping blow, sending dozens of rebel soldiers flying as he sped towards Gulin Ru. Lin Hao looked at Lin Yu, who had left in support, and took a deep breath, raising the heavy sword in his hand to slash furiously towards the rebels. Come and fight. The fight then continued. Gulin Ru and Lin Yi finally let out a slight sigh of relief after Lin Yu arrived, looking at Lin Yu, who was pressing down on the four rebel late Grandmaster generals in a fierce battle, with shocked gazes. Then felt a trace of sadness. The great Zhou royal family Lin family adore three heavenly pride. Nai ran into Wang Jin, this chaotic son. Lin Yu, who was pressing down on the four people and bombarding them furiously, had a cold gaze as he swung the lance in his hand, creating bursts of residual shadows. In his heart, however, he was anxious. He had to quickly solve the four people, and then apply aid to the city tower. The longer the time dragged, the more dangerous Fongjing City would become. By then, even if Dian Wei and his father killed the strong enemy, the people of Fongjing City were afraid that they would have been slaughtered by the rebels. At the same time, looking into the distance from time to time, Zilong, why haven't you guys arrived yet? Just as Lin Yu beheaded three rebel generals, the Fongjing citadel was in jeopardy. Behind the rebel position, the crowd stirred, the ground suddenly shook wildly, continuous air-breaking sounds came from the sky, and the aura of heaven and earth rioted. Lin Yu snapped his head up, his face showing ecstasy. Finally, Xiaomu and Zhao Lin, who were fighting with Dian Wei in the sky, turned their heads together to look, their faces horrified. Dian Wei grinned at the corners of his mouth. Only three streams of light were seen shooting sharply from a distance, and then three young generals clad in armor were revealed in the air, speaking in unison. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Zhao Yun. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Hua Daizi. Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Xian Shiji. By order of the Grand Prince, to repel the rebels and traitors. As the three men's words fell, three cavalry units appeared behind the rebel camp in an encircling position, the Great Zhou flag fluttering, and 90,000 Zhongsher realm martial artists riding warhorses, their aura astounding. Lin Yu's face perked up as he raised the long spear in his hand. Order, Zhao Yun, Wei, and Dian Wei, to kill the incoming enemies of the Lishan dynasty. Order, Xian Shiji, to execute the rebel Wang Jin. Order, 90,000 Great Zhou Iron Horsemen, sweep away 400,000 rebels. Kill. Nah. The sound was so horrifying that the dark clouds in the sky were shaken through a gaping hole. Xiaomu and Zhao Lin looked at Zhao Yun and Wei, who were shooting towards them sharply, Dian Wei, who was grinning maniacally on the side, and the 90,000 Iron Horsemen who were charging towards the rebel camp from below, and were instantly horrified, tearing their eyes out and roaring. Peak mortal realm. These three young generals are all peak mortal realm. Those 90,000 Iron Horsemen are all in the Zhongsher realm. Wang Jin, you are simply a fool. Is this the worthless Great Zhou you speak of? Wang Jin had long been shocked out of his wits at this moment, and his face was bloodless as he looked at Xian Shiji, who was rushing towards him with a murderous look on his face. No way! The situation was instantly reversed. At this time, the Great Zhou crowd in the direction of Fongjing City finally reacted, their eyes shocked as they looked at Lin Yu, who was holding up a spear in his hand, his face in a trance. Seeing the sharp turn in the situation, Lin Mo also looked excited and raised his sword. Great Zhou generals, kill! After Lin Yu gave the order, he pierced through the rebel army's last great master general with a single shot. Lin Hao, Gulin Ru, and the others also converged towards him. On the citadel, the few remaining Great Zhou generals directly leapt down, and they instantly formed a team of more than 1,000 people to kill towards the rebel camp. At the back of the rebel army, three iron cavalry smashed through the army with a thunderous momentum, and after a single charge, they quickly converged with Lin Yu and the others, and at a glance, three bloody paths appeared. Sensing the vast number of Zhongsher realm cavalrymen just now, the rebel ranks were instantly disorganized, dropping the weapons in their hands one after another. No! Your Majesty! Your Highness! Have mercy! Mercy! Upon hearing the rebel team surrender, Lin Yu didn't linger, his face solemn. Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, charge. It's not worth dying for. When Lin Arao saw it, a trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes, and after glancing at Lin Yu's back, which was more determined than when he was a child, his gaze then became firm. Just as the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry charged away for the second time, Xiaomu and Zhao Lin flew backwards through the air before smashing heavily onto the ground. The two of them, just now together joined forces, were all being suppressed by Dianwei. At this time Zhao Yun and Hua Jiaodong rushed to the scene, but also a few rounds will be the three were seriously injured. At this moment, the two of them were in a sorry state, blood flowing from their bodies, their eyes looking miserably towards the three Lin family fathers and sons who were already standing together, and Xiaomu was the first to open his mouth. Lin, if you dare to kill us, our dynasty's majesty will definitely lead an army to step on Great Zhou. Lin Wu did not reply, instead, he looked at Lin Yu. Seeing his oldest son, who was a stranger even to him after his trip north, was both comforting and complicated. When Lin Yu saw Lin Arao's eye gesture, his gaze turned to the Qiumu duo, his face cold, and he said to Dianwei, "Kill." Dianwei lifted the halberd in his hand and walked towards the two men who were in immense fear, grinning. Put! Two heads instantly fell to the ground. Just as the two men of the Lishan dynasty were killed, Xan Shiji walked up to Lin Yu's trio with the dark-eyed and dying Wang Jin in his hand. It then slammed into the ground, only to see Wang Jin kneeling on both knees, glancing at Qiumu and Zhao Lin's heads, and then looking up at the standing Lin Yu trio, a miserable smile and unwillingness appearing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Wasteland, it's not you I've defeated, it's you who gave birth to a good son. You guys wait for the Gale Mountain dynasty to retaliate like a gathering wind and rain. Lin Wu looked at Wang Jin, who had a ferocious gaze, lifted the battle sword in his hand and wiped it towards Wang Jin's neck. Wang Jin instantly fell to the ground and lost his life. At this moment, the soldiers of Great Zhou looked at the backs of the three of them, and frenzied colors appeared on their faces. Lin Yu protruded a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes looking towards Wang Jin's corpse, slightly lost in thought for a split second. After the pilgrimage, the system activates and scrambles all the way. Wang Jin was finally awarded his head. And then looking around the battlefield to the rebel legions that had been slaughtered, the fervor in the eyes of the Great Zhou crowd, he exchanged glances with Lin Arai. Back to the city. Then he and Lin Arai led the crowd towards the royal palace, knowing that Lin Arai had a lot to say to him. At this time in Fengjing City, the dark clouds dispersed and the sun shrouded the city. The people of the city looked at the three members of the royal family, the Lin family, their king, the first prince, and the second prince. It was as if he saw the Great Zhou dynasty rising like a blazing sun. No sound is better than sound at this time. Chapter 19, Father and Son. After arranging the aftermath of the battle on the way back and informing the court meeting tomorrow, Lin Huai ordered everyone to go down to recuperate and heal their wounds. After experiencing such a great battle, everyone was also very tired, and after going down to deal with many things in an organized manner, they went back to their respective mansions to recuperate. At this time, the Great Zhou Royal Palace, the ancestral shrine. Lin Arao's face recovered a few threads of redness, and with his hands behind his back, he looked at the ancestral tablets and the ancestral shrine and froze. Behind them, the two brothers, Lin Yu and Lin Hao, stood not far away, looking at Lin's out-of-phase back and did not make a sound. Great Zhou Lin family, the earliest first is the eastern region of the state of the native family. At that time the Lin family ancestors to see the people's plight, so they gathered all kinds of heroes, the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. Continuing to this day, Lin Wuang was already the 27th generation of the Great Zhou king. The brothers had heard that when Lin was young, his martial arts talent was superb, and at less than 30 years old, he was already a peak Grand Master realm martial artist, and was the pride of the entire Great Zhou. And then, I don't know because of what things, nearly 20 years of cultivation, almost no progress. Some time ago Lin Yu was forced to go north, only from the early stage of the mortal realm breakthrough to the middle stage of the mortal realm. In the brothers' memories from childhood, Lin Wu was always strict with them, although not good at talking, but caring in every way. Their two brothers were also obedient and understanding from childhood. After a long time, Lin Wuang withdrew his gaze and turned around, looking at Lin Yu and Lin Hao's faces, a trace of trance flashing in his eyes. Lin Yu saw the look in Lin Wuang's eyes and said in his heart, "Here we go, mother in this life, who and where are you really?" Lin Hao looked at the complex-faced Lin Arao and the calm and collected Lin Yu, puzzled in his heart, and stood honestly. Lin Arao took out from his bosom the phoenix-shaped jade pendant that he held in his hand from time to time alone, first glancing at Lin Yu with a complex and gratifying gaze before saying to him, although I don't know where you recruited so many strong people to follow you, and even more so, you were able to cultivate such a terrifying cavalry unit. It's your secret, and I'm proud of you, so you don't have to go into detail to me. Just remember, you are the great prince of Great Zhou, my son, protect yourself. Lin Hao was also looking at Lin Yu with complete trust. Lin Yu was touched in his heart after hearing Lin's words and seeing Lin Hao's eyes. Nodding heavily towards Lin Arao and Lin Hao, he also struggled with how to explain to the sudden appearance of the characters and legions. The system is too much of a shocker after all, and it's his ultimate secret. After Lin Wulong watched Lin Yu nod his head, he rubbed the jade pendant in his hand before placing it in the palm of his hand, a trace of memories flashing in his eyes as he continued to say to the two brothers, "Yu and Howard, I'm sure you've been wondering for a long time who your mother really is and where she is. Now that you are older and better than I was when I was younger, it is time to tell you. 20 years ago, I traveled around, in the northern barbaric royal court to the north, in the Tian Weeping Mountain range to recognize your mother. She is a stunning woman, also in the Tian Weeping Mountain range experience. The two of us fell in love at first sight, and after." Lin Yu and Lin Hao listened to Lin Erai's memories with complicated hearts, hearing that their mother left after giving birth to Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Father, why did mother leave?" Lin Erai glanced at the two men, a hateful light erupting from his eyes, and said, 2 months after Howard was born, your mother's clan stepped out of the void and seriously injured your grandfather Lin Jinan with a single move before shattering my martial arts foundation and forcibly taking your mother away. When you leave only, the Middle Kingdom, the Phoenix clan. And it was at that time that I finally learned your mother's real name, Feng Qingli. Your grandfather passed away shortly after he was seriously injured. And this jade pendant is what your mother left behind at that time. After Lin Erai finished speaking, he fell silent and quietly looked at the two. Lin Yu's gaze was cold, and he clenched his fists. Surely this is the kind of plot. Central Region, Phoenix Clan. I made a mental note of it and then looked up with a determined face. Father, it won't take long. My brother and I will definitely bring mother back to Great Zhou and avenge grandpa's death. Lin Hao also returned to his senses and nodded heavily. Lin Erao looked at the two of them with relief, and then a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. We need to think long and hard about this matter. Then, after a slight pause, he spoke to the two men again. How much do you guys know about the Dome Continent, the Eastern Region, the Leaving State, and the Lai Mountain Dynasty? Both of them shook their heads. Their understanding of the entire Laizhou and the Lai Shan Dynasty was relatively simple. Only Lin Yu liked to travel, but the scope of his understanding was also limited. Lin Wu looked at the two and slowly said, the entire Dome Continent is divided into the East Domain, West Domain, North Domain, South Domain, and the Central Domain, of which, the Central Domain is the most powerful and has the most vast area, bigger than the other 4 domains combined. I don't know how big it is exactly. The Eastern Domain is divided into 36 states, and the closer the states are to the center, the denser the weather aura is, and the most powerful the land area and overall strength. As for us, Great Zhou, we are located in the Eastern Region's Leaving State, which is in the southernmost part of the Eastern Region, and our overall strength is in the middle to lower part of the 36 states. And to the south of the Laizhou, from west to east, there is a huge mountain range, the Sky Weeping Mountain Range, which cuts up about a quarter of the Laizhou. North of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, the other 3/4 of the Laizhou province is the center of the Laizhou province. To the south of the Heavens Weeping Mountain Range, we, Great Zhou, are encompassed, and to get to the center of the Li State, we have to go all the way north and cross the Heavens Weeping Mountain Range. There are numerous dangerous places and ferocious beasts in the Heavens Weeping Mountain Range, and our land has been isolated from the center of the Laizhou by the Heavens Weeping Mountain Range for many years, with a scarcity of spiritual qi, and it is called a barbaric land by the center of the Laizhou. Most martial artists who have broken through to the mortal realm and have a little bit of strength will try to cross the Heavens Weeping Mountain Range and head to a wider place. It was back then that I was preparing to train in the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range to break through the mortal realm, thus befriending your mother. Saying this, he paused slightly, glanced at the shock too, and continued. The center of the Laizhou state is flourishing with martial arts, and the strongest people are like clouds. Mortal realm martial artists can be seen everywhere, and the number of Earth realm is also extremely high, and I heard that only Heaven realm martial artists can be considered as a party's strongest people. And the Lai Mountain Dynasty's Tuoba Ling Tian is from the center of the Li State, a peak Earth realm powerhouse with many strong men under him. Speaking here, Lin Wuong seemed to be thinking of something and asked Lin Yu, you were, on this trip north, after the battle at Pingyang City, you disappeared for a few days. Where did you go? Father, after the battle at Pingyang City, my son will lead the army straight into the Northern Barbarians' Royal Court. Now, the Northern Barbarian Royal Court has been destroyed by my son. Lin Huai revealed a resolute expression. Seeing the several generals and cavalry units under Lin Yu, he had a guess, and then continued. The Northern Barbarian Royal Court is at the edge of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, and the Red Barbarian Royal Court, which is now being attacked by Tuoba Ling Tian's army, is also at the edge of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range. Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin are dead, so I'm sure they'll get the news soon. Lin Arao said this and rubbed his brow, looking towards the two brothers who were still being shocked by his huge amount of information. Well, go down and rest, and come together for the court meeting tomorrow. The two men led the way out. Lin looked at the backs of the two men as they departed, his gaze flickering. Lai Shan Dynasty, Tuoba Ling Tian. Yuer and Howard have grown up, and Yuer is even more capable of being on his own, if he can get through this crisis. Lear, I will go to you, even if I have to die without a burial place. Chapter 20, The Dynastic Meeting. After Lin Yu and Lin Hao both walked out of the ancestral shrine, their faces were both very shocked. What Lin Wasteland said just now, the amount of information is too huge. There is the information of Mother's mother, and even more fully understand the entire Dome continent, and suddenly feel themselves and the big weak is small. Lin Yu was also greatly shaken inwardly at this moment. It turns out that there is such a wide world. No wonder the system prompted him from time to time that he was too weak, and the few he summoned were in a sealed state, and with that comes endless motivation. With his own efforts and the aid of the system, he believed that one day he would stand at the pinnacle and enjoy the scenery of this blooming world. Lin Yu and the two of them walked side by side for a while, and he suddenly thought of the alert sound that had come from the system during the day when he had been sent to Lin Hao's side by Dianwei. Host, an extremely powerful soul exists in this person's sea of consciousness. The situation on the battlefield was so urgent that he put it aside for a while, and now it was just as well that the two of them were alone together. He sensed carefully at Lin Hao, his gaze tinged with hesitation. Middle Archon. Thinking of my past life understanding, this brother of mine, could he be the son of Qi, possessed by an old grandpa? Immediately, he opened his mouth. Lin Hao, I came back from a trip north, and your martial realm has skyrocketed. There's no discomfort, is there? Lin Hao also finished digesting the huge amount of information at this time, and when he heard Lin Yu's question, he immediately turned his head to look at Lin Yu with a face full of admiration and said excitedly, "It's fine, big brother, since you were forced to go north. I've been cultivating hard just because I'm worried about that Wang Jin tearing my face off. On the contrary, it's you, big brother, who's really great, going north to wipe out the northern barbarian royal court, and even rushing back in time to behead that chaotic son of Wang Jin and save Great Zhou." Lin Yu felt the same Lin Hao as when he was a child and revealed a smile, reaching out his hand ready to rub his head like he did when he was a child. Thinking of something, he placed his hand down on his shoulder and patted it. In the future, we will have to take Great Zhou out of this barbaric land, towards the Lijiu, and conquer the world, while later picking up our mother and reuniting the family. Lin Hao clenched his fists and nodded heavily at him, his gaze resolute. And then the two brothers looked at each other and both laughed, and then they each headed for their chambers. Since Lin Hao didn't mention the old grandpa's matter, he didn't open his mouth to look deeper into it. Why wouldn't he have secrets of his own? He only needed everything to be fine with the people around him. Returning to his bedchamber, Lin Yu looks at the excited Qiner crowd and instructs them to wash up and go to sleep. This time, he went north and fought his way through several great battles, which was even more exciting than the 10 years since he crossed over. Now that Wang Jin has been gotten rid of, the entire Great Zhou is waiting to be revitalized. The strong enemy that would follow would come, Tuoba Ling Tian and his Lai Shan dynasty. Mother, far away in the Middle Kingdom. The road ahead is bound to be colorful. Lin Hao's bedchamber. He also returned to his room to prepare for rest. Today's great battle and the information passed on by Lin needed to be digested. Little Haozi, that royal brother of yours is not simple. When he heard the sudden voice, he froze for a moment, and then said angrily, "Old man, why was there no sign of you during the day when I called for you? I was about to make a move when I sensed your royal brother arriving with strong men. Your royal brother and the several young men under him are not ordinary, although their martial cultivation is still weak. They are all at the level of absolute demons, and the legions under their command are even more fierce. The old man has lived for so many years and traveled through dozens of realms, and has seen numerous proud sons of heaven, and those like a few of them are also pitifully few. I even feel that your royal brother has already discovered my existence." At this moment, Lin Hao couldn't see Yi Lao's expression, or else he would have realized that he was being filled with shock, and he could clearly see during the day, the flash of doubt in Lin Yu's gaze as he looked at Lin Hao. When Lin Hao heard this, his expression froze slightly and he muttered, "You old man, you're not reliable at all." Afterwards, he also didn't care about Yi Lao, who seemed to have been irritated, lying on the bed, recalling Lin Yu's action just now when he was ready to rub his head. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Fongjing City, the royal palace. Lin Wu sat in the dragon chair. Down below, the two Lin Yu brothers and Gulin Ru and the others stood. Behind Lin Yu, Zhao Yun, Hua Zhaodong, Xie and Qiji, and Dianwei followed. Lin Aro swept a glance at the crowd and opened his mouth. Gulin Ru, now that Wang Jin and other rebels have been authorized, the south and west of the dynasty, seize the purge, and if you find any remaining rebels, directly suppress them, and pacify the local people. If the local officials are understaffed, scout for talent from within each city and promote them directly to office. Gulin Ru was slightly embarrassed when she heard that. Your Majesty, after yesterday's battle, there are almost no legions left in Great Zhou that can be taken out to suppress the place now. Lin Wulin's face was grim as he listened. Wang Jin had basically enlisted the entire generals and legions of the Great Zhou, and in yesterday's battle, they were all killed by Lin Yu. And if the various cities of the Great Zhou are not immediately purged and suppressed, there will surely be great chaos. Lin Yu saw the grim-faced Lin Wuong and immediately spoke. Father, the northern barbarian royal court has been overthrown by the troops led by my son, and I have ordered the people of the northern border to migrate and live in the north, so there is no need to worry about the northern border. My son suggests that Xin should lead the 30,000 Flying Tiger army to suppress the remnants all the way to the west, while guarding the borders against the Lai Shan dynasty. Hua Ziwei and Zhao Yun, each leading 30,000 cavalrymen, will head in two directions, south and east of Great Zhou, to suppress the remnants of the rebellion, and then lead the troops to expand outward. Lin Yu had his own thoughts. The Lai Shan dynasty doesn't know when it will come, and Xin leads the Flying Tiger army to go to the town first, clearing out the remaining rebels on the way, just to solve the problem of the current lack of legions in the Great Zhou. The two men, Zhao Yun and Hua Jiaoi, then led their troops to incorporate several dynasties in the eastern and southern directions of the Great Zhou into the Great Zhou territory. One could harvest large waves of kill value from it and increase their strength to deal with the Lai Mountain dynasty. Now that the entire savage land, with the exception of the Lai Shan dynasty, the rest of the dynasties posed no threat, Zhao Yun and Hua Jiaoi must have pushed all the way across the border. When Lin Wulong heard this, he reacted instantly, his eyes looking at the few people behind Lin Yu, and immediately opened his mouth. Granted. Gulin Ru and the others were all excited. They had seen the power of Lin Yu's men in legions, and with them suppressing them all the way over, it was bound to be a breeze. Hearing that Lin Yu was still preparing to open up his territory, he was even more energized. Lin Arao glanced at Lin Yu and Lin Hao and continued. Immediately, Grand Imperial Prince Lin Yu, supervisor. A trace of dismay flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Nah! Lin Hao had an excited look on his face and quietly tugged on Lin Yu's coat corner, scowling at him. Lin Mo looked at the two people who were extremely affectionate brothers, and a small smile appeared on his face. All of the ministers had a look of emotion on their faces. A new era was about to be ushered in for the Great Zhou. They were naturally extremely satisfied with Lin Yu, having been intelligent and generous since childhood, and now even more so with the number of capable people under his command. Hearing that the northern barbarian royal court had been destroyed just now had already shocked them. Plus if he hadn't led the army back in time, the Great Zhou would have already been seized by Wang Jin. Chapter 21 System Updates. Imperial Palace, Lin Wasteland Retreat. Lin Yu was looking with anticipation at Lin Wuong, who was cultivating with his eyes closed in front of him. Suddenly, a huge force emanated from Lin Arao's body, the aura rioted, and then Lin Arao's eyes were seen opening excitedly. My martial arts foundation has been restored. The cultivation level has also broken through to the peak of the mortal realm. Lin Yu was instantly delighted. Congratulations, father. After the pilgrimage, he thought of yesterday's Lin Arao's comment about the matter of the martial arts foundation being shattered, and immediately remembered the 5 hidden returning pills that he had gotten from the last prop summoning. After immediately asking the system and learning that it could repair Lin Arao's martial arts foundation, he immediately gave it to him. A dozen years ago, Lin Rao's martial arts foundation was shattered, and the once great Zhou heavenly pride fell silent. Now, with the martial roots restored and even advanced a step further, his cultivation instantly skyrocketed by a small realm, and a breakthrough to the earth realm was all but within reach. Lin Arao had a look of emotion on his face, and in a rare moment, he joked to Lin Yu, "You're not too young, and after supervising the kingdom, though affairs are plentiful, don't forget to find me a daughter-in-law." Lin Yu smiled awkwardly when he heard that. "Father, I'm in no hurry." Lin Ao revealed a small smile and waved his hand at him. "Well, go about your business, and if you can't decide what to do, come and ask me. I need to absorb the medicinal power properly and shut down for a while." With his martial arts foundation restored, he couldn't wait to close down and cultivate, for the sake of the Lai Shan dynasty that he would face at any time, and even more so to pick up that person in his heart. When Lin Yu saw the hint of eagerness that appeared on Lin Wuong's face, he instantly understood what he was thinking, and after arching his hand, he turned around and left. Lin Yu returned to his chambers and instructed Dian Wei to guard the entrance. His consciousness was connecting to the system at the moment. After yesterday's great battle, he gained 400,000 conquest points. Zhao Yun's 3 men and 3 cavalry legions had been sent out by him, and Gulin Ru and the others were also busy. Now there was nothing around but Dian Wei, which instantly made him feel like he had no one to use. Thinking of this, he immediately said to the system, "System, raise me to the early mortal realm." Ding! Lin Yu was slightly shocked as he felt the huge power in his body. He felt that he could now fight 10 of his previous selves. As his cultivation increased, the cultivation of several people in Dian Wei was also unsealed, and he looked at the system information. Dian Wei, Early Earth Realm, 50% unblocked. Zhao Yun, Early Earth Realm, 50% unblocked. Hua Ziwei, Early Earth Realm, 50% unblocked. Xin, Early Earth Realm, 60% unblocked. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and stroked his chin. He didn't know what state the several people would be in after they were all unsealed, guessing they should be at the Heaven Realm. Meanwhile, Dian Wei, who was guarding the doorway, grinned and laughed as he felt the shattering of the shackles within his body. Just as Lin Yu was about to carry out the summoning, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations to the host, his cultivation has been raised to the mortal realm, the system will be updated. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Update? System? When will the update be ready? The update will be done tomorrow. Lin Yu stood up, stretched his waist, and looked out the window as the lights came on. The system prompt is going to be completed tomorrow with the update, and now everyone is organized and busy with their own things. Instead, he took it easy for a while, idly. With that, he got up and walked out of the room. Fengjing City, after yesterday's war, the capital of the Great Zhou, the people are thriving, plus soon to be the traditional festival of the Great Zhou, the annual meeting, everywhere is bustling with activity. Fengjing City, the city, like a tea house, a strange combination of people of side-eye, a handsome teenager, a beautiful girl, a burly and strong man. It is from the palace out of Linyu, and Dianwei, Shiner, 3 people. At the moment, the 3 of them were sitting on the 2nd floor of the tea house by the window, and they could see the bustling scene of Fengjing City outside. Linyu eats his dessert, his eyes looking out the window at the crowds of people coming and going. Dianwei sits beside him drinking wine and eating meat, his eyes glaring from time to time at the occasional teahouse customer who looks at them curiously, and Shiner listens to the anecdotes recounted by the teahouse storyteller with a look of excitement on her face. There are still more than 2 months to go before the big anniversary meeting, and after the annual meeting, Linyu has also traveled to this world for 19 years. Yes! Suddenly, Jin clapped her hands together and shouted. Linyu gazed over, and it turned out that the teahouse storyteller was talking about a battle outside of Fengjing City, and the surrounding area was surrounded by tea drinkers. The storyteller said in a more excited tone, seeing the crowd, that he had whetted his appetite. Only a sound of thunder could be heard coming from the sky, and His Royal Highness, the great prince of our great Zhou dynasty, with his feet on auspicious clouds, was followed by 4 generals, Zhao Yun, Hua Daoi, Xie and Shiji, and Dianwei. The Grand Prince roared at Wang Jin, and the 4 generals led 3 invincible iron cavalry units that instantly killed the rebel ranks. That Wang Jin, moreover, had his guts and liver split at once, and was awarded his head by His Majesty's sword. Lin Yu turned his head and guffawed when he heard it. After yesterday's battle, a national idol wind had arisen, and the exploits of several of Lin Yu's men could be heard in tea houses everywhere, each with a large number of loyal fans. Put! At this moment, not far from Lin Yu's side next to them, a snort came from him. Shiner instantly looked over with an angry face. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu followed the sound and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes, only to see an extremely beautiful woman printed into his eyes, the woman a white dress, black hair such as waterfall, skin such as fat, starry eyes flashing a little starlight, with a few points of cold, such as the empty valley orchid, very dusty. Beside the woman sat a melon-faced young girl and an old crone, which looked like they should be her maids and guards. It was the melon-faced young girl that Shiner was looking at with an angry face. The beautiful woman noticed Lin Yu's seeming gaze and smiled apologetically at him, stopping the young girl who was about to open her mouth to speak, before leading the 2 people beside her to get up and head downstairs. A trace of gravity flashed in Dianwei's eyes as he gently said to Lin Yu, Your Highness, that young girl is at the early stage of the Earth realm, and that old crone, I can't see through it. Lin Yu looked at the departing backs of the 3, and a trace of a strange color flashed in his eyes. A maid was actually at the early stage of the Earth realm, and that old crone, who could make even the early stage of the Earth realm, Dianwei, unable to see through, what realm could it be? From the center of Lizhou? Lin Yu shook his head, it was really eventful. Seeing that they didn't seem to have any malicious intent, they didn't think much of it for the time being and led the 2 back to the palace. Outside of Fengjing City, the woman's trio was riding the air towards the heavenly weeping mountain range. Holy maiden, why did you stop me just now? A dynasty in this barbaric land, which was spoken of in such a mysterious manner by that storyteller, is almost comparable to a heaven realm powerhouse, and even has a Zhongsha realm cavalry legion. That melon-faced young girl pouted her lips with an indignant face. Transmutation, we came out on this trip to take a break. There's no need to make any extra trouble. The extremely beautiful woman smiled faintly. Holy maiden, that white-clothed teenager is already at the early stage of the mortal realm at a young age, and the strong man beside him is even more uncomplicated. Although he's only at the early stage of the Earth realm, his body contains a powerful force. At that moment, a trace of amazement flashed in that old woman's eyes and she said. A hint of surprise flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. When the young girl named Transmutation heard this, her face was still slightly unconvinced, and she suddenly thought of something. I heard that Split Mountain King's only son, Ling Tianshur Zi, has come to this barbaric land to establish a Lai Mountain dynasty. I don't know what he wants to do. The beautiful woman called Miss was also slightly contemplative. To Oba Ling Tian, she naturally recognized the 2 major royal dynasties in the center of the Li state, the only son of Yuhua royal dynasty's Crack Mountain King Tuoba Crack, one of her many suitors. The Yuhua imperial dynasty's royal family is in turmoil. It is said that the old ancestor who sits in the palace is approaching the end of his days, and the entire Yuhua imperial dynasty is falling apart, so I guess the Split Mountain King is also making preparations for this. Chapter 22, Mall System. The next day dawned. Lin Yu woke up from his cultivation, glanced at the slightly empty room, and the beautiful woman he saw last night suddenly flashed through his mind. Shaking his head, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's really brainwashed by father. Consciousness connected to the system, the update had been completed, and immediately checked it out. Ding! System update complete. The following optimizations are made to provide a better and comprehensive service to hosts. 1. Remove the prop summoning function, open the mall function. Using a certain number of campaign points, you can directly buy items in the mall. 2. Increase the summoning special event. After the host summons successfully, it may trigger special things, specifically please host to experience by themselves. Lin Yu read it and instantly understood it in seconds. The update was simple, adding a system mall and summoning special events. The system mall is where the summoning to get props has been changed to buying them directly in the mall. As for summoning special events, Lin Yu hadn't come across any for the time being and didn't know what special events were being referred to. It is indeed much cleaner and a lot more luck-filled. Lin Yu first looked at the mall interface, which instantly dazzled him, and the 300,000 kill conquest points on his body didn't smell good anymore. He only saw that there were countless types of items inside, and the Legion Realm Enhancement card and Cavalry Legion expansion card that he had gotten before were clearly included, but the prices displayed by the system made his teeth hurt slightly. Legion Realm Enhancement card, second order. Required war points, 500,000. Note, can be assigned to raise the martial arts cultivation of a legion to the peak of Zongshire. Cavalry Corps Augmentation card, second order. Required war points, 300,000. Note, a cavalry corps may be designated to raise its full strength to 60,000 men. There are many other cards like this. Lin Yu skimmed through them and stopped looking. With his current wealth, buying one would require him to invade his family's fortune. It was one of the items that caught his eye. The Court of the Ancient Immortals. Required war points, 1 million. Note, the host's exclusive technique. After practicing it pushes all enemies horizontally. For specific effects, please ask the host to experience it on his own after practicing it. This should be the technique that the system had said before that one could cultivate after reaching the mortal realm. Just, the name? The Immortal Court? Lin Yu gazed in thought. Just these two words alone could prove that it should be a cultivation technique of the Lord of the Fortune Dynasty. And, his pupils shrunk. A feat to advance Great Joe to the level of the Immortal Court. Mark this one up first and redeem it when you've saved up enough conquest points. Lin Yu fondly closed off the mall and immediately said, System, consume 300,000 conquest points for 6 summons. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the summoning has succeeded twice and failed 4 times. Trigger summoning special event, character incidental. Yuan Tiangang, Early Earth Realm, 50% unblocked. 5,000 collateral bad guys. Undesirables, peak of the Grand Master Realm. Lu Ji, Early Earth Realm, 70% sealed. Is it placed? Lin Yu saw the system prompt. The probability was not good, but when he saw that he actually triggered the summoning special event, he was ecstatic. Big bang, Yuan Tiangang comes with a bad guy organization under his command, and the martial arts cultivation is actually a clear peak grandmaster. Is this a perk of the system update? He was worrying about the problems of insufficient manpower and lack of timely information, and the undesirable people finally solved this problem. As for Lu Ji, even more needless to say, although his martial arts cultivation looked a bit weaker than the other summon characters, but that was a famous prime minister of the ancient times, and Lin Yu had finally summoned a capable minister to rule the world. Projection! Drop it! The space in front of Lin Yu shattered. A head wearing a square crown, hands holding a waddled, majestic middle-aged man walked out first, eyes flowing between, the world's situation in the eyes. It's none other than Lu Ji, Lu Bowen. A man wearing a mask and a strong suit then stepped out, and instantly the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop by a few degrees, and a powerful aura of solemnity came over the room. It's none other than the Bad Marshal, Yuan Tiangang. Both of them simultaneously bowed towards Lin Yu. Lu Bowen glanced at Yuan Tiangang, who was emitting an icy aura, and frowned slightly, as if he thought of some bad memories. Dian Wei, who was guarding the door of the room, sensed the strong power fluctuations inside Lin Yu's room and was about to raise his halberd to charge inside. Then sensing something, he grinned and continued to stand outside the door of the room he was standing in. Lin Yu glanced at the two with an excited look on his face and hurriedly helped them up. Thinking of the large pile of zhangfu in the study, his eyes lit up and looked at Lu Bowen. Sir, I'll trouble you to help me approve matters large and small within the study for the last while. It's just the right time to learn more about the situation in this side of heaven and earth. Lu Bowen listened with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded his head in response. Yes, then left. Lin Yu looked at the departing back and was in a happy mood. Then he looked at Yuan Tiangang with contemplation in his eyes. I can't imagine that the system has even summoned some plausible characters and organizations. And, it seems to have been subjected to something akin to magical alteration after coming to this world. After a moment of slight contemplation, he immediately ordered, Gangzi, make 5,000 undesirable people scattered all over the barbaric wilderness, responsible for prying news outside, and for monitoring the 100 officials inside. In addition, at your own discretion, take a small number of attendants and head north of the Heaven's Weeping Mountain Range to understand the situation in the center of the leading state and the surrounding states, and come back to report. Yuan Tiangang nodded his head and led the way, then turned to leave. Lin Yu looked at the instantly emptied kill value, rubbed his brow, and headed towards the main hall of the court meeting. Today is the first day of his supervision. Just as Lu Bowen and the Badman organization are summoned out, he needs to go and make arrangements. The great hall of the pilgrimage, the dragon chair slightly below the seat, Lin Yu sat and stood. Below, the group of ministers stood. Gulin Ru was saying to Lin Yu with a face of excitement, "Your Highness, since the departure of the 3 generals yesterday, all of them have been sweeping away the remaining evils from all over the world with the momentum of destroying them, and the people from all over the world have even opened the gates of the city to welcome them." Lin Yu smiled faintly when he heard this and nodded, glancing at the crowd who couldn't wait to go and deal with the matters at hand, and ordered. With immediate effect, the Bad Man organization is established, and Yuan Tiangang is the Bad Marshal, commanding the Bad Man organization, the agency of the undesirable, scouting the world externally, monitoring the 100 officials internally, taking charge of the penal institutions, and having the power of preemptive execution. The group of ministers were horrified and looked up. This power, it is not too much to say that it is under one person, and Gulin Ru was even more anxious to open his mouth. "Your Highness, you mustn't. Will we consult His Majesty before making a decision?" Lin Yu raised his hand to interrupt the crowd that was preparing to advance their advice one after another. "Both Yuan Tiangang and Bad Man were nurtured by me, and I trust. I'll explain at Father's." Gulin Ru and the others sighed in relief when they heard this. They thought of Lin Yu's endless layers of powerful people and legions. Now the ones left behind in the Great Zhou are all loyalists. They were just in a hurry to admonish Lin Yu just now, but they were only worried that Lin Yu was still young and had been swindled by certain people with ulterior motives. Though the sudden dangling of a knife above their heads made them feel slightly diaphoretic. But as long as it is for the benefit of the development of the Great Zhou, they must be all for it. Only those local corrupt and evil officials, I am afraid that they will suffer. Thinking of this, Gulin revealed a hint of gloating as the crowd did. Lin Yu saw that all the people had no opinions, so he ordered the court to leave. He first went to Lin Arai to explain about the bad guys. Lin had a trusting face and told him to let go of his hands, rather like a shirker, and then he went back to practicing. Now that there was Lu Bowen in the literature, several major generals in the military, and Yuan Tiangang was scouting towards the center of Lizhou, he finally felt a wave of relief. Only, Tuoba Ling Tian's side was afraid that he had already received the news of Chiumu and Zhao Lin's deaths, and he was afraid that there wouldn't be many more days of peace. Chapter 23, Jinhua. When Lin Yu conducted the first court meeting of the supervisory state, west of the Savage Land, at the edge of the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, a few dynasties away from the Great Zhou, the Red Barbarian Court, the national capital. What came into view was a ruin, with the city walls shattered and the royal palace broken. The contemporary Red Barbarian king of the Red Barbarian royal court, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, knelt on both knees, his eyes glaring hatefully at the young man with a faint smile in front of him. It was the Lai Shan dynasty, Tuoba Ling Tian. There were many strong men behind him, all of them looking at the dying Red Barbarian king with disdainful gazes. "Tuoba Ling Tian, sooner or later you will get your retribution." Tuoba Ling Tian raised his hand. "Whether I'll get my comeuppance I don't know. You and your Red Savage royal court, surely, are no more. Kill." A man walked out behind him with a fierce smile on his face, and with a single palm, he shattered the Red Barbarian king's heart vein. Tuoba Ling Tian glanced at the dead and dying Red Barbarian king and turned to leave. "Young lord, my subordinate has received news that Chiumu and Zhao Lin, who were heading east, are dead." While walking outside, a middle-aged man walked up to Tuoba Ling Tian and said to him. A hint of surprise flashed in Tuoba Ling Tian's eyes. "Weren't the two of them arranged by me to help what's-his-name Wang Jin seize the Great Zhou dynasty? What kind of strong person can appear in that place? The two of them won't even be able to escape in time. The specifics of the situation have not yet been inquired about by my subordinates." Tuoba Ling Tian pondered slightly. Ever since he came to this barbaric land, he had fought all the way, and several of the most threatening dynasties had already been overthrown and then annexed by him. Now that the entire western side of the Savage Land had become his territory, with only a few small dynasties remaining on the eastern side, it was logical that the two of them, Chiumu and Zhao Lin, should be able to go over there without any problems. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Have a few legions in the east bypass the Great Zhou dynasty first and annex a few other powers first. The old man ordered me to come back. I don't know what it's about. When I return, the entire army will press on the Great Zhou dynasty. I'd like to see who it is." "Yes." The middle-aged man led the order to leave. Tuoba Ling Tian glanced to the east, rose up in the air, and sped towards the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, followed by two guards. In the center of the Liuzhou state, the Yuhua imperial dynasty, the Split Mountain King City, one of the largest restaurants in the city was abuzz with people. It's in the inner corner of the tavern, near the bay window. Yuan Tiangang was sitting and standing beside a square table, holding a teacup in his hand and drinking tea, and from time to time, some undesirable people came into the restaurant and went up to report to him. They received their orders from Fengjing City and traveled all the way north, crossing the heavens weeping mountain range, and after a bit of poking around, when they heard the name of Blazing Mountain King City, they rushed straight here. In this Split Mountain King City, he had already stayed for a few days. After listening to the last delinquent report, Yuan Tiangang got up and was ready to leave. The information had been collected almost enough. It had been almost half a month since he left Fengjing City. It was time to go back and report to His Highness. At that moment, the crowd outside the window suddenly became noisy. As they looked, a young man fell from the air, followed by 2 guards, and was walking towards the restaurant. The entire restaurant was quiet for a split second, and then their gazes all looked towards the young man, with admiration on their faces. Yuan Tiangong's eyes under the mask flashed with a glimmer and he sat down again. The young man was none other than Tuoba Ling Tian, who had rushed back from the savage land. He had a faint smile on his face, as if he had encountered a spring breeze, and after entering the restaurant, he glanced around, nodded slightly to the many guests, and his gaze lingered on Yuan Tiangang for a split second, feeling a little strange for his dress, and after a slight sensing, he headed for the 3rd floor. Yuan Tiangang noticed Tuoba Ling Tian's gaze and did not react, still sipping his tea. After Tuoba Ling Tian walked up the stairs, the guests of the restaurant suddenly whispered, "I can't believe that World Sun Ling Tian has actually returned. I heard that more than 10 years ago, the Son of the World left Liuzhou to travel around, and the number of times he came back was pitifully small. I wonder what's going on this time he came back." A flash of pride appeared on one of the guests' faces as he cleared his throat. "That's something you guys don't know. I learned that from a distant relative who works as an errand boy for the Rift Mountain King. The number 1 beauty of our Yuhua dynasty, the contemporary saint daughter of the 9 Xian Palace, Jinhua, is a guest at the Split Mountain King City. World Sun Ling Tian has been courting Holy Maiden Ji for a long time. He must have returned for her." The many guests all revealed their original demeanor and continued to chat. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangong's eyes also flashed with a hint of essence. Comparing the information he had gathered in recent days, he gave a deep glance towards the 3rd floor of the restaurant and got up to leave. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, which had already been purged, Tuoba Ling Tian walked to a private room and pushed the door in, the smile on his face remaining. Inside the private room, there was a middle-aged man with a majestic face and an extremely beautiful woman sitting. The 2 of them were chatting idly, and behind the woman stood a melon-faced young girl and an old crone. If Lin Yu was here, he must have been very surprised that it turned out to be the very woman who had wowed him that day in Fengjing City. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, the first clan, 9 Heavenly Palaces' holy daughter, Jinhua, and that majestic middle-aged man was none other than Tuoba Ling Tian's father. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, King of Split Mountain, Tuoba Split. Seeing Tuoba Ling Tian who pushed the door in, both of them looked over at the same time, and Tuoba Crack pointed to the seat beside him. "Sit." Tuoba Ling Tian nodded slightly towards Jinhua before sitting down. Tuoba Crack looked at the 2 people who were seated, and a smile appeared on his face as he said towards them, "I'll leave you young people to your conversation." When he finished speaking, he got up and headed out the door. Looking at the departing Split Mountain King, a trace of helplessness flashed across Jinhua's face. If it wasn't for the fact that her father and the Split Mountain King had been close friends for many years, and even before he died, he had instructed her to treat the Tuoba family with courtesy, she would not have been willing to stay in this Split Mountain King City at all in her heart. Tuoba Ling Tian glanced at Jinhua and opened his mouth first to, "Moi, I heard you returned from your travels outside. I wonder where you went." When Jinhua heard him address him, she frowned slightly, but did not correct herself, only her tone was slightly cold. "When my cultivation hit a bottleneck, I walked around a bit." Hearing his cold reply, Tuoba Ling Tian did not care and continued, "You also know father's intentions for this, and my intentions are known to all the world. We grew up together, childhood sweethearts. Why have you been avoiding me?" When Jinhua heard this, she became even more helpless and opened her mouth. "I made it very clear that I have no intention of you. Let's eat, and afterward I'm going back to the sect to retreat." When Tuoba Ling Tian heard this, he still wore a smile on his face. "Okay." After a while, a few people came down from the restaurant, and Tuoba Ling Tian looked at the distant Jinhua trio and pondered slightly before heading towards the royal residence. "Holy Maiden, in fact, Prince Ling Tian is quite good. He is a decent person, he is the proud son of the imperial dynasty, and you are a childhood friend, how well matched." The 3 of them, Jinhua, were flying in the air towards the 9 Xian Palace when they heard transmutation's words and knocked her on the head. "What does a little girl know? He's really nice, but I really don't have any intention of him." Then, "Holy Maiden, there are many heavenly prides in the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Who are you interested in?" "No one." "Transmutation, you're begging for a fight, aren't you?" Jinhua said. Suddenly her mind flashed over that white-clothed teenager in the savage land, and she immediately shook her head. The man I like must be the head of a country, the best in suppressing the present generation. Chapter 24, The Return of Yuan Tiangang. Split Mountain King's Mansion, a courtyard. Tuoba Rift and Tuoba Ling Tian were sitting opposite each other at a stone table, and the two of them were talking. Father, Jinhua has gone back. Well, she still hasn't said yes to you? Yes, father. As you know, my son's heart is not set on children's love. It is only to act in compliance with your and mother's arrangements, and how many women there are in the world. Looking at the indifferent Tuoba Ling Tian, Tuoba Crack said helplessly. I know. You also understand that Jinhua and I, her dead father, were close friends for many years, and now both of her parents are no longer alive. You grew up together, and moi, she's also well-behaved and understanding, a good candidate to serve as a royal consort. Since neither of you had any intention of doing so for so many years, let's just leave this all as it is. Glancing at Tuoba Ling Tian, who nodded slightly, he continued. Tianer, is things still going well over there in the savage land? Everything is going well over there. There are still a few dynasties left in the east. It won't take long to unify the savage land. Tuoba Ling Tian thought of the news before he came back and said with a frown on his brow. However, before my son returned, he had dispatched 2 peak mortal realm martial artists to the east to a dynasty called the Great Zhou King, and received news of their deaths shortly afterward. A trace of color also flashed in Tuoba Crack's eyes when he heard it. More than 10 years ago, there was a high person who calculated that there would be a latent dragon coming out of the savage land, and that the aura would soon be revived. Just as the Yuhua dynasty's royal family was in turmoil, when you were less than 20 years old, I ordered you to travel to the barbaric land to take the lead for the Tuoba family and to allow you to have some training. A few years have passed, the Yuhua imperial dynasty has been shaken by the storm, and the barbarian lands are also developing smoothly. I never imagined that there would actually be a change of heart at this time. Tuoba Ling Tian listened quietly. Of course he knew about these arrangements of Tuoba Rift. A trace of gravity flashed in Tuoba Crack's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to say, Tianer, if you come back this time, you won't go any further. I'll send 3 clan Heaven Realm martial artists over. Soon, the people from the central region's main family will arrive. I failed to lead our branch of the lineage back to the main family, and your natural talent is far superior to mine and has been recognized by the main family. That barbaric land, there's no need for you to risk your life. If there's really a submerged dragon out of the abyss, it's a huge gap compared to the Lord's family. When Tuoba Ling Tian heard this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater, and discreetly nodded his head. Seeing the cautious-looking Tuoba Ling Tian, Tuoba Crack smiled in relief, then stood up, waved his hand at him, and said, Go and keep your mother company, it's been so long. Tuoba Ling Tian glanced at him and then turned to leave. The Great Zhou Dynasty. More than a month had passed since Lin Yu had supervised the country. During this month or so, the entire Great Zhou was thriving, and the faces of the common people were all filled with happiness. As the news of Zhao Yun and Hua Zhaizi returning from their quest around spread throughout the Great Zhou, it caused even more pride and a sense of belonging among the people of the entire Great Zhou. Gulin Ru and the others were also happy and troubled. Looking at the territory that had expanded to several times larger than before in just a month, they marveled at Lin Yu while being troubled by the fact that there was no one to use under his command. At this time, the imperial palace, inside the deliberation hall, Lin Yu, who had just finished the court meeting, sat and stood on the seat of the deliberation hall. Below them were none other than Zhao Yun and Hua Zhaoi, whom he had arranged to go out, while Xian Shiji remained in the west to hold the fort. At the moment it was obvious that it had returned in triumph. Zhao Yun is giving Lin Yu a report on the situation down south. Your Highness, I have traveled all the way south, and after purging the remaining elements from the cities of the Great Zhou, I led my army to overthrow the 2 dynastic forces with a thunderous force. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This was something she expected. What Hua Zaiwei said just now was just as good. However, I have discovered that the Lai Mountain dynasty is also plotting against several of our neighboring dynasties, but they all seem to be intentionally avoiding us. Aha! Lin Yu frowned slightly upon hearing this. This Laishan dynasty was quite cautious. It should be wanting to raise the entire country's forces to fight to the death. Now, the entire savage land, the western side had all belonged to the Laishan dynasty, while Great Zhou had occupied the eastern side about a quarter of the entire savage land's territory. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes and ordered, The 2 of you will immediately lead your troops to the west to join Xian Shiji, and then hold down the fort there to guard against the Laishan dynasty. The 2 led the way. While Lin Yu was pondering, Yuan Tiangang entered the hall, and when Lin Yu saw him he immediately made him sit on the side. Back, tell us about the harvest of the trip. Yuan Tiangang said after a slight pause. Your Highness, after crossing the heavenly Weeping Mountain range from the northern barbarian royal court, it is the center of the Laizhou. The number of martial artists is extremely high, and their average strength is also quite a bit higher than our land. they are all slightly disdainful of martial artists arriving from the barbaric land. Lin Yu nodded, he knew about all of this. Lin Wuong had said it and gestured for Yuan Tiangang to continue. The center territory of the Liezhou state is huge and is occupied by two major imperial dynasties, which are in constant battle and have constant friction of all sizes. And the dynasty closest to us is called the Yuhua dynasty, occupying the south of the center of Liezhou, and the dynasty to the north is called the Blue Flame dynasty. The two major imperial dynasties are dominated by the imperial power. There are many forces within their territories, sects, and dynasties, and every year the major forces under their jurisdiction are required to pay tribute to the imperial dynasties. I have heard this time that the old ancestor of the Yuhua imperial dynasty is approaching the end of his days, and all the major forces within the territory are all eager to move. Lin Yu interrupted Yuan Tiangang and said, "A royal dynasty? It's the power above the dynasty?" "Yes." Lin Yu's fingers gently tapped on the desktop. "How does a dynasty advance to a royal dynasty?" "I have heard that there are 3 levels of imperial dynasties, divided into low-level imperial dynasties, high-level imperial dynasties, and peak imperial dynasties. The minimum standard for a dynasty to advance to a low-level imperial dynasty is that it needs to have 10 unshared realm powerhouses. 10 supreme realm powerhouses are required for a low-level imperial dynasty to advance to a high-level imperial dynasty. For a high-level imperial dynasty to advance to a peak imperial dynasty, there needs to be 10 Zun King realm powerhouses. The Yuhua imperial dynasty and the Blue Flame imperial dynasty, they are low-level imperial dynasties, and the old ancestor of the Yuhua imperial dynasty is heard to be a supreme realm powerhouse." Lin Yu listened quietly, his insides tumbling. Low-level imperial dynasties, high-level imperial dynasties, and peak imperial dynasties. Exalted realm, supreme realm, exalted king realm. It should be the realm after the heaven realm. Seeing Lin Yu, who had fallen into deep thought, Yuan Tiangang continued. "I have been to the Split Mountain King city of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, the fiefdom of the Split Mountain King Tuoba Split, one of the 5 great princes of the Yuhua imperial dynasty and a powerhouse of the Zunshi realm. The Lai Mountain dynasty that we will be facing is controlled by Tuoba Ling Tian, the only son of Tuoba Rift. When he was about to return, there was also an interesting incident that happened when Tuoba Ling Tian happened to return to the royal city, supposedly to meet with the holy maiden of the Jiao Xin Palace, the number 1 clan of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, Jimhua." When Lin Yu heard this, a trace of color flashed in his eyes. "Tuoba Ling Tian, Jimhua. I can't imagine that I'm actually an obsessed man." He waved away for Yuan Tiangang to retreat. The information was slightly overwhelming and he needed to digest it for a few moments. According to common sense, the martial artists in the center of the leaving state disdained the savage land, so why would Tuoba Ling Tian come over here to develop his power? Just to deal with the upcoming crisis in the Yuhua dynasty? It shouldn't be that simple. In addition, father did not mention the imperial forces to the 2 brothers last time. Seeing that Lin Wasteland already knew everything, it should be that the difference was too great, and he hadn't triggered certain rules for the time being. Lin Yu pondered slightly for a while before he stopped thinking about it and turned around to walk towards his room. The Laishan dynasty and Tuoba Ling Tian, and even the Tuoba Rift behind him, were the key enemies facing Great Zhou right now. With his own efforts and a little bit of help from the system, he was confident in leading Great Zhou out of this barbaric land known to the world. Back in the room, the consciousness connects to the system. Chapter 25 Ancient Heavenly Emperor Body. Inside the room, Lin Yu was looking at the system information with an excited face. Conquest points, 2 million. It was Zhao Yun and Hua Zhaoyi who brought in the harvest from sweeping through several dynastic powers this month. Thinking of the various items within the mall when the system update was completed, he immediately waved his hand. System, consume 1 million conquest points to exchange for the casting ancient immortal court technique. It's rather a thuggish feeling. Ding! Redemption successful. Lin Yu's consciousness was instantly pulled. There was a change in front of his eyes, and his body was in a grand hall. The group of ministers in the hall stood, their auras were monstrous, and the aura emanating from any one of them caused Lin Yu to feel it difficult to breathe. He felt that a casual glance from these people could cause him to go up in smoke. And these imposing civil and military officials, their gazes were all looking towards the dragon chair in the center of the great hall with a fervent look. Lin Yu followed his gaze and immediately felt shocked beyond words, his scalp tingling. A man in imperial robes with a blurred face was sitting on the dragon chair. On his body, golden dragons surrounded him and the great Tao contended. Behind them, there was a vast starry sky. The starry sky presents many visions. There are heavenly giants kneeling with severed heads, gods roaring with blood, and there are even stars in nirvana, which is like the end of the world. The man was saying something to the crowd on stage and seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's appearance and looked over in his direction. At that instant, Lin Yu felt a vast imperial might surging towards him from the sky. This imperial might came and went quickly. He then vaguely saw the lips of the man in the dragon chair move slightly, and a voice came out. Accelerating forward. Space shattered before Lin Yu's eyes, and he realized that he had returned to his room. At the moment, his face was in a trance and he was drenched in cold sweat. After a few moments, he came back to his senses, thinking of the extremely real images in the man's vaguely transmitted voice just now. His eyes flashed with a glint of essence. Lin Yu thought for a while organizing his mind. All of these things, it seems, are saying something. Smiled. Sooner or later, the day will come when the clouds will be lifted. That thought had just fallen from his mind. Boom! A stream of light exploded instantly in his mind. Lin Yu suddenly had a splitting headache and passed out. If anyone could see the scene in Qingshan Hall at this moment, it must have been a shock to no one. Only to see Lin Yu's body violently erupt with a massive force flowing throughout his body. He slowly floated in the air of the great hall, his eyes tightly closed, his body showing various visions such as golden dragons encircling him, just like a heavenly emperor approaching the world. Soon, the martial realm soared up at once. Mid-mortal realm, late mortal realm, peak mortal realm. And then without stopping he broke through to the early stage of the earth realm. It was only when he broke through to the middle of the earth realm that he stopped ascending. Lin Yu also slowly descended from the air. As Lin Yu underwent his metamorphosis and his realm soared, fierce and powerful lights erupted all over the Great Zhou at the same time. Xian Shiji, who is guarding the western side of the Great Zhou, is like an immortal picking the world, bathed in white light, all the shackles in his body instantly ruptured, and his aura rushes to the sky. Zhao Yun and Hua Zhaoyi, who were rushing towards the west, also had visions behind them, with a white and a black dragon encircling the two of them, and the dragon's roar was unceasing. Yuan Tiangang, Dianwei, and Lu Bowen all had their internal shackles shattered as much as possible and were bathed in divine light. In this moment, the strongest people from the top forces of the entire Dome continent all raised their heads to look at the starry sky, only to see the Emperor star in the sky, which had not been seen for 10,000 years, suddenly appear, and then vibrate intensely. After that, an even greater number of martial and literary stars suddenly appeared, rushing forward to surround them. An old man stood on top of a peak, looking at the sky and muttering. The subterranean dragon comes out of the abyss, the prophecy arrives. Eyes flashed rapidly. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body shook and slowed down, as if he had suffered some kind of great terror. Unmeasurable. The old man's footsteps were concealed and he disappeared to the top of the mountain. Lin Yu who fell into a deep sleep, not realizing what a huge stir the entire Dome continent had caused because of him and the many summoned characters. The next day, early morning, Lin Yu woke up from his stupor and rubbed his still slightly sore forehead. Check yourself immediately. Middle-earth realm. There was excitement in his eyes. Feeling what seemed to be a different body, the eyes stared slightly. His physique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the first level of the caste Ancient Immortal Court. Obtain the Swire Heavenly Emperor body. Ancient Heavenly Emperor physique. Is this the physique I have now? No wonder he had just felt his physique to be unusually powerful. Heavenly Emperor. I never thought that I would actually break through directly to the middle stage of the Earth realm. That's 1,000,000 conquest points worth. Luckily, there was no option to use conquest points to raise the realm. Swift Heavenly Emperor body, an exclusive body type for the casting Ancient Immortal Court technique. It is due to the fact that the host is too weak and is practicing for the first time that a cross-realm breakthrough occurs in the martial realm. Lin Yu was instantly enlightened. He felt his own power was particularly strong just now, he just didn't know exactly to what extent he could cross over. And then suddenly thought of something and said with a ghostly gaze, System, in the future, there will be situations that will occur similar to those that rendered me unconscious, notify in advance. The system seemed to be working, after a few moments. The system is not in control. He seemed to choke and didn't bullshit the slightly unreliable system. His cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the Earth realm, and he couldn't wait to check the cultivation of the few characters he had summoned. Yuan Tiangang, Peak of Heavenly Realm. Dianwei, Late Heavenly Realm. Zhao Yun, Late Heavenly Realm. Hua Zhaodong, Late Heavenly Realm. Xian Shiji, Middle Heavenly Realm. Lu Ji, Peak of the Earth Realm. At a glance, he was stunned. Everyone's cultivation level was completely unsealed. Moreover, after the seal was lifted, it seemed that some sort of bondage had been undone, and everyone's cultivation level had changed in various sizes. After looking at it for a while, he thought of something and asked, System, after a character's cultivation is unsealed, will it be difficult to raise it? Host, on the contrary, when the characters are unsealed, their respective physiques are also unsealed, and are no longer bound because you are too weak. They will grow and improve just like the heavenly prides of the heavens and the earth. And precisely because each summoned character has a different physique and qualifications, the realm after unsealing is different. Lin Yu understood, but felt as if he had been connoted. Ignoring the system's plausible offense, he looked at the remaining kill value and asked, System, how many conquest points do I need to raise a realm now? 200,000. How many conquest points does it take to summon the use of conquest points? 100,000. Lin Yu pondered slightly. He had just fused the Swire Celestial Emperor body and his characters were all unsealed. His cultivation was enough. Took a look at them all. The second level of the Court of the Cast Ancient Immortals. Conquest points, 5 million. The corners of his mouth twitched. Although the benefits of the exclusive feats were quite numerous, he was also very curious to know what the second layer was. But it also depends on whether he has the goods or not. System, consume 900,000 conquest points to exchange 3 Cavalry Corps expansion cards, second order, in the mall and use them on 3 Cavalry Corps immediately. Ding! Redemption successful, use successful. Flying Tiger Army, Early Zhongshe Realm, 60,000. White Horse Boxer, Early Zhongshe Realm, 60,000. Great Han Iron Horseman, Early Zhongshe Realm, 60,000. Lin Yu stroked his jaw in satisfaction. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Martyrs Dynasty. Chapter 26, The Lishan Dynasty's Offense. Fongjing City, a tea house. Lin Yu and Lin Hao were sitting on one of the tea tables drinking tea. In less than half a month there would be the big anniversary meeting, and the two brothers hadn't seen each other for almost 2 months, so Lin Hao had just been pulled out of customs. Lin Yu was becoming more and more fond of stepping out of the royal palace and physically inspecting the people's lives, and after the two of them slightly changed their faces, they found a tea house anywhere and sat down. Changing faces, something that could be done in a basic realm like this, was naturally a breeze for them now. Hosey, after being in seclusion for a long time, you should walk around. When will we go together to take father out of the palace and travel around the Great Zhou? Lin Yu said as he poured tea for Lin Hao. Lin Hao naively scratched his head before nodding with a smile, but inside he was turning over. During this period of time, he had been cultivating in seclusion, his heart always worrying about the Lishan dynasty that could arrive at any time. After he got out of the gate, he was dragged here by Lin Yu to drink tea. His ears were still reverberating with the exclamations of shock and incredulity of Yi Lao in his ears when he had just met Lin Yu. Absolute demon, no. Forbidden heavenly pride is not even as good as your big brother. Little Housie, your big brother is actually already in the middle stage of the Earth realm. And with the strength of the power in his body, an ordinary heaven realm powerhouse would be slaughtered by him. And the burly man behind him, late stage of the heaven realm. Can't see through it. The physique on their bodies old man can't even see through it. The huge change in the starry sky some time ago, it couldn't have been triggered by this big brother of yours, could it? Lin Hao was instantly shaken by a bunch of words from Elder Yi. He cultivated hard for more than a month, only the middle stage of the mortal realm, and when he came out of the gate, he was still very proud that this big brother of his was also too perverted. And then even more so when he heard about one of the things that had happened recently in the Great Zhou. Hua Zhaodi, Zhao Yun and the two generals divided the southeast and swept through the neighboring dynasties of the Great Zhou. Undesirable people monitor the 100 officials, and officials throughout the Great Zhou are on thin ice. It was all made by this brother who was 2 years older than him. With that, there was an even greater admiration for Lin Yu, truly an omnipotent big brother since childhood. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Hao, who hadn't said anything, and muttered in his heart, "This old man on Hosey is not bad, he's in the middle of the mortal realm." Thinking of those sky-high priced items in the mall, if he didn't have bad intentions, he could help this old man as much as he could. If you have ulterior motives for Hiroko, then... A cold light flashed in his eyes as he thought about it. Just as the two brothers each had something on their minds. A delinquent quickly walked into the tea house before walking up to Lin Yu and attaching his ear. "Your Highness, the Lishan dynasty has assembled 1 million infantry legions of the Hotian realm and 500,000 cavalry legions of the innate realm, totaling 1.5 million men, and are marching towards our border. We did not discover the figure of Tuoba Ling Tian. The person leading the army is named Tuoba Yu." When Lin Yu heard this, killing intent appeared in his eyes, and Lin Hao also turned his head with a curious expression. Finally, as for whether or not Tuoba Ling Tian was within, he didn't really care. After all, the undesirable person's realm wasn't high, so he probably didn't notice. Getting up immediately, he prepared to go over to the border and sit down. Lin Hao looked at the hurried Lin Yu and immediately asked, "What is it, big brother?" Lin Yu glanced at Lin Hao, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, and didn't answer. Lin Hao looked at Lin Yu, who had a slight hesitation in his eyes, and instantly reacted. "Big brother, is it the Lai Mountain dynasty that's coming?" "Yes." Seeing that Lin Hao had already guessed it, he had nothing to hide. "I'm going. It's very dangerous this time. There should be a heaven realm powerhouse appearing." "I'm not afraid." Seeing his persistent face, Lin Yu pondered slightly and beckoned the delinquent man from earlier, saying, "Inform the bad marshal and follow me," and then said to Lin Hao, "Go." The two men in Dianwei then rushed up into the sky. Soon after, a stream of light also appeared from the royal palace and followed. Rock West City, the westernmost heavy city of the Great Zhou dynasty, was of the same nature as Dingbei City. People in the city are packing up their valuables at home. "I just got the news from the city lord's office that the Lishan dynasty is about to come and attack, and the people are temporarily relocating to the rear of the city, so that they can return when the war is over. Despite the order, those who were ready to leave were the elderly and children, and most of the young adults chose to remain in the city. In an unusual home in the city, a young man was speaking with a determined face, saying something to the old man in the house beside him. "Father, you and mother will first go within the rear city to rest for a few days when dispersed. For this battle, His Royal Highness the First Prince and His Royal Highness the Second Prince are here, and Zhao Yun and several other generals are also leading the troops to defend our Rock West city. I'm going to stay and accompany my great Zhou generals and many soldiers to crush the foreign enemies." Speaking of Zhao Yun, the man's eyes erupted with a scorching light. The old man looked at the youth with a worried face, but still said, "Iron Bull, stay safe. Father, mother, don't worry, I will definitely establish a strong man like General Zhao and open up the borders for Great Zhou." The man's face was resolute. Scenes like these occurred in various parts of the city. The city council hall. Lin Yu was sitting in the main seat and was looking down at a middle-aged man with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Your Highness, my old Lian finally sees you again. When I heard that old Han was killed in battle in Fengjing, I cried out for a few days. Your Highness, you don't know, ever since the northern barbarian royal court was swept away by you, Dingbei City was directly relocated to the old site of the northern barbarian royal court's national capital, and the old Lianmi is getting moldy from staying there. It was hard to find a chance to talk the ancient chancellor into transferring me to Rock West City. Hearing that there will be a big battle over here, old Lian, I'm a hot mess. It is Lian Dui," he crackled a call down, spit splattered, a look of surprise or not surprise, accident or not. Look at Lin Yu. "Huh, is this the second prince, growing so big? We haven't seen each other in almost 3 or 4 years. You are unaware that your elder brother, went north some time ago, simply the reincarnation of the god of war, and behind him, he even followed many strong men. Just when my old company blinked, the northern barbarian king heard those cubs were gone. My old company was so hard and scared they didn't sleep for days." After saying that, his eyes sneaked a glance towards Jiayan's several people, and then, without waiting for Lin Yu to react, he turned his head and gave a burst of output to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at Lin Yu, whose face was wildly twitching, snickered for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Uncle Lian, it's been a long time since I've seen you, and father was talking about you when he was reciting about his many old friends before he closed down. It's true that a few of us old guys haven't seen the king for a long time, so when this time is over, we'll go to Fengjing City and have a few good drinks with the king." Even after hearing the decision is also full of sighs, suddenly thought of something, continued. "I heard that this time, the Lai Mountain dynasty has gathered 1.5 million troops to commit an offense. These brats are truly lawless. There's also that what's his name Ling Tian, intent on sweeping the entire world. Bah! Don't let my old company see him, and be sure to break his legs. What class is he that he dares to talk to my Grand Imperial Highness?" When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately straightened his expression and looked at the continuous duel that was about to begin again, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Cough. "Uncle Lian, the army of the Lai Mountain dynasty will arrive at Rock West City in a matter of days, and it's coming on strong. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. We still need to be cautious." Lian Di instantly smiled sarcastically, stroked his bald head, and shut his mouth. Lin Yu was relieved to see the honest Lian Di, and glanced around at the crowd who were trying to hold in their laughter, almost causing him to fail to hold it back again. "Alright, everyone go down and organize your troops for battle." Looking at the crowd that had led the order to leave, he said to Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei who were beside him, "Keep an eye on the second prince on the battlefield, and if there is any danger, strike immediately." The two men immediately led the way. With the two of them noticing Lin Hao, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As for himself, he remembered, however, what Yuan Tiangang had said when he practiced with him. "Your Highness, you are now fully capable of rivaling a mid-heaven realm powerhouse." Chapter 27, The Great War Begins. It was about less than half a day's journey away from the western city of Dazuyan. Dust was flying, and at a glance, heads were swarming, and an aura of solemnity filled the air. It was the army of the Lai Shan dynasty that had invaded Great Zhou, immediately going through a big battle. At this moment they are camping and resting. In the middle tent of the barracks, dozens of generals were huddled together. Right in the center was a middle-aged man, the very leader of this army, Tuoba Yu, a peak heaven realm powerhouse. The two middle-aged men immediately beside him were named Tuoba Yi and Tuoba Fu, both of whom were late-stage heaven realm martial artists. The three of them were exactly the ones who had been dispatched by Tuoba Rift some time ago, and the rest of the nearly 10 generals were all members of the Tuoba family as well. At this moment, the crowd was discussing something with a relaxed look on their faces. By capturing this great Zhou dynasty, the barbaric land will complete its unification. His Highness did not come because of unknown reasons. I guess I feel like I'm winning. That said, this great Zhou dynasty has been quite strong lately, sweeping away the dynastic forces to the east of the entire Savage Land. No matter how strong it is, it's still a dynastic power in the Savage Land. A few powerful dynasties, aren't they all easily overthrown by us? It's just as well that they've swept away the remaining forces, so we'll complete the unification by directly overthrowing them. Listening to the discussion of the crowd below, Tuobayu did not interject, his brows locked. He knows something extraordinary. Before coming, the head of the family had said, "Don't be careless on this trip, be careful with everything. Someone from the main family will be coming in the next few days, and Ling Tian will immediately lead the branch lineage back to the main family. If there is danger, evacuate in time." He was in the Tuoba family, following Tuoba Crack to fight on all sides, and had participated in countless large and small wars, and the number of times he had been given instructions so discreetly could be counted. The last time was still Tuoba Crack's Battle of the Seal of the King, which swept away 3 dynastic powers in the center of the Li state in one fell swoop, laying down a large area of territory for the Yuhua imperial dynasty. Just as Tuobayu was contemplating, a scout hurried in. "Report! There is a great Zhou army galloping toward us ahead. An army of about 200,000 men, all cavalry." The tent fell silent. Tuobayu immediately got up and ordered, "Reorganize the army and prepare for battle." And then he scanned the crowd and headed out the door. "Follow me to see what this great Zhou has to rely on," daring to take the initiative to go out of the city to meet the battle with a number of 200,000 people. The crowd also immediately put away their dismayed eyes and followed. Not far from the Lishan dynasty tent complex, the Great Zhou flag was fluttering, and the 3 iron cavalry legions stood neatly as an aura of solemnity filled the air. Lin Yu led the crowd to stand at the front of the army, his eyes looking at the Lai Mountain army that was rapidly marching towards them. When they were stationed not far outside of Rock West City, Lin Yu received the news and immediately led his army out of the city. He disliked passive defense, and, the wider the battlefield, the more advantageous it would be for his 3 cavalry units, not to mention the fact that the people of the city would not be harmed by a battle of the powerful. However, in a few moments, the Lai Mountain army had already traveled not far from them. A tall, middle-aged man walked out from the army, his eyes gleaming as he looked towards the Great Zhou Legion. Yuan Tiangang immediately transmitted his voice to Lin Yu. "Your Highness, this person is not Tuoba Ling Tian, but he is also not to be underestimated, he is a peak heaven realm powerhouse." Lin Yu immediately had a stare in his eyes. "Is it the handiwork of the Takumi family?" And at this moment, Tuobayu was also looking at the direction of the Great Zhou Legion in disbelief. All so young and imposing, they all seemed to be led by the 20-ish-year-old. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a loud voice came from the other camp. "Tuoba Ling Tian, what do you mean? What class are you that you dare to lead an army? You even grandpa, I'll break your legs with a knife." Tuobayu followed the sound and a bald middle-aged man with a handheld battle sword was spitting at the mouth. Sensing carefully, the always calm and collected man almost couldn't help but make a move. "Zhongshu realm, where did the guts come from?" Lin Yu was also twitching madly at the corners of his mouth at this time. For the second time, he must not bring him out next time. After Tuobayu glanced at Lian Dui, he immediately adjusted his mind and looked in the direction of the Great Zhou camp. "My name is Tuobayu, the commander of the Lishan dynasty's army this time, ordered to unify the savage land." "Great Zhou dynasty, who is the leader?" Lin Yu opened his mouth. "Great Zhou dynasty, Great Prince, Lin Yu. The Great Zhou dynasty can become our country's affiliated forces, sheltered by our dynasty, can select strong people to serve in our dynasty. There are talented and excellent people, but also can go to the center of the Lijiu to enjoy the cultivation resources provided by our dynasty." A cold aura appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. His thoughts were quite beautiful. "If you want to fight, then fight. You may not know it yet in your big week." Takumu was about to continue persuading. The loud voice came again. "What do you say? You turned out not to be Tuoba Ling Tian, that son of a bitch. What's there to talk about? That one who? Get over here and let your grandpa Lian cut off the dog's head with a knife." Takumu couldn't hold back any longer, but someone beat him to it. A young general beside him burst out from the camp, waving his battle sword in his hand, a blade aura rushing towards Lian Ju. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Xian Shiji flung the battle sword in his hand, and a sword light flashed through. The blade awnings were instantly shattered, and then attacked the young general. When all the people of the Lishan dynasty's army did not react, the sword light struck afterward, and the young general was instantly struck. His body frantically retreated, and he coughed out blood from his mouth. Tuobayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze went to Xian Shiji. "Mid-Sky Realm. There's actually a Heaven Realm powerhouse in the Savage Land. Who are you?" Xian Shiji had a bemused look on his face. "Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, Xian Shiji." And Lian Ju was slapping his chest and yelling, "Damn, that scared my old company. You young man, you don't speak of the virtues of a martial artist." The young general, who was already coughing up more than a little blood, suddenly fainted with his eyes rolled back in his head. Lin Yu's eyes were surprised when he saw it and looked at Lian Di. Wasn't Uncle Lian a special physique? An Earth Realm powerhouse actually just gave into his anger and fainted. After looking at it, he turned his head to look at Tuobayu with a cold gaze. "No need to waste your breath. Then his body's aura erupted as he lifted his lance and stood in the air. Great Joe Cavalry. The 180,000 cavalrymen below, with their fierce auras released, raised their heads and roared. In. Lin Yu pointed his spear at the Lai Mountain army. Anyone who dares to violate Great Joe. Yuan Tiangang and the others simultaneously stood in the air behind Lin Yu, their auras violently erupting, killing intent in their eyes as they spoke in unison. Their country shall be destroyed. Exterminate its seed. And the seed of his people shall be exterminated. A slight cracking sound actually came from the space that even the Zunsha realm had failed to shake. Kill! 2 black torrents and 1 white torrent from below shot out explosively, charging directly toward the 1.5 million strong army with a number of 180,000 people. Tuobayu's face was no longer calm when Yuan Tiangang and the others rose up in the air. Actually, all of them were Heaven Realm powerhouses. Looking at the Great Joe Iron Cavalry that sprinted towards them, they were even more pale. All of them were in the early stage of the Zongsha realm, and could almost be compared to the elite legions of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. This is a dynastic power in a barbaric land? Without waiting for him to think more, several streams of light had already shot sharply in their direction. Chapter 28. The enemies are destroyed. Tuobayu and the others looked at the several people from the Great Joe who were sprinting towards them, and quickly adjusted, also erupting with aura and rushing towards them. Since you want to fight, then fight. All of a sudden, the entire sky was churning with aura and roaring. Zhao Yun versus Takuma Wing. Hua to take on Tuafu. Dian Wei took on 2 mid-sky realm generals. Xin Shiji took on 3 early heaven realm generals. Both sides met with killing moves, killing with every move. Below, the Great Joe Iron Cavalry also charged into the Lai Shan Dynasty's army camp, and at once, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, the Lai Shan Dynasty's army was instantly chiseled through. The army of Lai Shan, which was invincible in the barbaric land, was crushed at the touch of a button, and the sound of killing rose in all directions. The Great Joe Iron Cavalry was like no one's business, charging back and forth to pierce inside Lai Shan's army. There was a lot of crying and shouting from the army of Lai Shan. Tuobayu, on the other hand, did not move at all, glancing at the generals of the Lai Shan dynasty who were at a disadvantage once they met with the strong men of the Great Joe, his face slightly unsightly. The 1.5 million troops that sensed the frantic slaughter were even more anxious. It wasn't that he didn't move, it was that he didn't dare to move. His eyes were dead set on the powerfully dressed man wearing a mask on his head beside Lin Yu. He felt a deadly threat from that man. This kind of death threat he had once felt on a Zunsha realm powerhouse made his nerves tense. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. Only to see the masked man's body swaying slightly, the person had already disappeared in the same place. In less than a second, a masked face appeared in front of Tuobayu's eyes, and then the entire person instantly flew backwards. Tuobayu hurriedly stopped his body, and then stifled a snort, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze horrified as he looked at the masked man who stood where he had just been. Unbelievably. Peak Heaven Realm? No way. There's no way the peak of the Heaven Realm could be able to seriously injure me with a single strike. You're not from this barbaric land. Who are you? Great Joe Dynasty, under the command of the Great Prince, the Bad Marshal, Yuan Tiangang. An indifferent voice came out from under the mask. Just as Tuobayu wanted to speak again. Boom! A loud bang came from not far from them. The figures of the 2 Lai Shan Dynasty generals fell sharply, smashing heavily on the ground without a sound. At the same time a roar came out. Unbridled. A burly man with a fierce tiger vision hanging behind him instantly appeared in front of Lin Yu with a big halberd in his hand. It turned out that it was Dian Wei who saw several Lai Shan Dynasty Earth Realm martial artists killing towards Lin Yu. He was instantly anxious, releasing his body's visions, and with 2 halberds, he killed the 2 mid-heaven realm martial artists who were entangled with him, before flying to Lin Yu. A few martial artists who were rushing towards Lin Yu saw Dian Wei and instantly stopped in their tracks, their bodies in a state of war. They had just seen this burly man kill 2 heaven realm martial artists in an instant. Lin Yu also quietly withdrew his lance. The chances of getting a shot at him are getting fewer and fewer. Dian Wei didn't care what they thought. Lifting his halberd he rushed off with a murderous intent in his heart. I am the ultimate guard of His Highness. How dare I take advantage of the chaos to attack and kill His Highness? I will chop you alive. Seemingly sensing the end of Dian Wei's battle, the other human masters were not willing to lag behind. 7 Exploratory Snake Coil Gun. Tuobayi's throat was instantly pierced by Zhao Yun before his head exploded and crashed towards the ground. Tuobafu was directly decapitated at the waist by Hua Zaixiao's shot, and his body was broken into 2 pieces and scattered on the ground. Dian Wei and Xin Shiji also swung their weapons in their hands, and the entire sky was suddenly left with only Tuobayu's silhouette alone. The battle ended far faster than he had imagined, and they were simply crushed without any temper. Tuobayu looked at the clansmen who were being killed in a single blow as if they were dumplings, a bitter smile on his face. So, is that why the head of the family ordered it carefully? Sensing the Great Joe powerhouses with cold gazes around them, his eyes looked in the direction of the heavenly Weeping Mountain range, and he seemed to see the Tuoba clan of the Martyr Mountain King City with despair on his face. and then his body exploded with power, rushing toward his heart chakra and consciousness. Just then, Yuan Tiangang instantly disappeared in place and kicked him in the chest with a huge force. Tuoba Yu was kicked to the ground, and then he saw Yuan Tiangang quickly bully his way forward, imprisoning the power of his physical strength and lifting him from the ground to grab him in his hands. Lin Yu also landed from the air at this time, took a look at Tuoba Yu who still had a breath in his mouth, and said towards Yuan Tiangang, "Take them back and ask them nicely." Yuan Tiangang nodded, then lifted Tuoba Yu and flew towards Rock West City. It turns out that when Lin Yu found out that Tuoba Lingtian was not in the army of the Lishan dynasty, he secretly sent a message to Yuan Tiangang to keep Tuoba Yu's breath for a while and bring him back to interrogate him properly. After Lin Yu glanced at the distant Yuan Tiangang, he turned to look at the ground battlefield, looking at the Lai Mountain army that had been nearly slaughtered to death in a slight daze. Behind him, Dian Wei and the others were also standing with him in the battlefield. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Split Mountain King City, King's Mansion. The moment Takumi Wing and Takumi Fu were killed, Tuoba Crack and Tuoba Ling Tian had just sent a middle-aged man to a room within the royal residence to rest. The two had just walked over to the patio stone table and sat down. Then he saw the family's guards who were guarding the name tag come running in a hurry. A bad feeling flashed through the two men's hearts, only to see the guard running to the two men. His face panicked. Your Highness, General Tuoba E and General Tuoba Fu's life tags are shattered. There were also several Heaven Realm clansmen and dozens of Earth Realm clansmen whose life cards shattered at almost the same time. The two instantly stood up from the stone bench, and Tuoba Ling Tian asked first, "Where's Uncle Yu? What's the status of his naming card?" Your Highness, General Tuoba Yu's life brand has not shattered, but the situation is not optimistic. The life fire flickers on and off, as if he has been seriously injured. When Tuoba Ling Tian heard this, his face was gloomy and murderous, his eyes flickered with cold aura. Just then, another guard rushed in and immediately said, "It's not good, General Tuoba Yu's fate card, it's shattered too." Tuoba Ling Tian could no longer control it, his power rippled and he smashed the stone table with a palm, his gaze scarlet. Tuoba Crack was also full of anger, waving his hand to let the two trembling guards retreat, and then said, "That dynasty you talked about last time, it's called Great Zhou?" "Yes, father, I want revenge." Tuoba Crack glanced at the scarlet-eyed Tuoba Ling Tian and frowned slightly as his Zunshur realm aura surged out. "Wake up!" Tuoba Ling Tian was instantly awakened, the blood-red color in his eyes faded, but he also clenched his fists. Topaz said when he saw that he was in control, "Tianer, your physique is different from normal people, so control yourself." Tuoba Ling Tian nodded. "I still underestimated the latent dragons of the Savage Land. The speed at which that fate card shattered, one could almost conclude that your Uncle Yu and the others were not able to fight back. That great Zhou dynasty, even if it doesn't have a strong person of the Zunshur realm, it's still not far off." Tuoba Crack glanced at the slightly calmer Tuoba Ling Tian and continued, "The deacon of the Lord's house has just arrived. In a few days, we will return to the Lord's house. You can also fully activate your physique there. With the resources over there to cultivate you, you will surely grow by leaps and bounds. To ask us to raise our entire clan now to take on that great Zhou that we don't understand the bottom of it at all. Or maybe you'll come back some years later after you've cultivated and come back to take revenge in a crushing position. My father listens to you." Tuoba Ling Tian's tightly clenched fist slowly loosened, while then he raised his head to look at Tuoba Rift and gently nodded. Great Zhou Dynasty. Chapter 29, The Grand Annual Meeting. It had been about half a month since the Lishan dynasty's army had been swept away by Lin Yu's leading troops. Great Zhou Palace. At Lin Arao's residence, Lin Arao, Lin Yu, and Lin Hao were sitting around a jade table, eating a meal. Originally, when a martial artist reaches the mortal realm, he or she will be able to open up the valley for a long period of time, and it was also because Lin Arao had just come out of seclusion that he immediately summoned the two brothers over. The three of them, as in the homes of ordinary people, ate their food and drank their wine. Lin Arao raised his wine cup and gestured towards the two men, taking a sip and cursing with a laugh. "You two, you've grown up, even my guards, you don't listen to me anymore. I instructed before my seclusion that if there is any news from the Lai Mountain dynasty, notify me immediately. Now, the army of the Lai Mountain dynasty has been overthrown by both of you leading the army for half a month, and I've only just learned of the news." The words sounded as if they were a reproach, but he couldn't hide the smile that couldn't be stopped on his face and the sense of pride in his eyes. Lin Hao laughed nervously, his eyes looking towards Lin Yu. "Father, I don't blame Hosey, it's my son who has gone AWOL." Lin Yu followed with a glass of wine and hurriedly replied. Lin Arao waved his hand. How could he not know that this was Lin Yu's arrangement? Looking at the eldest son in front of him, who would soon be 19 years old, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Pouring drinks for both men, he continued. "Tell us what you two brothers have planned next," Lin Yu said after a slight meditation. "On that day, my son had the undesirables interrogate Tuoba Yu. From the information that came out of his mouth, the Tuoba family of the Jade China Imperial Dynasty is a branch of a rather powerful force in the central domain, and it seems that Tuoba Ling Tian didn't come this time because they're returning to the main vein soon. Afterwards, Lin Yu recounted to Lin Aro and Lin Hao the various information that Yuan Tiangang had reported to him that day. A trace of shock flashed in both of their eyes. It turns out that the center of the state is so big. Lin Yu glanced at the two and continued. Father, have you ever received any information about a dynasty being promoted to an imperial dynasty? After all these years, and just heard it from you. It is only recently that as the Great Zhou's boundaries have become more and more expansive, the generals and legions under you, have become more and more powerful. I have a vague feeling that Great Zhou is encountering a barrier, as if it is about to metamorphose. A trace of gravity flashed in Lin Wu's eyes as he replied. Lin Yu nodded after hearing this. As he suspected, had certain conditions not been met. Lin Hao then spoke. Brother, Tuoba Ling Tian and their clan should have already received the news of the great defeat. Why is there no movement until now? Lin Yu also said as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At the time of our return, I arranged for undesirable people to poke around in the Split Mountain King City, and there should be news coming back soon. Just as his words fell, he heard the guards informing him that the undesirable marshal had requested to enter, and Lin Yu immediately let him in. Not long after, Yuan Tiangang walked into the room and saluted the three of them before looking at Lin Yu with slight hesitation. Lin Yu saw that he was standing still and didn't say anything and instantly understood, slightly fuming. Say something straight. Yes. My subordinate received news in the Yuhua dynasty that the Split Mountain King resigned from the dynasty 10 days ago. The Tuoba family and Split Mountain King City all relocated 5 days ago, and what's left are basically some marginal industries and insignificant people. The entire Topaz family is basically empty. My subordinate guesses that they should have returned to the main vein. Lin Yu gently rubbed his fingers on the wineglass in his hand, nodded, and instructed him. Several generals will be back in a few days. Go down and give orders to the major cities and towns that have just been taken over and purged. Better to miss it than to let it go. The big annual meeting is in 2 days, so you don't have to go. Yuan Tiangang led the way. Lin Wu looked at the departing Yuan Tiangang, and Lin Yu, who had just methodically arranged everything, satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he snickered. You subordinate, very good. Lin Hao was also looking at Lin Yu with a face of adoration. He had witnessed Yuan Tiangong's style in the battle at Rock West City, where he had rubbed a peak Heaven Realm powerhouse on the ground in 2 moves. Lin Yu laughed awkwardly and looked at the two of them who hadn't developed a grudge because of the small matter just now, and was also emotional. Perhaps, only they, Great Zhou, did not have the hookups of an imperial family, only pure affection. Thinking about the news he had just brought, he continued. It should be as in the news just now, the Tuoba family has returned to the main vein. Quite a bold family, though. The two also nodded in agreement. Just now you said that your generals, all of them, are coming back? Lin Huai asked. Yes. After the battle at Rock West City, no one in the entire barbarian land can pose a threat to our Great Zhou anymore. My son will then order a few people to go all the way to the west and annex the major cities of the Lishan dynasty. Half a month has passed, and they should all reap huge rewards. Seeing that the annual meeting is approaching, I have caused a few to return first. Lin Yu glanced at the two and continued. My son is prepared to encompass all of the boundaries of the Lishan dynasty into Great Zhou after the annual meeting. Complete the unification of the entire savage land. Following that, lead Great Zhou out of this barbaric land to appreciate the higher landscapes. Lin Yu's gaze was sharp, his face manifesting ambition as he stood up and raised his glass to drink. Yes. Lin Mo and Lin Hao were also overcome with emotion and finished off a glass of wine. Lin Aro looked at the spirited Lin Yu. The heart is also determined that you is more suitable to lead Great Zhou than I am. The three then made small talk and drank late into the night before finishing up and leaving on their own. Lin Hao, who had returned from Lin Wasteland's residence, sat in his room, seemingly making some kind of decision. Just now, Lin Aro had asked about his and Lin Yu's future plans, and he hadn't answered. In fact, a long time ago, he had a plan. This brother of his was too good and more than a qualified king. He, on the other hand, had grown up under the love and care of Lin Wu and Lin Yu since he was a child, and was accustomed to being spontaneous, and had no idea at all about the throne. With the overthrow of the Lishan dynasty, the Tuoba family went far away. The savage land was now in the pocket of the Great Zhou. He didn't want to be under the patronage of his father and brother forever. Plus the old man inside his body, although he often said he was unreliable or something like that, he still trusted him a lot inside. Old man, I've decided, I'm going to leave the savage land, step out of the leaving state, and go to various places to practice. I'm going to try to improve myself. Brat, you finally figured it out. This place is too small, and so is the Lai Zhou. You should have walked out a long time ago. That brother of yours and his men are simply out of character. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Don't worry, with me teaching, within a few years, you certainly won't leave them behind either. After the annual meeting, I'll go talk to father and big brother. Lin Hao's gaze gradually firms up. Chapter 30, Character Cultivation Space. Fongjing City. The whole city was decorated with lights and colors, and everywhere you could see bustling crowds and young children running around. A strong festive atmosphere came to the fore. As the capital of the current Great Zhou dynasty, the current Fongjing City was more than 2 circles larger than before, and with the arrival of the annual meeting, there was an endless stream of people coming from all over the place. At that moment, a stream of light streaked across the sky and stayed over Fongjing City before falling sharply within the city. A young figure in bright silver armor appeared in the eyes of the guards of the city tower and the people of the city. When he saw the person's face clearly, it caused a gasp of surprise. Zhao Yun, General Zhao. This is my idol. I will definitely become a member of the White Horse Boxers in the future, and I will follow General Zhao to open up territory for Great Zhou. It was Zhao Yun who had rushed back from the border. At this moment, he was walking towards the royal palace, smiling and nodding at the surrounding people of Great Zhou. General Zhao smiled at me. Bullshit, that was obviously a smile at me. Not long after he had landed, 2 more streams of light flashed by and landed beside him at the same time. It's none other than Hua Zhaoi and Xin Chiji. The crowd boiled even more at the sight of the 2 of them. General Hua, General Xin. Don't squeeze me, don't touch me. A burly man slapped open a hand on his chest out of nowhere with a look of disgust. General Hua, are you guys back for the big annual meeting? An old man asked to Hua. Hua nodded at him. General Xin, how do I look to you? A slightly beautiful-looking woman looked at Xin Shiji with an expectant gaze. The corners of Zhao Yun's and Hua Zhaoi's mouths rose slightly as they looked at the slightly nonchalant Xin Shiji. Watching more and more people leaning over, the 3 of them immediately utilized their dexterity to fall away from the crowd. The crowd noise didn't stop as they watched the departing trio. General Zhao is so handsome. A young man in white said. General Hua is more handsome. A black-clothed youth disliked it. General Zhao and the White Horse Boxers are even better. Obviously General Hua's Great Zhou Iron Cavalry is better. I do think General Xion's Flying Tiger Army is more courageous. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight, a teenager with a sword at his waist spoke out. At that moment, the strong man who just had a disgusted look on his face had a misty gaze and said, I think His Highness the Great Prince's Guard, Dianwei, General Dian is the most majestic. Words such as these hadn't stopped being talked about since the trio arrived at Fongjing City. With these several great battles, the several people's fame in Great Zhou soared rapidly, and everywhere they went, they would have their respective fanatical fans. Of course, fortunately Lin Yu always adjusts his face slightly when he goes out. Otherwise, he might have to be surrounded by the frenzied people of Great Zhou who couldn't walk at all. The council chamber of Lin Yu's chambers. The 3 Zhao Yuns who had just returned were reporting their respective situations to Lin Yu, who nodded his head from time to time and listened quietly. When the 3 had finished they were told to go down and rest. The legions under their respective command have not returned, and are guarding the border. Tomorrow is the annual meeting, and there are no major events now, so some small things can be put aside first. And the situation reported by the 3 just now wasn't too far from what Lin Yu had anticipated in his mind, with each advancing in a smooth direction. Now that 2/3 of the entire savage land had been occupied by Great Zhou, the rest was just a matter of time. When the 3 left, he consciously connected to the system. At a glance, it's a large amount of conquest points coming in. I've been so busy with all the aftermath stuff lately that I haven't been checking it out. Conquest points, 1.7 million. As his own martial arts cultivation became higher and higher, some low-realm martial artists, like those below the mortal realm, were already basically unable to bring in many conquest points. These conquest points were basically obtained by killing Earth Realm and Heaven Realm powerhouses. But a mosquito is meat even if it is small, just like the Blazing Mountain Legion, which is more in number and also provides nearly 500,000 conquest points. Looking at these conquest points, Lin Yu stroked his chin. He hadn't been able to figure out how to use them. After thinking for a moment, he opened the system mall, slowly turning it over. In vain, something caught his eye and he immediately checked it out. Transmission Array Technology. Conquest points, 1 million. Note, can establish a teleportation array within the boundaries of the host's territory. Upon redemption, this technology can be transmitted to the host's designated person. This is a good thing, as the territory of the Great Zhou is expanding. Whether it is the army, or the people and merchants, the interoperability between the cities is especially important. It's not cheap, but once you learn it, it lasts a lifetime. Immediately said. System, consume 1 million conquest points to purchase the teleportation array technology. Ding! Purchase successful. Looking at a book in the system space that shimmered with an ethereal light, Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction. I'm not thinking of the object of the teleportation technique for now, so I'll leave it for now. Then proceed to flip them all. There were indeed a lot of good things in there, but they were all too expensive for him to afford right now, and 2 of them were marked hard in his heart. Character Cultivation Space. Conquest points, 5 million. Note, containing rich heaven and earth aura and sparring targets. The summoned character can enter and cultivate inside. The time flow increases proportionally as the host's cultivation improves, the initial time ratio is 1 to 5. Space for military training. Conquest points, 5 million. Note, containing rich heaven and earth aura and sparring targets, the Summon Legion can enter and cultivate inside. The time flow increases proportionally as the host's cultivation improves. The initial time ratio is 1 to 5. This is not a proper artifact, just take a few characters and legions under him now, go in and cultivate for 5 years, the outside world has only passed 1 year. Moreover, as his own cultivation increased, the time ratio would become higher and higher, and with the natural talent of the summon characters and legions, as long as there was time, it wouldn't be a random push across the entire continent. Lin Yu's mouth was watering. Suddenly something came to mind and asked, "System, then if I redeem the Legion cultivation space, won't those Legion realm enhancement cards in the mall be useless?" Host, think again. Lin Yu was slightly stunned, he felt as if he had been offended again, thinking slightly. The Legion realm enhancement card is an instant enhancement after spending conquest points to redeem and use it. The Legion cultivation space is a space to enter and cultivate by spending time in the space. The two are really different, but over time, it's definitely the Legion cultivation space that's cost effective. The Legion realm enhancement card can then be used to save the day. He understood instantly. Work on getting conquest points. Glancing at the remaining 700,000 conquest points, he asked, "System, how many conquest points do I need to consume to raise my cultivation to the peak of the Earth realm?" 400,000. Lin Yu hesitated slightly for a split second, thinking of the plan afterward, and ordered, "System, raise me to the peak of the Earth realm." Ding! Boost successful. A powerful force erupted from Lin Yu's body, which was then quickly collected by him. Lin Yu sensed the power in his body that was 3 or 4 times more powerful than the middle stage of the Earth realm and moved his body with satisfaction. Was about to summon a wave. Dian Wei walked in, followed by Qiner, who said to him, "Your Highness, the king's visitor has informed us that we can proceed to the palace to begin the annual meeting." Lin Yu heard and glanced out the window, unconsciously already evening. Today, the last day of the year, the night Lin organized the annual meeting of the officials of the Great Zhou, all have to participate. Immediately, he headed out the door, leaving the summoning on the back burner. Lin Yu, whose cultivation had just broken through, was in a good mood, and as he walked towards the banquet hall, he glanced at Qiner, who had already grown up, and flirted. "Qiner is getting prettier and prettier. I don't know which man will be so lucky to marry you in the future." Qiner instantly turned red, her hand gripping the corner of her coat tightly, and did not speak. Lin Yu laughed out loud when he saw it. Chapter 31, Lin Wasteland's departure. Lin Yu walked into the banquet hall and looked around. There were already many Great Zhou officials within. When the people in the hall saw him coming, they also rose from their seats to salute him. Nodding to the crowd, his eyes caught sight of Lin Hao, who was waving frantically at him, and immediately walked towards a seat beside him to sit down. Glancing back, Zhao Yun and the others had already taken their respective seats. His place was located first on the left-hand side of the hall, and a larger seat in the upper left center was Lin Arise, who had not come over for the time being. Lin Hao saw him sit down and poked his head over and said, "Brother, father arranged for me to sit in that seat across from you, and I didn't go. I want to sit next to you." Lin Yu smiled at him, and then he glanced around the hall. The ministers were chatting in a cordial atmosphere, and their gazes were looking at him and a few people behind them from time to time. It should be chatting about the recent changes in the big week. In the crowd, he actually saw Shui Ran and Lian Ji and the others, who should have been shouted over by Lin. Just as Lin Yu had just sat down for a moment, he saw Lin Arai Dragon walking in from outside and sitting in his seat. When the crowd saw him come in, they also stopped talking and quieted down. After Lin Wu sat down, he looked at the crowd that was already seated and lifted the wine cup on the table and stood up. "Today is the day of the annual meeting. Just one thing. Drink." The crowd also stood up and raised their glasses. "To your majesty." And then a line of dancers came in, and the sound of playing music followed. The whole hall was buzzing with activity. In front of Lin Yu's table, there was a long line of people coming to toast. He also took the trouble to respond to each and every one of them. The entire hall, Lian Di's voice is the biggest, but also in Dian Wei holding a wine jar in fierce irrigation, I heard that the two also worshipped. On this day, none of the people used their martial arts cultivation to dispel the alcohol. Lin Yu and the others' physiques were stronger than the rest of the crowd by more than a couple of degrees, and they were all drunk to the ground in the end. The annual meeting lasted until late at night. Lin Yu hurried back to his room to rest when he came out of it. The first Great Zhou Dynasty meeting after the year is to take place tomorrow. On the second day, the palace, the Hall of Assemblies. The first pilgrimage of the new year is known as the Great Pilgrimage. All the officials who could be counted in the entire Great Zhou were involved. Lin Wu sat on the dragon chair listening to the reports of officials from all over the world, and Lin Yu sat on a seat below him. After the local officials finished their report, Gulin Ru stepped out of the queue and arched his hand. "Your Majesty, now that the Great Zhou state is strong, the people everywhere are well fed and clothed, and all localities are receiving their ever-expanding boundaries in an organized manner. Such a prosperous world, my heart is very pleased. Now that I am past my prime, I hereby ask for the resignation of my official position. Save your place for the more talented young men of the Great Week. After he finished speaking, about 10 old ministers of the Great Joe came out from the queue at the same time and said in unison, Your Majesty, I also ask for the resignation of my official position. Lin Yu was instantly horrified and opened his mouth just to open it to stop it when Lin Wu's voice came out from above. Granted. All of you have done your best for Great Joe, so when you return, enjoy the joys of heaven. If Great Joe needs you, return at any time. Nah, if called upon, I will return. Gulin Ru and the others responded with smiles on their faces and returned to the queue. Lin Yu looked at Gulin Ru and the others with suspicion. They were completely sincere and had no intention of faking to force the issue. Just as they were returning to the queue, Lin Huai said as he glanced at the people in the hall. Effective immediately, pass on the throne to the Grand Imperial Prince, Lin Yu. After selecting an auspicious date, hold the enthronement ceremony. Buzz. The entire hall instantly murmured. Lin Yu was even more numbed by this news. He thought this day would come, but he didn't think it would come back so soon. Right after Lin Wasteland's announcement, Lao Burman stepped out of line. After all this time, his talent had long been recognized by the crowd, which quieted as they saw him step out of line. No, Your Highness, after 15 days, it is the day when the dragon raises its head. It would be most appropriate to conduct the enthronement ceremony on that day. When Lin Wu heard this, he immediately said, Then it's set for that day. Many things you manipulate. Lu Bowen led the way back to the queue and looked at Lin Yu with a smile on his face. The group of military generals, including Hua Daisy, who stood in the hall, also looked at him with smiles on their faces. Gulin Ru and a group of other veteran ministers were all looking at him with anticipation in their eyes. For his part, Lin Arai winked at Lin Yu after giving the order. Lin Yu instantly understood. Lin Wu was paving the way for him, and Gulin Ru and the other old officials of the previous generation of the Great Joe were also making way for him. As for Lu Bowen and a group of military generals, they were afraid that they had already been pulled in a boat by Lin in this matter. For the characters he summoned, his heart had long been impatient for Lin Yu to ascend to the throne, so when Lin Wuong spoke to them about it, they all agreed without fail. Looking around the circle all looking at him in various ways, he took a deep breath and stood up. My son, lead the way. After the great pilgrimage, Lin Wasteland's place of seclusion. He held the phoenix-shaped jade pendant in his hand as he sat in his chair. On either side of him were Lin Yu and Lin Hao. Lin Hao was looking at Lin Yu with an excited expression. The great pilgrimage, which he also attended. Lin Hao first glanced at Lin Yu and said, Starting tomorrow, you are the 28th Great Joe Emperor. Don't forget the beginning. Run the ancestral foundation well, and I believe that you can lead the people of Great Joe out of this place that is called a barbaric land. Lin Yu also responded with confidence. Father, don't worry. It's just that you're still so young. Why did you pass the throne to me so early? Lin Arai glanced at the two after hearing this and let out a soft laugh. That's exactly what I'm going to say to you next. I won't be attending your enthronement ceremony. You grew up excellent, and I can't give you much of anything to hand over. However, you've grown up to be spontaneous. Ask your big brother for more advice in everything. The two men listened, their eyes gradually staggering. Lin Wu did not stop and continued. I'm going to leave Great Joe tomorrow and look for a way to the central region. For so many years, I've been relieved to know that this Great Joe is the foundation of my ancestors, especially you two brothers. Now, you're all good enough, so it's time. When he was finished, he looked at the two of them silently, with a sprightly and smiling look on his face. Lin Yu's throat moved, and it took half a day for him to utter a sentence. Father, you can actually wait until we're good enough to go get mother back together. Lin Hao hadn't said anything. He couldn't have imagined that Lin had proposed leaving before him. Lin Hao looked at the two of them and smiled even more when he heard Lin Yu's address. Alright, my father will first go and explore what kind of dragon's den that Phoenix Clan is. Remember, if you don't hear from me, don't bother looking for me. Pick up your mother when you are absolutely sure. Well, go back. After finishing his speech, Lin Arai shook off his hand and turned his back to them. Lin Hao's teeth were clenched and his eyes were slightly red as he stood still and never moved. He was becoming more and more determined to leave the shelter of his elder brother and cultivate hard. Lin Yu looked at Lin Arao's back, his lips slightly opened, but in the end, he didn't say anything and pulled Lin Hao out of the room. He knew that since Lin Arao had decided, there was no way that one or two words could convince him. The only way to move forward is to work on yourself. Chapter 32, The King's Talent. Lin Huai left. The day after he finished speaking with Lin Yu and Lin Hao, he left Great Joe. Lin Yu was no longer in the palace when he came to him the next day. Lin Yu, on the other hand, declared to the public that Lin Wuong had closed his doors to cultivate, and after 2 days had passed since Lin Wasteland left, Lin Hao also came over to bid farewell to Lin Yu. He said that he would rely on himself and come out as a different kind of martial artist, then come back to Great Joe and go together to get mother back. On that day, Lin Yu stood alone at the highest point of the palace, looking at Lin Hao's determined back and froze. As for the place where Lin and Lin Hao used to live, it was strictly ordered by Lin Yu that no one was allowed to go there. Nearly half a month had passed since Lin and Lin Hao had left. The Great Zhou Palace, Lin Yu's former residence, was now the very center of the entire palace. Inside the council chamber, Lin Yu was sitting on his chair, listening to Lu Bowen's report from below. Your Highness, in 2 days, it will be the ceremony of enthronement. The entire savage land has now been fully purged by several generals. The supply of officers in the rear is also being kept up in a steady stream. This is the flow of the enthronement ceremony in 2 days, take a look. He took a golden book from Lu Bowen's hand, flipped it slightly, looked at it for a few moments, and then put it aside. I know. Go down. Looking at Lu Bowen who walked out of the hall, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and walked out of his residence. When he reached the ancestral shrine, he took a look at the 2 shining fortune cards and returned to his room. The guards at the ancestral shrine seemed to have taken this in stride, and His Highness visited almost every day. Lin Yu had already adjusted his state a few days after the 2 had left, and he was looking forward to reuniting with them again. After returning to his room, Lin Yu's consciousness connected to the system. System, use all of your conquest points to summon. Ding! Congratulations host, use successful. Summoning succeeds twice, summoning fails once. Is it placed? Lin Yu immediately checked the summoning information, and immediately, his eyes were shocked, and the corners of his mouth rose at a speed visible to the naked eye before he burst out laughing. Sun Yu, Peak Earth Realm. Public Transportation Class, Peak Earth Realm. P.S. 5,000 disciples of the Gongfu family, Peak Grand Masters. The first summoning result was Sun Yu, the king's genius, one of his favorite capable ministers of governance. This kind of character, cultivation is not the key, it's the brain that feeds on the brain. And this was only the initial cultivation. With the natural talent of these summon characters, he believed that even if they were civil ministers, they wouldn't be worse than the celestial pride of the Dome continent. He has added one more to the ranks of his civil servants. Thinking about the future left Lu Bowen, right Sun Yu, the corners of his mouth are grinning to his ears. The second summoning result was even more ecstatic for him, another special event. Only Mozi can be slightly overpowered by Kung Fu Ban, whose other name is even more of a household name, Lu Ban. It also came with 5,000 disciples of the Gongfu family, which was simply a stroke of luck. Although the cultivation level is not particularly high, but these are professional talents. There was no guarantee that they would create a war machine and give Lin Yu a big surprise. Anyone who dared to underestimate them might be punched to pieces by a golem that appeared out of nowhere one day. And, wasn't there just the right candidate for the teleportation array technology purchased at the mall some time ago? It's perfect for them to build this thing, he said instantly. First, cast down Gongchaban and his disciples. Ding! Drop successful. The space in front of Lin Yu shattered, and an old man slowly stepped out from within, his eyes seeming to contain thousands of changes, full of wisdom. The old man stepped out and gazed at him, arching his hand. See the king! Lin Yu instantly came back to his senses, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. After half a month of cultivation, he had almost reached the early stage of the heaven realm. The look in Gong Shouban's eyes just now actually almost caused him to sink into it, and all sorts of giant puppets appeared in his eyes all of a sudden. He hurriedly went forward to help Gong Gong Ban up and said, "No need to be polite." And then, he took out the books on teleportation array technology that were glowing with an ethereal light from the system space and handed them to him with an expectant face. Try and see if you can receive it and master it. Gong Zhuban's eyes flashed with a glint when the book appeared in Lin Yu's hands, and when he heard his words, he immediately took the book, before his eyes glazed over and his consciousness attached itself to it. In Lin Yu's eyes, Gong received the book, changed into a stream of light and disappeared into his mind, while he also closed his eyes. About a quarter of an hour or so, Gongchaban opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face as he said to Lin Yu, "I am fortunate to be able to do so, old man." Lin Yu laughed a few times after hearing this and said, "Then sir, you will first lead your disciples to learn this technique well. 2 days later, after the enthronement ceremony is over, we'll start working on establishing the teleportation array." Gong Zhuban arched his hand toward him. "Nah," then left. After watching him leave, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and calmed down slightly. "Drop it. Sun Yu. Ding. Drop successful." The space in front of Lin Yu shattered once again, footsteps came from another space, and a burst of vastness came from another space, and Lin Yu's robes were lifted slightly. As the sound of footsteps grew closer, a figure stepped out from within the spatial crack, and the space regained its calm. A middle-aged man who was a modest gentleman and as gentle as jade stood in front of Lin Yu with a gentle smile on his face and deep eyes that flowed like the twinkling of stars. Just as Sun Yu came out of the world, Lu Bowen, who was helping Lin Yu review the Jingfu, seemed to sense something and raised his head to look at Lin Yu's residence. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his gaze expectant, and he murmured softly, "Such a pure vast she. I wonder which great talent has been resurrected out of the king." Then he glanced at the piles of folders, and the smile in his eyes increased. There's company. And at this time, inside Lin Yu's room, he was sitting opposite Sun Yu, who had just been summoned. He happened to have some ideas that he needed to communicate with Sun Yu. Glancing at Sun Yu, who was wearing a smile, Lin Yu sighed in his heart. What a handsome middle-aged man. Was about to speak. Does the king wish to ask the minister about the development plan for Great Zhou after the throne ceremony? Lin Yu's words instantly retracted as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Surely he was a great talent and had already guessed what he was about to ask. As for such evasions as monarchical suspicion, Lin Yu didn't care. The systems that 100% loyalty was not oppose. Sun Yu glanced at Lin Yu, whose gaze was expectant, waiting for him to continue. Sorting out the information that was passed to him by an inexplicable force at the time of his resurrection, he opened his mouth. I have a few suggestions from the microcosm. To open the imperial examinations and recruit talents. Establishment of colleges, emphasis on education. Consolidating the frontier. When Lin Yu heard this, he looked at him with both eyes in admiration, just as he had thought. Great Zhou had taken too many steps recently, and although the entire savage lands had been planted with Great Zhou's flag, many of the frontiers had not been able to be fully digested. It still takes slightly more time to build up. Lu Bowen must have thought about all this, but he had too many things on his hands, so Lin Yu didn't communicate with him for the time being. Thinking of Lu Bowen, his eyes lit up and he said to Sun Yu, Sir, great talent. There is another great talent in the palace right now who is taking care of business, so you can communicate more. I'll have Dian Wei lead you there. A glint flashed in Sun Yu's eyes, and he immediately got up and said, Yes. Lin Yu immediately called Dian Wei in and took Sun Yu out. Watching the departing pair, he hummed something leisurely. Dian Wei, who was leading Sun Yu toward the council hall, was looking at him with a surprised gaze. Sir, I can't believe His Highness has resurrected you as well. When Sun Yu saw Dian Wei, he also flashed a trace of memories in his eyes and laughed. Yes, I also couldn't have imagined that there would actually be a chance to meet with General Dian again. All the things of the past life are already mirrors and passing clouds. This side of the world is even more vast and wonderful. We still need to assist His Highness properly. Dian Wei nodded heavily. Chapter 33, The Enthronement Ceremony. It was light. Today's Fengjing city is crowded with people, and 10,000 people. All of their eyes were directed towards the huge celestial altar in the center of the city that was sticking straight up into the sky. Above the altar of heaven, a large tripod stood in the center, and in front of the tripod there was a desk on which the crown was placed. Below the temple of heaven, steps are staggered and connect to the ground. In detail, the steps totaled 999. At the bottom of the steps, on the road leading to the palace, 100 officials were lined up, looking serious. On the left-hand side, Lu Bowen was at the head of the civil officials, followed by Xin Yu, Gong Fuban and others. On the right-hand side, Zhao Yun, Hua Zhaoi, Xan Shiji, and Dian Wei led a large number of military officials in separate positions, with an aura that shook the 9 heavens. The people were all looking excited, waiting for the enthronement ceremony to begin. Just the moment the sunlight hit the cauldron, Lu Bowen, with a solemn expression, holding the golden book in his hand, and running the power of his whole body, pronounced, "The auspicious time has come. Enthronement ceremony, begin." The 100 officials to the right and left of the parade were even more imposing. Rumble. The door to the palace hall opened. 2 rows of forbidden guards in golden armor lined up and came out, and a solemn and murderous atmosphere greeted them. Dressed in a dragon robe and with a solemn expression, Lin Yu walked out of the hall before slowly walking towards the heavenly ladder. The people's eyes trembled, their bodies were agitated, and they clenched their teeth, not daring to let themselves make a sound. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Yu walked to the heavenly staircase leading to the heavenly altar. Lu Bowen then read, "Ascend the stairway to heaven." Lin Yu immediately lifted his feet and walked upwards one step at a time, his gaze firm. As Lin Yu began to ascend the heavenly ladder, Lu Bowen read it aloud. Grand Imperial Prince Lin Yu, intelligent since childhood, skilled in both literature and martial arts. At the age of 18, he led the army northward, decimated the incoming enemies of the northern barbarians, and recaptured the cities of the northern frontier. Even more so, he led the army all the way north to overthrow the northern barbarian royal court. At the time of life and death of the great Zhou, behead the traitor Wang Jin and save the people from the fire. Sweep away the nations and expand the boundaries. Lead the army to destroy the strong enemies of the Lai Shan dynasty and unify the savage land. Lu Bowen excitedly read out Lin Yu's feats from his childhood to the present. The civil and military officials and the people listened with fervor, and their hearts were filled with pride and honor. Just as Lu Bowen finished reading, Lin Yu walked to the 999 steps of the celestial ladder. Looking towards the large tripod in the crown on the pedestal in front of him, he took a deep breath and took a step up, slowly walking to the pedestal to stand in front of it. Lu Bowen read it at once. "Wear the crown." Lin Yu stretched out his hands and cupped the crown on the desk and put it on his head. Turning around, He looked at the civil and military officials and the people of Great Zhou under the heavenly altar, his gaze slowly looking away from the entire Great Zhou territory. The ancient celestial emperor body operated as a terrifying imperial might surged out from within his body, instantly spreading in all directions. Today, I am the Lord of Great Zhou. The moment Lin Yu's words fell, there was no need for Lu Bowen to prompt him. The civil and military officials and the people of Great Zhou knelt down and shouted, "Long live, my emperor, long live, long live." As Lin Yu brought on the crown, the people had all boiled over, shouting endlessly, and at this point, they were even shouting their hearts out. And just as the crowd was chanting, Lin Yu suddenly sensed that there was a shocking change going on deep inside the Great Zhou Palace. From all over the Great Zhou territory, there appeared a force of qi that only he could see coalescing towards the palace in droves. Among them, Fengjing City's qi power was the most intense. At the same time, Lu Bowen rose up in the air and shouted, "Gather the dragon vein!" As the words fell, 99 dragon veins glowing with golden light appeared from his hands and flew rapidly deeper into the palace. Boom! A shaking of the ground. The entire Great Zhou Palace instantly rose a few meters higher, as if it was a palace in the sky, and gusts of dragon chants spread throughout the entire Fengjing City. Then, a burst of arcane sounds suddenly came from the sky, and a golden pillar of light that descended from the sky enveloped Lin Yu. And at this moment, everyone in the entire Fengjing City looked like they were imprisoned, and time also stopped completely. All of them did not move at all. Lin Yu looked up, and at the end of the pillar of light, a giant eye through the sky appeared, staring at him. The giant eye seemed to be observing something, and after about a tea time, the giant eye and the pillar of light faded away. A voice came from Lin Yu's mind. "Yun, Great Zhou, the qi is transformed." Just the moment the voice fell, time began to flow, the confinement disappeared, and most of the officials and people were still shouting in excitement, looking at the suddenly elevated palace with more and more exuberance. Only Zhao Yun and the other summoned figures looked at each other, their eyes narrowing slightly as they gazed deeply into the sky. Just then, the bursts of dragon chants inside the palace converged into a single high-pitched dragon chant. A golden dragon of qi shot out sharply from within the palace and circled around Lin Yu's body before hovering behind him. The civil and military officials and the crowd of people all looked at Lin Yu, who was like a heavenly emperor on earth, with shocked eyes and exclamations of astonishment. "Oh my god! The golden dragon surrounds! Heaven blesses my Great Zhou! Heaven blesses my Great Zhou! Heaven blesses my Great Zhou!" Lin Yu, at this time, also came back to his senses and received information about the dynasty and the imperial dynasty. As expected, as he had guessed before, a dynasty's promotion to imperial dynasty required the fulfillment of a certain rule or condition before it could be triggered. That giant eye just now was precisely the Great Tao condensing and observing Lin Yu and the entire Great Zhou, and the qi coalesces and thus takes form. It is an important criterion to show whether a dynasty is powerful or not, and it is also the foundation of whether it can be promoted to the imperial dynasty, but this step is stuck in most of the dynasty forces, because the degree of qi cohesion of a dynasty is very important. Before the qigong has taken shape, it can't be felt, and only the head of a country, perhaps, has a slight sense of it. And if you want the qi to take shape, you have to be recognized by the Great Tao even more. In fact, one thing Lin Yu didn't know was, ordinary dynastic qi transformations are directly probed and promised by the heavenly Tao of a continent, and what has just been given to the Great Zhou as promised is the Great Tao of the heavens and the worlds. After Lin Yu slightly sensed the mysteries of qi, with a thought, the qi-lut golden dragon shuttled back deeper into the royal palace. He found that as long as he was in the Great Zhou boundary, he could mobilize the golden dragon of qi-lut at any time. And, as the qi-lut golden dragon took shape, there was one thing that made it obvious to him. It was the aura of the Great Zhou territory that was rising at an extremely terrifying rate. The civil and military officials below were also aware of the changes in the Great Zhou, and all of them had happy faces. At the same time, the power of qi fortune also allowed him and the officials of Great Zhou to obtain various benefits such as increased cultivation speed and increased efficiency. Of course, the higher the official rank, the more pronounced the enhancement. Now that the Great Zhou's qi had taken shape, as long as there were enough strong people, they would be able to advance to the imperial dynasty. Lin Yu looked towards the crowd that was still chanting excitedly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Raising his hands, he signaled for silence. The civil and military officials at the bottom, seeing Lin Yu's actions, all of their gazes were scorching hot. The heart murmured, "Here we go." Chapter 34, The New Year of the Great Zhou. Lin Yu looked at the crowd that had quieted down and the group of ministers with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, "From this day forward, the year shall be known as the New Year of the Great Zhou. Every year from now on, this day will be designated as the National Day, and the nation will celebrate together. This is the first year of the New Year of the Great Week." Yes. The gazes of the crowd below were wild as they simultaneously responded. Lin Yu continued, "Seal, Lin Wasteland, as the Great Zhou Supreme Emperor. Seal, Lin Hao, as the Great Zhou One-Word Side-by-Side King. Lin Yu was the first to make these two divisions. At once, the ministers and the people looked at him with complicated eyes. Only Lin Yu, this great Zhou, dared to make a partition like this. The Taishang emperor would be put aside for the moment. After all, Lin was still alive, and everyone knew the relationship between the three members of the Lin family. And the one-word side-by-side king, as the name suggests, is compared to the throne. This vibe. Lin Yu only paused slightly for a moment before continuing. It was a partition he had long thought of and must make. From today, the position of Prime Minister is abolished and the Great Zhou Cabinet is established. The cabinet assists me in handling political affairs and formulating policies, with all civil officials under its jurisdiction. Lu Bo 1, Sun Yu. I am here. The two walked out of the queue and arched their hands towards Lin Yu. Join the Great Zhou Cabinet, from the first rank. My lord, obey. Thank you, your majesty. All the people looked at the two men with envy, and in the future there would be only the cabinet and underneath it would manage all the civil officials. Although there were more than just the two of them in the cabinet, it was basically equivalent to being the center of centralized power for the civil officials of the Great Zhou in the future. However, the people did not dare to have any jealousy, but they knew Lu Bowen's ability. That Sun Yu, who was also recruited by Lin Yu, must also be a great talent, or else he wouldn't have been able to directly enter the cabinet. The crowd was convinced about Lin Yu's recruiting skills. After arranging for Lu Bo 1 and Sun Yu, the remaining civil officials he left untouched for the time being. The older ones have resigned, and now it's basically fresh blood, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it. From today, the Great Zhou Military Affairs Pavilion is established. The Military Affairs Pavilion is in charge of the major legions of the Great Zhou, assisting me in all military affairs. Open up the borders for Great Zhou and conquer the four directions. Zhao Yun, Hua Zhaoi, Xan Qiji. I am here. The three of them knelt down on one knee and looked at Lin Yu with their hands clasped in fists. Enter the Military Affairs Pavilion of the Great Zhou, from the second rank. The three took the order, rose, and returned to the line, their auras astounding. It elicited a gush of chants from their fan groups in the crowd. Xan Qiji, who has always been calm, is also excited at this time. He likes this world too much where he can fight for the country and the people. Lin Yu didn't care what the people below were thinking and continued. Kung Fu Ban. I am here. With immediate effect, the Organ Pavilion will be established, and you will be the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Organ Pavilion, leading 5,000 disciples and proceeding with the construction of the teleportation array. My lord, obey. Gong Zhuban led the way back to the queue, and the crowd had long been curious about the old man who stood beside Sun Yu. Upon hearing Lin Yu's reward, they were all surprised. A cabinet was actually set up for him. And the teleportation array, what's that? Without waiting for them to react, Lin Yu's voice continued to ring out. Yuan Tiangang. I am here. Ren Bad Marshal, head of the Bad Man organization, scouting the world externally and monitoring the 100 officials internally. Preemptive powers against local corrupt and evil officials. My lord, obey. The people are clamoring for more. Yuan Tiangang, still wearing a mask on his head, turned his head and swept over the civil and military officials, and all of them felt a gust of coldness on their bodies. They had heard of this master's methods. Although Lin Yu had talked about this matter when he was in the supervisory state, this time was different from the other time, and the face-saving work that needed to be done had to be done. Jian Wei. I am here. With immediate effect, the Golden Guard is established to be responsible for my guarding. You are appointed Grand General of the Golden Guard. My lord, obey. Dian Wei was excited. He liked this position too much. He could follow His Majesty around for a long time. After the partitioning was basically complete, Lin Yu once again confirmed that there were no mistakes or omissions before speaking again. From this day forward, within the boundaries of the Great Zhou, the 36 cities shall be the land of one county. The land of 18 counties is the land of one province. There are 36 cities under the county administration, 18 county cities under the provincial administration. The city of Fengjing remains unchanged as the capital of the country and governs the provinces. Bottom up, layer by layer. The Great Zhou Cabinet will study a concrete program as soon as possible. Nowadays, the Great Zhou, divided in this way, may only have 2 or 3 provinces, but with the development of time, the territory is getting more and more extensive, which is an adjustment that must be made. Glancing at the Sun Yu duo who had led the order, he continued. From this day forward, establish the Great Zhou Academy. The main office is set up in the city of Fengjing. Provincial sub-offices shall be established in the county towns of each province, and county sub-offices. Great Zhou Academy, enrollment does not distinguish between noble and lowly. As long as you have any aspect of talent, you can pass the examination to enter the study. Those with excellent talent will be screened through the layers and be admitted to the general mansion to receive studies. The Great Zhou Cabinet, the Organ Pavilion, and the generals of the various legions take turns arranging to enter the general mansion to teach. Any student who graduates from the general mansion will be placed by the court in a favorable position. The establishment of the academy shall be jointly supervised by the cabinet and the organ court. As Lin Yu's words fell, the people of the entire Great Zhou instantly boiled over. Geez, the books and martial arts that only government officials used to be able to learn can now be learned by us commoners. From now on, we the people will be able to contribute to Great Zhou at any time. Your Majesty is truly a great lord, and I'm afraid there are not many people who can achieve this kind of vigor. I'm going to be selected to go to the general office, and after I graduate, I'll be able to join the dynasty directly as an official. There were even people who were so excited that they kept kowtowing towards Lin Yu. It is important to realize that many of the people do not have the means to cultivate martial arts, which means that their lives will be in danger at any time because they are powerless to resist when they encounter a martial artist. Glancing at the crowd, he again signaled for silence. In half a year, hold the first imperial examination of the new year of the Great Zhou. Everyone can participate, as long as you have the ability to contribute to Great Zhou. His words fell and caused an even bigger stir. All over the Great Zhou, many aspirants raised their heads, their eyes shining. They were all watching Lin Yu's enthronement ceremony in real time through the city's image stones. And this image stone was made by Lu Bowen after consulting Kung Fu Ban. Originally, they were prepared to enter the academy to study after the establishment of the academy was completed. But when they heard about the imperial examination, they were all energized. It was a path straight to heaven, and if they performed well and were chosen by His Majesty, it was a step to heaven. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the enthronement ceremony also came to an end, but everyone in the entire Great Zhou was in waves, generating impact and heat that stayed high. And Lin Yu, who had ended the enthronement ceremony, was now looking at Lu Bowen and Sun Yu in front of him with a face full of tears and laughter. Especially Lu Bowen, with a firm gaze and a face of deadly admonition caused him 10,000 headaches. Your Majesty, why don't you announce the selection of the consort according to the process I have written? Hearing him again, Lin Yu was at a loss as to what to say, and after thinking for a moment, said, the two secretaries, in fact, I already have a candidate, so I'll call it quits this time. Lu Bowen's face looked suspicious when he heard it, and looking at Lin Yu who answered him with a serious face, he could only say helplessly, Your Majesty, the position of Empress and the affairs of the harem are extraordinary, so I hope you'll pay attention. Lin Yu was relieved when he heard this and answered with a full mouth. Don't worry, I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a moment. Seeing Lin Yu in this state, Lu Bowen and Sun Yu turned around and retreated, thinking in their hearts, next time bring a few generals along. If Lin Yu had known, he would have been jumping out of his skin. Chapter 35 6 months later. Time is running out. Half a year had passed since Lin Yu's throne ceremony. During this period, the Great Zhou Academy was constructed in various parts of the country 2 months after the throne ceremony, and it even completed the enrollment ceremony for the first batch of students. Lin Yu was also present on that occasion, looking at a young face and making encouragement. Fengjing City. At this time, the capital of the Great Zhou has been a giant city, the center of the entire barbaric land. The current Great Zhou Palace is more than twice as big as the original Fengjing City when Lin Wuan was there, and a random piece of small place in the city is priced. As more and more people came and went, 6 small towns were built staggered around it to supply the people who could not live in Fengjing City. In the center of Fengjing City, a building in the style of a spell formation, people coming and going from time to time, was precisely the teleportation array that had already been fully constructed. With the popularization of teleportation arrays, it is more convenient for merchants and businessmen to communicate with each other, and the most important thing is that it is free to use. Just need to maintain order. Of course, during important phases of war, or special circumstances, the people of Great Zhou must be seated for the use of the Legion without reason. At this moment, the teleportation array walked out of several youth figures. They were looking at the various buildings within the Fengjing City with shocking gazes, and it was only when the soldiers guarding the teleportation array reminded them of this that they reacted, apologizing and heading out. The soldiers had long since seen this, and most of those who came here from other cities in the Great Zhou were shocked for a moment. After those youthful figures had just walked out from the teleportation array, they walked on the streets, looking at the bustling vendors, the magnificent palace, the heavenly altar that hung straight up in the sky, and the Great Zhou Academy that was not far away from the palace, and let out bursts of amazement. Brother Lu, look, that's the heavenly altar where His Majesty stood when he ascended the throne. At that time, the civil and military officials, right after His Majesty stood on top of that for the partition, looked even more domineering than the retaining Shadowstone. A youth dressed in white said to the youth dressed in green beside him, Yes, Brother Zhou, look at that, it's the Great Zhou Academy. I heard that the one who's teaching politics within this month is ancient, that's the Prime Minister of the previous generation. But I've heard that the one teaching military and martial arts at the academy this month is Hua Zaiwei, General Hua. Also, this Fengjing City's heaven and earth aura is too rich. I feel that if I cultivate here for a month, it can be worth 3 months in other places. A youth dressed in black and carrying a long spear on his back said with an excited face, The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed youth looked at him at the same time and smiled a little. Whoever knew and didn't know that he was a standard Huozhua fanatic. And these three people, is the new year of the Great Zhou, the first year of the imperial examinations in the arts Lu Murua, the top Zhouwen, the martial arts scholar Nie Shuoxian. They are on their way to the palace to meet the saint. And at this moment, Lin Yu was looking at Lu Bo1, who had stood in front of him for advice for more than the countless number of times in the past half a year, with a bitter smile on his face. He just couldn't figure out why the old man was so persistent. As Lin Yu has accepted free love, he is all about letting things happen. But one can also understand the good intentions of these courtiers. After all, as the Great Zhou becomes more and more powerful, the harem and offspring become more and more important. In the past 6 months, the entire ministers who could stand in the Hall of Assemblies had almost all of their relatives directly or indirectly introduced to him. Just as he was racking his brain not knowing how to speak, the guards passed on. Your Majesty, the last 3 people on the list for the imperial examination have arrived at the palace and are seeking an audience outside. Declare. Lin Yu exhaled at once. Lu Bowen also stopped the words in his mouth and stood aside. Not long after, 3 youth figures were seen walking in, and it was none other than Lu Murua, Zhouwen, and Nie Shuoxian, respectfully kneeling and saluting towards Lin Yu. Greetings, Your Majesty. Mind blown, Your Majesty is so young. Although in the shadow stone saw, but how are not face saint to see the real, and the body of the emperor power volatile, full of majesty. They also only glanced at it hastily, not daring to look at it more than once. Get up. Yes. The 3 stood up carefully and respectfully. Lin Yu looked at the 3 with a satisfied face, especially when he saw Nie Shuoxian. He was smiling. Peak mortal realm, not bad. Great Zhou had only just had its aura rise for half a year. To be able to have this cultivation level was already rare, heavenly pride level. He observed the 3 for a while, and when he saw Lu Bowen next to him, he suddenly had a light in his eyes and immediately said, Lu Aiqing, these 3 people, it will trouble you to bring down a little arrangement. Again, His Majesty thought of a way to sidetrack me. Lu Bowen instantly smiled helplessly and responded, My lord, obey. And then he left with the 3 of them. Looking at the departing few, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. At this rate, we'll have to choose a consort. Lu Bowen might come back the next day. It wasn't that he didn't like being surrounded by women, he just didn't have the heart for it at the moment. After all, Lin Wu and that faraway Nyang in the central region both still didn't know what was going on. Lin Hao, the kid, never came back either. The fate cards of the 2, on the contrary, had been good, and that reassured him. Over the past half a year, he had been working personally, and the entire savage land had been completely digested and absorbed. The whole of Great Zhou is flourishing, the people are rich and the country is strong. Ever since the aura had been raised and the academy had opened, there were even more geniuses that had emerged. With a little cultivation, these geniuses would surely be the future pillars of Great Zhou. And this half a year, although has been busy with political affairs, did not how to cultivate, but with his powerful physique, but also reached the early stage of the heaven realm. If seriously closed, it is estimated that to the late stage of the heaven realm are not a problem. The remaining few military generals, on the contrary, were dispatched by him to guard a few points along the border of the heaven's weeping mountain range. The legion's cultivation space hadn't been able to be purchased out yet, so they were allowed to occasionally lead their troops into the heavenly weeping mountain range to practice, and explained that they shouldn't be too obvious, so that the Jade China imperial dynasty would be aware of it. On the one hand, he was raising his cultivation, and on the other hand, he was preparing for the contact with the Yuhua imperial dynasty afterward. Over at the center of the Laizhou, he had also dispatched 500 undesirable people, scattered all over the place, to get first-hand news at any time. Thinking of this, he summoned one of his guards and commanded, "Get the bad marshal over here." Nah! After half a year of cultivation, Yuan Tiangong's cultivation level had suddenly reached the middle stage of the Zunshe realm. The martial arts talent of these summoned characters was truly terrifying. The heaven realm to the exalted realm was a huge hurdle. Many people's ultimate lifetimes had failed to break through from the peak of the heaven realm to Zunshe, and to them, it seemed as simple as eating and drinking water. The 4 of them, Dianwei, Zhao Yun, Huazaiwei, and Xian Shiji, were all already at the early stage of the Zunshe realm. Beginning at the Zunshe realm, one would be able to begin to utilize their spatial abilities to perform short-range instantaneous movements in the middle of a battle. At the Supreme Realm, a casual strike was able to create a gust of spatial ripples. As for the Zunwang realm, from what Yuan Tiangang said, one should be able to slightly tear through space and achieve a relatively complete long-distance instantaneous transfer. Not long after, Yuan Tiangang walked in, and Lin Yu immediately said, "The 2 major imperial dynasties in the center of the leaving state, have they made any recent movements?" "Not really. It seems that they are all waiting for the arrival of the great ancestor of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, and they are all smooth with each other on the surface." Lin Yu nodded his head when he heard this, slightly contemplating. It suddenly occurred to me that everyone's sights in the Laizhou were on the Yuhua imperial dynasty, and the Great Joe was now also peacefully elevated, and it had been a long time since I had gone out, so why don't I go out for a walk? Experience the center of the outlying states, and by the way, you can escape the pestering of Lu Bowen. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately asked, "Are there any interesting things about to happen in the Yuhua dynasty lately?" Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Yu, whose eyes were bright, and instantly understood what he was thinking, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, 2 weeks from now, the Yuhua imperial dynasty will be holding its quinquennial Heaven's Pride competition in the national capital. All martial artists under the age of 30 will be attending. Lin Yu's eyes brightened even more when he heard it. After 2 weeks, it's perfectly adequate. With their current cultivation, they would be able to reach the Yuhua dynasty in 2 or 3 days. Immediately, he commanded that he would be in seclusion for a period of time. Letting Yuan Tiangang lead the way, accompanied by Dian Wei, he flew towards the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range. Chapter 36, So Your Name is Jimua. The Heavenly Weeping Mountains. Lin Yu and his group were flying at a low altitude. It was the first time he had traveled through the Heaven's Weeping Mountain Range. The first sight of such a huge mountain range that stretched on endlessly also made him feel very shocked. At the same time, it was also very curious as to how such a huge mountain range was formed, completely isolating the savage land from the Lijiao. While flying at a low altitude, he carefully looked around, and when he looked over, the sunlight was all covered by a patch of huge bushes, giving people a dim feeling. In such a dim and humid environment, the concentration of aura was nevertheless very high, much higher than the barbaric land before the aura boost, and naturally, many ferocious beasts were born. Along the way, they had already encountered very many. Most of the ferocious beasts were equivalent to human martial artists around the Zhongshe realm, and the highest cultivation they had encountered was only equivalent to a peak martial artist of the mortal realm, and those that were higher, they had not encountered them for the time being. And these ferocious beasts didn't seem to be afraid of life, and would rush up when they saw humans, very bloodthirsty. This kind of environment was indeed quite suitable for the 3 legions of Great Joe now practicing. Lin Yu observed for a while and found out that he didn't think much about it, instructing the 2 of them to directly cross the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range in a hurry. Yuhua Dynasty, the national capital. After receiving the news that Lin Yu was about to come over here to watch the Heaven's Pride conference, the undesirable people who were resident over here acted instantly, utilizing all sorts of means to book the best restaurant for the 3 of them in the capital of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Yuhua City. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the restaurant, a huge terrace, Lin Yu was sitting on a chair placed on the terrace, his eyes looking out. This restaurant, basically will participate in the big competition of the Pride of the Sky living in, and the restaurant in terrace position, is the bad people carefully prepared for Lin Yu, in their parallel position and opposite, there are many and Lin Yu is the same as the viewing platform. From Lin Yu's gaze, it was the venue for the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's Heaven's Pride competition that would be held tomorrow, and on the ground, there were already a lot of martial artists who were occupying viewing spots. After their group crossed the Heaven's Weeping Mountain Range, they walked and stopped along the way, observing the situation in various parts of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. After taking a look at the Tuoba clan in Split Mountain King City, which had indeed been emptied of people, he arrived at Yuhua City today. After half a year of not relaxing and walking around outside, the occasional excursion is indeed pleasant. Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at the endless crowd below. The base of martial artists and the quality of martial artists of the imperial forces were indeed incomparable to the dynasty forces. With a casual glance, there was one mortal realm martial artist in 100 people, which was already a very terrifying ratio. Although there was the reason that the grand event was about to start, and the fact that this was the capital of the imperial dynasty. But Lin Yu's heart was full of confidence that as long as he gave Great Joe a few more years, he could definitely match or even surpass the Yuhua imperial dynasty. While Lin Yu was taking it easy, there was a sudden commotion and exclamation from the crowd below. Following the sound, at the viewing platform diagonally opposite Lin Yu, a young man was looking at the ground with his hands propped up on the armrests, smiling at the crowd from time to time. Finding Lin Yu looking at him, he also smiled and nodded in greeting. Lin Yu also smiled faintly at him. A glint flashed in his eyes as he listened to the crowd's exclamations of surprise. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Great Prince, Yulintian. The winner of the previous Heaven's Pride Conference could not participate this time around due to reaching the age of 32. Yuan Tiangang promptly transmitted his voice and said, "Your Majesty, this person is at the late stage of the Heaven Realm cultivation." In the room inside the terrace, accompanied by an early Zhongshe realm powerhouse, Lin Yu nodded slightly in understanding. It looked like more and more heavenly prides would arrive as the grand competition approached. At the same time, Yulintian returned to the room, his face slightly grave as he said to an old man in the room, "Uncle Yen, that white-clothed young man across the street, I actually can't see through what cultivation level he is." This Yenbo was none other than the strong person at the early stage of the Zhongshe realm that Yuan Tiangang had transmitted his voice to inform Lin Yu about. Grand Prince, old me is also unable to see through it. And, in the room behind it, there is a great power shielding the old man's perception. If I force the probe, my life may be in danger. When he heard Yulin Tian's question, he was also filled with gravity. When Yulin Tian heard this, a hint of horror and worry flashed in his eyes. Yan Bo, full name Yan Zhang, is his father's beloved, even he can't see through it, and forcibly checking it will be life-threatening. Is it a son of a family from outside of Lizhou? That white-clothed young man, although his breath was restrained, there was a faint flow of majesty, a feeling that was very similar to his father's. The old ancestor's great limit is approaching. The entire Yuhua imperial dynasty is surging with dark currents. Some time ago, the Crack Mountain King even resigned, and then raised the family to migrate. It is really an eventful autumn. Hopefully it won't affect the plans for this big competition. If Lin Yu had known, he would have definitely laughed in unison. With the completion of his last physique transformation, as long as it wasn't a martial artist whose realm exceeded his by a lot, they wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation realm. As time passed, the day of the Heaven's Pride competition arrived as scheduled. Lin Yu had even waited early at the viewing platform drinking tea. The rest of the viewing platforms in the restaurant were also filled with people, either players or people in high positions of power and authority coming to watch. The ground below was even more crowded with thousands of people. At this moment, he was flipping through a book of characters from the Heavens Remarks competition that Yuan Tiangang had sent him yesterday in his hand. It contained a detailed description of the 36 contestants participating in the grand competition. Reading through this booklet, most of the Heaven's Pride were at the peak of the Earth realm. Only a few people in the top 6 rankings were at the Heaven realm cultivation level. And of these 6 people, the first in line was the second prince of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, Jade Shengchen, 25 years old, middle stage of the Heaven realm. The next 5, all of them were at the early stage of the Heaven realm cultivation. Lin Yu closed the booklet after a brief glance and continued to leisurely drink his tea. Just as the great competition was about to begin, on the viewing platform directly opposite Lin Yu, a silhouette walked out, followed by a young girl and an old crone. He lifted his head and gazed away. At once, meaning consternation flashed through his eyes, and the hand that picked up the teacup froze in the air for a moment. The 3 people who walked out opposite him also saw Lin Yu sitting on the chair, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Yu finally reacted, lifting his teacup to drink the tea, smiling and gesturing towards the 3. And then the lips moved slightly. So, your name is Jimhua. The name came from the shocked crowd on the ground. Slightly compare it to the book of characters you just flipped through. The smile in his eyes grew even wider. 9 Xian Palace Holy Maiden, the number 1 beauty of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, 22 years old, early stage of the Heaven realm. 3 years older than me? And when Jimhua, who was on the opposite side of the room, saw Lin Yu smiling and gesturing at him, she also politely nodded her head in return. That maid, transmistress, already had a problem with what happened last time, and when she saw Lin Yu smiling at them, she was even more furious. Denizens, I didn't expect someone from a barbaric land to be able to sit in such a position. When Jimhua heard her words, she also couldn't do anything with her and smiled without saying anything. The crone, on the other hand, said with a grave expression on her face, Holy Maiden, that white-clothed young man that I've seen in the Savage Land, I can't actually tell what realm his cultivation is at this point. Jimhua was shocked when she heard this and glanced deeply towards Lin Yu. She found that this white-clothed teenager actually had a faint imperial might surrounding him, hidden very deeply. She had sensitive senses since she was young, and it was this time when she carefully observed it that she found it. She was instantly curious as to why a teenager from a barbaric land would have imperial might on his body. And when Transmutation heard the old crone's words, she was even more incredulous. Elder Feather, could you have sensed it wrong? Just an ordinary teenager in a barbaric land. The old woman's face remained grave as she said, it's impossible to sense wrong. The old body also sensed a great terror in the room behind him. The two were once again shaken by the crone's words, and Lin Yu had long since received a transmission from Yuan Tiangang, instructing him not to harm the 3 people on the opposite side. Chapter 37, Changes in the Grand Competition. After Jimhua walked out of the viewing platform, a few more people arrived one after another. At a time when Lin Yu was bored out of his mind, a cracking sound rang out. From the Jade Forest Skies Pavilion, an old man flew out, none other than Yin Zhang. He stood in the air, looked around the crowd, and pronounced, Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Heaven's Pride Competition, begin. 6 orb-like objects were then thrown from his hands. It gradually grew larger in the air, and then formed 6 huge rings, and around the rings, there was a transparent boundary. And then the word. The grand competition contestants come forward for the grouping draw. There are 6 groups, and all 6 groups are in 6 rings at the same time. The ring can withstand any attack below the Zunshur realm, feel free to spar. Each group goes round robin against each other, 1 point for a win, no points for a tie or a loss. Take the top 2 from each group and move on to the elimination rounds. Upon hearing this, the grand competition players came forward to draw lots. Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked at the orb that had just been thrown out of Yin Zhang's hand with interest and said in his heart, "Go back and tell the Divine Mechanism Court to study it. It's true that you need to get out more, you can gain a lot." The group stage draw was soon over. Lin Yu glanced at her. Jinhua was in the fourth group, all but her in the group were Earth Realm martial artists, so she shouldn't pose much of a threat to her. On the contrary, it was that Yu Xingqian's group that made Lin Yu slightly interested. There was actually a seated player at the early stage of the heavenly realm, as if he was the holy son or the young patriarch of some clan. The collision between the two of them also caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to let out a gasp of surprise, with their respective supporters shouting and cheering. The match soon began, and Lin Yu watched while drinking tea. He skimmed through it a few times before getting slightly bored again. Finally, that Jade Xingqian was matched up with the early Heaven Realm martial artist in the same group. The two fly into the ring and stand. Yu Xingqian looked a bit like the Yu Lintian Lin Yu had seen that day. However, Yu Lintian gave off a feeling of gentleness and humility. Jade Shengchen, on the other hand, was overbearing and very proud. At this moment, he was looking at the youth across the ring with a disdainful expression and said, "I know you, Sword Transformation Sect, young sect master, Mu Lingjian. You're no match for me, admit defeat." When that Mu Lingjian heard Yu Shengchen's words, he immediately looked ugly and said angrily, "You won't know until you fight." He then drew his long sword and sprinted towards him. When Yu Shengchen saw him sprinting over, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he lifted the weapon in his hand and hedged. The two instantly blasted each other in the air in the ring. Lin Yu looked at it for a while and frowned slightly. This Yu Shengchen's moves put people to death, while that Mu Lingjian was only cutting and sparring at first, and only changed his moves in haste after feeling Yu Shengchen's moves. Originally being a small realm lower than Yu Shengchen, he was completely at a disadvantage in no time. Like this kind of internal big competition, generally our point-to-point, exchange and consultation is mainly, although we'll also sign the life and death certificate, is also very rarely make a human life. But one like Jade Sage-chen was too unusual. The two of them blasted dozens of moves against each other. Mu Lingjian was already in an abnormal state of distress, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and he opened his mouth to admit defeat. When Yu Shengchen saw Mu Lingjian, who wanted to open his mouth to admit defeat, a cold aura flashed in his eyes, and he immediately bullied his way forward, chopping off his sword-holding arm with a single slash, before raising his sword and slashing across his neck. Mu Lingjian instantly fell to the ground, lifeless, his eyes terrified. With Mu Lingjian's death, Jade Shengchen won the match, and the transparent boundary of the ring dissipated. The moment the boundary dissipated, a peak heaven realm aura surged out from one of the viewing platforms, and a middle-aged man's figure appeared next to Mu Lingjian's ring. The man raised his longsword and slashed at Yu Shengchen, who was preparing to go back to rest. When Jade Sage-chen saw this, he wore a scoffing face and didn't move in the slightest. Only Yan Zhang instantly appeared in front of Yu Shengchen, and with a single slap, he knocked the middle-aged man to the ground, coughing up blood crazily. The corpse in the ring was then thrown in front of the man with a cold gaze. The great competition of heaven's pride, life and death. If you dare to disturb the order of the great competition again, you will be killed without pardon. After saying that, his eyes swept the crowd. The middle-aged man first silently collected Mu Lingjian's corpse, then raised his head and said indignantly, "The young patriarch was about to admit defeat, but he still has to kill so painfully. Second prince, what a strong killing intent. Yuhua dynasty, what a deep calculation." When Yin Zhang heard this, killing intent appeared in his eyes, dodging and appearing in front of the man, he shattered his heart vein with a single palm. Compulsive, his heart is in the right place. The great competition continues. The accident made the people who were there feel that something was wrong. But with a glance at Yin Zhang, he was carrying on anyway. Some of the more background heavenly prides, accompanied by the elders of their families or clans, had already secretly crushed their summoning props. A Heaven's Pride grand competition became dark and turbulent. "Your Majesty, 4 Zunshire realm powerhouses have just arrived, hidden in the crowd. 1 late Zuni, 3 early Zuni." At the same time, Lin Yu received a transmission from Yuan Tiangang. A trace of gravity flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. He was only accompanied by Yuan Tiangang and Dianwei when he came out this time. "Are you sure?" he asked both of them at the same time. "Your Majesty, that late-stage Zuni powerhouse, within 10 moves, my subordinate will take his life. Your Majesty, martial artists of the same realm, a few strokes of my halberd and they will be shattered into crumbs." Lin Yu heard the two reply and continued to leisurely drink his tea. The group stage produced results quickly as the big competition progressed, and immediately began the elimination rounds. After the accident just now, all the Celestial Pride who encountered Jade Sage-chen immediately admitted defeat when they realized that they were undefeated. Jade Sage-chen, on the other hand, looked at them with a mocking face and disdain. Soon, the finals of the great competition arrived. Jade Sheng-chen vs. Jinhua. Once the two exchanged blows, they surprised the crowd watching the battle. Jinhua actually crossed the line and pressed Jade Sage-chen to fight. After exchanging 100 rounds or so, Jade Shangchen surrendered and admitted defeat. Jimhua was ready to leave after she won the grand competition. Just then, Yu Shengchen looked at her with a greedy face and said, "Holy Maiden Ji, where are you preparing to go in a hurry?" Jimhua frowned slightly. "Naturally, it's back to the clan." Jade Sage Chen suddenly laughed maniacally and said as he looked around the crowd that had been on alert, "None of you need to leave, stay here as a guest." As his words fell, the four Zunshur realm powerhouses that Yuan Tiangang had sensed earlier instantly rose up in the air from the crowd, and then together with Yin Zhang, they surrounded the many heavenly prides and the elders of their families with murderous intent. At the same time, Yu Lintian also flew from the viewing platform to Yu Xingchen's side, looking at the crowd with a smile on his face. At this time, the crowd that was surrounded by the crowd, all of them had ugly faces. As long as they weren't stupid, they basically understood what the Yuhua imperial dynasty was planning to do. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was still leisurely sipping his tea and watching them. When Yu Lintian saw the calm Lin Yu, his brows tightened and he was about to open his mouth to say something to him. Several streams of light crossed the sky, and then they all landed in front of the Pride of Heaven who had just participated in the grand competition. Chapter 38. My name is Lin Yu. Jimhua looked at the middle-aged woman who appeared in front of her and immediately said, "Master, you're here." The middle-aged woman nodded towards her and looked at the man in the late Zunshur realm with a grave gaze. "Yu Shuyu, what is the purpose of your Yuhua imperial clan, luring us here?" The man had a smile on his face as he looked at the middle-aged woman and opened his mouth. "Lu Linglong, I haven't seen you for many years, you still look the same. We just want to invite you all to be our guests in the palace for a while." Listening to the conversation between the two of them, some of the slightly bolder martial artists who had not yet left erupted into a paroxysm of shock. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, the last generation's heavenly pride, Yu Shuyu, the Grand Imperial Prince's royal uncle. Nine Shen Palace Master, Lu Linglong, I heard that they have been battling since they were young. It seems like Prince Shuyu has always been slightly superior to Palace Master Lu. And when Lu Linglong heard Yu Shuyu's words, she returned with a cold smile on her face. Less sympathetic, "You guys are trying to wipe out all of us, the clan families, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shuyu smiled and did not answer positively, saying, "You'll have a tea break to consider whether you want us to invite you, or whether you want to go on your own." Lu Linglong's face suddenly became unusually ugly. The imperial clan was already stronger than these clans and lineages. Of the clans and lineages present, aside from her, a mid-exalted, there was a lineage head, an early exalted. The rest were mostly Heaven Realm martial artists, and against the five of them at the Zunshur realm, and especially Jade Wuxuan, a late Zunshur, they simply had no chance of winning. The rest of the crowd also felt despair as they looked at the few people surrounding them. Just as Lu Linglong hesitated and the time was almost up, a voice entered her mind. "Break out, I can help you." He instantly gritted his teeth. There would be no good results either way, so he might as well put up a fight and roared at Yu Shuyu. "Let's see if you have the skills to invite us over. Everyone break out." He then lifted his entire body's strength and led the three of them, Jimhua, in the direction of an early-stage Zunshur Imperial Clan powerhouse from the Yuhua Imperial Clan. The crowd also rushed in all directions at the same time. When Yu Shuyu saw it, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "No need to hold back, kill them all." After saying that, his body swayed slightly and instantly appeared in the direction of Lu Linglong, swinging the long sword in his hand and knocking her back into the encirclement. The great battle opened at once. Nay, the difference in strength was too great, and the crowd was like a trapped beast, making it difficult to escape. In just a few moments of exchanging blows, that early-stage Zuni powerhouse had already been instantly killed under the siege of three imperial powerhouses. Lu Linglong wasn't in a very good state either, looking anxious. Jimhua, on the other hand, battled with Yu Xingchen once again. Lin Yu looked at the routed crowd of clans and lineages and immediately spoke. "Strike, as planned, and make it quick." "Yes." After saying that, Lin Yu instantly got up from his seat, his chi exploding as he charged in the direction of Yu Xingchen. Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei, on the other hand, instantly appeared on the battlefield from within the room. Yuan Tiangang appeared in front of Jade Wuxuan and blasted away with his fist. Boom! Yu Shuyu's figure exploded back, looking horrified at the man standing in front of Lu Linglong with a mask on his head. "Who are you?" Yuan Tiangang did not reply. His body slightly moved and once again appeared in front of Yu Wuxuan. A kick to his chest. Dian Wei, on the other hand, appeared in front of Yen Zhang and another early Zunshur martial artist not far from Lin Yu's target. The halberd swung in his hand. Boom! That early-stage Zunshur martial artist was instantly knocked to the ground, coughing blood crazily from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Yen Zhang was also knocked back dozens of steps, and after being seen by the other two early Zunshur realm powerhouses, they hurriedly came over to support them and surrounded towards Dian Wei. And while Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei were each fighting against the enemy, Lin Yu also appeared in front of Jimhua, lifting his foot and stomping towards Yu Shengchen. This kick made use of his whole body's strength, but he had seen the man's greedy look at Jimhua just now. Yu Shengchen looked at the white-clothed teenager who suddenly appeared with a horrified expression, and he couldn't even react in time before he was kicked to the ground, and then rolled heavily on the ground a few times and fainted. Lin Yu's current power, he doesn't know how strong, hateful kick down, Yu Shengchen did not directly kill all make him slightly surprised. I was going to go up for another kick, but the situation was urgent. Just now, Yuan Tiangang transmitted his voice. There are several Zunshur realm auras rushing out of the Yuhua Imperial Palace, heading this way. Glancing at Yu Lin Tian who was ready to step forward, Lin Yu instantly intercepted and picked up Jinhua, and then flew rapidly towards the outside of the city. Jinhua, who had just gone through 2 great battles, was on the verge of exhaustion, and before she could react, she was hugged in Lin Yu's arms, and suddenly blushed. Suddenly thinking of something, he immediately said, "Please, Your Excellency, beguile me to bring my master." The old crone and the maid, on the other hand, had just been killed in a great battle by an early-stage Zunshur realm powerhouse. Lin Yu nodded to her, signaling her to rest assured. Seeing that Lin Yu had already broken out with Jinhua, Yuan Tiangang transmitted his voice to Lu Linglong who was not far away. "Go!" Afterwards, he swept a glance at the wretched Yu Shuyu and shot sharply in the direction Lin Yu had left. Lu Linglong also hurriedly followed. For his part, Dianwei grinned, and after placing another early Zunshur realm imperial powerhouse on the ground with a halberd, he left in a long walk. Not long after Lin Yu's few people left, a few streams of light streaked by and a majestic man wearing a dragon robe appeared in the battlefield. Taking a glance at the wretched Yu Shuyu's several people, he frowned tightly and said, "What happened, royal brother?" It was none other than the master of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, Jade Wushuang, at the peak of the exalted realm. Yu Shuyu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and said simply, "Lu Linglong and his disciple have been rescued. The visitor is a raw face, a white boy dominating. Save lives first." He fainted after saying that. Yu Lintian also came forward at this time, holding Yu Shengchen in his arms with an anxious expression. Jade Wushuang glanced at the situation and was slightly relieved, thankfully. Immediately arranging for the crowd to go back for medical treatment, his gaze looked in the direction Lin Yu's trio had left, his gaze somber. On the other hand, after Lin Yu carried Jinhua out of the city, he turned around all the way through the cover of the bad guys and arrived at the location he had agreed with Yuan Tiangang and Dianwei. After Lin Yu and Jinhua arrived, Yuan Tiangang and the others had just arrived. Lu Linglong immediately stepped forward when she saw Lin Yu carrying Jinhua over. "Mo, are you okay?" Jinhua instantly reacted and hurriedly got down from Lin Yu's arms, her face reddening as she replied, "Master, I'm fine." Just now, Lin Yu held her all the way around the corner. She was shocked by those god-awful undesirable people on the way, and for a moment she forgot that she was still in Lin Yu's arms, and at this moment she was embarrassed when his master saw her. Lu Linglong was relieved to see that Jinhua was fine and immediately saluted Lin Yu. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." She could see that Yuan Tiangang and Dianwei both had Lin Yu as their leader. Jinhua also hurriedly followed. When Lin Yu saw the two men saluting, he hurriedly sidestepped and avoided them, waving his hand and said, "Little thing, just happened to meet." Jinhua glanced at Lin Yu, the blush on her face hadn't yet faded, her face curious, she stepped forward and asked, "Dare I ask what the gentleman's name is?" As Lu Linglong looked at her like this, the corner of her mouth raised into a smile as she swept a few eyes back and forth between her and Lin Yu. Lin Yu was as steady as a mountain, smiling at Lu Linglong's gaze. Only the hands inside the sleeves clenched quietly. Hearing Jinhua's question, he immediately answered, "My name is Lin Yu." Chapter 39, Destruction of the Nine Shin Palace. Jinhua's heart murmured, "Lin Yu Mei." Lu Linglong heard it and also noted it down in her mind. Jinhua continued to ask, "Mr. Lin, are you guys from the Savage Land?" Lin Yu nodded after a slight moment of contemplation. "You're welcome, just call me by my name. We are indeed from the Savage Land." Lu Linglong was instantly shocked. She had always thought that Lin Yu's trio were strong people from other states who had come over to travel. At the same time, she heard something different in Jinhua's words and immediately said, "Moi, you and Mr. Lin have met before?" Jinhua nodded. "Half a year ago, my disciple had a meeting with Mr. Lin in a dynasty in the Savage Land." When Jinhua finished speaking, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes as she thought of the crone and maid who had just been killed. Lu Linglong was suddenly enlightened. She knew that half a year ago Jinhua had traveled around. Lin Yu glanced at the two and asked, "Why is the Yuhua imperial dynasty besieging your clan family? Simply to consolidate royal power?" Hearing Lin Yu's question, a trace of gravity flashed in Lu Linglong's eyes. On the surface it looks that way, and it's not yet known exactly what the intentions are. However, during this recent period of time, I've heard that several lineages and clans have been strangely wiped out. When she said this, she suddenly blushed and hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, the clan may be in trouble. I must go back immediately. There is only the coming day to give thanks." Lin Yu frowned slightly when he heard that. Glancing at the two who vowed to go back, especially at Jinhua that paused for a split second and said, "Be careful with everything." The two of them nodded at Lin Yu and then immediately rose up into the air, turning into three streams of light that traveled far away. Looking at the departing two, Lin Yu turned his head and instructed Yuan Tiangang, "Follow them if they are in danger. Jaimoi must be saved." Yuan Tiangang nodded and immediately followed. Lin Yu, on the other hand, went back towards Great Zhou with Dian Wei. He had come out this time with too few people, and staying here for too long would make him vulnerable to danger. Moreover, he had a premonition that the Yuhua dynasty should do more than simply establish prestige by making such a big fuss. Ninshan Palace, inside the sect, the sounds of killing rang out. Just as Lu Linglong expected, the Ninshan Palace was facing a huge crisis. At this moment, the entire Jiuxian Palace. At a glance, palaces were shattered, houses collapsed, and on the ground lay the corpses of martial artists of various realms, with the majority wearing clan robes. In the sky, a figure wearing a dragon robe stood in the air. It was the imperial lord of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, Jade Wushuang. Opposite him, an old crone was already severely injured, and was now staring at him with a face full of hatred. "I ask for the last time, where did Lu Linglong and the others run away? Who was it that saved them?" Jade Wushuang looked at the crone with an indifferent face and asked. After confirming that the several people from Yushuyu were not in any serious trouble, he took the people with him and came directly to the Ninshin Palace. The old crone opposite him was the previous palace master of the Ninshin Palace, Yuling, a late-stage powerhouse of the Zunshi realm. After struggling in his hands for dozens of rounds, he was completely and seriously injured. When Yuling heard his question, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and said, "Jade Wushuang, kill if you want to. In these half a year, those clans and lineages that were strangely wiped out, I'm afraid that they were also the handiwork of you, Jade Wushuang." Seeing that she would rather die than speak, Jade Wushuang lost her patience and raised her hand, shattering her heart chakra with a palm strike, and then instructed the two men on the side to go up to her to extract her essence blood. Just as Jade Wushuang was about to leave, she seemed to have sensed something and her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked towards the sky. Only two streams of light were seen flying rapidly towards their side. It stayed overhead for a short while. The figures were revealed to be none other than Lu Linglong and Jimhua, who had hurried back. At this moment, the two of them looked at the tragic state of the Ninshin Palace and the already dead Yuling, their eyes cracking. Lu Linglong hissed directly at Jade Wushuang. "Jade Wushuang, your Yuhua imperial dynasty is so brutal and unkind, slaughtering the forces within the imperial dynasty without any reason. It will surely be spurned by the entire imperial dynasty's martial artists and people." Hearing Lu Linglong's heartbreaking roar, Jade Wushuang gave an indifferent smile and said quietly, "I can't believe you guys actually came to the door by yourselves. Yuling of the Ninshin Palace has gathered all the major forces of the imperial dynasty with the intention of plotting a rebellion. Fortunately, I received the news in time to recognize the conspiracy, but the forces and people involved were discovered by me, still unrepentant, actually making a direct move on me. I am so distressed that I am suppressing all the people to show the world." Speaking here, the gaze coldly continued. "Ninshin Palace Master Lu Linglong, Holy Maiden Jimhua, what about being a castaway? Or resisted to the death and were subdued together?" The two Lu Linglong shivered with anger when they heard such shameless words from Yu Wushuang. Jade Wushuang gave them a good lesson. What does it mean to have one hand and turn black and white upside down? He waited for a few moments, and when he saw that the two had not answered, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Having chosen to resist to the death, being suppressed together, then suffer death. As the words fell, Jade Wushuang's body flashed, directly rushing towards Lu Linglong. At the same time, a few Heaven Realm martial artists beside him were killing towards Jimhua. Lu Linglong was originally in a lower realm than Jade Wushuang, and even more so, she had experienced a succession of great battles and had already consumed quite a lot. As soon as they exchanged hands, they were suppressed by Jade Wushuang in a smooth manner, confining all their strength to be thrown on the ground. Jimhua's situation was not much different from Lu Linglong's, and she was even surrounded by multiple people. But in a moment, he was confined and thrown beside Lu Linglong. Jade Wushuang glanced at the two women and directly ordered. All of them were brought back to the palace, and Jimhua was sent to the second prince. When the two women heard this, they burst into tears. Just as several Heaven Realm martial artists were about to approach the two, bang! A huge force sent them all flying in an instant, falling to the ground and losing their lives. It was Yuan Tiangang, who followed, who arrived in time. When the two women saw him, surprise flashed in their eyes. Jimhua said in her heart, was he saved again? As for Yuan Tiangang, he glanced at the two women and dodged directly in front of Jade Wushuang, both fists swinging and blasting out at him. Jade Wushuang looked at the sudden appearance of Yuan Tiangang directly attacking him, and also reacted extremely fast, raising his hand and flinging his fist against him. Boom! Jade Wushuang was instantly knocked back a few steps, her face staring at the masked man in front of her with a grave expression as she said in a deep voice, "You're the one who saved them at the Heavens Pride competition today, right? Who are you? Which power? What answered him was Yuan Tiangong's fierce attack as he continued to bully his way forward. A loud noise rang through the sky. After the two of them exchanged a dozen moves, Yuan Tiangang threw another punch, sending Jade Wushwang flying. And then he instantly appeared in front of the two women, lifted them up and flew away rapidly into the distance. Jade Wushwang raised her hand to stop the attendant who was ready to follow her, and looked at the departing trio with a gloomy gaze. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth after the three were completely out of sight, and Yuan Tiangang was flying with the two women for some distance. Sensing that there was no one coming after them, they released the power that was imprisoned in the two of them. The three of them then flew together towards the heavenly weeping mountain range. On the way, Yuan Tiangang never spoke, only when Jinhua asked him where he was going. With a slight hesitation, he replied, "Your Majesty, His Excellency is waiting for us on the other side of the sky-weeping mountain range." Chapter 40, Your Majesty has finally grown up. Yuan Tiangang led the two girls on a rapid flight. First, he crossed the heavens-weeping mountain range and arrived at the old site of the former northern barbarian royal court's capital. Towering over it now is a giant city, the city of Dingbei province. Since the unification of the barbarian lands, Dingbei City was relocated to this place, and it was later upgraded to become one of the three major provincial cities of the Great Zhou. When the two women arrived at Dingbei City, they glanced at each other and both saw a hint of shock and doubt in each other's eyes. They sensed that the savage land was not as austere as before, but was rising at an astonishing rate. The concentration of aura in Dingbei City was now on par with some of the heavy cities in the center of the Lijiao, and they also realized that the martial artists and people here were full of pride and confidence. Although there was a gap between the number and quality of martial artists in the center of the Lijiao for the time being, it wouldn't take long to catch up in such an environment. After the two women rested for a day in Dingbei City and recovered from their injuries, they continued to fly in the direction of Fengjing City under Yuan Tiangang's leadership. Yuan Tiangang did not speak along the way, and they were able to bury their doubts in their hearts. Moreover, they also realized that no matter which city they reached, the gazes of the local officials looking at Yuan Tiangang were very fearful. The Great Zhou Palace, the Qingxian Hall where Lin Yu received civil and military officials from time to time. Lin Yu, who's been out for 2 weeks, has just returned and is caught by Lu Bowen. At this time he was talking to Lu Bowen with a serious face. "I promise you that within 5 days, the sweetheart I have my eye on will not appear before you. I will choose a concubine in Great Zhou." Lu Bowen was filled with relief when he heard it. His Majesty has finally grown up. Lin Yu looked at him with the look of a worried old father. His heart was anxious. "Yuan Tiangang, where are you?" Just then, the guards informed, "Your Majesty, the two daughters of the bad marshal's leader are seeking an audience." Lin Yu was overjoyed when he heard that. "Quickly announce, come in." Not long after, Yuan Tiangang was seen walking into the grand hall with Lu Linglong and Jinhua. Yuan Tiangang arched his hand towards Lin Yu. "Your Majesty, by the time I arrived, the Nine Xian Palace had already been destroyed. Only had time to save 2. Lin Yu nodded and didn't say anything, signaling him to stand aside. As for Lu Linglong and Jinhua at this moment, they had already been numbed by the shock, and their eyes were both slightly dull. "Your Majesty?" Lin Yu glanced at the two of them, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes and said, "Palace Master Lu, Miss Ji. It was an emergency, so I didn't disclose my identity. Getting to know each other again. Great Zhou Dynasty, State Lord, Lin Yu." When the two heard this, they reacted in a hurry and slightly hurriedly prepared to salute towards Lin He. Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting their salute. "I have just heard that the Nine Xian Palace has been destroyed, and I am doubly saddened. How about the two of you stay here in the palace for the time being?" The two women looked at each other, which was the best thing to do right now, and responded, "Yes." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's been hard to travel for several days straight. I have caused arrangements to be made for the two of you to go down and rest first. Something for tomorrow." Then he summoned the Qin and took the two down to get settled. After the two women left, Lin Yu turned his head and winked at Lu Bowen. Lu Bowen was just watching and listening on the side the whole time, and when he saw Lin Yu's eyes, his face hesitated slightly for a split second, and he carefully said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say that I don't know if I should say or not." Lin Yu looked at his cautious appearance and smiled, secretly saying in his heart, "Amazed by my vision, right? Jinhua, with this temperament and appearance, is simply the right choice for the queen." Raising his teacup, he took a sip of tea and said with a proud face, "Speak." Lu Bowen, still careful, said, "I observe that Lu Palace Master's age is afraid." Lin Yu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and the tea in his mouth spewed out in one gulp, choking. "Ahem." Lu Bowen instantly turned white and fell to his knees. "I should be damned, I shouldn't be presumptuous." Lin Yu took a slow breath and said with a ghostly gaze, "Love Minister, get up. What do you think of that Jinhua, huh?" "That Lu Palace Master is Jinhua's master. The clan was overthrown by the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, and I caused Bad Shui to rescue it in time." Lu Bowen listened, instantly understood, touched a cold sweat, embarrassed. I observe that Miss G's temperament and appearance are both excellent, and her character is gentle and generous, very good indeed. Your Majesty truly has a unique vision that is not comparable to ordinary people. Listening to his raw horse's ass, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched and didn't answer, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Chin, it's up to you. Another part of the palace, a palace not far from Lin Yu's chambers. Jinhua was talking softly to Qiner about something. Lu Linglong, on the other hand, was already arranged by Qiner to rest in another palace. The moment Jinhua saw Qiner, she recognized that it was the same young girl who almost came into conflict with transmutation that day. Thinking of transmutation made her think of Grandma Feather again, and a hint of sadness flashed in Jinhua's eyes. This was followed by endless hatred for the Yu Hua imperial dynasty. At this moment, she was asking Qiner with a curious look on her face. Your Majesty, what is he like? Qiner heard the question and said at once. His Majesty grew up to be intelligent and different from normal people, and practiced martial arts diligently. When he was a great prince, he often helped the people of the city and was much loved. The curiosity in Jinhua's eyes increased. He was so young when he ascended the throne and became emperor. Can you tell me about this great Zhou dynasty and how it developed? Qiner immediately starts with Lin Yu being forced to go north and tells Jinhua about it. Gmoe listened attentively, issuing bursts of exclamations from time to time, and when she heard about the Lishan dynasty and Tuoba Lingtian, she was even more uncontrollably nervous for Lin Yu. The two of them talked late into the night. Lying on the bed, Jinhua's mind flashed with the story that Qiner had told her. Suddenly thinking of the image of being picked up by Lin Yu in flight that day, a blush flashed across her face and she fell asleep. Yu Hua Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Jade Wuxuan sat at the main seat with a majestic face. At the bottom, Yu Shuyu, Yu Lintian, Yu Shengchen, and the others were seated separately. Several people had recovered slightly from their injuries after a few days of conditioning. Just the face still doesn't look very good. Jade Wuxuan scanned the crowd and said, when I was overthrowing the Nine Xian Palace, I ran into one of that group of mysterious people. The head wears a mask and releases a cultivation level of mid-zuni. But the strength of the battle is so strong that it can actually cause me to be injured. Hearing Jade Wuxuan's words, Jade Shuyu from below opened his mouth with an ugly expression on his face. It was that man that day who seriously injured me in 3 or 2 moves. If it weren't for the fact that their purpose is to save people from leaving, I'm afraid I'm going to fold there. Yulin Tian also spoke with a grave expression on his face. The people who traveled with him, there was also a teenager in white and a burly, strong man. The white-clothed young man is at the early stage of the heaven realm, and is also able to cross the level, and with a single kick, he knocked his royal brother unconscious. That strong man is also not an idle person. With an early Zunshur realm cultivation, a few strikes down, he put several of the palace's early Zunshur realm powerhouses down on the ground. And both the masked man and the burly man are vaguely led by the white boy. Jade Shengchen's face was filled with anger when he heard Jade Lin Tian's words. Thinking back to the kick he couldn't even react enough to make, a flicker of scorn and fear flashed in his eyes and he didn't speak. Jade Wuxuan nodded, her gaze deep. Instead, we let Lu Linglong and Jinhua run away again. I've already instructed that I'm doing all I can to find out about a few people. But there's Yu Ling's essence blood, plus the essence blood of the Zunshur realm martial artists collected over the past half year. It's also enough for the old ancestor to use, so he might be able to go further. Now that it has aroused suspicion from all forces, for the next 6 months to a year, it's all slightly tightened up. Everything will wait for old ancestor to come out of the gate and lead us once again to revitalize the might of my Yu Hua imperial dynasty. The crowd responded with anticipation. Chapter 41, How about being my queen? Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu and Jinhua were strolling and walking in the palace gardens with no one following behind them. Miss Ji, I have had a lot of business these past few days and have not accompanied you properly. Are you comfortable? Lin Yu asked as he walked. Jinhua lowered her head, and when she heard Lin Yu's question, she hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Majesty, everything has been fine these past few days within this palace. Lin Yu nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then the two of them continued to stroll up, neither of them speaking. Gmoe had learned all about Lin Yu from childhood to the present from Qiner in the past few days, and the more she learned, the more she was shocked and admired by this less than 20 great Zhou emperor. Wasn't that exactly what she wanted in her intended victim? Only, now she and her master's clan were destroyed, displaced, and carrying a blood feud. Will he look at me? Jinhua was walking and rambling, occasionally raising her head slightly to glance at Lin Yu with her afterglow. When she heard Qiner say that Lin Yu was coming to find her, she had dressed up carefully. How to look at him like he has no feelings whatsoever? Jinhua felt slightly lost. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu's fists, which were in his sleeves at this time, were on the verge of being crushed. He had received a report from Qiner that Jinhua in all probability had thoughts about him as well. But how to ask? Lin Yu felt so hard. In his previous life and in this life, he was a white boy in this regard, and it was too much of a hardship. At the time when the two people had different thoughts, without realizing it, they actually walked out of the palace gardens. Lin Yu looked up, a trace of dismay flashing through his eyes. Jimwa also had a hint of shame on her face. The place where the two stood was Jimwa's residence. Lin Yu's face immediately became embarrassed and he was about to say something. Boom! Rumble! The sky suddenly bloomed with beautiful fireworks. The two stood and quietly admired it. And on the ground not far from them, the two big bald men were working hard on their spiritual energy to throw an orb in their hands towards the sky. From time to time the two could be heard muttering, "Elder brother Dian, add more fuel, your martial arts cultivation is higher than mine, throw more. His Majesty's happiness depends on the two of us. Don't worry, old Lien, I used all the strength I had as a child. Hey, when all is said and done, old Lien you throw too. Well, I'm just peeking at your Majesty's progress. You don't have to say, this thing that the Divine Mechanics Pavilion got is really good. Yes, and it doesn't pollute the aura. What about His Majesty? Snuggle up, snuggle up." And at this time, Lin Yu and Jimwa were there. Lin Yu felt Jimwa slowly snuggle into his arms, his body instantly stiffened for a moment before he reached out and wrapped his arms around her, attaching his ear with a smile on his face. "How about being my queen?" Jimwa nodded at him with a blush on her face, before burying her head deep in his arms. Lin Yu laughed out loud and picked her up by the waist, heading inside. Fireworks still blooming in the sky, resounding sound continues until dawn. Early the next morning, when Jimwa opened her eyes, she saw Lin Yu looking at her with a smile on his face. The thought of last night made her even more shy, pulling up the covers as if to cover her face. Lin Yu looked at her like this and let out a laugh, getting up from the bed and going to get dressed. "In a few moments your master is coming to see me." Jimwa heard an exclamation of surprise and got up in a hurry. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, slowing her movement slightly as she slowly got up. Lin Yu gave an even bigger laugh when he saw it. Jimwa rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "And laugh." Qingxian Hall. Lu Linglong was sitting inside waiting for Lin Yu to come over. Within moments, there were footsteps, and she instantly rose from her seat to look at the entrance to the temple. Just take her as she looks over. The two figures approached from afar, causing her eyes to gradually widen before she was both surprised and relieved inside. The two figures were none other than Lin Yu and Jimwa. Although Lu Linglong had been living in the palace during this time, the information she knew about the Great Zhou dynasty and Lin Yu was not at all less than Jimwa. Seeing the two walking together, she could already see the relationship between the two from the face of Jimwa, who she had brought up since childhood. Lin Yu and his duo also saw Lu Linglong who was waiting. After entering the hall, Lin Yu hurriedly stopped Lu Linglong who was ready to salute and the three of them sat down. Lin Yu was the first to say, "Palace Master Lu, there has been a lot of business in the last few days, so please apologize for the poor hospitality." Lu Linglong smiled and said, "Your Majesty is welcome. It is only right that I should thank your Majesty for saving my life so many times that I cannot repay you. Now that the Ninshin Palace has been destroyed, I hope that your Majesty will show more concern for moi." Hearing Lu Linglong's words so bluntly, Jimwa instantly turned red. Lin Yu immediately said with a straight face, "Please don't worry, Lu Palace Master. I've already discussed it with Moi. On a day to be chosen, it will be proclaimed in all of Great Zhou that moi is the Queen of Great Zhou. For my part, I wish to hold the marriage when my parents return." After Lin Yu finished speaking, he tenderly glanced at Jimwa. Jimoi also feels respect and understanding. Lu Linglong nodded after hearing this. "So be it," and then continued. "I wonder what the situation is like in the Yu Hua dynasty now." Lin Yu pondered slightly and summoned a guard. "Call the bad marshal over here." Not long after, Yuan Tiangang walked in, glanced at a few people, and saluted Lin Yu. "Greetings, your Majesty." Lin Yu nodded at him and said, "What's the situation in the Yu Hua dynasty?" Yuan Tiangang thought for a moment and said, "These past few days, rumors have been spreading throughout the Jade China Imperial dynasty about the series of forces led by the Ninshin Palace being overthrown by the Imperial dynasty. There were no signs of pandemonium. In addition, news has come from the Yu Hua Imperial dynasty that Jade Wuxuan will be going into seclusion with immediate effect." Lin Yu pondered for a moment after hearing this. "Did you find out the reason for the closure?" "It's said to be for a breakthrough to the Supreme Realm." Lin Yu didn't seem very satisfied with such an answer and frowned slightly. Focused observation to detect the cause. Yuan Tiangang led the way and stood aside. At this time, Lu Linglong and Jimwa also heard Yuan Tiangang's words, and both of them were furious that the clan was destroyed, but instead they were smeared and planted. Lin Yu also saw the two men's expressions and sent a reassuring smile towards Jimwa, saying, "Moi is the Empress of Great Zhou. Her vengeance is the vengeance of Great Zhou, and even more so my vengeance. The Yu Hua Imperial dynasty will soon be slaughtered by my leading army." After Lin Yu said this, Lu Linglong let out a sigh of relief. Jimwa, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yu with gentle eyes. Just as Lin Yu was talking to them, the most central underground of the heavenly weeping mountain range, there actually exists an endless stretch of ancient palaces. The palaces are broken, vaguely visible once upon a time prosperous. Inside the huge palace at the very center, filled with gusts of sword sounds, a huge sword dyed red with blood hung in the air, and the sword sounds were precisely produced by the slight trembling of the blood-stained huge sword. At the tip of the sword, a steady stream of blood-red aura escaped, filling the entire central hall and drifting outside the palace. As the blood-red aura was about to penetrate the palace, most of it was dispersed into the air by the sword chirps produced by the precious sword. Only a small amount of the aura that drifted out from the underground palace drifted onto the heaven's weeping mountain range and was absorbed by the ferocious beasts. So day after day, year after year. Chapter 42, The Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range Shakes. During this period of time, there was a news that shook the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Empress of the Great Zhou, Jinhua. From the civil and military officials, down to the people of Great Zhou, they were all talking about this Great Zhou Empress who appeared out of nowhere. And as the news festered, there was the loss of more beautiful young women of the Great Week. Lin Yu naturally didn't care about these things. 3 months had passed since the proclamation of the world that Jinhua was the Empress of Great Zhou. He was not happy except for cultivating or just running towards Jinhua's side. Let him repeatedly sigh, the ancients honestly do not deceive me, the gentle land. It was light. Queen's bedchamber. Lin Yu got up from his bed with a refreshed look on his face. Jinhua took out her prepared clothes to dress Lin Yu. Lin Yu enjoyed the service while looking at the dignified, virtuous person in front of him. Over the past 3 months, the motherly aura on Jinhua had become more and more outstanding. Apart from occasional cultivation, she was learning all sorts of knowledge under Lu Linglong's inculcation. Lin Yu also felt puzzled. The lord of a clan knows such a wide range of things, doesn't he? Jinhua smiled when she saw that Lin Yu had been looking at her. Your Majesty, is there something on my face? I was just lamenting that the queen had a little bit of a good look on her face. Jinhua spat. Your Majesty is quite good at these flowery words now. Lin Yu laughed and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I'm going to court. Looking at the departing Lin Yu, Jinhua's face was filled with happy smiles. Rubbing his stomach, his eyes darkened with anticipation. Pilgrimage Hall. Lin Yu sat on the dragon chair, listening to the cabinet report on the situation of the Great Zhou as he nodded his head in response from time to time. The entire Great Zhou was in a state of rapid development under the governance of the civil officials led by Lu Bo-wan and Sun Yu, with the country at peace and the people thriving. The quantity and quality of martial artists were climbing rapidly, especially the 3 iron cavalry that had been practicing in the heavenly weeping mountain range, clearly at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. It directly saved him a large amount of kill value for purchasing the Legion Realm Enhancement card. According to his understanding, the most elite Yuhua army of the Yuhua Imperial dynasty was only at the peak of Zhongshe. The number of Yuhua's army, moreover, was only 100,000 in number. Although there was also a kill value for killing ferocious beasts in the Heaven's Weeping Mountain range, because none of the ferocious beasts' realms were very high, the kill value did not increase much, only 400,000. It was all piled up by the huge number of ferocious beasts in 9 months. It was only enough for Lin Yu to summon it twice, and there was no guarantee that it would succeed. Lin Yu was going to save it first. He still couldn't get enough of the 2 cultivation spaces in the mall. The main thing was that the Great Zhou was smooth, and Yuan Tiangang and the others were steadily raising their cultivation, so there was no need to summon them for the time being. Retreat! Lin Yu glanced around the crowd with satisfaction and stood up, preparing to go to the Qingxian Hall. Yuan Tiangang was waiting there, saying he had something important to report. Just as Lin Yu had just stood up, boom! The entire palace suddenly shook violently. Lin Yu's gaze froze and he instantly appeared in the sky. The eyes looked towards the heavenly weeping mountain range, only to see a huge white pillar of light rise up from the heavenly weeping mountain range. The white pillar of light lasted for about a quarter of an hour or so before it gradually shrunk, finally forming a hidden beam of light. Lin Yu's gaze was grave the entire time as he watched the vision unfold. At this time, Jinhua also appeared beside him. That vision just now, it was estimated that the entire leaving state and even a few nearby state boundaries had seen it. Originally, Lin Yu was prepared to let Great Zhou develop smoothly for a period of time. It looks like the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Your Majesty, Empress. Yuan Tiangang also walked up at this time and saluted the two. Lin Yu and Jinhua nodded at him. Your Majesty, this vision of the heaven's weeping mountain range should have a great deal to do with the matter I'm about to report. Lin Yu instantly remembered what Yuan Tiangang was planning to report to him. Say, General Zhao comes to report that there are abnormalities in the heaven's weeping mountain range. The ferocious beasts are rioting. Lin Yu snapped his head up, a glint flashing in his eyes as he turned his head and said to Jinhua, You go back to the palace. I'm going to check it out with Bad Marshal. A hint of worry flashed in Jinhua's eyes and she nodded. Weather Mountains. Not far from the pillar of light just now, Zhao Yun stood in the air, looking at the spatial rift in front of him with a grave expression. He was leading the White Horse Boxers to practice their arming in the Heaven's Weeping Mountain range during this time, and when he found signs of a riot among the ferocious beasts, he immediately had the bad guys spread the word to Lin Yu, and then continue to sharpen the core inside. The location was not far from them exactly when the vision occurred. He immediately told the White Horse Boxers to return to guard the city, and immediately flew over himself. A spatial rift was found to have formed once the pillar of light dissipated. He had just attempted to enter to investigate, but as soon as he made contact, a transparent boundary warded him off. Then a message came into his mind. It opens in a month and can be entered under the Supreme Realm. Just as Zhao Yun hadn't been observing for long, two air-breaking sounds rang out. Lin Yu and Yuan Tiangang rushed over. Zhao Yun immediately stepped forward upon seeing this and reported to Lin Yu what he had just discovered. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that gesture for Yuan Tiangang to try something as well. The result was the same as the news Zhao Yun had gotten. Yuan Tiangang said at once, "Your Majesty, this crack here, according to the information that the bad guys have gathered from all over the place, should be the entrance to a secret realm." When Lin Yu heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes as he swept a glance at the roaring herd of ferocious beasts, and the space rift that glowed with an ethereal light, and said to Zhao Yun, "You stand guard here, take care to conceal yourself, and report any abnormalities at any time." He then looked up in the direction of the center of Lizhou and flew towards the palace. The Jade China Imperial Dynasty was about the same distance from the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range as Great Zhou. When the vision arose, the martial artists and people within the entire Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, no matter what they were doing, all looked at the sky with horrified faces. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Jade Wuxuan was also awakened from her seclusion. Immediately, he rose up in the air from within the palace and flew rapidly towards the place where the vision occurred. He rushed to the spatial rift just as Lin Yu had left in front of him. Upon seeing the spatial crack, he instantly showed surprise on his face. He had seen more, and this was clearly the entrance to the secret realm of opportunity, so he immediately flew inward. The result was the same as it was bounced off by the transparent boundary. Receive the message as it is delivered. He glanced at the entrance to the secret realm with a fiery gaze, and then immediately returned to the Jade Flower Imperial Dynasty to gather the people to prepare to enter the secret realm to compete for the opportunity. This secret realm, he was bound to get it. He had a feeling that this was the key to advancing the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty to a high-level Imperial Dynasty. That's the advantage of being close. He can save for a rainy day and get a head start. And at this point, just as Lin Yu had expected, throughout the leaving state, the Jade Flower Imperial Dynasty, the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, and several state boundaries close to the leaving state, many forces had seen the vision of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range, triggering a huge sensation in dispatching powerful people to arrive with their teams. Some of the martial artists who were a little closer were also flying rapidly towards the place where the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range was. No matter if it is a foreign treasure coming out or a secret realm coming out, martial artists, the only way to fight. The Lizhou, Heavenly Weeping Mountain range, which had been calm for a long time, was suddenly surging with dark currents. After Lin Yu returned to the palace, he immediately summoned the crowd and instructed them to be ready at all times. Then looked to the white beams of light in the sky with a steely gaze. Then let's present the Great Zhou Dynasty to the eyes of the world in this secret realm. Chapter 43, Tit for Tat. The news that there would be a secret realm opening in the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range spread like a hurricane in Lizhou and several neighboring state boundaries. The normally sparsely populated Heaven's Weeping Mountain range was now swarming with people. The inns of the major cities close to the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range were even filled with martial artists who had arrived from all over the world. The Great Zhou Dynasty was relatively peaceful, and the martial artists who had learned the information and heard that it was a barbaric place did not seek to cross the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range to go there. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, the closest city to the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range, Tianshan City. The city was abuzz with people, martial artists walking back and forth could be seen everywhere, and the sky was even filled with high-realm martial artists flying by from time to time. With the time until the secret realm protection boundary prompted, the secret realm should be about to open in these 2 days. The crowds of people coming and going have increased even more dramatically. At that moment, an oppressive aura came from the air, while a burst of air-breaking sounds rang out. Only a dozen or so figures were seen crossing the sky, hurrying towards the Heavenly Weeping Mountain range. The crowd let out a gasp. "Your Majesty, that's our Majesty, Prince Shuyu, Great Prince, Second Prince." Listening to the crowd's exclamations, an outsider martial artist asked curiously, "That's the Imperial Lord of your Yuhua Imperial Dynasty?" One replied with a proud face, "Yes." There were also outsider martial artists who said with a disdainful face, leaving the state, there are only 2 low-level imperial dynasties. It would be good to have 2 or 3 supreme realm powerhouses at the top. If it weren't for the fact that this time, the secret realm is close to this imperial dynasty and only allows martial artists below the supreme realm to enter, which is still their turn. When the local martial artists of the Yuhua imperial dynasty heard this, they all looked at the person who spoke with an angry expression. When they saw the clan robes that the man was wearing, their pupils shrunk slightly, and with a scornful face, they didn't open their mouths again. The man swept a glance at the crowd with a haughty face and pranced away. The crowd whispered again. This featherblood sword sect's people are also too arrogant. Keep your voice down so you don't get heard. This is the core disciple of the featherblood sword sect, the top power in the next door sword prefecture. The sword state is known for its swords, and its overall strength exceeds our leaving state by a large margin. This feather blood sword sect is even more comparable to the power of a high-level imperial dynasty. There are many experts within the sect. It is said that this time there is even a supreme realm elder leading the team. Can't afford to mess with it. This past month, as more and more forces arrived, friction of all sizes continued to occur. The martial artists from all over the world also made an organization of the arriving forces. Most people believed that the winner of the secret realm chance would be among the several powers listed. One gate, one clan, one royal dynasty. A door refers to the Tian Yuan sect, for the top power in the fire state next to the Lijiao, comparable to a high-level imperial dynasty. A clan refers to none other than the feather blood sword sect. The first imperial dynasty, on the other hand, was the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, a high-level imperial dynasty that belonged to the top forces of the fire state along with the Tian Yuan sect. The remaining ones were the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, and a few other low-level imperial powers. It didn't matter if it was a strong person leading a team or a team preparing to enter the secret realm. The three top powers were all quite a bit beyond these low-level imperial dynasties. That was why that disciple of the Featherblood Sword sect just now appeared to be arrogant and uncommon. They thought that these teams from low-level imperial dynasties were just here to make up the numbers. Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, at the entrance of the secret realm. The martial artists of the major powers had already gathered around the entrance, patiently waiting for the opening of the secret realm. As far as the eye could see, the classes were clearly divided into power camps. The Burning Sky Royal Dynasty, the Feather Blood Sword sect, and the Tian Yuan sect had the best location and were closest to the entrance. The rest of the low-level imperial forces were slightly behind. There had been a martial artist who presumed to challenge this invisible rule, and before he could take a few steps out of the way, he was chopped to death by a sword. The martial artists arriving behind could only accept it honestly. At that moment, a burst of air-breaking sounds rang out. Jade Wushwang and the others, who had rushed from the Jade China Palace, fell from the sky and directly occupied a position slightly behind the three major forces. A few ungrateful martial artists were just about to open their mouths when they were immediately stopped by their friends beside them. Can't you see that all these forces are okay with it? Even though they are a low-level imperial dynasty, this is their territory. The major powers also kindly nodded their heads toward Jade Wushwang and the others. After all, it's a groundhog, so the courtesy should be given. Jade Wushwang was looking at the martial artists of the many forces at the moment, responding one by one with a smile on her face, but inside she was very gloomy. It was still discovered by some high-level imperial forces and rushed over. However, the secret realm was also about to open. These three forces were after all traveling a long way, and with only one supreme realm powerhouse leading the group, they were still able to compete. Just as he was silently observing the many forces personnel, a middle-aged man's ground transmission sounded in his ears. Jade Wushwang, I've heard that the big day of the old ancestor of your Yuhua imperial dynasty is just a few months away? Jade Wushwang raised her head slightly and looked not far from him. A middle-aged man with a majestic face stood, followed by numerous martial arts powerhouses. The person who had transmitted the voice to him was none other than that middle-aged man. A cold light flashed in Jade Wushwang's eyes and she lightly hummed. Blue Jade, I don't need your Blue Flame dynasty to bother with the affairs of my Yuhua dynasty. Blue Jade, Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty's Kingdom Lord, peak cultivation at the Exalted Realm. Hearing Jade Wushwang's reply, Lan Jia smiled carelessly, swept a glance at the forces present, and continued. This is the secret realm of our Lijiao. Isn't it a bit whimsical for them to come all the way from the mountains just to take possession of it? When Jade Wushwang heard this, a glint of light flashed in her eyes as she gave a deep look towards Blue Jade. Small chances are shared equally, big chances depend on the skill. When you come out, you don't owe each other anything. When Blue Jade heard this, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes and he nodded towards him. Deal. Then waited up patiently. It just doesn't take much for smart people to talk. As the time for the opening of the secret realm drew nearer and nearer, more and more martial artists arrived, and the crowd was slightly anxious. But the major powers whose eyes looked ahead of them all pressed on. Just then, several more air-breaking sounds rang out, and the crowd looked up in surprise. Aren't the people from several big powers all here? Only a few figures appeared in the sky, releasing a powerful aura all over their bodies, directly falling rapidly in the direction of the people of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Boom! Jade Wushwang and the others were forced to take dozens of steps backward, looking forward with an angry expression. Numerous powerhouses all looked over with curious faces. "It's you!" Yu Shengchen pointed at a white-clothed teenager and roared. Yu Wushhuang's face was also gloomy at the moment, and her eyes looked at the person wearing a mask beside the white-clothed teenager with a cold light. The few people who descended from the sky were none other than Lin Yu and his party. Upon hearing Jade Xingchen's roar, Lin Yu swept a glance at him and then ignored him, his gaze coldly looking at Jade Wushhuang. Just now, Yuan Tiangang had already conveyed the message to the crowd that he was the lord of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, Jade Wushhuang, the culprit who overthrew the Jiao Xian palace. Several people were Lin Yu's inner circle, so they were naturally very clear about the great Zhou emperor's clan feud. Dianwei grinned directly towards Yu Wushhuang and lifted his halberd in a throat-slitting motion. The many powerhouses that were watching on the ground took a look at it and got pumped up. "I can't believe I recognize it." Jade Wushhuang was also unusually angry, stopping the people of the Yuhua imperial dynasty who wanted to rush forward, and opened her mouth towards Lin Yu. "Who on earth is your excellency? Provoking my Yuhua imperial dynasty 3 times and 4 times. Lin Yu had a cold smile on his face. "Great Zhou dynasty, Lin Yu. Just can't stand you." The crowd of onlookers were surprised to hear that it was actually a dynastic power. This should be a dynastic power that was about to be promoted to an imperial dynasty, and the number of Zunsher realm powerhouses was already quite large. Jade Wushhuang's lungs exploded when she heard Lin Yu's reply, a cold aura appearing in her eyes. Good enough. Be careful walking in the secret world." When Lin Yu heard this, he didn't care and never looked at them again, his eyes looking towards the entrance of the secret realm. The Yuhua imperial dynasty was supposed to be the target of Lin Yu's military conquest soon. Now that the secret realm was revealed, there was even the rule that no one strong in the supreme realm was allowed to enter. It was best not to let Lin Yu come across them, or else, he would definitely make sure that none of them could walk out. As soon as the crowd of onlookers saw that there was no fight, they stopped paying attention. Just silently memorized the name Great Zhou Dynasty in his heart. Chapter 44, Opening of the Secret World. At the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, a woman wearing a fiery red robe that was extremely beautiful also withdrew her gaze. A teenager behind her spoke with a disdainful face. "Sister, this Yuhua dynasty is really a bunch of trash." A dynastic power dared to write on their faces. The fire-red-robed woman heard the teenager's words and said with a straight face, "Zay, don't underestimate some dynastic forces. I've heard my father say that in the center of the eastern domain in several large states, there have been several extremely demonic dynastic forces in history. Once those dynasties came out, they casually crushed the lower-level imperial dynasties. Once promoted, it's a top-level senior imperial dynasty, and after a little bit of settling down for a while, you will be able to advance to the peak imperial dynasty. This kind of power, as long as it grows up, it's a behemoth that oppresses a domain." The teenager heard the woman's words and said with slight disbelief, "That's the center of the eastern region. This Lijiao is some kind of shithole. How could such a demon appear?" The woman smiled at him when she heard it and didn't say another word. This time, their siblings happened to be practicing at the edge of the fire state, and when they saw the vision, they rushed all the way over. Normally visions of this kind of light were not very deeply attractive to high-level imperial dynasties. It's all an adventure anyway, so it's just a good time to come over for a long time. It was just that it was unexpected that someone from the Tian Yuan sect had also come, and the one who had come was He Xian. And at this moment, Lin Yu's crowd was listening carefully to Yuan Tiangang introduce the many figures of power. Burning Sky Royal Dynasty, Princess Yan Minling, was none other than a woman in a fiery red robe, middle stage of the Zunsher realm. And that young man is, the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty's royal son, Yanzei, at the early stage of the Zunsher realm. Tian Yuan sect, the son of the Supreme Elder, He Xian, middle stage of the Zunsher realm. Featherblood Sword sect, Patriarch's own heirloom, Jian Moxie, middle stage of the Zunsher realm. These 3 powers all had their respective power supreme realm powerhouses secretly following them, equal to a few people's Dao protectors. The rest were the Yuhua and Blue Flame imperial dynasties plus a few lower-level imperial dynasties. Lin Yu paid more attention to the information on the people of the Blue Flame imperial dynasty. The Blue Flame imperial dynasty and the Yuhua imperial dynasty, as the 2 low-level imperial dynasties of the Lijiao, were Lin Yu's next targets. The number of powerhouses of the 3 major powers, especially the Exalted Realm, did have a great advantage over the existence of low-level imperial dynasties. In terms of peak Zunsher powerhouses, there were quite a few of them in all 3 major powers. But Lin Yu was not weak at all. Several of his men were crushed in the same realm. 2 small realms higher spending a certain amount of time could be defeated in battle. After returning from his trip to the Yuhua imperial dynasty, Yuan Tiangang was already at the late stage of the Exalted Realm and could break through to the peak of the Exalted Realm at any time. And from what he said, some early stage of the Supreme Realm with a weak foundation, he could resist. Dianwei, Zhao Yun, and Hua Zaiwei, who had also reached the middle stage of the Zunsher Realm, were equal to 3 invincible martial powerhouses below the battle power Supreme Realm. For his part, Xin Shiji did not call for him to come. The Great Zhou dynasty still needed strong men to hold down the fort, while he and Lu Linglong were arranged by Lin Yu to stay at the palace just in case. Just as Lin Yu was pondering, the beam of light that rose up into the sky suddenly grew larger, and then faded away. The secret realm is open. Charge! The crowd instantly boiled over. All the martial artists from all the forces instantly got up and rushed towards the secret realm. Lin Yu and the others' chi exploded as they sped towards the entrance. Jade Wushuang's gaze was cold as she glanced at Lin Yu's group and also led the crowd to charge. Lin Yu's eyes darkened as he entered the secret realm, and then he realized that he was in a haze. He immediately sensed his surroundings and let out a slight sigh of relief. Yuan Tiangang, several people were there. Your Majesty, we should be in a formation. The formations here seem to serve to confuse, and I can lead the people out. Yuan Tiangang sensed it and immediately said, "Roar!" Just as Lin Yu had just nodded his head to signal him to lead the way. A dozen or so ferocious beasts with red eyes surfaced from the mists and rushed up when they saw Lin Yu's people. Several of Dian Wei's figures flashed, and the ferocious beasts were instantly killed. Lin Yu slightly sensed that these ferocious beasts were around the peak of the mortal realm martial artists, and without caring too much about it, instructed a few people to move forward. Lin Yu looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts not far away and frowned slightly. This was already the sixth wave of ferocious beasts that the few of them had encountered. Listening to Yuan Tiangang, he said that he would be able to walk out of the formation shortly after moving forward again. He frowned because, the further they traveled, the higher the realm of the ferocious beasts they encountered, and the unified characteristic was that their eyes were red, and when they saw them, they frantically went forward to attack, not caring about their injuries. This sixth wave of ferocious beasts could already be compared to early-stage Heaven Realm martial artists. Is this a test? Wouldn't that mean that many forces that didn't have Zunshi realm powerhouses wouldn't even be able to walk out of the formation? It didn't leave him wondering for too long, as the mists ahead dissipated. He looked up and his pupils shrank. The huge palace that stretched on and on was presented before the eyes of the crowd. The number of palaces was much more than the Great Zhou Palace and several times larger. At a glance, you can't even see the head. The palaces appeared to have gone through a great battle and were slightly broken. Zhao Yun's few people instantly flew towards the few palaces closest to them. In a short while, several people came back with excited faces and reported, "Your Majesty, I found many resources for cultivation from the Foundation Realm to the Heaven Realm within the palace." "Your Majesty, so am I." "Your Majesty, I have also discovered that these palaces seem to have been inhabited ages ago." As Lin Yu listened to the reports from the crowd, a hint of color flashed in his eyes. This seemed to be a place where the clan or palace of an unknown power was located. The place where a few of them were was supposed to be the fringe. Moreover, it seemed that they, the group that had entered the secret realm, had been transported to a place with them after stepping out of the mists. At least they hadn't run into anyone from the other teams for a while around them right now. Thinking about what a few people had reported, he immediately said, "Keep going inside. Pass by the palace and go in. Don't spare a single one." All of them were excited to receive the order. And I don't blame them. The current Great Zhou is too polarized. It is the time when all kinds of resources are needed. And just the fringes alone had cultivation resources up to the Heaven Realm. Would there be more the further in you went? Lin Yu and the crowd all had expectant faces as they hurried forward. As Lin Yu and the others swept their way forward, the crowds from the other major powers also discovered the mystery. Somewhere in the palace complex, Yan Zhejiang said to Yin Minling with a shocked face, "Sister, this palace complex is actually bigger than our imperial palace. Moreover, inside this palace, there are actually cultivation resources of the exalted realm." Yin Minling also nodded with deep sympathy, thinking of the ferocious beasts in the mist just now. A trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. "Everyone be careful, this secret realm shouldn't be this simple. The secret realms of low-level imperial dynasty lands usually don't allow even Heaven Realm martial artists to enter." The crowd all put away their contempt upon hearing this, and then hurried forward towards the front. In another part of the palace complex, Jade Wushuan was looking at the things that the crowd had collected back from the various palaces with an ecstatic look on her face and immediately ordered, "Go! Don't fall behind the others." Then his eyes greedily looked towards the unending cluster of palaces as he sped away. If someone stood at a supreme height and looked down on the entire palace complex, they would realize that the numerous teams were all shuttling rapidly towards the central hall. And the further they traveled, the fewer palaces there were, and some teams were destined to meet before long. Chapter 45, She is My Queen. Lin Yu's crowd had been traveling inside this palace complex for an unknown amount of time. At the moment there are happy smiles on their faces. At the same time, the heart also became more and more curious as to what kind of power it was that was so rich in resources that remained in the residence after experiencing a great battle. In their hands now, they even had a few copies of the Zun King realm's techniques. Other spiritual medicines, elixirs, and the like were even more rewarding. Lin Yu looked up at the central hall that was already vaguely visible, his speed increasing. Suddenly, his gaze froze. There was someone in front of him, and several people were instantly alerted. After a few people saw who it was, intense killing intent was revealed on their faces, and the other side spotted them and quickly drew closer together. Lin Yu was the first to speak. Kill! Without any nonsense, his body flashed and went straight at the other party. A few people on the other side also reacted and directly fought into a battle. Boom! Lin Yu kicked a youth away and said with murderous intent in his eyes, "You're still such a loser." The youth threw back his head and roared as if he were a wounded beast. The youth was none other than Yu Shengchen. The other few people, however, were not the people of the Yu Hua imperial dynasty. Just as Lin Yu was about to finish him off with another kick, Lin Yu! A roar came. What followed was a long spear wielded by Yu Lintian. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand shook, and a long spear appeared in his hand to meet the attack. Bang! After Lin Yu blocked Yu Lintian's attack with one strike, he immediately made a heavy slash towards him. Yu Lintian instantly flew backwards several steps, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he roared incredulously. "No way! I've broken through to the peak of the heaven realm. You're only in the middle stage of the heaven realm." When Lin Yu heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he lifted his lance and continued to blast towards him. Ignorant! On Yuan Tiangong's side, he directly faced Jade Wushuang. The two of them had briefly exchanged blows in the Nine Xian Palace, so they naturally shared the same eyes. That day, if it wasn't for Yuan Tiangang trying to save the day, he would have wanted to hammer Jade Wushuang into pulp. Zhao Yun took on a peak Zunsher realm powerhouse from the Yu Hua imperial dynasty. It was rumored that this person was Jade Wushuang's royal uncle, and that he had purposely come out of the gate in order to obtain this secret realm opportunity. He started to see Zhao Yun shooting sharply and still had a disdainful look on his face, but once they exchanged hands, it shocked him to the core. Where did this demon come from? The middle stage of the Zunsher realm could actually fight against him. Immediately, he put away his contempt and responded seriously. Hua Zaiwei saw Zhao Yun snatch the peak Zunsher realm powerhouse. Immediately, he killed towards Yu Shuyu and the other three late Zunsher realm powerhouses. With a strong intention to compete, he went all out, and with one shot, he shocked Yu Shuyu into coughing up blood. Prince Shuyu, whose Dao heart was almost shattered by Yuan Tiangong's punch last time, was even more desperate to pass out at this moment. Took a look at the rest of the battlefield, immediately yelling at the other three. "Be careful, this group is full of demons that can fight across levels." The other three nodded with grave expressions and attacked with Jade Shuyu with all their might towards Huozhua. Hua Zaiwei laughed heroically when he saw the four men attacking. Good timing! The lance in his hand swung, and a blurry black dragon even loomed behind him. Seeing that a few high-realm martial artists had already been snatched up by a few people, Dianwei naively stroked his bald head, his eyes looking towards Yanzhang and a few other early Zunsher realm Yuhua imperial dynasty martial artists. Grinned. "I that halberd last time, the two of you can actually still get up." After saying that, he directly lifted his halberd and blasted towards the several people. Upon hearing Dianwei's words, the two middle-aged men among Yanzhang's few people immediately looked at him with a look of fear, their legs trembling. Seeing the sharply shooting Dianwei, they all gritted their teeth, roared angrily, and rushed forward. "We are outnumbered today, the advantage is ours." When Dianwei heard their roars, the corners of his mouth grinned even wider, and he slammed his halberd at the one who shouted the loudest. Boom! That Zunsher realm martial artist was instantly blasted into a bloody mist by Dianwei, dying without even a crumb left. Those who had just risen to fight stopped their bodies and were filled with fear. Devil! Dianwei didn't care about their death-defying gestures, charging into the crowd and slaughtering them. The scene shifted back to Lin Yu's side. At this moment, he was stepping on Jade Xingqian's chest with his left foot, his right hand was holding a gun and pointing at Jade Lintian, who was frantically gasping for air across the room. Yu Lintian's hair was disheveled, his body covered in hole-like wounds, and he looked at Lin Yu with a face of grief and indignation. "Are you Hua Imperial Dynasty? Where exactly did we offend you?" Lin Yu had a cold smile on his face as he shattered Jade Xingqian's heart vein with a kick and raised his spear to stab at Jade Lintian's throat. "I just don't see it." When Yu Lintian heard this, his eyes turned red, and the grief and anger in his eyes became more and more obvious, being pierced directly through the throat by Lin Yu's shot. As he killed the two men, Dianwei also returned to his side. Lin Yu glanced at Yanzhang, several people whose bodies were not even there, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "Run away?" Dianwei grinned and said, "I blasted them to the dregs." Lin Yu gave him a surprised look and nodded. "Not bad, deceiving my queen of Great Zhou, you should." Before he could speak, he heard the sound of Dianwei's voice coming from him. "The old company says that's the way a brown guy like me should do it to get a girl." When Lin Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and he didn't say anything else. Just as the two of them were talking, Hua Daisy returned behind Lin Yu with his lance, and not long after, Zhao Yun also returned from the battlefield. Both of them wore solemn faces as they arched their hands at Lin Yu. "Your Majesty, it is a pleasure." After saying that, Hua Zaiwei said towards Zhao Yun. General Zhao, next time there's a peak Zuni martial artist, it's my turn. Zhao Yun smiled at him and nodded. No problem, extra for you. Lin Yu glanced at the two people dressed in this black and white, smiled, and didn't say anything. Only they, the demons, dared to grab and cross the level. Afterward, he gazed at Jade Wushuang, who was already losing ground at the hands of Yuan Tiangang, and prepared to lead the crowd over in his direction. Just as his foot was raised, he saw a solemn expression on Dianwei's face as he pulled Lin Yu back, while Zhao Yun and Hua Zhaodong also instantly protected Lin Yu in the center, their gazes looking towards the back. Not long after, several air-breaking sounds rang out, and several figures were revealed. Lin Yu gazed at one of the several other low-level Imperial Dynasty forces. At this moment, their figures were in a sorry state, as if they had just suffered a great battle. Seeing the entire battlefield, several people's pupils instantly shrunk, and they were ready to leave. Fellow Taoists, step in and save me. I'll give you all the stuff from the secret realm. I'm the kingdom lord of the Yuhua dynasty, and I'll be grateful when I return. Jade Wushuang also discovered a few people at this time and immediately roared. A few people stopped in an instant. They had just sensed that several of Lin Yu's people were in the middle stage of the Zunshi realm. It would have been more trouble than it was worth. But after hearing Jade Wushuang's conditions just now, and thinking about the affluence of this secret realm, a few people exchanged eye contact with each other before charging towards Lin Yu and the others. They were three peak Zunshi realm powerhouses. When Lin Yu's crowd saw a few people sprinting towards them, their gazes condensed and they also killed them. Zhao Yun laughed out loud. General Hua, there's no need to grab it this time, it's all there. A smile also appeared at the corner of Hua Zaiwei's mouth. Let's see who's fast then. Okay. When Lin Yu saw the two early Zunshi realm martial artists who were killing towards him, he immediately glanced at the system's conquest point information. 1,000,000. It's still more kill value to kill high realm martial artists. System, how many conquest points do I need to raise my cultivation to the early stage of the exalted realm? 800,000. Elevate. Boost successful. What seems like a long time, the entire conscious exchange, is less than a second. Boom. Lin Yu's robes bulged and his aura rose to the sky. A punch was thrown towards one of the oncoming men. That person didn't even have time to react and was instantly blown into a bloody mist by Lin Yu's punch. Just as he continued to strike, Yuan Tiangang appeared in an instant, and the other man was directly slapped with a palm that shattered his brain. It turned out that seeing Lin Yu in danger, Yuan Tiangang didn't hold back any longer, and with one kick, he kicked Jade Wushuang to the ground and came over to protect Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at the several people of Zhao Yun who were in the middle of a fierce battle and walked over to Yu Wushuang. Jade Wushuang saw Lin Yu coming over and was in a state of madness. Lin Yu, what exactly has my Yuhua dynasty done? You have to badger me so many times. Lin Yu looked down at him with a cold flash in his eyes. Because, my queen, is called Jimua. No way. Their Nine Mysteries Palace has never come into contact with the forces of the outer states at all. Hearing Jade Wushuang's words, a cold smile spread across the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. Did I tell you I'm not from out of state? Jade Wushuang shook her head frantically. Impossible, there are only two imperial dynasties in the Lizhou, the dynasty power is weak and unbearable. I've never heard of the name Great Zhou Dynasty at all. Speaking here, he snapped his head up and looked at Lin Yu with horrified eyes. You are from the Savage Land. When Lin Yu heard this, he didn't reply and stabbed a gun towards his heart. Next, it's the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. Jade Wushuang's eyes were wide and lifeless. Chapter 46, The Great War Again. Leave us alone. We'll give you everything we get in the secret world. Just as Lin Yu had killed Jade Wushuang, Zhao Yun and the others had also beaten those three peak Zunshi realm martial artists to a pulp. Seeing the death of Jade Wushuang and the stupid Yuan Tiangang, he anxiously roared. Zhao Yun and the three of them did not pay attention to their roars as they swung their weapons in their hands, their moves becoming even more violent. Boom! A strong aura suddenly erupted from the three of them. They actually broke through in the middle of the fight. Sure enough, it's a demon. The three people who were already fighting back and forth were instantly powerless and were killed one after another. Lin Yu glanced at the three people who had skillfully put away their storage props, a small smile appearing on his face. This trip to the secret realm was truly rewarding, and it was true that combat was the fast track to riches. When a few people returned to his side, he nodded at them and continued to fly rapidly towards the central hall, as Lin Yu and the others were flying at a rapid pace. At this time, the entrance to the central hall of the temple. The roar was unrelenting. It was the violent battle that was taking place. Boom! A fiery red figure appeared. It was none other than the princess of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, Yin Minling. At this moment, blood was spilling from the corner of her mouth, and she was looking at the young man with an evil smile in front of her with an angry face. He Xian, you actually colluded with the forces of the outer states against us. There's no fear of triggering a great war between the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty and the Tian Yuan sect. Hushwan heard this and did not react. Yen Minling, how do you call it collusion? Brother Sword and I are just cooperating for mutual benefit at first sight. I lose a bit of resources and get the great beauty known as fire state. How cost-effective. When Yen Minling heard this, he was so angry that he was trembling. Shameless. Hushwan laughed out loud. Besides, when you enter the secret realm, life and death are not in your hands. What proof do you Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty have that I killed you? Yen Minling clenched her shell teeth and paid no more attention to this shameless man. His eyes looked toward the people of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty who were struggling under the siege of the Tian Yuan sect and the Featherblood Sword sect's many powerhouses, and his face was incomparably anxious. Their group was the first to arrive at the temple gate, and not long after their arrival, He Xian and Jian Moxie also arrived separately. He Xian had originally been harassing her in the fire state, and she had been ignoring it, but she could not imagine that she had actually colluded with the Featherblood Sword sect, and without saying a few words, they exchanged blows. Originally, the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty powerhouses would have no problem taking on either the Tian Yuan sect or the Featherblood Sword sect, and with the two joining forces, the situation would not be favorable. Yen Zhe was also fighting at the moment, and seeing that his sister was injured, he roared at He Xian. Crane Xian, you're a piece of trash. All they do is play these schemes. He Xian smiled disdainfully at Yen Zhe's words. At this moment, a youth carrying a long sword walked up to He Xian, glanced at Yen Minling, who had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and said to He Xian, hurry up, the central hall still has the biggest secret of this secret realm. It was Jian Moxie. The look he gave Crane Xian after he finished speaking flashed a hint of contempt. He Xian nodded towards him and looked towards Yen Minling licking his lips, looking slightly perverted. Someone's coming. Just as He Xian was preparing to take down Yen Minling, Jian Moxie suddenly stared at him with a stony face, and then instructed the crowd to return behind him. A trace of unwillingness flashed in He Xian's eyes, but he still immediately called back the crowd. The people from the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty also returned to Yen Minling's side. Yen Zhe flew forward and asked with a concerned face, Sis, is everything okay? Yen Minling glanced at him and forced a smile. Nothing. The three forces didn't wait long before five figures appeared in their line of sight. It was none other than Lin Yu's several people who had just arrived after the big battle. He was silently observing the situation in the field at the moment, glancing at the more wretched Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty crowd, the Tian Yuan sect and Featherblood Sword sect who were standing very close to each other. He already had a basic guess. Yen Zhe was the first to speak out. Sis, it's actually someone from that dynasty power. They don't seem to have been attenuated by the time they got here. Yen Minling also nodded, his gaze surprised as he looked at the white-clothed young man at the head of the group. Not long after Lin Yu and the others arrived, two more air-breaking sounds rang out. Lin Yu raised his eyes and a glint flashed in his eyes. Blue Jedi. The other person, who should be a powerhouse from the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, was at the peak of the exalted realm. They looked like they had just been in a big battle and had won badly. After Blue Jet arrived, he found that the four directions of forces were looking towards him at the same time. The pressure increased dramatically, and at the sight of Lin Yu's several people, his pupils shrunk even more. A dynastic power had actually arrived here intact. He observed the situation in silence, looked up at the central hall with a resigned glance, and said, We won't fight for this chance, so all of you please feel free. After saying that, he left with the man beside him without a care in the world. Lin Yu looked at the two who had left and resisted the urge to make a few people strike. It's a complicated situation on the field right now, so we'll find another opportunity. This Blue Jade is a decisive person. He Xian looked at the departing two, a cold smile on his face, then said to Lin Yu and the others, Along the way, there are already 2 or 3 low-level Imperial Dynasty teams that we exterminated. I don't know where you, a dynastic power, got the luck to be able to walk here. You have 10 breaths. Get out of here. Jun Mo says brows frowned when she heard his words, but she didn't say anything and also looked at Lin Yu's several people. Yen Zhe shouted not long after Crane Xian's words fell. This big brother, those two groups across the street don't have good intentions towards my sister. Please also step in to help, and I will be grateful afterward. Yen Minling immediately interrupted the words that Yen Zhe wanted to continue. Zhe, don't drag them down, none of their realms are high. When Lin Yu heard He Xian's words, he had already revealed a cold light on his face, and she also heard Yen Minling's words, and after giving her a slightly different look, he said to He Xian, What if I don't? A sardonic smile appeared on He Xian's face. Then die. The 4-peak Zunsher realm powerhouses behind him instantly shot explosively towards Lin Yu's few people. Just as Yen Minling was worried, preparing people to ask Lin Yu for solid assistance, the movement of the battle in the field caused her to look dismayed. Sister, a few people from this dynasty force, so brave. The late Zunsher realm is actually pressing down on the peak of the Zunsher realm and hammering furiously. Just as Yen Zhe had said, the few people from the Tian Yuan sect and the few people from Jiayan were shocked as soon as they exchanged blows. Surprisingly, within a few moves, he was on the verge of being suppressed without resistance. He Xian certainly saw the battlefield and roared low in anger. Waste. Then he immediately sent all 3 remaining peak Zunsher realm, and a few mid to late Zunsher realm martial artists behind him. He just couldn't believe it. A few random people from a dynastic power could be compared to their Tian Yuan sex elite, and reality is often so cruel. Yan Zhe's exclamation of surprise came again. Sister, that man with the mask on his head, with a single punch and kick, he beat 2 peak Zunsher realm powerhouses to the point of frantically spitting out blood. That 1 black and 1 white 2 young generals as well, with every swing of the lance in their hands, the 4 peaks of the Zunsher realm that they fought against would have an extra gunshot hole in their bodies. That bald and strong man, he's also too brutal, his moves want to smash people into pulp. The more Yan Zhe spoke, the more excited he became, with little stars in his eyes. He had forgotten what he had said in the heavenly weeping mountain range. Yan Minling was also looking at the colorful eyes. Is this the extremely demonic dynastic power that father said? He Xian couldn't care less at this moment and roared towards Jian Moxie. Still not helping? After saying that, he looked towards the calm Lin Yu and charged directly towards him. Chapter 47, Skylon Sword. When Jian Moxie heard He Xian's roar, he hesitated slightly for a second before killing towards Lin Yu's several people. He had just been surprised by Lin Yu and the others' battle power as well. Now that he and Crane Xian were already on the same rope, he had to go up even if he didn't. Seeing the crowd from the Featherblood Sword sect killing towards Lin Yu's several people, Yan Zhe instantly shouted in excitement. Shameless, kill with me. They are the saviors of our burning sky imperial dynasty. Yan Minling also looked solemn and immediately led the crowd to support them. Lin Yu looked at He Xian, who was rapidly killing towards him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A genius from a high-ranking dynasty? His right hand shook slightly, his lance was in his hand, directly smashing into Crane Xian's face. Crane Xian had already been overwhelmed by anger. Looking at the lance that was smashing towards him, he raised both fists and received it hard. Boom! He Xian was instantly smashed by a gun and was unsteady on his feet, flying backwards at a faster speed than when he had rushed in, and Jian Moxie, who was rushing behind him, collided with him, and the 2 of them collided, and together they retreated backward a few steps before they were able to stand still. He Xian looked up with a shocked face. No way! Your district is a dynastic power. All of them are actually demons who have crossed levels. Jian Moxie also looked at Lin Yu with a grave gaze. Your Excellency is from the eastern region's Yuan state? Yuanzhou, the very center of the eastern region, only that place would have such a demonic power, right? When He Xian heard Jian Moxie's words, he instantly reacted and looked at Lin Yu with a scornful gaze. Lin Yu looked at the 2 men who seemed to have something on their minds and didn't explain anything, lifting his gun to kill towards the 2 men. Now that you've done it, get rid of the roots. Yan Minling and Yan Zhe, who were originally prepared to support Lin Yu, directly froze in place when they saw that scene just now, and Yan Zhe even shouted, Big brother, you're too fierce. Then he said to Yan Minling, Sister, they're all so strong, crossing levels is like eating and drinking water. Yan Minling nodded and glanced at Lin Yu, who didn't need any help at all, and turned towards the battlefield between the burning Sky Imperial Dynasty and the Featherblood Sword sect. The entire situation in front of the central hall was instantly reversed because of the addition of Lin Yu's few people. Especially on Zhao Yun's trio's side, from time to time, the miserable screams of the Tian Yuan sect's martial artists would be heard. The 2 people, Jian Moxie and He Xian, were even shattered under Lin Yu's wild bombardment. At this moment, blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths as they held each other together, looking with fear at Lin Yu, who had a murderous face in front of him. Both of them were geniuses who could fight across a small realm. He actually couldn't hold up for dozens of rounds in the hands of this teenager who was clearly younger than them and whose realm was still lower than theirs. He Xian was even directly shouting madly at Lin Yu. You can't kill me. I'm the son of the Heavenly Origin sect's Supreme Elder, and there are Supreme Realm Protectors outside the secret realm. You kill me, and all of you out there will die. When Lin Yu heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had heard some kind of joke. If we don't kill you, won't we die if we go out? He Xian thought Lin Yu had compromised and shouted towards him. Yes, as long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely not trouble you guys when you get out. Jian Moxie felt bad when she saw the corners of Lin Yu's mouth slightly raised. Hearing Lin Yu's words, a glint flashed in his eyes, and his right hand suddenly exerted force, pushing He Xian in Lin Yu's direction, and he himself instantly rose up in the air, directly escaping. When Lin Yu saw Jian Moxie's movements, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he killed He Xian with a shot and directly got up to chase after him. He Xian's eyes cracked before he died, and he looked at Jian Moxie, who had fled at a rapid pace, and roared, Jian Moxie, you shall not die. It wasn't long before Lin Yu returned, his brows slightly furrowed. I can't believe I let him get away. Then it wasn't put into perspective. Taking a look at the crowd that was basically going to end the battle, he stood in the middle of the field and waited up. Just as Lin Yu had returned, a young figure flew to his side and said, Big brother, are you guys really dynasty forces? Big brother, you're all so powerful, how did you cultivate? Big brother, are you guys really from Yuanzhou? It's none other than Yanzawa. Listening to the twittering words in his ears, Linyu felt slightly helpless and glanced at him and did not answer. Ozawa, don't be rude. At this time, Yen Minling also came over and gave a heckle to Yanzai. Yanzer bristled and didn't say anything. Yen Minling said as he slightly saluted towards Linyu. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for coming to the rescue. Linyu glanced at her, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. This woman was quite pretty, and waved his hand. I can't stand bullying women and being so arrogant. Seeing Linyu's eyes, Yanzai's eyes rolled and said, Big brother, isn't my sister pretty to look at? When Linyu heard Yanzai's words, a trace of consternation flashed in his eyes as he nodded and replied honestly. Yes, that. Yanzai still wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Yen Minling, who at this time had a slightly red face, glared at Yanzai, and said to Linyu, Mr. Lin, my brother has been spoiled since he was a child, so don't pay any attention to him. Glancing at the battle that was soon to end, he said, Mr. Lin, we're not going to fight for the chances of this central hall. Go forth in peace and check yourselves. After she finished speaking, a trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. I would also like to ask Mr. Lin to notify the elders of his family immediately. The Supreme Realm powerhouses from the Tian Yuan sect and the Featherblood Sword sect outside the secret boundaries are bound to not let up. Lin Yu nodded towards them after hearing this. At this time, the 4 men of Dianwei also returned to him. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't care and should have something to fall back on, Yen Minling didn't say anything and led the people of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty away from the central hall to heal their wounds. Seeing them walk away, Lin Yu glanced at the 4 who were still in fair condition and said, Let's go and see what secrets this secret realm has. Yen Minling looked at Lin Yu's several people who pushed the door into the main hall and closed his eyes to mediate. Jing. A few people walked into the large hall, and a burst of sword sounds surrounded their ears. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the bloodstained giant sword hanging in the center. Your Majesty, the entire Grand Hall is filled with a blood-red aura. If you absorb too much, you will become bloodthirsty and lose your mind. Yuan Tiangang suddenly opened his mouth in a grave manner. Lin Yu immediately sensed it, and it was indeed as he said, a blood-red aura was madly surging towards several people. It seemed that his ancient celestial emperor body was too powerful, and the aura couldn't affect him at all. Your Majesty, the grade of this aura is too high. Our cultivation at this time needs to be transported to resist. Your Majesty, take care of everything. Just as he carefully sensed it, several people simultaneously plopped down on the ground, each with their own visions entwined behind them. Did it actually cause them to release a vision in order to resist it? Lin Yu glanced at a few people and cautiously walked towards the giant sword. The closer he got to the giant sword, the sound of the sword chirping became louder and louder. Moreover, he also discovered that these blood-red auras seemed to be released from the blood attached to the giant sword. What the hell is this blood? Thinking about those ferocious beasts when they first entered the secret realm, they should have absorbed this blood-red aura. As Lin Yu walked up to the giant sword, he gazed at it and saw that there were 2 large characters engraved on the sword. Sky Lanes. Is that the name of the giant sword? Sky Lantern Sword. Lin Yu slightly pondered and reached out to shake. Chapter 48, a shocking scene. The moment Lin Yu's palm had just gripped the hilt of his sword, it seemed to have touched some organs. The giant sword vibrated crazily, and the sound of the sword chirping grew louder and louder, directly penetrating through the central hall, waking up the Yen Minling people who were recuperating outside directly. And then a pillar of light that was even more gigantic than when the secret realm was present shot straight up into the sky, instantly rushing upwards through the underground palace complex. The blood-red aura within the hall was also instantly dispersed. Yuan Tiangang and a few others stood up from their coiled knees and looked at Lin Yu with a worried expression. Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, at the entrance of the secret realm. The crowd of onlookers was instantly attracted by the pillar of light rushing into the sky. In the sky above Tian Yuan Gate, a white-haired old man looked at the light pillar and said with a cautious face to the direction of Feather Blood Sword sect not far away. The greatest opportunity of the secret realm has come out. I wonder which power has obtained it. I thought it was just a small secret realm, but looking at the appearance of this pillar of light, I'm afraid that it has directly penetrated the entire dome continent. A black-robed old man from the Featherblood Sword sect replied as a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. I wonder what condition the young patriarch and the others are in inside. This kind of light pillar is unheard of in the eastern domain, old man. The crowd of onlookers from the major powers below were also in an unusual state of commotion. East domain, middle domain. The powerhouses of the major powers all looked at the pillar of light that rose up to the sky with horrified faces, and ordered to investigate. In the past, there was the sudden appearance of the starry sky emperor star, and now there was a rushing vision of a suspected exotic treasure coming out of the world. The dome continent, which had been calm for a long time, was bustling with activity. Lin Yu didn't know about all the things going on outside at this time. The moment he gripped the giant sword, he felt a bucket full of movement. Being in the middle of a starry sky, A figure with its back to him stood in front of him, seemingly sensing Lin Yu's arrival. A magnificent middle-aged man's voice came out. Fateful. I'm sure you've already gotten your hands on the heavenly lawn sword. This was Lin Yu. Didn't know how many times he was in the vastness of the starry sky, and he adapted to it in no time, and when he heard the middle-aged man's words, he was about to reply when the voice continued to come. I don't know how many years have passed, but the fact that you can hold the heavenly lawn sword proves that you are of the human race and are the lord of one of the kingdoms. This is a piece of my consciousness that has survived within the sword. You don't have to talk, and I can't answer your questions, just listen. Lin Yu stopped the words in his throat at once and listened quietly. In that great battle with the demonic holy dynasty at that time, I mobilized the power of the entire dynasty to cut down the demon emperor under the heavenly lawn sword. The stained blood on the heavenly lawn sword is the essence blood of that demon emperor. When you return to the great hall in a moment, collect them and use them if there is a suitable opportunity and absolute certainty. If not, seal them up. And after that great battle, I and the many powerful men of my dynasty were completely nirvana'd in the middle of the vastness of the starry sky. Before I died, the heavenly lawn sword was placed within the palace by me to suppress the emperor's essence blood, accompanied by the rest of the palace thrown to a low-level human realm. Lin Yu's gaze slightly condensed when he heard this. The holy dynasty, is it a power beyond the continent? Low-level realm, the dome continent should be the low-level realm, then what is above the low-level realm? Without waiting for him to think more, the words continued. This palace complex, a corner of the palace that I ingested, may have some resources in it, but it shouldn't be much. What I'm about to say next, be sure to remember. The voice was suddenly huge, and Lin Yu heard a burst of bravado from it. My human race, a race with unlimited potential. If you can get out of this lower realm, it shall be the revitalization of the human race as the primary responsibility. After saying that, the middle-aged man's figure gradually dissipated. The starry sky scene in front of Lin Yu slowly faded. He instantly returned to the central hall. The heavenly lawn sword was already in his hand, and its shape automatically became smaller, holding it just right in his hand. A drop of essence blood floated in the air ahead. Lin Yu thought of what the figure had just said and immediately took out a storage prop to try and put it away. However, no matter what kind of container he changed, the essence blood instantly rioted and directly shattered the container. Just as he was contemplating how he should collect it, he thought of the system space. With a slight movement of his consciousness, he saw that this demon emperor essence blood was quietly floating in the system space, and seemed to be still very afraid. Yuan Tiangang and a few others also walked up at the moment and looked at Lin Yu. In their eyes, just now, it was a split second of time when the giant sword inspired a pillar of light that rushed into the sky, and then it was Lin Yu's handheld sword with his eyes tightly closed for about a quarter of an hour. Lin Yu glanced at the concerned eyes of a few people and signaled to them that nothing was wrong. And then he lifted up the heavenly lawn sword and gesticulated a few times in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Although the weapon he used was a lance, it didn't hinder his love for the Tian Lan sword at all. Then it will serve as the Emperor of Great Zhou's sword of heaven. As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the heavenly lawn sword let out a joyful sword chirp. Lin Yu smiled, but the divine object had a spirit, soothing it for a while and storing it into the system space. And then he nodded to a few people and headed out of the hall. This trip to the secret realm had yielded great rewards, and it was time to go back. Instead, it is the Tian Yuan sect and Feather Bloodsword sect powerhouses outside the secret boundary. A hint of coldness flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. Rumble. The central hall door opened again. Lin Yu's few people pushed out the door. Yanzei immediately ran forward with excitement in his eyes. Big brother, what's in there? Do you know that a huge pillar of light just shot straight up into the sky from the temple? I haven't seen a pillar of light this big since I was a kid. Lin Yu looked at Yanzei, who was constantly talking in front of him, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. So much like little Hiroko, I wonder where and how he is now, and father. Yan Minling immediately stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yanzei and she gave Lin Yu an apologetic smile. Mr. Lin, don't pay any attention to him. Though she was curious, she wasn't going to pursue it. Lin Yu came back to his senses, glanced at Yanzei and smiled. The heavily lawn sword appeared in his hand and handed it to him. That's the sword. Yanzer didn't shy away from it either, reaching out for it. Yan Minling's face changed slightly as he pouted. Zay, no. However, the heavily lawn sword didn't seem to want him to take it, and flew around in the sky on its own, unable to catch up no matter what method Yanzei used. Yan Minling glanced at Lin Yu, who was wearing a smile on his face, and a trace of curiosity flashed through his heart. What kind of person are you that the greatest treasure of the secret realm is willing to take it out so casually just to satisfy Yanzei's curiosity? And, what was the flash of memory and nostalgia in your eyes just now because of? Yanzei ran after the heavily lawn sword for a long time and failed to get it, so he gave up and returned to Lin Yu. Glancing at the heavily lawn sword that was honestly staying in Lin Yu's hand, a hint of defiance appeared on his face and he whispered, Dogleg. Lin Yu put his sword away and smiled, glancing at the exit of the secret realm that appeared in the center of the palace complex and said towards Yen Minling and the others, "Miss Yen, we're ready to go out." Yen Minling hurriedly responded, "Good, we're going out too." The two groups of people immediately headed towards the exit of the secret realm together. Chapter 49, Slaughtering Millions in 100 Battles. Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range, entrance to the secret realm. Just as Lin Yu's few people had just come out of the main hall to talk to Yen Minling, two figures stepped out from within. It was none other than the Blue Jedi and his entourage. As soon as they came out, the two Dao protectors from the Tian Yuan sect and the Featherblood Sword sect revealed themselves from the sky. The white-haired old man from the Tian Yuan sect's might radiated as he looked at Lan Ju and asked, "What's going on in there? Have you seen He Xian and the people of my Tian Yuan sect?" The black-robed old man from the Featherblood Sword sect also blared at Blue Jade. "Have you seen the young master of my clan?" The Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty also revealed an old man from the sky, looking at Blue Jade. Thinking of the confrontation in front of the central hall, Lan Ju hesitated slightly and was just about to open his mouth to speak. A wretched figure shot out sharply from the secret realm. It was none other than Jin Moxie, who was running fast. When Blue Jade saw him come out, he immediately retreated to the crowd silently. The white-haired old man and the black-robed old man couldn't care less about the departing Blue Jade, and looking at Jin Moxie, who was in an extremely poor state at the moment, they immediately flew towards him. When Jin Moxie came out and saw the black-robed old man, she was relieved and roared with shock on her face. "Elder One, there's been a huge change in the secret realm. The Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty conspired with that Great Zhou Dynasty to decimate many of the strongest members of my Featherblood Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect. Brother Crane also died at the hands of that white-clothed boy from the Great Zhou Dynasty." "What?" The black-robed old man, Elder One, immediately shielded Jin Moxie behind him with a startled expression. When the white-haired old man heard that, he was even more eager to go crazy and looked at Jin Moxie with a murderous look on his face. "Why were you able to come out of the secret realm?" Jin Moxie's face was full of grief, as if he was possessed by a shadow emperor, and said, "Brother Crane chose to break off in order for me to bring the message out. When I looked back, he was already dead at the hands of that white boy, and after that it was even more of a chase after me. Fortunately, the latecomer had the burning potential elixir, which he swallowed and hid. He escaped immediately when the secret realm ended." The white-clothed old man was still full of disbelief. What kind of goods He Xian had, he knew best, as if he was a furious lion, roaring, "No way! Absolutely not! What kind of power is that Great Zhou Dynasty? How could it be possible that joining forces with the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty could slaughter the people of our two major powers?" After saying that, his eyes spewed fire in the direction of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty as he roared at the old man with reddish hair. "Elder Yen, you Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty must give our Tian Yuan sect an explanation. Otherwise, just wait for the Tian Yuan sect and the Supreme Elder's retaliation." Seems to feel not relieved, Crane Shin he did not protect well, go back less to take off layers of skin, towards the red-haired old man, then rushed over. Just as the two were about to battle together, a fluctuating sound came from the crowd, and everyone's gazes went to the group that appeared. It was none other than Lin Yu and the Yen Minling crowd. The white-haired old man was even the first to notice, and with killing intent in his eyes, he slapped his palm over. "Die for me." The old man known as Old Ghost Yen took a look and said darkly, "Not good." Immediately, he stepped forward to parry the white-haired old man's attack, and then protected Yen Minling's few people behind him. When Jin Moxie saw Lin Yu's few people come out, she pointed at Lin Yu and roared, "Elder One, the Tian Yuan sect senior, that's him." It was him and the crowd from the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty that decapitated Brother Crane, and even more so, he slaughtered the many powerful people from both of our sides. As soon as Lin Yu came out and saw the white-haired old man attacking towards them, he had a rough idea of what was going on. At this moment, when he heard Jin Moxie's roar, he even looked at him with a cold smile on his face. Yanzei even pointed at Jin Moxie with an angry face and roared, "It was clearly you who pushed Hushwan towards Big Brother Lin. You wanted to run away yourself and let He Xian die." Yen Minling also said to the red-haired old man with an anxious face, "Uncle Yen, Mr. Lin is the savior of my little brother and me. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Lin stepped in, the brat and I might have died inside. He must be saved." At the same time, he said to Lin Yu, "Mr. Lin, why haven't the elders of your family come yet?" The red-haired old man nodded with a grave gaze after hearing Yen Minling's words. He believed that Yen Minling and the Yanzei crowd would not lie to him. However, the two people on the other side were both in a comparable realm to him, both in the middle stage of the Supreme Realm, so dealing with one person was not a problem, but if the two people came together, he might not be able to get any better. At the same time, his heart was quite shocked. These people were at the late stage of the Zunshur realm, and although the white-clothed teenager, he couldn't see through it, he thought that there was a treasure to conceal his breath. A few of them could actually decimate a team of high-level Imperial Dynasty forces within the secret territory, Was it really as simple as a dynasty force? Lin Yu smiled at Yin Minling, signaling that she didn't need to rush. The black-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment as he looked at Lin Yu. Did you kill Crane Xian? He didn't need to know the details right now, he just wanted to bring the murderer back and clear some of his name for not being a good protector. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth raised in a cold smile. So what if it is? Scum one. The black-robed old man laughed angrily when he heard this. Yes, good for you, he said to Elder One of the Featherblood Sword sect. All the people from your Featherblood Sword sect who entered inside also died. Don't want revenge? You help me stall old Ghost Yen, I'll go and strike down these maniacs. A hint of hesitation flashed in Elder Wen's eyes as he glanced at Jian Moxie, and seeing support in his eyes, he nodded in agreement. Yen Old Ghost's face changed slightly as he said to Yen Minling's few people. Not good. Princess, Prince, back off. Yen Minling and Yen Zhe both looked anxious, but they knew that they could not help and retreated to the side. And Lin Yu was already doing two things at once when the black-robed old man asked him, signaling that the few people behind him didn't need to worry, a cold aura in his eyes. Conquest points, 4 million. System, use 3 million conquest points to summon. Ever since he reached the Exalted Realm, the number of conquest points required to summon one and break through one cultivation level had directly become 1 million. Though, with that, the levy points gained from killing low-realm martial artists were halved. However, he had killed numerous strong people within the secret territory, especially those at the peak of the Exalted Realm. There were more than a dozen of them, which was completely enough for him to splurge. He didn't believe that with so many conquest points, he couldn't summon a strong person. And, he vaguely discovered the pattern of the system's summoning. As his own realm got higher, the initial realm of the summon character would also get higher. Ding! Summoning succeeded once, summoning failed twice. Is it placed? Lin Yu gazed at it and was instantly ecstatic. As he looked at the Tian Yuan sect old man who was about to sprint towards him, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Drop it! Just as the black-robed old man had a scowl on his face, Yuan Tiangong's few people were preparing to meet the enemy, and Yin Minling and the others were in a state of anxiety. Boom! The entire sky suddenly flashed and thundered, and above Lin Yu, a huge spatial crack appeared, and from within, a huge killing aura emanated, followed by a deafening solemn killing sound. How dare you! Only to see a bronze ancient sword shoot out sharply from the crack, chopping out towards the black-robed old man. Boom! The black-robed old man had blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his robes were scattered, his left arm had been chopped off, and he looked at the spatial crack with a shocked face. Honorable King! Elder Ghost Yen and Elder One were also startled by the suddenness of the situation and immediately stopped fighting and returned to the crowd. A stony face looked toward the spatial crack. The sound of footsteps from afar reached the ears of the crowd, accompanied by the sound of bronze armor scraping. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing bronze armor walked out from the crack. The man's eyes were bright, the man was tall and slender, handsome in appearance, and his body was filled with a strong killing aura. When the people behind Lin Yu saw the middle-aged man, their eyes all flashed with a hint of shock before a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. I didn't realize that His Majesty had even resurrected him out of it. The man didn't pay attention to the crowd that looked at him with scornful faces and slightly arched his hand towards Lin Yu. Bai Qi, see you, Your Majesty. And then he gave a small smile to the few people behind him and nodded. Chapter 50, Massacre. Lin Yu nodded to Bai Qi with an excited face, signaling that he didn't need to be polite. He didn't expect that it was actually this god of slaying that he had summoned. The only god of killing, ask the god of army and war, there may be many, but there is only one god of killing, Bai Qi. He had already seen Bai Qi's information in the system just now, and it shocked him even more. Bai Qi, Peak Supreme Realm. Good guy, just one step away from being a Zoom King Realm powerhouse. Extrapolating from the realm and battle power of Yuan Tiangong's several people, Bai Qi was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Even if he bumped into a Zoom King Realm powerhouse, he would definitely be pleasantly unafraid. It was estimated that one would have to try before knowing exactly which level of powerhouse in the Zoom King Realm one could take on. And, this one's greatest ability is more than just charging into battle, he's a military generalist. Glancing at the two Supreme Realm old men from the Tian Yuan sect and the Feather Blood Sword sect and Jin Emosia, who was already filled with stagnation at this point, he said to Bai Qi, kill them all. Nah. Bai Qi turned around, and with a single step, he appeared in front of the black-robed old man and kicked him. The black-robed old man had just been heavily injured by Bai Qi's sword, and now he was even too late to even react, and was directly killed by Bai Qi's kick, turning into a mist of blood in the sky. Wen Lao's scalp immediately went numb and he immediately yelled. Our Featherblood Sword sect also has a Zoom King Realm powerhouse. You guys. He hadn't finished his sentence. Bai Qi had then dodged and appeared in front of him, smashing his head with a palm, and a headless body smashed onto the ground from the sky. And then with indifferent eyes, he glanced at Jian Moxie, who had been completely stunned, and shattered his heart chakra with a single punch. Bai Qi killed 3 rabbits as if they were rabbits, and the whole process was as simple as it could be. He stood upright in the air and swept a glance at the crowd watching below. Wow! The crowd dispersed. I blame my parents for having 2 less legs. The blue jade in the crowd also glanced at Bai Qi and Lin Yu in the sky with a look of fear, and flew towards the blue flame imperial dynasty at a rapid pace. Lin Yu looked at the clean-cut Bai Qi, and the smile in his eyes never stopped. The people from the burning sky imperial dynasty, especially old Ghost Yen, trembled when they saw Bai Qi walking over. How was this some peak supreme realm martial artist? He would believe it if he said he was a Zun King realm powerhouse. No wonder that old geezer from the Featherblood Sword sect hissed with a face of fear just now. At this time, Yen Minling and Yen Zhe also came back to their senses, and the most jumpy Yen Zhe immediately opened his mouth. Big brother, the elders in your family are so awesome. Yen Minling, on the other hand, had just heard something different. She remembered that this middle-aged man addressed Lin Yu as His Majesty. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked, Mr. Lin, are you really from Yuanzhou as He Xian and the others said earlier? That old Yen ghost and the Yen Zhe crowd, they also pricked up their ears to listen to Lin Yu's reply. These people are simply more demonic than one another. Lin Yu smiled when he heard that. His eyes traveled across the heavens Weeping Mountain Range and looked in the direction of Great Zhou. My home, there. Yen Minling and the others were first puzzled, then thought of something and looked incredulous. Yen Zhe even spoke immediately. Big brother, are you guys from this Lijiao? You are in a place that is called the Savage Land by the Leaving State? Lin Yu looked at their surprised expressions as his robes transformed on his body. Instantly, a strong imperial might emanated from him. The Great Zhou dynasty of the Lijiao, Lin Yu. Behind them are the generals and powerful men of my Great Zhou. The Burning Sky Imperial dynasty suddenly cried out in shock. They had always thought that Lin Yu's few people had come from the center of the Eastern Domain or even the Yuan state. It was unthinkable that it was actually from a power that was called a barbaric land by the Lijiao. Yen Zhe looked at Lin Yu with even more admiration. Yen Minling also had a strange color in her eyes. Such a young country lord even possessed countless demons under his command. Thinking of something, her complexion changed slightly and she said, Sir Lin, just now you have completely offended the Featherblood Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect. They should get the message soon. She then gently bit her shell teeth and removed her hairpin from her head, handing it to Lin Yu. On the Tian Yuan sect's side, we, the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, will hold it in check. More precautions are expected on the Featherblood Sword sect's side. If this hairpin is handed over to any official in the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, I can be notified immediately. We need to go back to father immediately. Lin Yu received the hairpin, a trace of consternation flashed in his eyes and he nodded. On the other hand, Yen Minling turned around and immediately flew towards the direction of the Fire State with the people of the Burning Sky Emperor Dynasty. Lin Yu didn't see a slight redness emerge on Yen Minling's face after she turned around. Yen Zhe shouted as he left, turning back towards Lin Yu with a wink. Big brother, I'll see you next time I come to Big Week to play. Lin Yu watched them leave, played with the hairpin that left a fresh fragrance in his hand, turned around and led the crowd to fly towards Great Zhou. Now that several people from the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty had been killed by him in the secret realm, it was time to go on a journey. And next to the Lijiao, the Sword State and the Fire State, both the Featherblood Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect erupted with earth-shattering sounds and roars. There are constantly martial artists descending from the sect toward the Lijiao. Great Zhou Palace. Jinhua was sitting upright on a chair in the room, her eyes looking in the direction of the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range from time to time, slightly worried. Lin Yu and the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion had already left for almost a week, and so far no news had come back. There was even a huge pillar of light rushing into the sky in the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range some time ago, which made her even more worried for Lin Yu. Thinking about what? Just as Jinhua froze, a voice echoed through the room. She turned her head with a surprised look on her face, got up from her chair, and as soon as she did, she jumped into Lin Yu's arms. You're finally back. Lin Yu rubbed her hair and smiled. Back. This trip has been very rewarding. He then talked to Jinhua about what had happened on this trip to the secret realm. Hearing that Jade Wushuang and the others had been killed by him, excited teardrops flashed in Jinhua's eyes. Then she thought of what Lin Yu had just said about the forces in the outer states and worried. That Feather Blood Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect, on the contrary, should be careful. Lin Yu nodded, a trace of coldness flashing through his eyes. If they dare to come, they will be made to pay. Jinhua naturally trusted Lin Yu completely, and when she saw that he had no fear, she put her heart down. She suddenly thought of something, and with a solemn expression, she said towards Lin Yu, that hairpin of the princess of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, is it beautiful? Can I show it to my subject? Lin Yu's body froze slightly at once, and he didn't know what to say for half a day. Jinhua couldn't help but laugh out loud at his wooden look. Your Majesty is so funny. As the Empress of Great Zhou, I still have this confidence. I'm just slightly curious about that princess of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. Hearing this, and then seeing the smile on Jinhua's face, Lin Yu came back to his senses in faint anger. Good for you, Jinhua. Straight away, he picked her up by the waist and headed for the bed. Chapter 51, The Marching of the Army. Day 2. Lin Yu was alone in his room, his consciousness connected to the system. Conquest points, 4 million. As expected, the higher the cultivation level of the martial artist, the more conquest points they had after killing them, and the two mid-supreme realm Dao protectors provided nearly 2 million conquest points. Although killing people in the same major realm and different minor realms, the difference in the number of battle points obtained was not particularly large, but also made him very surprised. Looking at the 4 million conquest points, a hint of entanglement flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. The 2 cultivation spaces marked last time, he had wanted them for a long time, and now he was only 1 million short of purchasing them from a mall. But he thought about it briefly, and thinking about his next plan and the forces he would face, he was still prepared to use it for summoning. System, spend all the conquest points for summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for successful summonings, and triggers the special event, full of generals. Is it placed? For summoning successes. Special events. Lin Yu immediately checked the message, and immediately a trace of consternation flashed in his eyes before he was overjoyed. He could not have imagined that he had actually summoned these 4, and it was indeed worthy of the words full of generals. Drop it! In front of Lin Yu, a spatial crack appeared and 4 figures stepped out from within as Lin Yu gazed at them. A veteran general in bronze armor, a middle-aged general, a young general, and a man full of books. After the 4 of them walked out, they all immediately saluted Lin Yu. Level off! Lin Yu looked at the 4 people in front of him, the smile in his eyes never stopped and said, Meng Artery, Early Zunshi Realm. Meng Wu, Early Zunshi Realm. Meng Yi, Early Heavenly Realm. Meng Tian, Middle Zunshi Realm. For beloved ministers, go down and rest a bit first, and come to the court tomorrow. Nah! Lin Yu looked at the 4 who had left and thought of the Bai Qi he had just summoned. A hint of the anticipation he had felt when they had met flashed across his eyes. He did not know that at the time of the appearance of the 4, Bai Qi, who was in the palace, had already noticed it. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. The next day, Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu returned and convened a court meeting. He was currently sitting on the dragon chair, his eyes majestic and his imperial might overwhelming. The civil and military officials below all sighed in their hearts. His Majesty has been on the throne for less than a year, and Great Zhou is flourishing, and the pressure emanating from his body from time to time is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu returned to the queue after reporting on the governance issues in various places in recent times. With them leading the civil officials, Lin Yu was very relieved and nodded, his eyes sweeping over the civil and military officials as he opened his mouth. This trip to the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range's secret realm has yielded great rewards. The resources obtained, I have arranged for the cabinet to rationalize the deployment to various places. After a pause, he continued. In the secret realm, Jade Wuxuan and a group of personnel from the Jade China Imperial Dynasty have been decapitated by the generals under my leadership. I am prepared to, at once, set out to conquer the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty and lead Great Zhou out of this barbaric land considered by the world. Buzz. The civil and military officials below immediately stirred for a moment, all of them looking at Lin Yu with uplifted gazes. After this half year of conveying information, the officials of the Great Zhou had already had a full cognizance of the whole of the Liezhou, and the Great Zhou academies in various places were also giving their students full explanations of the vastness of this world. Hearing that Lin Yu was preparing to go on an expedition, all of them were full of approval and anticipation, especially the few generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion, whose eyes were even hotter. After the crowd had calmed down slightly, Lin Yu continued. With immediate effect, Bai Qi joined the Military Affairs Court, from the 1st rank. Meng Arnold, into the Military Affairs Court, from the 3rd rank. Meng Wu, into the Military Affairs Court, from the 3rd rank. Meng Tian, into the Military Affairs Court, from the 2nd rank. Meng Yi, into the Cabinet, from the 3rd rank. My lord, obey the decree. Below, Bai Qi and the 3 generations of the Meng family walked out from the queue, their eyes shining brightly as they respectfully received orders. Several people then glanced at each other, all of them looking excited. All the people in the hall were looking at Bai Qi's few people, curious as to where His Majesty had recruited these capable people from again. Surprisingly, the first time he went to the court, he was classified by Lin Yu into the Military Affairs Pavilion, and Bai Qi was even a first-ranked official. You should know that several generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion, all of whom have the merit of uniting the barbaric land, are admired by all the people in the entire Great Zhou, and each of them is extraordinary. Only the few people summoned out by Lin Yu were unsurprised, but they were well aware of the strength of these few people, especially the handsome middle-aged man at the head. Lin Yu didn't pay any attention to the crowd below and continued to give a heavy order. Bai Qi to be the commander of the army for this expedition to the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, and the Military Affairs Court Meng Arbiter, Meng Wu, and Meng 10 to lead the 200,000 infantry legions of the Great Zhou. Huajiaoyi, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji lead the 3 iron cavalry legions of Great Zhou. Set out for the Yuhua imperial dynasty on the morrow. A glint flashed in by Qi's eyes, and he once again stepped out to lead the order. Nah! The military generals in the Great Hall were instantly hot. Lin Yu swept a glance at Lu Bo Wan and Sun Yu and said, "The cabinet is in charge of the civil officials, and is ready to receive and logistically support the city." Both men responded with an arch. "Delinquents, do a good job of purging the rest of the city." Nah! Yuan Tiangang stepped out to receive the order. Then with an expectant face, he said to the 3 Meng arrows, "These 200,000 infantry legions, recruits of the last year, are in your hands. I hope that this time, I can bring back to me, the sharpshooter legion that belongs to Great Zhou. I will fulfill your majesty's trust." The 3 monarchs responded. Lin Yu nodded, thought about it, and said again, "Tomorrow, I'll be at the Fongjing City Tower, giving you all a farewell," and then got up and left. Nowadays, the Yuhua imperial dynasty has long been unbearable, and with Bai Qi commanding the army over there, it will surely be devastated. Walking on the road of the palace, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Bai Qi's eyes as he looked at Meng Artery beside him. "I can't believe that we actually have a chance to fight side by side again." Meng Arty also flashed a trace of excitement in his eyes and sighed with emotion. "Yes, I'm also excited to see the general again." A little behind Meng Arty, Meng Wu and Meng Tan were both looking at Bai Qi with a face of adoration. Meeting his old friend, Bai Qi showed a rare smile, then said in a deep voice, "We live another life, in this more wonderful world. When for your majesty, for Great Zhou, to open up the border and expand the land, and to cut down all enemies." The 3 of them all had eyes filled with wariness and answered in a loud voice. Outside the gates of Fongjing City, flags were flying. The 380,000 troops for this expedition had already assembled outside of the city, and an aura of solemnity filled the air. Everywhere at the city gates, the people of Fongjing City were crowded, their gazes looking at the large army outside the city and discussing. "I've heard that His Majesty has ordered an expedition, and now that the whole of Great Zhou is at peace, I don't know where it's attacking. And the leading commander, named by Qi, Zhao Yun, several generals, are leading the army yet." Hearing this, a scholar wearing the Great Zhou Academy retracted his shocked gaze at the large army and said, "According to what we have learned from within the academy, the entire territory of our current Great Zhou has always been referred to as a barbaric land by the martial artists of the leaving state. On the other side of the heavens Weeping Mountain Range is the center of the Li Prefecture, where there are many martial artists and high-realm martial artists can be found everywhere. This time, when His Majesty ordered the expedition, it should be to lead our Great Zhou out of this barbaric land and towards the higher realms." After he finished speaking, some of the scholars who were also dressed in the Great Zhou Academy agreed to concur. Some of the ordinary people who had not yet been popularized with this knowledge, on the other hand, looked dazed and then became even more shocked. The crowd chatter didn't last long. Boom! Lin Yu appeared in the sky above the Fongjing City Tower, wearing a dragon robe and imperial might. When the army saw Lin Yu appear, they all dismounted and knelt down, looking at him with wild eyes. Lin Yu's eyes swept majestically over the many generals and generals of the army led by Bai Qi, and the Tianlan sword appeared in his hand, pointing remotely in the direction of the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range. "The generals of my Great Zhou dynasty, there, crossing the heavenly Weeping Mountains, are the center of the state that considers itself superior away from the state. Do you serve? Disobedience! Disobey! No!" The generals roared as the Tianlan sword pointed in the direction. "Then for Great Zhou, take it!" Boom! All the generals mounted their horses, and their battle spirit was sky-high. "I am here to send you on your journey, and I am here for your triumphant return. Armies, march!" After saying that, Lin Yu personally walked over to the war drums at the city tower and beat the drums for them. Everyone in the entire Fongjing city, looking at this mind-blowing scene, have lost their voices. Chapter 52, Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Tianshan City. After the secret realm of the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range closed, the crowd gradually thinned out. However, the heat about the secret realm had not diminished at all, and it was still the talk of many martial artists and people. At this moment, the 2 generals at the Tianshan City's citadel were leaning slightly lazily against the city wall, talking. "It's true that there are a lot fewer people after this secret realm, and His Majesty doesn't know what's going on. I heard the palace was recently on lockdown. I've heard that His Majesty and many powerful people within the dynasty had an accident in the secret realm, and the old ancestor within the palace, yesterday, even interrupted his seclusion. That's not a good thing to say. I did hear that the greatest chance of the secret realm that day seemed to have been obtained by a dynastic power called Great Zhou. This dynastic power, I don't know where it came from, it's ridiculously strong. Even the 2 forces next door, the Sword State and the Fire State, which are comparable to high-level imperial dynasties, have suffered great losses. And, why is the ground suddenly shaking? What do you keep hitting me for? The weeks, people, enemy attack. A heartbreaking roar spread throughout Tianshan City. It didn't take long before the entire city's Yuhua Imperial Dynasty troops were all killed. The martial artists and people who did not resist within the city were all looking at the figure standing in the air in Tianshan City with a look of fear. It was a young general wearing bright silver armor. He glanced at the Tianshan City defenders who had all been subdued and killed, and a torrential voice spread throughout Tianshan City. I am from the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhao Yun, and I have been ordered to conquer the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. There is no need for the people of the city to be alarmed, just stay safely at home. When the many people in the city heard Zhao Yun's words, they all let out a soft sigh of relief before they became inwardly puzzled. The Great Zhou Dynasty, is it a power in a barbaric land? Why did they come straight across from the heavenly weeping mountains and have such a terrifying army? Just now, they had seen some mortal realm martial artists who were defenseless before that young general's army. Some of the higher realm martial artists were even killed by a few shots from that young general. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he did not stop and led his army towards the next target city. At the same time, the entire Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's cities and ponds close to the heavenly weeping mountain range had collapsed, and the speed was so fast that it made the hearts of the martial practitioners and people inside the cities chilled. Bai Qi didn't want to give Yuhua Dynasty any chance at all, and after the army reached the Tian Weeping Mountain Range, he had Hu Dewei, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji lead the Iron Horsemen of the Great Zhou to penetrate Yuhua Dynasty directly from 3 directions with the momentum of a sharp sword. He, on the other hand, led the 3 masters of the Mang clan and the 200,000 infantry legions in a straight line, straight into the imperial city of Yuhua. Nearly a day had passed after the Great Zhou army's frantic raid. The Jade China dynasty also received news of the invasion. At this time, within the main hall of Yuhua Palace, the civil and military officials were anxious and discussing. Boom! A huge earthly aura suddenly appeared in the Great Hall, accompanied by an old man with a powerful aura. The old man sat directly on the dragon chair, his eyes sweeping majestically over the people in the hall. Seeing the old man appear, the crowd stopped talking and knelt down. Greetings, old ancestor. The old man was none other than the old ancestor of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Yunantian. Some time ago, Jade Wushuang and the others went around collecting the essence blood of powerful people in order for him to extend his lifespan. He had received the news when Jade Wushuang and the others were killed by Lin Yu in the secret realm of the heavenly weeping mountain range. Immediately interrupting his seclusion, he blocked the news of the death of Jade Wushuang and the others, and temporarily stabilized the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. The interruption of the retreat still affected him quite a bit, and he could have broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm on the premise of completing the extension of his lifespan. Right now, it had only reached the late stage of the Supreme Realm. At this moment, his might was vast, and his eyes swept over the people in the Great Hall as he opened his mouth. Did you find out? Which force did this? Hearing his question, a courtier standing in the forefront replied. Old ancestor, news obtained from the exploration back from the various cities and towns that have fallen. It's suspected to be a force that came from the other end of the Heaven's Weeping Mountain Range, the barbaric land, called the Great Zhou Dynasty. They did not harm the common people of the city, but they attacked the city with great speed and efficiency, breaking in from 3 separate directions. Everywhere they go, they are destroying and crushing the guards directly. In just 1 day's time, it has already occupied nearly 1/5 of our territory. Yunanshan's eyes exploded with a horrifyingly cold aura. He heard 2 words, show. When the day of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Secret Realm, participate in too many forces, senior dynasty level forces are also 3, he is not clear which side of the downfall of the forces, out of the closed sense not dare to rashly seek revenge. However, what happened in the Heaven's Pride competition and the 9 Xian Palace, Jade Wushuang did inform him of. Combined with all the news coming out of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range's secret realm, he vaguely had a guess about the murderer. Great weak, white boy. And now, the name of the force that was madly invading the Yuhua dynasty was also called Great Zhou. Thinking of this, his eyes showed a cold light and he directly stood up from the dragon chair, his breath vibrating. All the people in the hall looked at Yunan Tian, who had suddenly risen, with a look of fear. This Great Zhou is prepared. Call back the Yuhua army that is guarding the border and gather the entire Imperial Dynasty's forces to meet the battle. After saying that, his figure moved slightly and disappeared inside the Great Hall. The people on the stage left in a hurry to make arrangements. After Yunan Tian left, he directly arrived at the ancestral land of the Imperial Palace. Dim lights flickered within the ancestral land, and 2 pale figures emerged vaguely. Gazing at them, they were clearly cultivating with their eyes closed. Yunan Tian looked at the 2 figures and said, 2 deacons, the Imperial Dynasty is in danger of being overthrown. As his words fell, a burst of aura fluctuations sounded, only to see that the eyes of the 2 people sitting cross-legged snapped open, bursting with intense light. At that moment, the entire ancestral land brightened up a few points. After about a quarter of an hour or so, the 2 seemed to be slightly acclimatized to the feeling of waking up after a deep level of meditation. A hoarse voice came out. Yunnan, at that time, when we came here from the Yuanzhou main family, we were given an explanation that we were not allowed to make a move until we were in a critical situation. You should also know what it costs us to strike? What is your business in waking us up now? Yunnan looked at the old man who spoke and replied. A secret realm of opportunity appeared in the sky-weeping mountain range some time ago. My descendants led a group of Unshared realm imperial dynasty powerhouses, all of whom were killed in the secret realm. The suspected murderers' forces are invading the imperial dynasty. It won't take more than a few days for the soldiers to come to the city. The figure that spoke before seemed to be thinking about something, and the sound of Yunanshan's words then rang out. And, that power seems to be a dynastic power. 2 high-level imperial forces from the neighboring leading state were offended at the secret realm. Even, it killed 2 mid-supreme realm Dao protectors. Hearing this, a glint flashed in the eyes of the old man who spoke. That's interesting, but the rules are still the rules. The 2 of us can step in and help you kill the incoming enemy. After this, you must abandon this business of leaving the state and return with us to the Lord's house to receive the punishment for your failure. When Yunnan heard the words of the old man in his eyes, a hint of despair first flashed in his eyes before he said with fierce eyes. After the 2 deacons made their move, Nantian willingly returned to the main house to receive his punishment. After saying this, he walked out of the ancestral land. He didn't believe that a dynastic power in a barren land would have a Zun King realm powerhouse. With him, a late Supreme Exalted plus 2 deacons of the Supreme Exalted realm peaks from the main family, he would definitely make this Great Zhou's crowd have no return. Chapter 53, Soldiers at the City. The Jade family was a giant power in the eastern region's Yuan state. The direct descendants of this giant power have 2 choices when they come of age. One is to remain in the Lord's house and receive the not so much, but fixed resources of the Lord's house. The other was to leave alone after each of them had chosen a direction and location for development, and the family would give a sum of resources equal to the startup capital, and return to the main family to undergo an examination after their cultivation had broken through to the Zun King realm. The shorter the time it took to break through to the Exalted King realm, the better the results of the test would definitely be, and the higher the status in the main family afterward, the higher it would be. Those who chose to go out for development, the main family would also send 2 family deacons to follow. The 2 family deacons could only strike once when they came across a life and death situation, and the price for striking out was that this Jade family's son returned to his main family to receive the punishment of failing the test. Some of the Jade family's children with lofty ambitions would basically choose to leave the main family and develop on their own. It was precisely after reaching adulthood that Yunnan resolutely left his main family and chose to come to Lizhou to develop his career. But after so many years, his heart was already almost worn out, and his cultivation breakthrough to Zun King was nowhere in sight, and he was even injured in his foundation during a fight for a chance with a strong person from an outer state. The entire Yuhua dynasty was also in turmoil because of this, and rumors spread around that he was approaching the end of his days. Originally, he was prepared to utilize the secret method he had obtained by chance to extend his lifespan even further. However, at this time, they ran into the Great Zhou led by Lingyu. To think that he would go back at this time to receive the punishment for failing the test was no different from dying. Since he was going to die either way, he simply woke up the 2 family deacons to have a hard encounter with this mysterious dynasty that had come out of the barbaric land. 15 days later, Yuhua dynasty, Yuhua city. The sky was dark and cloudy. Ever since the news of Bai Qi's army invading the many cities of the Yuhua imperial dynasty spread out, the many forces and people from all over the Yuhua imperial dynasty were furious and went to the front lines to participate in the war, and they despised the forces of the barbarian land from the bottom of their hearts. They thought that it was a disgrace that a dynasty power from a barbaric land would actually dare to cross the heavenly weeping mountain range and launch a war against the Yuhua imperial dynasty. However, reality gave them a cruel slap in the face. Their participation didn't affect the Great Zhou's army a bit. For a few days, the entire Yuhua city was receiving information about defeats from all over the world. The speed at which the boundaries of the Yuhua imperial dynasty were being lost was simply ridiculously fast. At this time, they finally realized that this big Zhou was not a little white rabbit. Plus, vaguely rumors from within the palace. Jade Wushuang and the many other powerhouses who had gone to compete for the chance of the secret realm had all died in the secret realm. The one who killed them was none other than the strongest person from the Great Zhou dynasty. The spread of this news instantly caused the entire Yuhua dynasty to shake with horror. Many of the officials and people who saw the bad situation directly fled Yuhua city. The usually lively and prosperous Yuhua imperial kingdom was already basically invisible at this time. Yuhua palace. The many officials who hadn't left were gathering together, and at that moment they were all full of sadness. Not far from the dragon chair, Yunnan sat on it. At this point, an official said, "Old ancestor, in recent times, the Great Zhou dynasty seems to be honing their army, purposely slowing down their march, but it should also, shortly, arrive at the imperial city." Hearing this, Yunnan snorted coldly. I heard that the leader of this great Zhou is named Bai Qi. That's arrogant. The Yuhua army has returned, right? Hearing his question, a general immediately said, "It's back. It's just that on the border, the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty has also sensed the departure of the Jade Chinese army and seems to be a bit foolish." Hearing this, Yunantian gave a hum and did not reply. Just then, he raised his head, his aura radiating out, and the coldness in his eyes appeared as he said, "Coming." The moment his words fell, the people inside the hall were all in awe as a strong murderous aura suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire Yuhua city. Yunanshan's figure flashed as he led the few remaining Zunshire realm powerhouses of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty and appeared in the sky above Yuhua City. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the armor-clad middle-aged man standing in the air across from him. Great Zhou Dynasty, Bai Qi? He actually couldn't see through this person's realm. Bai Qi sensed the old man in front of him and did not answer. According to the news from the undesirable people, this person should be the old ancestor of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty who was rumored to be about to reach his great limit, Yunantian. This person looked like he had a lot of qi and blood, and his late supreme martial cultivation was released, completely unlike a person who was about to die. Could this be the reason why there were often clans and lineages in the Yuhua dynasty that were strangely wiped out some time ago? It was also at this moment that the ground shook violently in the distance. 3 cavalry legions appeared in view, followed by a large number of infantry legions, galloping towards Yuhua City. At a glance, the Great Zhou flag was flying. The army marched forward to the outside of Yuhua City and confronted the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's army, which was already in formation. At the same time, within the Great Zhou army, several figures also clad in battle armor shot out sharply, standing and positioning themselves behind Bai Qi. It was none other than a few generals from the Great Zhou Military Affairs Court. It was only at this point that Bai Qi spoke up. "Great Zhou Dynasty, Bai Qi, by order of His Majesty, overthrow the Yuhua Dynasty." The opening was simple and direct, with a cold killing intent. When Yunantian heard this, he was also filled with murderous anger. "Jade Wushuang and the others, you're the ones who killed them in the secret realm, right?" "Exactly. Insulting my Empress of Great Zhou, to be executed." Zhao Yun's voice came, glancing at the crowd who were already rubbing their fists, without waiting for Yunantian to exit. Bai Qi gave a direct order. "The Great Zhou Legion, kill!" Boom! The army below heard Bai Qi's order and charged directly towards the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's army. A short exchange of arms. The 3 invincible Great Zhou Iron Horsemen seemed to have met their match this time, and actually failed to pierce the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's army under a single charge. It was the elite legions of the Jade China Imperial Dynasty, the 100,000 Jade China army, that resisted. But the Yuhua army wasn't doing well. They realized that these Great Zhou Iron Cavalry were actually all Grand Master realm martial artists, and their casualties were increasing at a terrifying rate. It wouldn't take long for them all to be slaughtered. Yunantian stopped talking nonsense when Bai Qi's words fell, and his body flashed, directly rushing towards him. Behind him, the last few Zunshire realm martial artists of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty also killed the few generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion with a look of death. When Bai Qi saw Yunantian who was charging towards him, his might erupted and he directly took a step across. His speed was even faster than Yunanshan's, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Yunantian and threw a punch at him. When Yunantian saw Bai Qi, who was faster than him, his expression changed slightly as he swung both his fists and Bai Qi and threw a blow against him. Boom! Around the two, it instantly became a vacuum, and the resulting aftermath directly shook several people who were fighting not far away. The power of a single strike from a supreme realm powerhouse was terrifying. Yunantian, who had hard received Bai Qi's blow, was now spilling blood from the corner of his mouth and his robes were shattered, obviously having been injured. He stared at the mighty Bai Qi in front of him with an ugly face and said, "Peak of the supreme realm." Then, with a fierce face, he roared, "Please, 2 deacons." After his voice fell, below, within the palace of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, 2 powerful auras at the peak of the supreme realm erupted as 2 pale figures were revealed beside Yunantian. Chapter 54. After the 2 old men showed up, they looked at Bai Qi with a grave expression. "I never thought that a strong person like you would actually appear in this Li Zhou land." Although Jade Nantian had verbalized earlier that he wanted them to make a move, but nothing was final until the moment he called out to them both. So, the 2 of them had just been secretly observing from the palace. They likewise noticed when Bai Qi appeared. The sparring between the 2 just now was also seen by them. When Bai Qi saw the 2 old men who appeared beside Yunantian, a glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yunantian. "Is this your Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's reliance?" When Yunantian heard Bai Qi's words, he looked at him with killing intent in his eyes and said, "Kill you enough?" Immediately afterward, he transmitted his voice to the 2 old men. "Strike together and kill him." The 2 old men looked at each other when they heard Yunanshan's words, and their figures flashed as they attacked Bai Qi. Yunantian also followed the 2. Bai Qi looked at the three people who were sprinting, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his fingers moved slightly. With a song clang sound, the bronze ancient sword came out of its sheath. The three of them immediately felt a cold light flash in front of their eyes, their faces changed drastically, and they all offered their weapons. Clang! A loud crash sounded. The three of them retreated violently, their eyes staring at Bai Qi in horror. What kind of monster was this? The three of them joining forces were actually forced back by him with a single strike, and then with a clench of his teeth, he charged again. As they charged forward again, Bai Qi directly took a single step and his figure disappeared from the spot, appearing in front of the two peak supreme realm old men. The bronze ancient sword swung in his hand, and he struck a sweeping blow at the two. The two were instantly knocked back by him once again and suffered some minor injuries. Without waiting for them to react, Bai Qi took another step and bullied his way up, attacking the two men fiercely. Yunantian, on the other hand, was completely ignored by him. The few times he tried to step forward to help, he was beaten by Bai Qi with a few moves and coughed up blood. He was standing in the void with a wounded body at this moment, looking at the two family deacons who were completely suppressed, his face full of anxiety and incredulity. This was a peak supreme realm martial artist of the Yuan state's main family, and the techniques and martial skills he possessed were simply not comparable to those of martial artists from remote states in the eastern region. This great Zhou dynasty, what kind of monster is it? This barren land, how could the shadows of those few in the history of the eastern domain that could overwhelm the power of a domain in its early stages appear? No, those few forces, when they were in the dynasty stage, didn't have a terrifying figure like Bai Qi either. It was feared that only that middle region Earth could have ever seen this kind of power. Moreover, he also discovered that the imperial dynasty's Zunshi realm powerhouses at this time had also been killed by several other great Zhou generals in succession. The speed was so fast that it simply made his jaw drop. Obviously a monster martial artist like this Bai Qi, and the Yuhua army, which he was so proud of, was also losing ground under the great Zhou's iron cavalry. In the entire battlefield, the Yuhua imperial dynasty was simply powerless to fight back. He would believe it when he said that a high-level imperial dynasty had massacred a low-level imperial dynasty. It was also right in the middle of the turmoil of his thoughts. Boom! There was a loud bang. His pupils shrank. Only two deacons from the main family were chopped to the ground from the void by Bai Qi. The two struggled for a long time before they stood up, seeing that they were no longer able to fight. He instantly felt bad and retreated. This dynastic power is too terrifying to be defeated. Just as he was about to flee, a great sense of danger came from the left side of his body, followed by a huge force that instantly knocked him down from the void, collapsing beside the two old men. Bai Qi retracted the foot that stomped on Yunantian and looked at the three people on the ground with a cold face. Several generals of the military affairs pavilion saw Bai Qi end the battle and also returned behind him, their cold gazes looking at the dying trio. The hearts were all in awe. Sure enough, he was a god of killing, and this combat power was simply terrifying. Yunantian struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the Yuhua imperial dynasty, which had already lost its power, knowing that there was no way back for him. With a miserable smile on his face, he said to Bai Qi, "What a powerful great Zhou dynasty. I didn't expect that a dynastic power would actually be able to appear with terrorists like you. Especially you, Whitey. The Yuhua dynasty was born at the wrong time. Kill or be killed, Your Honor." The two old men behind Yunantian, who were also looking at Bai Qi with a face of fear at this time, hurriedly roared when they heard Yunanshan's words. "You can't kill us. We are from the Yu family of Yuan Zhou. If you dare to kill us, you will definitely be retaliated against by the strongest members of the Yu family. This Bai Qi is simply a demon, the same realm of martial artists in his hands, simply cannot hold on to a few moves, fight and kill effortlessly." This kind of character was something they had only heard of in Yuan Zhou. Hearing the words of the two old men, a trace of disdain flashed in Yunanshan's eyes. How could he not know the coldness of a behemoth like the Jade family? Like him, he hadn't been able to break through to the exalted king realm even when his big day was approaching, and there were even no elders in high positions in the clan to pay attention to. By the time the Jade family's powerhouses tracked them down, they didn't know how long it would take. Listening to the words of the three Yunantian people, especially the threats of the two old men, a trace of coldness flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. Great Zhou dynasty, fear no threats. Yuan Zhou, the Jade family. Sooner or later, this general will lead the troops to step on it. After Bai Qi finished speaking, he swung the bronze ancient sword in his hand, and an intense sword light appeared, chopping towards the three. Looking at the sword light that shot up, Yunantian looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard, with a face that looked at death as if it was quite courageous. No wonder he was able to establish a power like the Jade China dynasty. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lin Yu and the great Zhou dynasty, he will definitely be able to take the Yuhua dynasty to the next level after he leaves the gate. And the world wasn't meant to be so much if. The two Yu clan deacons, on the other hand, had their eyes cracking as they hissed at Bai Qi. A frog at the bottom of a well. Wait for the retaliation of the people from the Lord's house. Accompanying their hisses was the sound of three heads exploding. Bai Qi retracted his gaze after glancing at the lifeless trio. Looking towards the Legion battlefield on the ground, he said to the few people in the military affairs court behind him, "The legions are almost sharpened. Go and kill all the remaining armies of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. And after that, continue to push northward to the border with the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty. Also, send a report of success back to Fengjing." Nah! Several people responded and instantly appeared on the ground battlefield. The Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's army, which was already being suppressed, was demoralized when they saw the entirety of Yunantian and the other group of high realm martial artists die in battle. With the addition of several Huajiqi people, it was even more like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, without any resistance. Within moments, they were slaughtered. Bai Qi had his army slightly recuperated, and then he once again led the army northward. All of the high realm martial artists and legions of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty were decimated by them here. The cities and boundaries behind them would be taken over by officials sent by the cabinet, so there was no need for them to worry. All they had to do was march forward. The army arrived at the border with the Flame Imperial Dynasty, and holding down the border was what their military affairs pavilion should do. Chapter 55 Jet. Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu was talking to Sun Yu in the Qingxin Hall. The army has been on the march for more than half a month. The rear supply and city reception can keep up, right? Everything is under control. Sun Yu smiled and said. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. In fact, the progress of the army, he could probably tell from the growth of the kill value within the system. But there are still things that need to be done. I'm very relieved that Bai Qi is leading the army. The shortcuts should be back soon. Sun Yu nodded with a look of approval. General Bai and several generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion are all wise and courageous in the military piece. It's natural for the cabinet to cooperate. Lin Yu revealed a hint of a smile, stood up and looked out the window and said, "The destruction of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty is final. Rather, it's that Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty." Speaking of this, Lin Yu's mind crossed over the Blue Jade's appearance and let out a light laugh. Then the Blue Jade is an interesting one. And, according to word from the bad guys, a martial artist from the Featherblood Sword sect of the Sword State is suspected to have appeared at the royal capital of the Blue Flame Dynasty. Sun Yu looked at Lin Yu with bright eyes, and after hearing this, a brilliant light flashed through his eyes as well. It depends on how that Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty chooses. Lin Yu turned around, looked at Sun Yu's bright eyes, and waved his hand with a relaxed expression. It doesn't matter how you choose. Sooner or later, the Featherblood Sword sect will check over in the direction of Great Zhou. When he finished, he was ready to leave. Just then, Yuan Tiangang walked in quickly and said, "Your Majesty, the Military Affairs Cabinet is reporting a shortcut." Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "Read. Your Majesty, I will fulfill the royal order. The Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's group of powerhouses and armies led by Yunantian were all killed by our army. Now, the Yuhua Palace is broken. I am leading the army all the way north to guard the border." Yes, Lin Yu's face was overjoyed. Even though he had predicted it in his mind, he was extremely excited at this moment. Looking to Yuan Tiangang, he immediately said, "Didn't the Organs Pavilion create a summoning prop some time ago? The whole frontier is declared." "Yes," Yuan Tiangang replied, but did not leave immediately, and continued. "In addition, General Bai Qi has a great message to deliver. While he was beheading the old ancestor of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Yunantian, two powerhouses at the peak of the Supreme Realm appeared to help Yunantian. Though all were killed by General Bai, they had spoken before they died. They are from the Yu family of Yuanzhou." When Lin Yu heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said cautiously, "I know, the bad guys focus on poking around a bit." He had heard about Yuanzhou from Yuan Tiangang, the #1 state in the eastern region. The Yu family of Yuanzhou, a family name similar to that of Yunantian. This is important news to take seriously. Yes, Yuan Tiangang led the order to leave. Inside the city of Fengjing, buzz. Suddenly, a huge voice resounded throughout the city. The martial artists and people in the city, no matter what they were doing, stopped what they were doing and raised their heads with curious faces. The army's report. The imperial city of Yuhua has been breached by the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion leading the army. Many strong enemies have been killed. A loud voice that resounded throughout the city read it 3 times in succession. Wow! The entire Fengjing city suddenly stirred. Hundreds of people have taken to the streets and embraced each other. At a glance, the crowd all turned red with excitement and raised their arms. Your Majesty is mighty. The Court of Military Affairs is mighty. Deafening shouts and chants resounded throughout the city. There were even old men, with tears in their eyes, kneeling in worship towards the palace. They had more experience and were better able to understand how many years of hardship had been exchanged for the strength of Great Zhou at this time. Meanwhile, the cities of Tingbuk and Iwasi, the entire Great Zhou's various cities and ponds all erupted with mountainous shouts. Lin Yu stood inside the palace, feeling the power of qi that was rapidly converging from all parts of the Great Zhou. listening to the incessant cries and smiling. Blue Flame Dynasty, Imperial Palace. The Blue Jade sat on the seat with a frown on his face. After entering the secret realm, the two groups of people, him and Jade Wushwang, were separated. He led the people of the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty through several great battles and sacrificed a number of Imperial Dynasty powerhouses before he managed to walk to the central hall. He made a wise choice at that time, despite great reluctance within himself, and he is very glad that he did so at that time. That great Zhou dynasty, it was simply a monster, that white-clothed young man at the head, that man in bronze battle armor. Returning to the palace for so many days, every time I thought of that rushing murderous aura and icy cold eyes, he didn't even shudder. As for Jade Wushwang and the others, it was as if they had disappeared. He didn't run into them within the secret realm, and when he left the secret realm, he didn't run into them either. Lanju guessed that the Jade Wushwang crowd had more or less all been lost inside the secret realm. As soon as this guess came out, his mind would immediately conjure up that white-clothed teenager's appearance again. Just as he was about to have the Imperial Army at the border make some test runs against the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, suddenly a message came in. The Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's Yuhua Army and all the legions on the border, all withdrew from the border. The Yuhua Dynasty is suspected to have suffered a major change and is being invaded by unknown forces. This news made his nerves even tighter, and he immediately ordered a quick check of the details, all too occasional, yet too coherent. He felt as if there was a large invisible hand enveloping the entire Lizhou, encroaching step by step, inexplicably leaving him breathless. When he thought of the two Featherblood Sword Sect's supreme realm powerhouses within the palace, his brows became even more sorrowful. Just as he was contemplating, a voice came. "Your Majesty, urgent." Along came a man in a black robe walking in. Blue Jade raised his head, looked at him and said, "Say." A large number of unfamiliar legions have appeared in the major cities at the border between the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty and our dynasty's borders. A general of our dynasty at the early stage of the Zunshur realm had gone up to test the waters, directly killed by a shot from a young general in bright silver armor flying out of the city. And then the military flags of the major cities flew. Dojo. Blue Jet instantly stood up from his chair, his face changed dramatically and he said incredulously, "What? Are you sure the name of the military flag is Great Zhou?" The black-robed man did not dare to slow down when he saw such a big reaction from Blue Jade and immediately said, "I'm sure." Blue Jade paced back and forth, fear in his gaze, his lips trembling slightly. He understands. He fully understood where that invisible oppression came from. The tiger finally bared its fangs. The black-robed man said with a hesitant look on his face as he saw that Blue Jade hadn't said anything. "The great general asked me to question his majesty. Do we send out troops to teach this strange power a lesson?" Hearing the man's question, Blue Jade came back to his senses and immediately said, "No, order them not to do anything rash." As he said this, his gaze flashed with a hint of hesitation. A moment later, however, he seemed to make some sort of determination and continued, "If the other side shows signs of marching out, the whole army retreats and must not engage in battle with the other side. All wait for my orders. Go down quickly and inform." After finishing his speech, Blue Jade did not pay attention to his expression or reaction and directly walked towards the ancestral land of the Imperial Palace. And that black-robed man was filled with dismay after hearing such a ridiculous order from Blue Absolute. After glancing at the Blue Jade who was in a hurry to leave, he still respectfully led the order to go down and inform. Chapter 56, The Blue Jedi. Blue Jet hurriedly came to the palace ancestor, pushed open the door, and directly said, "Imperial Grandfather, Father, Jer has a major report concerning the life and death of our dynasty." The moment his words fell, two huge auras erupted from within the ancestral land. An old man and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Blue Jade. It was none other than the last and previous generations of the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty's Imperial Lord. Blue Ling Shang, late Supreme Realm. Blue Yuduan, middle stage of the Supreme Realm. Lan Ling Shang looked at Lan Ju and spoke. "What is it?" He is very pleased with this grandson, who has worked diligently and carefully since he came to power. Some time ago, he even brought back many resources from a secret realm, and has never disturbed them. Coming over in a hurry now, there must be something big that he couldn't decide on and needed to discuss with them. Seeing Lan Ling Shang and Lan Yuduan appear, Lan Jia respectfully saluted and said directly, "Royal Grandfather, Father, the power that my son told you about some time ago, the Great Zhou Dynasty, has appeared. From what I've been told, I'm afraid that the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty has already been overthrown by it." Upon hearing Lan Jia's words, a brilliant light immediately erupted in the eyes of the two, and Lan Yuduan immediately asked, "Jedi, are you sure? Didn't you suspect at the time that that Great Zhou Dynasty was a foreign state power?" The Blue Jade nodded with an affirmative face and said, "I'm sure. I did suspect them to be a powerful force in the center of the Eastern Domain before, but then I thought about it, and everything lately has been too much of a coincidence, plus the fact that there are now Great Zhou's legions at the border between the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty and our dynasty. Knowing that our Lijo is located in the remote eastern region, the Yuhua imperial dynasty was actually silently overthrown without us receiving any news. It makes me even more certain that Great Zhou is a dynastic power on our side of the Lijo. And where they are, they should be on the other side of the heavenly weeping mountain range. Savage land. Both of them changed their faces slightly when they heard Blue Jade's analysis. After a moment, Lan Lingshang was filled with sighs. A dynastic power. We, Lijo, are going to have a true dragon. After he finished speaking, he thought of the purpose of Lan Zhu's hurriedly coming over and immediately looked at him, a glint of essence flashing in his eyes. Jedi, are you thinking? Lan Yuduan also reacted at this time, and together they looked at Lan Zhu. Blue Jade met the gazes of the two men and nodded with a cautious expression. This is an opportunity for our Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty. How long has it been since such a demonic dynastic force has appeared in the Eastern Domain lands? Which of those that have appeared in history have not pushed their way across the world in a bloody storm? Our Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty may seem to be in the leaving state, but when we run into a random high-level imperial power coming from outside the state, we are all cautious, and the suffering involved is something only we ourselves know. Now that this Great Zhou is just getting started, it's the perfect time for us to hitch a ride on this giant ship. By the time they're fully grown, we might not even be qualified to look at them. Speaking here, he paused slightly, the corners of his mouth quirking as he continued. And, we are just in a position now to give a pitch that will satisfy them to the core. The two men instantly understood what Blue Jia was thinking after hearing his words and raised their heads to look somewhere in the palace, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Jedi, you've been resourceful since you were a child. The two of us will gamble with you. Our Blue family, whether we follow the dragon to ride the wind, or perish and fall, depends on this time. Hearing that the two were so trusting, Lan Jia was also touched in his heart and nodded heavily at the two. None of the three were indecisive, and since they had decided, they would no longer procrastinate. Lan Lingshang and Lan Yuduan glanced at each other and flashed away into the ancestral land. Blue Jade watched the two leave and listened to the roars and booms that resounded somewhere in the palace not long after, his gaze resolute. Many years later, whenever he recalled today's decision, his face was marked with intense pride, but of course, that was an afterthought. He had not waited long in the ancestral land. The figures of Lan Lingshang and Lan Yuduan reappeared. The two who came back didn't seem to be in a good state, their robes were broken, their breath was disorganized, and the corners of their mouths were tinged with blood, so it was obvious that they had been injured. Lan Jia immediately walked forward, the two people he was looking at, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Blue Lingshang gave him a reassuring look, flung out two heads in his hands, smiled, and said, Jedi, go. The martial artists of this sword state really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Your father and I are not in any serious trouble, and we need to shut down and recuperate for a while. Blue Jade put away the two heads, nodded at them both with a cautious expression, and turned around to leave the ancestral land. Lan Lingshang and Lan Yuduan looked at the departing Lan Jia, a hint of anticipation flashing in their eyes, and then he immediately rested on his knees and toned up. The Blue Jade who walked out of the ancestral land did not stop and directly rose up in the air, flying rapidly towards the border. Great Zhou Palace, Empress Bedchamber. Jinhua and Lu Linglong were talking with excitement. Master, I can't imagine that His Majesty would help us avenge the destruction of our clan so quickly. A trace of emotion flashed in Lu Linglong's eyes. Yes, this Great Zhou is too terrifying. Your Majesty, he is so young to lead Great Zhou out of this barbaric land. The many generals in the military affairs pavilion are even at the level of absolute demons. I am deeply proud that you have become the Empress of Great Zhou. Jinhua nodded with deep empathy and a happy face. Lu Linglong continued. Your Majesty and Great Zhou, unfathomable, will surely take off. As the Empress of Great Zhou, you must learn to help His Majesty share his worries. Jinhua nodded cautiously and thought of something and asked Lu Linglong. Master, what are your future plans? Why don't I talk to His Majesty about rebuilding the Nine Xin Palace? Hearing Jinhua's question, Lu Linglong slightly pondered for a moment and said, Moi, don't go bothering His Majesty. What's with the labor? As long as Palace Master Lu wants to do it, I will definitely support it. Both women rose at once and looked toward the door. It was Lin Yu who walked in, and at this moment, he was looking at Lu Linglong with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, I have plans. In a few days, he will enter the Great Zhou Academy and help teach the Great Zhou's talents. After Lu Linglong finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yu with an expectant face. Granted. I am very happy that Palace Master Lu is willing to join the Great Zhou Academy. By order, Lu Linglong is appointed as the General Mansion of the Great Zhou Academy, Deputy Mansion Master. Lin Yu immediately replied, Your servant, obey the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. A hint of surprise surfaced in Lu Linglong's eyes and she immediately accepted the decree. And then he glanced at Lin Yu and Jinhua, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I will leave Your Majesty and the Empress alone. After that, he walked out. Looking at the departing Lu Linglong, Jinhua was also happy for her in her heart. Immediately said to Lin Yu, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yu winked at her. How is the Empress going to thank me? A blush flashed across Jimo's face as she gave her a blank look and headed inside the room. Lin Yu laughed loudly and followed. Chapter 57 Niezheng, Zhuanzhu. The news of the army's great victory in the Yuhua imperial dynasty after their expedition had been fermenting throughout the entire Great Zhou for many days. The cohesion of the martial artists and the people of the entire Great Zhou was on a higher level, and they were all filled with pride. And now, the military affairs pavilion was guarding the border against the Blue Flame imperial dynasty. The cabinet was methodically dispatching officials to receive the major cities of the Yuhua dynasty. The organ pavilion followed the cabinet and helped in the construction of the city and the building of the teleportation array. The entire official system of the Great Zhou was running at a rapid pace. Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea as his consciousness flipped through the system mall. Although the many powerful people of the Jade China imperial dynasty had already been decimated by Lin Yu's crowd in the secret realm by most of them. However, a sizable amount of conquest points were also harvested during this conquest. In particular, Yunantian and the two peak supreme realm powerhouses from the self-proclaimed Yu clan of Yuanzhou had contributed immensely. The system at this time showed that there were 3 million conquest points. The last time 4 million conquest points summoned the 4 members of the Meng family, Lin Yu felt that he was truly lucky. That was the first time since his newcomers package that all of them had been successfully summoned and had triggered a special event. This time, he had been torn for a long time about the usage of these 3 million conquest points. Repeatedly jump across the board in both directions of direct summoning or saving more. It wasn't until he thought about it for a long time that he made up his mind. Great Zhou had Bai Qi, a peak supreme realm powerhouse and the supreme commander, at its helm. Yuan Tiangang had broken through to the peak of the exalted realm shortly after returning from the secret realm. The 4 of them, Dianwei, Huazaiwei, Zhao Yun, and Xian Shiji, had also just broken through to the peak of the Zunshi realm in the nearly 3 months since the conquest of the Yuhua imperial dynasty. The 3 people from the Meng family's military affairs pavilion were slightly lower in realm by 1 or 2 minor realms. As for the several members of the cabinet, while helping Lin Yu to govern the affairs of state, their cultivation levels were also steadily rising. After all, in this world where martial arts are honored, having power on one side is the basic to be able to gain a foothold. These characters summoned by the system were all demons that could fight across levels. Taken together, it seemed that the current Great Zhou could casually resist or even crush any low-level imperial power it encountered. However, as the Great Zhou expands at a greater and greater pace, the enemies and forces it encounters will only grow stronger and stronger. It was said that basically, all high-level imperial powers would possess 1 to 3 Zun King realm powerhouses, and some extremely powerful high-level imperial dynasties even possessed multiple Zun King realms. After the trip to the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range's secret realm, the Feather Blood Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect had already been offended to death. Although the Sword State and Fire State were not part of the powerful states of the Eastern Domain, it was certain that the Feather Blood Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect possessed Zun King realm powerhouses, only that their realms might not be high and their numbers were not large. In the battle of the Yuhua imperial dynasty, there was even a Yu family of Yuanzhou that Great Zhou knew nothing about. Therefore, Lin Yu thought that these kill values could only be used to summon to obtain characters or legions that could directly provide strong support to Great Zhou. Only after gaining a firm foothold in the Great Zhou would they be able to further conquer the world. System, use all of your conquest points and summon. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the summoning succeeded twice and failed once. To drop or not to drop. Niezheng, Early Supreme Realm. Specialist, Early Supreme Realm. Lin Yu immediately gazed at them, a hint of a smile slowly surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Those are 2 major assassination weapons. Moreover, the initial martial realm was actually the Supreme Realm, although it was only the early stage. As expected, as one's realm got higher, the initial characters summoned would be plucked up as well. But it may not be so simple when it comes to characters' self-improvement caps and combat power. There's also the fact that I don't know what it would be like to summon to Legion. Wait for it to be a hidden law of the system. Thinking of the Featherblood Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect that had just given him a slight headache, Lin Yu's eyes gradually turned cold. Drop it! Ka-ching! A spatial crack appeared, and 2 ghostly figures flashed out from within, silently, as if they were dark elves. Lin Yu instantly felt the temperature of the entire room drop a few points. One man has a mask over his head and his eyes are wrapped in black cloth. The other man was a tiger and powerful. The 2 kneeled down and saluted Lin Yu. Greetings, Your Majesty. Level off. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and roused the 2 men to their feet before his face grew cold and he directly ordered. Niezheng, Zhu. The 2 of you travel to Jinzhou immediately. Your task is to do your utmost to assassinate any character of the Featherblood Sword sect who leaves the sect. Remember, if you run into an unbeatable situation, retreat immediately. Nah. The 2 men's figures fluctuated slightly and disappeared into the room. Lin Yu's gaze looked in the direction of the Sword State, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Featherblood Sword Sect, as long as you guys are burnt out, Great Joe will have enough time to raise its strength. It was important to know that the self-improvement ability of the characters summoned by the system was beyond imagination. As for the Tian Yuan sect, the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty had made a promise, and he believed that they would not go back on their word. Lin Yu turned around and took a sip of tea, preparing to go and cultivate a bit. As the head of a country, one's own cultivation was still more important. I don't know if it was because his physique was too powerful, his cultivation speed wasn't slow, and his realm advancement was even more difficult than the characters summoned by the system. However, the increase in his battle power was also quite a bit higher than theirs. Fire State, Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. Yen Minling and Yen Zhe had already returned to the palace for some time. At this moment, their siblings were sitting together and chatting, when Yen Zhe's voice came out. Sister, I don't know how things are going over at Big Brother Lin's side. I want to go play with Big Brother Lin so much. Yen Minling replied. I've heard that the Featherblood Sword Sect has already sent people down the mountain, and they should have already arrived in the leaving state. Sister, don't worry, Brother Lin's men are all demons. Even more so with that ridiculously strong General White around. Yen Minling nodded approvingly. Father and the ancestral land's old ancestor have been in seclusion to heal their wounds ever since they returned that day. I've heard that someone from the Tian Yuan sect has recently sneaked down the mountain toward the famous mountain Imperial Dynasty in Mingzhou. The Ming Prefecture is connected to our Fire Prefecture, and the famous mountain Imperial Dynasty borders our dynasty, so they're afraid that they have designs on our Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. As soon as they returned, the two siblings reported the matter of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range's secret realm to the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty's contemporary state lord, their father Yen Broken Scar. After Yen Broken Trace heard this, he was first angry at the Tian Yuan sect, and then surprised and grateful to Lin Yu and Dezhou. Yen Broken Trace even immediately instructed the two to maintain friendship with Great Joe. With his experience and insight, this Great Joe was afraid that it was not that simple. Yen Zhe was even more direct. Father, I'm going to Lizhou to play with Big Brother Lin. But it was rejected by Yen Broken Scar and strict orders were given that they were not allowed to leave the palace recently. The Tian Yuan sect will surely message as well. The two of them, the siblings, had better stay put. After that, Yen Broken Trace directly led a group of Imperial Dynasty powerhouses in the direction of Tian Yuan Gate. Although his son and daughter were fine, it didn't mean that he wouldn't pursue the Tian Yuan sect. It was said that the sky roared incessantly at the Tian Yuan Gate that day. Figures of Zunshur realm powerhouses battling each other could be seen everywhere, and the entire sky was torn open. There were even rumors from high realm martial artists that the Tian Yuan sect master and the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty's kingdom master were fighting in the void. The battle lasted all day that day. Many of the onlookers were watching from afar, not daring to come forward. After that day, the Heavenly Yuan sect and the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty fell silent. The entire Fire State looks, on the surface, no different. Seems to be the calm before the storm. Chapter 58, Surrender. Lan Zhu, who had been flying rapidly after coming out of the Blue Flame Imperial Palace, had reached the border city at this moment. He glanced at the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty's army that did not march hastily, and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. And then he looked towards the Great Zhou flag that was vaguely visible across the plains and flew directly over. City Lord's Mansion. Bai Qi was looking at the topographical map of the Blue Flame Dynasty transmitted by the bad guys on the wall. While comparing the numerous information received from the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, his finger was drawing something on it. Although Lin Yu had only ordered the conquest of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, but he had to be prepared for the sudden orders or changes that would follow. At that moment, Meng Tian walked in, glanced at Bai Qi, who had his back turned to him, and said, Lord Commander, Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty's Lord, Lan Jie, seeks an audience. Bai Qi asked as he suddenly turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just him? Meng Tian was also inwardly surprised by Blue Jade's arrival and nodded at Bai Qi, saying, Yes, there was no one following. By the look of him, he seems to be in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi tapped his fingers on the desktop beside him and thought of something. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he commanded, Bring him in. Yes, Monty led the way. Not long after, he was seen walking in with Blue Jade. When Blue Jade came in, he saw Bai Qi, who had bright eyes and was looking at him, and a huge oppressive force came towards him, which instantly caused his pupils to shrink. Sure enough, it's them, Big Chow. Bai Qi saw him come in and pointed to a seat not far away. Sit. And then he leisurely turned around and continued to study the topographical map of the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty. Blue Jade settled back into his seat and followed Bai Qi's figure, nearly jumping out of his chair. He had just been momentarily shocked by Bai Qi and had not paid attention to the drawings hanging on the wall. Looking at it now, wasn't it a topographical map of their Imperial Dynasty? Moreover, the various markings on the diagram were simply exposing the Blue Flame Dynasty to the sunlight by completely stripping it bare. He had arrived with full sincerity, and at this moment he couldn't care less about anything else. Recalling what Bai Qi had said to Lin Yu after he appeared in the heavenly weeping mountain range that day, he immediately said, "General Bai, I have come to represent the people of my dynasty to defect to Great Zhou." He waited a moment after he finished. Glancing at the unresponsive Bai Qi, two heads appeared in his hands and threw them on the ground as he continued. "General Bai, this is our sincerity. Also a pitch. These two supreme realm powerhouses from the Featherblood Sword sect intend to pry into your dynasty with me. The last two generations of state lords in my dynasty came out of the ancestral land and killed them after a tragic battle." Bai Qi turned around and glanced at the two heads that were still wearing angry and unbelievable looks on their faces, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nice. However, as a vassal of Great Zhou, this general should listen to His Majesty's orders in all matters. I can have someone take you back to Great Zhou to meet His Majesty. The Blue Jade breathed a sigh of relief and immediately responded. At the general's service. Bai Qi nodded to him, summoned Meng Tian in, and said, "Take the Blue Kingdom Lord back to pay respects to His Majesty." Nah. Meng Tian led him towards Fongjing City after receiving the order and nodding his head towards Lanjie. Bai Qi glanced at the departing two, his eyes swept over the two heads on the ground, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The might of his body stirred, and the two heads were instantly blown to smithereens. Lanjie followed Meng Tian as he flew all the way towards the heavenly weeping mountain range, passing by the original Yuhua Imperial Dynasty's territory, and seeing the major cities and ponds planted with Great Zhou's flag, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Glancing at Monty, he asked, "How may I address this general?" Meng Tian already roughly knew the intentions of this Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty lord at this point, and hearing him ask, he replied, "Great Zhou Military Affairs Court, Meng Tian. Court of Military Affairs, Monty." Blue Jet made a silent note in his mind. He was quite certain that this Great Zhou general had not been seen in the secret realm of the heavenly weeping mountain range. Sensing the late Zunshire realm martial realm in him, thinking of the terrifying battle power of those Great Zhou generals, he didn't dare to slack off and asked carefully, "Has the old ancestor of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty been beheaded by your dynasty?" Monty instantly understood what he was thinking, smiled, and said, "The old ancestor of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, Yunantian, and two powerhouses at the peak of the Supreme Realm were all subdued by the Lord Commander in Yuhua City. All the strong men and armies of the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty were also slaughtered by the generals and armies of our dynasty." Lanju was instantly unnerved that there were actually two other peak Supreme Realm powerhouses in the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty. However, the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, which possessed such powerful people, could not even resist the conquest of the Great Zhou army. He felt more and more grateful for his decision, and neither spoke again after that. After crossing the Heaven's Weeping Mountain range, they used the teleportation array in Dingbei City and teleported all the way towards Fongjing City. Naturally, after arriving at the boundaries of Great Zhou, Lan Jie was once again deeply shocked by the development of Great Zhou and what he had seen and heard in various places. Great Zhou Palace, Jingxian Hall. Yuan Tiangang had just finished giving Lin Yu a report on the information that the bad guys had gathered recently. He walked out of the temple, nodded slightly towards Dian Wei who was standing at the entrance of the temple, and prepared to leave when a voice came. "Bad handsome. General Deng." Monty's voice came out, followed by Blue Jade behind him. Yuan Tiangong's footsteps slightly paused, raised his eyes, and his eyes under the mask suddenly slightly condensed, nodded towards Meng Tian, and lifted his feet to leave. "General Meng, what brings you back?" Dian Wei's big grinning voice rang out, glancing behind Meng Tian at Blue Jade and grinning. This person, he had seen in the secret realm. Lanju also noticed Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei's gazes at this time, and his nerves tightened. These two, he had seen them in the secret realm. Have not seen them strike though. But when he thought that the Feather Blood Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect had failed to get out of the secret realm except for Jian Moxia, he knew that these two were not any good. A small smile immediately appeared on his face as he nodded his head toward the two. "The Lord Commander ordered me to bring this Lord of the Blue Kingdom back to meet His Majesty. Is His Majesty in the palace?" Meng Tian pointed at the Blue Jade beside him and asked Dian Wei. "Inside." Dian Wei returned, his gaze aggressively sweeping over Blue Jade as he walked towards the palace. "I'll go give a briefing." The Blue Jade instantly felt nervous. A short while later, Dian Wei came out and said to the two men, "His Majesty invites Lord Lan inside." Meng Tian nodded to Dian Wei, signaling for Lan Ju to enter. Blue Jade exhaled deeply and walked in. Inside the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu was digesting the news that Yuan Tiangang had just transmitted. A great battle is suspected to have taken place in the palace of the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty. There was a great battle between the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty and the Tian Yuan sect in the Fire State. The Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty should be Yanzei and his siblings went back to report the secret realm encounter. Rather, that Blue Flame Dynasty, what happened? Your Majesty, Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty's Lan Jie seeks an audience. It was brought back by General Monty. It says it's by order of Lord Commander Bai Qi. Lin Yu looked up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a hint of a smile gradually surfacing as he said to Dian Wei, "Invite him in." When he finished, he walked over to the seat and sat down. Not long after, Blue Jade was seen walking into the grand hall. He looked up at Lin Yu, who was sitting upright, and immediately saluted respectfully. "Blue Jade, greetings to the great Zhou Lord. I wonder what the Lord of the Blue Kingdom has come to see me about." Lin Yu smiled when he saw the restrained Blue Jade and asked. Blue Jade has been paying homage to Lord Lin and Great Zhou since the trip to the heavenly Weeping Mountains. Upon hearing of the appearance of General Bai and the general's figures in the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty, I came without stopping to seek an audience. Blue Jade is willing to merge the entire Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty into Great Zhou. I only ask that the Blue family do their part for Great Zhou. And, 2 Supreme Realm martial artists from the Featherblood Sword sect who wanted to probe the news of Great Zhou through our dynasty have been killed by the strongest members of our dynasty's ancestral land. In this matter, General Bai can testify that the heads of those 2 Featherblood Sword sect martial artists are with him. Blue Jade said everything she wanted to say in one breath, then looked at Lin Yu with an expectant face, waiting for his decision. Lin Yu instantly got up from his seat and walked over to Blue Jade, patting his shoulder with a smile on his face. "Aiching, hard work, sit. Let's talk in detail." When he finished speaking, he said to Dian Wei, who was outside the temple door, "Summon Cabinet Lu Bowen, Sun Yu, and Meng Yi." Hearing Lin Yu's address, Blue Jade's heart rejoiced and sat down to talk to Lin Yu. In a short while, the 3 men of the cabinet came in a row and decided to enter the Great Hall. One day later, Blue Jade left the palace with a face of excitement and flew towards the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 59, The Unification of the Zhou. Great Zhou Palace. More than 3 months had passed since the Blue Jade had begged to see Lin Yu. Today is the last day of the first year, the new year of the Great Zhou. Across today, tomorrow will be the second year of the new year of the Great Week. Lin Yu would also be 20 years old. Pilgrimage Hall. Lin Yu sat in the dragon chair. After a year, he had already faded away the youthfulness of a teenager, his body's imperial might was vast, and when his eyes swept to any place in the hall, a powerful sense of oppression struck him. Today is the Grand Court meeting, and all Great Zhou officials of high rank are required to participate. Below, Lu Bowen is doing a debriefing. The ministers bowed their heads and listened. "Your Majesty, the Yuhua Imperial Dynasty boundaries were all taken over 3 months ago, and the transmission array was also constructed. The division of the city belongings has also been completed." Lin Yu nodded. He had known about this matter for a long time, and he said it at this time to let the ministers in the hall understand. After Lu Bowen finished speaking, Sun Yu swept a glance at Lan Jia, who was not far away, and gave him a small smile as he walked out of the queue. "Your Majesty, the reception of the various cities of the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty has been completed. The Organs Pavilion is proceeding with the construction of the transmission array." Wow! The ministers in the hall were instantly shocked by the news and whispered. Nowadays, from the top of the Great Zhou to the officials, down to the people, their eyes and insights have long been different from what they used to be. This is earth-shattering news. When did His Majesty take in the Blue Flame Dynasty? Sun Yu did not let the group of ministers digest for long after he finished. Meng Arnold stepped out of the military affairs court queue. "Your Majesty, the border of the Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty is at the junction with the Sword and Fire states. General Bai and the generals have arrived at the town with their troops." Boom! The group of ministers' hearts were like a thunderclap ringing out, their scalps were shaken, and then their gazes instantly looked fervently towards Lin Yu, falling to their knees and chanting in unison. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! This even has legions stationed at the border. It's also too quiet. No wonder a few generals in the military affairs cabinet didn't come to participate in today's great dynasty. Moreover, the Blue Flame Dynasty was incorporated into Great Zhou. What did that mean?" The people in the hall were suddenly trembling with excitement. Lin Yu smiled faintly and made the crowd get up, pointing at the Blue Jade standing below and said, "Everyone, this is the former Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty's State Lord, Lan Jia, now an official of the second rank in our dynasty. Specific positions to be determined after I think about it carefully. In the future, all of you should work together to dedicate your strength to Great Zhou." "Yes." All of them glanced at Blue Jade with eyes in awe and responded in turn. From the moment they entered the Great Hall, the crowd had been tinged with suspicion and curiosity about the raw face that stood in the front position. It turned out that he was Blue Jade. Lan Jia also smiled back at the people in the hall, his heart uplifted. Lin Yu looked around and continued. "Tomorrow, make it known to the world. Zhou is united. Tonight, inside the palace, hold the annual banquet. 1 month later, a ceremony will be held for the promotion of the Great Zhou dynasty to an imperial dynasty." When he finished speaking, he got up and left. Blue Absolute out of the Great Hall, surrounded by the Great Zhou officials who went forward or complimented or to make a good relationship. He was now a second great official, not many of them in the current Great Zhou, and completely worthy of them coming up and flattering him. Moreover, the group of ministers had a feeling that Lin Yu might have a major reward for the Blue Jade, which caused them to scramble even more. Blue Jade responded to each of them, and after the crowd dispersed, his heart was filled with emotion. He thought that their blue family might be experiencing all kinds of suppression, still underestimating the bosom of this great Zhou Lord. It also made him more and more proud of his decision and filled him with energy. Thinking back to these 3 months, his heart was also shocked by the efficiency of Great Zhou. On that day after the Blue Jade went back from Great Zhou, he then immediately conducted a thorough cleansing within the Blue Flame dynasty, and then received the officials sent by the cabinet one after another in each city. Bai Qi of the Military Affairs Pavilion and several generals also led the army from the border of the Flame Imperial Dynasty and moved to the border of the Li State with the Sword State and Fire State. There seemed to be no change on the surface of the entire Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, but as long as someone with a heart observes carefully, they will find that the people who are in charge of the major cities within the current Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, and the leaders at the state boundaries are all new faces. Thinking of this, Blue Absolute smiled, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. According to the plan from His Majesty's mouth that day, since he was preparing to completely announce the world on this day, he was prepared to deal with the crisis. Afterwards, he leisurely walked towards the mansion that Feng Jingcheng had arranged for him. After Lin Yu left the Hall of Assemblies, he walked to the Hall of Qingxian to rest. He was becoming more and more fond of staying here when he had nothing to do, drinking tea and thinking about things. Just as what Blue Jade had in mind. What was discussed in the palace that day was to secretly take over the Blue Flame dynasty and choose the right time to announce to the world. And now is the time to do it. It was sooner and faster than he had anticipated in his mind. He hadn't thought of that either. In a year's time, Great Zhou had completed the unification of the entire Lijiu, and a large portion of the credit for this had to be attributed to Lanzhou. Although the leading state was not insignificant in the eastern region, and its boundaries were not large, but the feat was enough to lift his heart. The one thing that would give him the basis to make it known to the world was the information he had seen within the system a few days ago. Bai Qi, Early Zunwang Realm. Yuan Tiangang, Early Supreme Realm. Hua Jiaodong, Early Supreme Realm. Zhao Yun, Early Supreme Realm. Xin Shiji, Early Supreme Realm. Dian Wei, Early Supreme Realm. Nia Zhang, Early Supreme Realm. Specialist, Early Supreme Realm. Meng Tian, Peak of the Zunshi Realm. The two people, Meng Arnold and Meng Wu, were in the middle stage of the Zunshi Realm. A few people from the inner cabinet, who were Heaven Realm cultivators, were not far from the Exalted Realm. He still underestimated the talent of the characters summoned by the system. Together with the two of them, Blue Ling Shang and Blue Yuduan, Great Zhou was fully capable of advancing to a high-level imperial power in one step. This was the bottom line that he was prepared to let the Great Zhou show up around the Li Zhou. The current Great Zhou was fully qualified to fight against forces like the Featherblood Sword Sect and the Tian Yuan Sect. As time sinks in, Great Week will only leave them further behind. His heart was also full of anticipation for the promotion ceremony a month later. Night. Lin Yu continued the long-standing tradition of the Great Zhou by organizing the annual banquet. He came and went at the banquet, accompanying the civil and military officials to drink freely for a long time. The crowd was also immersed in the several heavy news from today's court meeting, and each of them was red-faced and excited. This year's annual banquet, Lin Yu also specially instructed the cabinet to invite a series of old ministers of the Great Zhou such as Gulin Ru, and all of them were full of sighs at this time, praising the prosperity of the Great Zhou nowadays. Lian Dui, who has not been seen for a long time, is also attending today. Once again, he and Dian Wei both stepped on the table and chairs and hugged the altar and drank, and as they drank, the brown man unexpectedly fell asleep with tears streaming down his face, repeating Lin Wu's name under his breath all the time. Blue Jet was even hooking up with a few people from the Military Affairs Pavilion, drinking a big toast. Although several people from the Military Affairs Pavilion were going to immediately return to the border township by teleportation array at the end of the annual meeting, on this day, they also did not spoil the fun and drank freely. The only way to get rid of the alcohol is to run the power when you leave. Lin Yu looked at the lively crowd and was also excited. Jimhua sat beside him, taking care of everything for him, looking at the spirited Lin Yu with pride in her eyes. The annual banquet lasted until late, and Lin Yu was completely held back by Jimhua, and as the door to the Empress chambers closed, the entire palace gradually quieted down. However, throughout the Great Zhou, the Lijiu, the state next to the Lijiu, the storm has just lifted. Chapter 60 Higher Imperial Dynasties. The second day after the Great Annual Meeting, the entire territory of the Great Zhou, including the former Yuhua Imperial Dynasty and Blue Flame Imperial Dynasty, and the entire major cities of the Lijiu, resounded with the news of the Great Zhou's unification of the Lijiu. As if it was a 12-magnitude earthquake, everyone in the entire Lijiu was instantly shaken out of their minds by this powerful news. The martial artists and people of the original Great Zhou territory even wept with joy, chanting Lin Yu's holy name. What followed was that martial artists and people from all over the world set off from their homes, frantically rushing towards Fongjing City. They all wanted to witness this historic moment, this important new chapter that belonged to Great Zhou. The entire Great Zhou instantly went crazy, and every day you could see Lu Bowen's few people arranging many matters. The city of Fongjing even had patrol troops everywhere inspecting the city. Under this crowd's eager anticipation, the time was getting closer and closer to the promotion ceremony. There were still 10 days to go before the day of the Great Zhou promotion ceremony. Fire State, Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Yan Minling and Yan Zhe had also received the news that Liezhou had been unified by a power named Great Zhou, and were about to initiate the ceremony for the dynasty's elevation to an imperial dynasty. The siblings are together at this time. Sister, big brother Lin is too powerful. He actually completed the unification of the Liezhou in such a short period of time. It's only been half a year since we came back from the heavenly Weeping Mountain Range. What level of imperial dynasty do you think Brother Lin's Great Zhou dynasty will be after its promotion? Why didn't Brother Lin invite us to the ceremony? Listening to Yan Zhe's twittering, Yan Minling smiled at him with a complicated gaze. Why wasn't she taken aback when she suddenly heard the news? His mind recalled the young man's face as if it was still yesterday, and his heart was filled with deep admiration for Lin Yu and Dezhou. Your brother Lin should have his way. It's just that he could have waited to settle down for a while before making it known. Now that the news has been released so early, the Tian Yuan sect's side is fine, father, and the several ancestral lands' ancestors have not yet left the gate, so I guess they must be taking care of themselves on their side as well. On the side of the Featherblood Sword sect in the Sword Prefecture, I'm afraid that they have similarly received the news, and they will definitely take this opportunity to go looking for trouble. Yan Zhe also reacted when he heard this, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes before he said confidently, "That much is true, but I feel sure that he must have thought of it as well, Brother Lin. I'm sure he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Let's just wait for Big Brother Lin to behead those who dared to jump out and do something deadly during the promotion ceremony." Yan Minling gradually felt relieved when she heard Yan Zhe's analysis. Tian Yuan Gate. Just as Yan Minling expected. Because the many senior members of the sect had yet to leave the gate, this news was temporarily suppressed. Sword State, Featherblood Sword Sect, Patriarch Hall. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. Jian Yanjun was seated at the sect leader's seat, and the senior members of the sect below were seated in separate rows. 3 months, did you find out? Just what kind of force dares to wantonly assassinate sect disciples within the Sword State? In all my years, my Featherblood Sword sect has never suffered such a big dumb loss. An old man below immediately replied when he heard Jian Yanjun's words. Patriarch, the people from this side of the force are as if they were ghostly and mysterious. All we know from our investigation so far is that their numbers are small and their martial realm seems to be at the supreme realm. Now the entire clan is on edge, and they don't dare to take half a step out of the clan at will. Jian Yanjun's chi stirred as he said angrily, "Keep checking for me. I'm going to take them out and kill them by 1,000 cuts to vent my hatred. Instruct the disciples of the sect not to leave the sect at will in the near future." After he finished, he calmed his rapidly heaving chest slightly and continued. Almost half a year has passed since my son, Gen Moxie, died on the trip to the secret realm of the Liezhou. After that, they even sent out 2 mid-supreme realm elders to spy on the news, and they also died inexplicably in the Liezhou. The entire sect dying 3 supreme realm elders and numerous Zun-Shur realm powerhouses one after the other has already injured the entire sect. I was just about to check it out myself when I ran into unknown forces frantically assassinating the clan's disciples, so I had no choice but to sit in the clan. Good for you guys, only 2 messages so far. A strength named Dezhou, a white boy. What is the use of you say? The more Jian Yanjun spoke, the more agitated he became, and his blood pressure, which had just slightly calmed down, soared once again. The aura of a Zun King realm powerhouse directly erupted out, and the entire crowd of the Great Hall instantly trembled slightly. An old man in the hall cautiously glanced at Jian Yanjun, gritted his teeth, and rose from his seat to say, "Patriarch, there's news coming from the leaving state. A power called the Great Zhou Dynasty completed the unification of the Liezhou, and there will be a dynasty promotion ceremony soon, I think." Jian Yanjun instantly swept his gaze toward him, his eyes cold, and said, "You think Mo Xie died at the hands of this power? A dynastic power located in the most remote state of the Eastern Domain, the leaving state?" The old man was immediately like being in an ice cave, trembling as he opened his mouth. "I think that I may be mistaken." Jian Yanjun withdrew his gaze, killing intent rising in his eyes. "Humph. Although I don't look at a place like the Liezhou, a dynastic power that can unify the Liezhou has actually appeared, and its name is also called Great Zhou. It's better to kill by mistake than to let go. I will use them to honor my son's memory. This time, we'll ask Elder Yun, the Supreme Elder, to come out and lead the team. Second Elder, Fourth Elder, and Fifth Elder, you accompany Elder Yun and bring me back the head of their emperor at that Great Zhou's promotion ceremony." "Yes." 3 old men stepped out from below, their breath vibrating as they led the way. Great Joe, Fongjing City. The promotion ceremony went as planned. The entire Fongjing City had long been overcrowded, the streets were swarming with people, and among the crowd, all of them were full of excitement. Some of the local residents were enthusiastically introducing themselves to the martial artists and people who had traveled far and wide to be newly incorporated into the Great Joe territory. All the major cities in the leaving state stopped what they were doing and gathered in the center of the city to watch the image stone. No one would want to miss out on witnessing such an event. The lively scene was a step deeper than Lin Yu's enthronement ceremony. Below the Temple of Heaven, the civil and military officials had long been divided to the left and right. The moment the first rays of sunlight in the morning struck the great tripod at the Temple of Heaven, Lu Bowen read it aloud. Promotion ceremony, begin. Rumble. The gates of the palace opened with a bang. Lin Yu and Jinhua slowly walked out from within. The civil and military officials and the many crowds instantly kneeled and saluted, chanting, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings to the Empress." And then, the two of them walked to the bottom of the heavenly altar under the hot gazes of the crowd. Jinhua stopped her pace and loosened her left hand that was holding Lin Yu's, standing demurely and looking towards Lin Yu, who was walking slowly up to the altar of heaven. Lin Yu once again walked up the steps of the heavenly altar after a year, and as he stood fixedly on top of the heavenly altar, he looked around the entire Fongjing city, his complexion flashing through a trance. He fixed his mind and the Emperor's might was released. Qiluk Golden Dragon, now. Jin. The golden dragon of Qi instantly shot out sharply from the palace, encircling Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu raised his head and stared into the void. Today, the Great Zhou dynasty, promoted to imperial. Buzz. Time and space in the entire Great Zhou territory instantly stopped, and the eye of the Great Tao once again appeared in the void. It eyed Lin Yu emotionlessly for a long time before slowly dissipating, a voice resounding beside Lin Yu's ears. Yun. The Great Zhou dynasty is promoted to a high-level imperial dynasty. Time and space flowed again. The entire sky belonging to the Great Zhou suddenly appeared with various visions, auspicious clouds twining, purple light shining, ruekai flowing rainbows, and there were even dragons and phoenixes dancing. And then, it unexpectedly rained majestic auras. In the eyes of all. After Lin Yu ascended to the heavenly altar, the golden dragon of Qi appeared from the palace, and then with a loud cry, many visions were created, and his heart was even more respectful to Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt the aura raining down from the sky and immediately said aloud, "Everyone bathe in the aura rain at ease." When the crowd heard this, they came down quiet and immersed themselves in the many benefits brought about by the aura rain. About a quarter of an hour or so later, the rain stopped. One after another, the martial artists from all over the world opened their eyes, with faces of surprise and shock. Their martial realms had actually broken through. Those with slightly inferior natural talent broke through a small realm, and those with excellent natural talent even broke through nearly a large realm. Some of the people who were originally unable to cultivate martial arts were able to transform their physiques, remove their diseases, and were even able to embark on the path of martial arts cultivation. Once again, the crowd knelt down towards Lin Yu and shouted in shock. Lin Yu was also pleasantly surprised. He realized that the level of this aura rain seemed to be very high, and both he and the summon character broke through a small realm after bathing in it. Just then, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Fongjing City, and four figures stepped out from within, looking towards Lin Yu, who was standing on top of the heavenly altar. "You are the Lord of the Great Week?" Chapter 61 Unbridled. The four people who walked out were none other than the four people of the Featherblood Sword Sect's Supreme Elder Yun Lao, the second elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder. Lin Yu's eyes were cold as he looked at the four people who had stepped out of the spatial crack. Exactly. Those who came to Great Zhou at this time in such a manner did not need to think about it to know that they were definitely not here to congratulate. Lin Yu also didn't invite any forces to come and watch the ceremony. He just didn't know if they were from the Featherblood Sword Sect or the Tian Yuan Sect. When the four saw Lin Yu answer, an old man came out from within and continued to ask, "We are from the Featherblood Sword Sect of the Sword State. Young patriarch of my clan, did you kill him?" Lin Yu instantly understood where a few people came from, and the coldness in his eyes became even more pronounced. At this moment, the civil and military officials and the many martial arts people below had long felt angry and abnormal towards the sudden arrival of the four people. This old man's words just fell. At the top of the military affairs pavilion Q, Bai Qi directly disappeared from his original position and reappeared in front of the four people, accompanied by a furious shout, lifting his foot towards the four people and kicking them. Unbridled. The four of them immediately changed their faces, and the green-clothed old man at the head who hadn't said anything even flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes as he immediately swung his fist. Bang! A violent sound exploded in the sky. The green-clothed old man retreated several steps backward and looked up at Bai Qi, no longer calm. "No way! Mid-exalted king realm. How is it possible for you, a freshly promoted dynastic power, to have such a strong person?" The three people beside him were also in shock at the moment, and with that kick just now, they felt the threat of death. If the green-clothed old man hadn't blocked it, at this moment, he would probably have already been kicked to death by this middle-aged man in bronze battle armor on the opposite side. What made them even more desperate was yet to come. Several terrifying auras instantly rose from below, and nearly 10 figures flashed and appeared behind Bai Qi, converging into a monstrous aura that caused the entire space to tremble crazily. All of them stared at the four of them with icy eyes. Also at that moment, a transparent boundary instantly appeared, enveloping the entire Fongjing city. It was precisely the protective boundary that Lin Yu had asked the Organs Pavilion to develop. The four of them sensed over, and their scalps immediately tingled. Clearly all of them had mid-supreme realm cultivations, and their auras were so strong that they could vaguely be compared to peak supreme realm powerhouses. Among them, there was also a peak supreme realm, a late supreme realm and an early supreme realm powerhouse. A few people were frantically cursing the elder who had raised his voice in the sovereign hall in their hearts, wanting to drag him over and point his nose at him. This is a fucking power that has just advanced to the level of an imperial dynasty? What to do? They are now sent straight into someone's lair. The four of them glanced at each other, and the fifth elder of the Featherblood Sword sect greeted the man-thirsty eyes of Bai Qi's crowd and walked out stiffly, a smile worse than tears on his face as he said to Lin Yu, "Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We've heard of Great Zhou's reputation for a long time and have come to pay our respects." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. "There's no misunderstanding. The Sword Moxie crowd was killed by me." Then ignoring the horrified expressions on the faces of the four people from the Featherblood Sword sect, a majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Fongjing city and all over the Great Zhou beside the ears of the Great Zhou citizens who were watching through the image stones. "All barbarians within and without, whoever dares to call themselves soldiers, all cut, all cut, all cut." Throughout the major cities and pools of the Great Zhou territory, crowds of people looked at Lin Yu, who stood at the heavenly altar, with wild eyes and raised their arms. Some of the cities that had only recently been incorporated into the Great Zhou territory were even more instantly convinced by Lin Yu's monstrous vigor and the Great Zhou's strong cohesion, and they all raised their fists and chanted together. Lin Yu spoke out. Chop! Boom! The crowd instantly killed towards the four, fearing that if they were a step slow, they would be snatched up by their other colleagues. With a flash, Bai Qi reappeared in front of Old Man Yun, this old man in the middle stage of the Zun King realm. He was going to kill him. This time he did not hold back. The bronze ancient sword appeared in his hand and slashed away. The ancient sword cut through the space instantly creating a crack. The four had long been scared out of their wits, and when they saw the Great Zhou crowd killing them, they stiffly stepped forward to return fire. In less than a few breaths of time, 3 Featherblood Sword sect elders at the peak of the Supreme Realm were torn apart alive by the crowd of the Military Affairs Pavilion. That mid-king realm Yun Lao, at this time, was also spitting blood from his mouth, standing trembling in the void, his eyes roaring in fear towards Lin Yu. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'll be a cow for you! I can tell you the secrets of the Featherblood Sword sect and take you forward to the Featherblood Sword sect." What answered him were Lin Yu's icy cold eyes and the ancient sword in Bai Qi's hand that did not stop. Seeing that the incoming enemies were killed in a flash by the Great Zhou generals and powerhouses, the crowd that was watching became even more excited and shouted, "Your Majesty! Big Chow!" Lin Yu smiled and signaled the crowd to be quiet for a moment. Bai Qi and the others also rejoined the queue, and the protective boundary faded away from the sky above Fongjing City. The promotion ceremony is over. From this day on, Great Zhou is an imperial dynasty. The Great Zhou imperial dynasty is a high-level imperial dynasty. Big week, Zhou. Lin Yu's words fell, once again provoking everyone to roar. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he dropped down from the heavenly altar and led Jinhua towards the palace. When the civil and military officials and the people saw Lin Yu and Jinhua leave, they also slowly dispersed with reluctant faces. The crowd was still immersed in the joy of Great Zhou's advancement to a high-level imperial dynasty. What's more, he had personally experienced the Great Zhou under Lin Yu's governance, where the generals and strongmen faced the incoming enemies with decisive killings. Many of them had heard about it before, far less shocking than seeing it with their own eyes, and even more elevated the sense of belonging and pride of the entire Great Zhou 100 Trust. And that was exactly why Lin Yu didn't turn off the image stone. The people must be involved in order to understand how strong the country they are in is, and they will have plenty of confidence. Qingxian Hall. Lin Yu, who had returned from the Temple of Heaven, sat upright in his seat and summoned Yuan Tiangang to command. Find out the bottom line of the Featherblood Sword sect. If you dare to send people to the Imperial City, you must be prepared to perish. Also, after so long and most of the resources to cultivate them, the delinquents basically have an Earth Realm cultivation level. Send more personnel to several states outside of the leaving state to scout for information. Yes, Yuan Tiangang led the way and turned to leave. Sword State, Featherblood Sword Sect, Patriarch Hall. Jian Yanjun and a group of clan executives sat down once again. The atmosphere in the hall was even more depressing and dull this time around. Jian Yanjun was the first to speak. Just now, the disciple guarding the destiny tags came to report that the destiny tags of Elder Yun, the second elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder all shattered in a few breaths of time. The death of the young patriarch and the forces that went around assassinating clan disciples some time ago should have come from this great Zhou as well. Immediately awaken and summon back all the people of the clan and prepare to meet the battle. This time, the sect may have to face an unearthly enemy. After saying that, he directly disappeared inside the hall. All of them immediately went down to make arrangements. The current Feather Blood Sword sect was already wounded after the death of many strong people, and none of them dared to slack off for the great Zhou that might come at any time. Jian Moxia, who had left from the Patriarch's hall, directly arrived at the back of the sect and walked in. Not long after, he and a white-haired old man walked out with a stony face. The entire Feather Blood Sword sect instantly came to a standstill. Chapter 62, the second level of the Caste Ancient Immortal Court. The ceremony of Great Zhou's promotion to an imperial dynasty ended, but the continued high heat did not subside. The entire Great Zhou territory of the various cities, various places can be seen everywhere in the warm conversation crowd, especially the big battle that took place during the promotion ceremony. It's more of a conversation starter. Lin Yu's changes and feelings towards the entire Great Zhou were even more profound. The first and foremost is that the dragon vein of the entire Lijiao is subconsciously shifting over to Fengjing. Aura enhancement from the original barbaric land, turned into the entire state, are crazy enhancement of the biggest still, the closer to the direction of the city of Fengjing the higher. Some obvious mountains and rivers, but also in many places in the emergence of a variety of heavenly materials and exotic treasures. The heavenly Weeping Mountain range was the most obvious, and the Lijiao martial artists who never arrived in the past could be seen anywhere in the mountain range at this time. There might also be a reason why Lin Yu hadn't relocated the capital of the Great Zhou until now. Martial artists and people like and want to gravitate towards the most prosperous centers, after all. Then there was the covering aura rain that lasted for a long time that day. Lin Yu felt that this was the highest reward for Great Zhou's one-step advancement to become a high-level imperial dynasty, and was also a strong guarantee for the rapid increase in Great Zhou's overall national strength. The base and quality of martial artists has exploded at a jaw-dropping rate. Many heavenly pride-level characters that had not been encountered for 100 or 1,000 years had emerged in various places. Because the stride was so large, in many places there were still no sub-facilities of the Great Zhou Academy established. So during this period of time, Jimua's senior, Lu Linglong, was also busy, and her busy figure could be seen every day at the Fengjing city's teleportation array. The benefits are too numerous to mention and will become more and more apparent as time goes by. All of the political work, Lin Yu, has also long been arranged. With a few people in the cabinet leading the way, he is also very relieved. At this time, inside the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Yu was staying alone in the Qingxian Hall, his consciousness connected to the system. Conquest points, 5 million. He didn't hesitate about the usefulness of these conquest points this time. System, redeemed the second level of the Caste Ancient Immortal Court. Ding! Redemption successful. The conquest point instantly goes to 0. Lin Yu's consciousness blurred, and he was once again in the middle of the vast starry sky, looking up to the front. A prime-back figure wearing imperial robes and surrounded by golden dragons stood in the middle of the starry sky. Lin Yu was very sure that this man was the man he had seen sitting inside the magnificent hall when he had first practiced this technique of the Caste Ancient Immortal Court. Directly in front of the man stepping into the void was a huge star surrounded by a sea of tiny stars. On the star, the shouts of murder came out in a continuous stream that could be heard even from where Lin Yu was standing. Only a slight movement of his lips was seen, and a majestic voice resounded throughout the starry sky. Back! As his words fell, dozens of people clad in battle armor shot out sharply from within the star. They stood behind the man, exuding a monstrous aura. The starry sky, which was already vibrating madly under the powerful aura of the man's body, trembled even more violently. Lin Yu gazed at it. Although he still couldn't see their faces, he was certain that among these people were the group of ministers he had seen that time within the starry hall. Immediately following their appearance was a vast and boundless army that flashed out from within the stars. They were all gazing wildly at the man at that moment. When the man saw that the crowd and the army had come out from within the star, his right hand shook slightly and a golden lance appeared in his hand. Directly toward the front of the huge star-stabbed, long spear in the starry sky set off bursts of spatial storms. Along the way some tiny stars slightly affected by the escaping power waves, instantly nirvana. Boom! Under Lin Yu's horrified gaze, the lance pierced through the huge star without any hindrance. No! Accompanied by a dazzling white light and a desperate roar from the star, the huge star was directly shattered in the starry sky. The man seemed to do something insignificant, his head turned slightly sideways. Lin Yu's eyes were slightly condensed. I don't know if the man intended to. He was in a position where he could just see the corners of the man's mouth lifting slightly. Just then, there was a heavenly spin. Lin Yu realized that he had returned to the Qingxian Hall, and the name of a spear technique appeared in his mind at the same time. Jinyu Meteorite Star Gun. Is this the name of that spear technique just now? Lin Yu read silently in his heart. At the same time, Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that his martial realm had actually broken through 2 small realms in a row, reaching the peak of the Zunshur realm. He slightly adapted to the surging power, silently recalling the man's actions just now in his mind. A glint flashed in his eyes as he walked out of the Qingxian hall and said to Dian Wei at the entrance of the hall, "Come to the void." After saying that, he directly rose up in the air. Dian Wei followed close behind, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Yu glanced downwards and nodded in satisfaction, having moved away from Fengjing City, and said to the puzzled-looking Dian Wei, "I've just learned a spear technique, try catching one." Dian Wei instantly understood and nodded excitedly, saying, "Come on, Your Majesty." The lance appeared in Lin Yu's hand. He recoiled slightly, his expression suddenly solemn, swinging the lance to stab at Dian Wei. Rumble! The void rumbled, space shook, and a stream of light flashed by at great speed. A hint of horror flashed in Dian Wei's eyes, his body instantly tensed, his halberd swinging in his hand, ready to resist this shot. Bang! The halberd and the tip of the spear collided together, a blinding white light flashed in a flash, and the space at the collision unexpectedly formed a tiny crack. Dian Wei's body swayed slightly and took a few steps backward, controlling the halberd that was instantly bounced in his hand, and said towards Lin Yu with an excited look on his face, "Your Majesty, this strike of yours can almost compare to a late Supreme Realm martial artist. A normal mid-Supreme Realm martial artist should have to be killed by you with a single shot." Lin Yu's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. He had also seen the power of this shot just now. It could actually make Dian Wei take a few steps backwards. It was important to know that they could all be supreme demons who could fight over levels. Although the power of this strong was a far cry from the man with his feet on the stars, he believed that a large portion of the reason in there was because the difference in martial realms was too great. He slightly felt the consumption of aura in his body. One strike had actually consumed most of the aura in Jin's body. However, when he thought of the power of this strike, he was relieved, and Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, thinking of the man who had just taught him the art of shooting. Lin Yu made a slight comparison in his head with the middle-aged man who had manifested in the heavenly Lan Sword mystic realm. He vaguely had a feeling that the man who appeared in the cast ancient immortal court was much more powerful, and that he was still weak now, just his feeling alone. Not thinking too much about it, Lin Yu put away his spear, waved his hand towards Dian Wei and flew towards the palace. After Lin Yu returned to the palace, he walked straight to the Great Zhou ancestral shrine. He hadn't been here for some time, and when he thought about the recent changes in Great Zhou, he wanted to come over and take a look. At that moment, he was looking at Lin S and Lin Hao's fortune cards, slightly lost in thought. "Father, Hiroko, are you alright?" Great Zhou was now a high-level imperial power. And the Veiled Mother. Chapter 63 Lin Huai and Lin Hao. Eastern Region, Xianzhou. A state boundary very far from Laizhou, right next to the center of the eastern region, Yuanzhou. At this moment, inside an inn in a certain city in Xianzhou, a middle-aged man with ordinary clothes and a slightly vicissified face was sitting alone on a table and chair, drinking wine. His eyes were bright and every now and then he swept over the crowd of people passing by, scrutinizing something. It was none other than Lin Wasteland, who had been away from the big week for more than a year. Lin Arao took a sip of wine, and a hint of missing flashed in his eyes. At this point in time, the Great Zhou should have just finished the annual meeting not long ago. "I don't know how the two, Yuer and Hauer, are doing." After he came out of the Great Zhou, he went straight northward, crossing the heavenly Weeping Mountain range and leaving the boundaries of the Laizhou. After passing through 2 or 3 state boundaries on the way, he reached Shenzhou. Of course, this journey over also encountered many crises, but fortunately, they were all resolved by him one by one. And he was also blessed by the disaster, and his martial arts cultivation reached the middle stage of the Zunshur realm. Lin Arao realized that the further he went towards the center of the eastern domain, the more powerful forces and martial artists he met were endless. It was only now that he understood why the Laizhou was left untouched by the eastern region, and why the Laizhou called that part of the Great Zhou a barbaric land. At the same time, he was also more shocked by the power of the ethnic group to which the human child in his heart belonged. Just as his mind was spinning, a shout reached his ears. "Move! The secret realm of inheritance has opened. This is the #1 inheritance mystery realm that opens once in 1,000 years in Xianzhou." A glint flashed in Lin Wu's eyes as he put down the wine glass in his hand, instantly getting up and following. Eastern region, Yuezhou, next to Xianzhou. A young figure rushed through a huge mountain range. After some time had passed, the figure stopped at the entrance of a cave and dashed inside. After entering the cave, there is actually a different world inside, with tables, chairs, beds and couches. The young figure was none other than Lin Hao. With a look of anger on his face, he sat down on his ass in the chair. This Yi family doesn't know what's gotten into them. It's not just robbing one of their direct disciples of an elixir and chasing them all the way. Why don't you think that the main reason might be because you made light of the jewel of their Yi family? Hearing Elder Yi's voice, Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. Who knew she was dressed as a man? I wasn't panicking before I accidentally touched her. Lao laughed and did not chime in. Lin Hao didn't dwell on it too much. He'd been through so much of this kind of thing over the past year or so. Ever since he left Great Zhou, it was as if he had flipped some sort of mysterious switch, and no matter where he went, he would get into some trouble for all sorts of inexplicable reasons. The variety of oddities experienced is simply too much. The current Lin Hao looked exactly like a 20-year-old youth. His previous boyish face had long since disappeared, and instead he was full of perseverance. Lin Hao rested in his seat for a moment and froze. I wonder how father and big brother are doing. Hearing Lin Hao's heartfelt words, Elder Yi spoke. Little Hao Zi, I see your father, you the man of great fortune. It won't be so easy for something to happen. That big brother of yours, there's even less to worry about. He's one of the few people the old man hasn't been able to see through in all these years. Swallow the elixir. You should be able to use it to break through to the exalted realm. It's only when you reach the unshared realm that you can be considered a slightly more powerful martial artist. At the very least, the speed at which you can run will be much faster. Hearing Elder Yi's words, Lin Hao came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth twitching madly as he said angrily, Old man, are you the one who messed up? Saying something about how after leaving the Great Zhou, you will go all the way to the green clouds. I see it's all the way to a sharp turn now. Several times if you hadn't kept urging me to grab this and that, would I have to hide inside the cave so often? I'm getting experience in drilling holes now. And don't call me Little Ho-chan. Lao let out a slightly embarrassed cough and said, You can't blame the old man for that. I'm also very puzzled as to why you often encounter things that don't make sense. But then again, you can turn it around every time. I've only let you try it on purpose the last couple times, too. I didn't think it would work out so well that you could even run out. Lin Hao's gaze was haunted, and he was already on the verge of violent anger. Elder Yi said in a hurry, You see, it's only been a little over a year and you're at the peak of the heaven realm. How could you have progressed so quickly if you hadn't been sharpened by so many things? Therefore, you should seize the time and work hard to improve yourself before you can help your father and elder brother. Lin Hao instantly quieted down when he heard Lin Wu and Lin Yu, and without another word, he took out a spirit medicine that glowed with white light from his bosom and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and cultivated. Lao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Great Zhou Palace. A month has passed since the promotion ceremony. Lin Yu and Jin Hua were strolling and walking through the palace gardens. Not a moment later, Yuan Tiangang appeared and saluted the two before saying, Your Majesty, the Featherblood Sword Sect has already checked it out. Speak. The Featherblood Sword Sect has lost personnel after the first few times. Right now there is still one early Zun King Realm Supreme Elder and one mid Zun King Realm Patriarch, 2 peak Supreme Realm Elders and 3 Supreme Realm Deacons, with cultivation levels ranging from early, mid, and late stage. There are a dozen or so Zunshared realm powerhouses. The remainder are all clan disciples below the Zunshared realm. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows after hearing this and said rather unexpectedly, This Featherblood Sword Sect, it has some strength. There's actually an early-stage Zun King Realm Taishang Elder, and after experiencing the deaths of several consecutive high-realm martial artists in battle, there are even 2 peak Supreme Realm Elders. Yuan Tiangang nodded and said, I learned of this from my recent poking around in Jinzhou. The Sword State originally had 2 major forces that were comparable to high-level imperial dynasties. The other force was destroyed by the Featherblood Sword Sect more than 10 years ago. After that great battle, the Featherblood Sword Sect basically ruled the entire Sword Prefecture, and their overall strength went to the next level. Their patriarch, Jian Yanjun, is also a man of ambition, and has always been committed to leading the Featherblood Sword Sect to another level. Lin Yu was instantly enlightened. This Featherblood Sword Sect was indeed much stronger than the average high-level imperial dynasty power, possessing so many peak Supreme Realm martial artists. If it wasn't for the fact that they had run into Lin Yu and lost people many times, they might have been able to match the peak imperial forces in the near future. Combine that with the news Yuan Tiangang brought just now, Lin Yu ordered with a slight sinking feeling, Make Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, Xian Qiji, and the 3 return. Summon the 3 members of the Blue family. Be at the Qingxian Hall first thing in the morning. Lin Yu paused when he said this. You're coming over tomorrow, too. Also, what I instructed you to do last time, remember to poke around more to find out if there's any news of the Taishang Emperor and the one-character side-by-side king. Yes. Yuan Tiangang led the way. The two of them watched Yuan Tiangang leave and once again walked around the garden. Chapter 64, Stepping on the Featherblood Sword Sect. Day 2. Qingxian Hall. A few people from the Military Affairs Pavilion and the 3 from the Blue family had arrived early and were waiting for Lin Yu. Lan Jie was asking Yuan Tiangang what Lin Yu had summoned them over for. Yuan Tiangang just pointed in the direction of Jianzhou and said no more. A few people instantly understood the meaning, their eyes flashed with a hint of scorching heat, and they waited respectfully. In less than a moment, Lin Yu walked into the main hall. Glancing at the crowd that was ready to salute, he slightly waved his hand and sat directly on the main seat, saying, Bad Handsome, give you all a report on the situation of the Featherblood Sword sect. Yuan Tiangang immediately repeated to the crowd what he had said to Lin Yu yesterday. Lin Yu looked at the few people who had already been stupid enough to move after hearing Yuan Tiangang's words. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he directly ordered. The Featherblood Sword sect has repeatedly provoked our dynasty, and they even presumed to sabotage the promotion ceremony. Yuan Tiangang will lead the way, and a few of you will go on behalf of me to eliminate the Featherblood Sword sect as a sign of my dynasty's authority. When you get there, Nia Zhang and Zhu Zhu will meet you to go forward together. Nah, sure enough, His Majesty is finally going to make a move against the Featherblood Sword sect. A few people were excited and gladly left with their orders. Lan Jie secretly cheered himself up in the crowd. This was the first time he had fought for Great Zhou, he must do it beautifully. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen beside him also carried the same thought. Last time, during the promotion ceremony, they didn't put up much of a fight at all, and the 4 Featherblood Sword sect martial artists were torn apart alive by a few generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion. This opportunity must not be missed. Lin Yu looked at the departing few, his face cold. He wasn't going to send legions this time. Great Zhou's current legions were not of a high realm, and sending them over would take too long to consume time, and the casualties would be too great to be worth the cost. To deal with these clan forces, it was necessary to use high-realm martial artists to strongly suppress them. Their main power was basically concentrated inside the mountain gate, especially the Featherblood Sword sect that was now like a scared bird. Legionnaires are only good at what they do when it comes to large-scale invasion wars. After the few people came out of the palace, they directly arrived at the teleportation array within the Fongjing city. In the current Fongjing city, the teleportation array's daily flow of people was incredibly high. When the guards saw a few people coming, they hurriedly evacuated the crowd and let them go first. All of the Great Zhou citizens who were lining up were all obedient, looking at Yuan Tiangong's several faces with curiosity. Some bold martial artists asked directly, "General Bai, are you leading the army?" Bai Qi's footsteps slightly paused, meeting the crowd of curious faces and said, "By His Majesty's order, set foot in the Sword State and overthrow the Featherblood Sword sect." He felt that there was nothing he couldn't say about it, not to mention the strong cohesion of the entire Great Zhou right now. Even if there are individual small-minded people, whether the news spreads out or not is not to say. When he spreads out, it is estimated that the Featherblood Sword sect has been destroyed by a few people. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar, and then their gazes sizzled as they shouted at Bai Qi and the others. "May you, my lords, be victorious and cut down all your enemies." A few people nodded slightly to the crowd and walked into the teleportation array. Sword State, Featherblood Sword sect. Jian Yanjun and a group of clan executives were deliberating. There was an extra old man beside him. It was none other than the other Supreme Elder, Li Yu, who had been awakened by Sword Swallow Jun from the back of the Sex Mountain some time ago. His eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. "Patriarch, a month has passed and that Great Zhou Imperial dynasty hasn't even made a move. Are we being too careful? The entire clan is already in a multitude of non-negotiations now." He was originally the clan Supreme Elder of the Sword Reign Pavilion, another high-level imperial dynasty power in the Sword State. More than 10 years ago, the war, it is his defection, resulting in the Sword and Reign Pavilion Master alone, died in the hands of the Sword Yanjun. The Sword State since then Featherblood Sword sect dominant. Hearing his words, Jian Yanjun was about to open his mouth. Rumble. The entire hall shook madly. A glint flashed in Jian Yanjun's eyes as he disappeared from his seat and appeared in the sky above the great hall, his gaze gazing intently at the mountain protector formation. The people within the hall followed suit, appearing behind him from within the hall. With such a big commotion, everyone in the Featherblood Sword sect also sensed it and came out from various places. It was only a few breaths. Ka-ching! With a sound that was extremely similar to glass shattering, the mountain protection formation exploded. Several figures stepped from the void to the Featherblood Sword sect and stood opposite to Jian Yanjun's several people. It was the Bai Qi few who had arrived here after coming out of the palace. Jian Yanjun's eyes flickered dangerously as he sensed the aura on the other party and opened his mouth. The Great Zhou dynasty? Seeing that the several generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion had no intention of speaking, Lan Jie opened his mouth. Exactly. Jian Yanjun swept a glance at him with a slight frown, early stage of the Supreme Realm, and asked in a cold voice, "My son, Jian Moxie, and the many strong men of my clan, were all killed by you?" It was after that day's aura rain that Lan Ju broke through to the Supreme Realm. He was just about to open his mouth when he heard Bai Qi's voice ring out. "No need for nonsense. We killed them all. The Featherblood Sword sect dares to target His Majesty and Great Zhou multiple times. We have been ordered to step on the Featherblood Sword sect." After saying that, Bai Qi took a step and disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he swung towards Jian Yanjun with a bronze ancient sword in his hand. Jian Yanjun's pupils shrunk as soon as Bai Qi's figure flashed, and his long sword appeared in his hand as he looked at the oncoming ancient sword and waved his hand to meet it. Clank! A dull crash sounded. The aftermath of the two men's strike instantly blew the great hall below directly to pieces. Jian Yanjun was knocked back a few steps by Bai Chi's blow, and his gaze was cold. Some doorway. Elderly, join me in beheading him. Li Yu was also surprised by Bai Chi's strike at this time. One must know that Jian Yanjun was a household name in the sword state as a genius. In that battle back then, it was precisely because of his powerful battle strength that allowed him to fight across levels that one person had decimated the Sword Rain Pavilion's pavilion master in the middle stage of the Zun King realm. At that time, Jian Yanjun was only at the early stage of the Zun King realm. After hearing Jian Yanjun's words, he quickly leaned over and joined Jian Yanjun in killing Bai Chi. Bai Chi's eyes also flashed with a strange color, slightly surprised by Jian Yanjun's battle prowess. Is this the genius martial artist of this world, under the same realm, actually able to resist his blow without being injured? Seeing the two people who attacked in front of him with a slight movement of their figures and dodging appearance, a flash of excitement flashed through Bai Chi's heart as his bronze armor stirred. A strong murderous aura rose up from his body, and his entire person was instantly enveloped by a black aura that condensed into substance, his eyes icy cold and the corners of his mouth cold. The ancient sword was instantly swung towards the two men in his hand. Rip! A huge spatial crack formed. Boom! Jian Yanjun and the two of them were instantly sent flying, looking at Bai Chi, who was like a god of killing descending to the world, with a horrified expression on their faces. Bai Chi did not pay any attention to the two men's looks and took a step out, killing them both in a hurry. At this moment, Zhao Yun and the Blue Jade crowd had long since reacted when Bai Chi spoke, and had killed towards the crowd of the Featherblood Sword sect. The whole sky rumbled. It even alarmed many forces and martial artists not far from the Featherblood Sword sect's mountain gate to rush to investigate. Chapter 65, Jianzhou shakes. After Bai Chi's voice, Zhao Yun and Xian Shiji reacted the quickest. With a flash, the two instantly appeared in front of the Featherblood Sword sect's Grand Elder and Third Elder, and swung their weapons in their hands, chopping towards the two. Yuan Tiangang did not move, his right hand pushed towards the back of Lan Ju, who had not yet reacted, pushing him towards a Featherblood Sword sect's early Supreme Realm Deacon. That's when the dumbest people react. Lan Ju gratefully glanced towards Yuan Tiangang and immediately fought with that early Supreme Realm martial artist, just muttering in my mind. These generals of the military affairs cabinet are too killing and decisive, they can do it and never talk nonsense. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuduan observed Yuan Tiangong's movements and also dodged towards the other two deacons of the Featherblood Sword sect to kill them. The two of them had also gained immensely after bathing in the aura rain. Lan Lingsheng had already broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, and Lan Yuchen had also broken through to the late Supreme Realm. The two of them striking out against two martial artists who were both a small realm below them was naturally stress-free. It's just dark in the mind. Next time the action should be faster. The reaction of this group of people to do something is also too fast. If not bad, Handsome pushed the blue absolute. Their blue family 3 people this time is estimated to have no soup to drink, while Jian Yanjun and the many other high realm martial artists were bombarding the great Zhou powerhouses. The two of them, Nie Zhang and Zhuanzhu, had a fluctuation in their figures, instantly transforming into dark ghosts to kill the crowd of the Featherblood Sword sect's Zunshi realm. Wherever the two of them struck out, they were all killed in a single blow, and the entire sky constantly resounded with the hysterical hisses and screams of the Featherblood Sword sect's crowd. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! A middle-aged man in the middle stage of the Zunshi realm had been stunned, seemingly standing still, his eyes staring blankly at his fellow disciples who had been talking and laughing one moment, and the next moment his body exploded in the sky, not allowing him to react or move. A ghostly light flashed past his eyes, and the middle-aged man's eyes instantly lost their vitality as he fell from the sky to the ground. Some of the Featherblood Sword sect disciples with a slightly lower realm were even more frantic as they ran towards the mountain gate, repeating it all the time while running with their mouths. The devil! These people are devils! The clan is finished, finished. However, he didn't run out a few steps when a masked figure appeared in front of his eyes and instantly snapped his neck. The entire Featherblood Sword sect, as if it was a hell of Shura, in the hands of Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zhang, and Zhuanzhu, not a single fly would be able to fly out. The entire sky was tinted with a layer of blood red. Exalted King Realm Battlefield. Jian Yanjun's mouth was spilling blood at this moment, first glancing at the clan disciples who were being crazily slaughtered by the 3 great Zhou Supreme Realm martial practitioners, and then twisting his head to look at Bai Chi, who was wrapped in a layer of black airstream in front of him, with a trace of a miserable smile appearing on his face. Ha ha ha. Coughing up blood in his mouth again, he said. Great Zhou dynasty. What a cool tactic. Bai Chi's gaze was icy cold and he did not reply as blood dripped from the tip of the bronze ancient sword in his hand. That Featherblood Sword sect's Supreme Elder had already been killed by him. The body smashed down inside a palace, its eyes wide, still retaining the fearful gaze it had before it died. When Jian Yanjun saw that Bai Chi had no intention of speaking, the miserable smile on his face increased. A hint of determination flashed in his gaze, and he ran what little strength he had left in his body to charge towards Bai Chi once again, as if he were a moth to a flame. Bai Chi's speed was even faster. With a single step, he appeared in front of him, and his ancient sword stabbed directly into his dantian. Boom! Jian Yanjun slammed heavily on the ground and staggered to his feet. Sensing the rapidly disappearing vitality within his body, he roared up to the sky. Dozhou! Swish! Put! A long sword shot down from the sky. It instantly penetrated through the back of Jian Yanjun's erect neck, before being steadily inserted into the ground. One blow. Jian Yanjun slammed both his knees heavily on the ground, looking up to the sky in anger. His body was already lifeless. The black aura on Bai Chi's body gradually dissipated as he glanced at Jian Yanjun, who was kneeling on the ground and tilting the sky, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in an icy smile. Seemed quite pleased with his masterpiece. At this time, the remaining few people, who had also resolved the battle a long time ago, came to Bai Chi's side and glanced at the lifeless Jian Yanjun, their eyes fluctuating without any fluctuation. Only the three members of the Blue family felt a slight chill in their hearts at the battle power and methods of this god of slayers, and they were glad that they had made the right choice in the first place. Bai Chi swept a glance at the corpse-strewn Featherblood sword sect and nodded to a few people, saying, "Go back to your majesty." And then he led a few people to flash and disappear in the sky above the Featherblood sword sect. It wasn't long before the Bai Chi crowd left. Several air-breaking sounds rang out, and the sky revealed several figures looking towards the Featherblood sword sect. Instantly, a horrified gaze flashed in the eyes of several people, glancing at each other and gulping frantically. Something big is going on. Which power did this? One man even winced all over and spoke in trembling shock. Could it be that the giant power of the eastern region has struck? How did the Featherblood sword sect mess with such a force? It was really because the current Featherblood sword sect scene was too appalling. At a glance, the mountain protection array was shattered, the palace buildings were broken, and everywhere were the corpses of disciples wearing the various clan robes of the Featherblood sword sect. On the floor of the most central hall, Jian Yanjun was penetrated by a long sword, kneeling on both knees and looking up to the sky in anger. The corpses of all the others were all fearful, as if they had suffered a great and unimaginable horror before them. The entire mountain gate of the Featherblood sword sect, there was not a single body of anyone else, completely unopposed by the slaughter of the entire sect. You see, look there! A man with a fearful face and trembling fingers pointed at Jian Yanjun, or to be precise, at the front of the ground where he was kneeling. Chow! A few people gazed at them, and instantly, a strong murderous aura came towards them head-on. Surprisingly, an ice-cold to the core gaze was staring at them in their minds, seemingly right in front of them. Put! A few people stifled a grunt, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. Is this the name of the force that slaughtered the Featherblood sword sect? Just what kind of strong person is he? A single killing aura left behind can actually cause blood to spill from the mouths of several of our Supreme Realm martial artists. Several people shook their heads, stating that they had not heard of this power. Right at this moment, that person who had just pointed his finger at Jian Yanjun seemed to think of something and opened his mouth with an unbelievable expression. I got the news some time ago. The Li Prefecture next to the Sword Prefecture has been unified by a power known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. Not long ago, it even completed the promotion ceremony. At that, he paused and spoke again. It said that before, Jian Moxie had traveled to the Li State to enter a secret realm of opportunity, but did not return. I heard it was killed by someone in the Li Zhou. This show, 8 or 9 times out of 10, is that Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty in the Li Zhou. Several people were shocked when they heard this, and they excused themselves and left. They were convinced of this person's words because he was the one among the few of them who had gone closest to the Featherblood sword sect. They must immediately go back and inform their respective forces that they must not provoke the Great Zhou Dynasty. The person who spoke, even more trembling, immediately went back to command the crowd of forces he belonged to. And after they left, many forces and martial artists came one after another. After seeing the tragic situation of the Featherblood sword sect and the word Zhou engraved on the ground, they all flew back to their respective forces to report. The entire sword state shook madly. Chapter 66, The Great Eastern Region. Bai Chi's few people did not pay attention to the sensation in the sword state caused by the destruction of the Featherblood sword sect. After leaving the sword state, he went all the way back to the Great Zhou territory and headed for the Imperial Palace. Great Zhou Palace, Jingxian Hall. Lin Yu was seated at the main seat, and below him, standing respectfully, were none other than the returning Bai Chi crowd. Your Majesty, I am honored to be here. The entire Featherblood sword sect has been decimated. Patriarch Jian Yanjun was also killed by my own hands. Bai Chi slightly arched his hand and reported to Lin Yu. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he nodded to the crowd. Great! All of you have worked hard. Lin Yu paused and arranged. The side of Jinzhou shouldn't be calm lately. The rest are a few low-level imperial powers. The bad guys just keep watching. Let them have some internal conflict first, and then take Jinzhou lightly afterward. All of you go down and rest. I Qinglun, you stay. Nah. The crowd excused themselves, their gazes glancing at Blue Jade with a slightly deeper meaning. Lan Lingshang and Lan Yuduan even had a flash of excitement in their hearts. After all the people had left, Lin Yu pointed to the seats below. Sit. The Blue Jade sat down slightly apprehensively, head hanging low, his but not even fully seated on the seat, ready to get up at any moment. After experiencing the promotion ceremony and this featherblood sword sex battle of extermination, he had a more profound knowledge of Lin Yu and Great Zhou. The more he understood, the more grateful he became inwardly, and the more he was in awe of Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at the nervous and uneasy Blue Jade and smiled. No need to be nervous. I just want to have a little chat with you. After a pause, he glanced at the Blue Jade whose complexion gradually eased, and continued. How was the harvest of the trip, Ai Qing? Hearing that, Blue Jet replied without hesitation. The generals are valiant and courageous, and the three of us are only slightly assisting. Lin Yu nodded his head slightly, seemingly anticipating his answer, and stood up, saying, What do you think of Great Zhou today? The Blue Jade rubbed his head and stood up from his seat, and after a little contemplation, he replied, Great Zhou is now flourishing, and the cohesion of its people is extremely strong. With a slight experience of time to settle down, Great Zhou's strength will surely soar. Lin Yu didn't follow up on his topic and said in a slow voice, Do you know much about the eastern region, the Dome continent, beyond the leaving state? The Blue Jade looked down and thought, seemingly organizing the information. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry either, walking over to the window and looking into the distance, waiting for his answer. Blue Jade realized that the sudden rise of the Great Zhou was completely driven by Lin Yu's hard hand. He had long prepared for Lin Yu's question at this point. So, after hearing Lin Yu's question, he slightly organized his previously prepared information and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, I and many other generations of Lan family members have been native Laizhou subjects, and I don't know much about the eastern region. But because it's located north of the Li state, neighboring the Sword state and the Fire state, it's often the case that we'll also run into people from outside the state and learn some information from them. He paused, glanced at Lin Yu's back, and continued. Your Majesty should know that to the left and upper left of our Laizhou is the Sword state. To the right and upper right are the Fire states. The Sword prefecture and Fire prefecture completely wrap around our leaving prefecture, with a slight border between their two states. And in the middle of the Sword state and the Fire state is the Ming state. The Ming prefecture is a vast area, much larger than the boundaries of the three prefectures of the Sword prefecture, the Fire prefecture, and the leaving prefecture combined. I'd been to Mingzhou's famous mountain imperial dynasty once by chance. The famous mountain imperial dynasty belongs to one of the three high-level imperial dynasties of the Ming prefecture. There are countless powerful people within the dynasty with a long history of existence, and it is said that there are quite a few Zun King realm powerhouses. And the real giant power in Mingzhou, named Mingyue Imperial Dynasty, for the peak imperial power, occupying the entire northern territory of Mingzhou, where I have not been to, and do not know much about it. The state boundaries that intersect with Mingzhou, besides the Sword state and Fire state, there are also three other states in the eastern domain. The one I've heard the most about is Xianzhou, which borders the northern part of Mingzhou. It is said that the Xian state is much more vast than the Ming state, and the forces are even more numerous, making it one of the three famous states in the center of the eastern domain. Right next to Xianzhou is the very center of the eastern region, Yuanzhou. Your Majesty, the above, is all the information I can learn. After the Blue Jade finished speaking, he respectfully stood not far behind Lin Yu. A clear map gradually appeared in Lin Yu's mind after listening to what Blue Jade had said. It turned out that the Laizhou was so small and the eastern region was so big. Leaving the state was tantamount to existing in the southernmost corner of the eastern region. At the same time, 1,000 feelings rose within him. Be sure to lead Great Zhou into that Yuanzhou, which was called the center of the eastern region, to appreciate what the scenery was like. After slightly digesting what Blue Jade had just said for a while, Lin Yu turned to him. I understand. Go back to rest, and when you go out, notify the cabinet on my behalf, so that it can notify all the officials that the court meeting will be held tomorrow. Yes. Blue Jade respectfully saluted and turned to leave. After walking out of the Qingxian hall, a flicker of excitement flashed through his heart as he quickly walked towards the inner cabinet. Lin Yu placed the information that Blue Jade had just said in his heart after he left. He consciously connected into the system to check the harvest of Bai Chi's crowd on this trip to the Sword State. Conquest points, 9 million. Not bad. This feather blood sword sect has already contributed quite a few conquest points before and after, and immediately asked, System, how many conquest points do I need to consume for my cultivation to break through to the Supreme Realm? 3 million. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The consumption was getting higher and higher. Immediately, he opened the mall system and flipped through it, glancing at the killing value needed to purchase the third level of the Emperor's Beginning Heavenly Scripture. The third level of the Emperor's Beginning Heavenly Scripture. Conquest points, 30 million. He instantly gave up the idea of raising his cultivation level. Although, according to the laws he had gotten himself, a higher one's own martial arts cultivation level was, the higher the initial realm of the summon character should also be. But he can't afford to build this draft point. According to the system's urbane nature, he was afraid that after he reached the supreme realm, the number of conquest points needed for a summoning would be 3 million. Lin Yu's mind pondered slightly. Before that, news had come from the bad guys. The Fire State Burning Sky Royal Dynasty and the Tian Yuan sect were in a great battle. Now, the Feather Blood Sword sect has been destroyed. The Heavenly Origin sect hadn't moved for the time being, but that didn't mean they would stop there. Lin Yu wasn't prepared to let the Tian Yuan sect off the hook either. He had already arranged for Yuan Tian Gang to have the bad guys go to the Fire State to probe for information about the Tian Yuan Gate. Suddenly he thought of the 3 legions of Iron Horsemen who had fought for him for so long. Check it out immediately. The martial realm was clear of peak grandmasters, and this legion of martial cultivation was definitely a crushing level within a general low-level imperial dynasty. Premium dynasty is not comparable yet and should be much worse. Plus, there was also a gap between imperial dynasties of the same level. Now that Great Zhou was already a high-level imperial dynasty, the forces it would face afterward would surely also be high-level or even peak imperial dynasties from other states in the eastern domain. Nowadays, the fighting strength of the 3 Iron Horsemen is slightly lower. There was a slight moment of hesitation between the Realm Enhancement card and the cultivation space. Lin Yu chose to purchase the Realm Enhancement card. He was worried about something unexpected. Instantly flipped them all. Legion Realm Enhancement card, 5th order. Required war points, 2 million. Note, can be assigned to raise the martial arts cultivation of a legion to the early Earth realm. Lin Yu's heart was certain that this was it. He couldn't afford the 6th rank for the time being. It could be upgraded to the peak of the Earth realm, and it would cost $5 million apiece. System, consume 6 million conquest points to purchase 3 Legion Realm Enhancement cards, 5th order, and use them immediately on the Flying Tiger Army, White Horse Boxers, and Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding! Purchase successful. Use successful. In the split second that the system voice fell. In the 3 directions of the border of the Great Zhou, 3 streams of huge aura that had converged rose up to the sky, causing the crowds of the near neighboring cities to murmur. Lin Yu glanced at the conquest points that had shrunk to 3 million and purchased again. System, consume 3 million conquest points to purchase 3 Cavalry Corps expansion cards, 4th order, and use them immediately on the Flying Tiger Army, White Horse Boxers, and Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding! Purchase successful. Use successful. The crowds on the border of the Great Zhou that had not stopped talking had once again looked toward the distance. Only the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry Legion quarters were vaguely visible outside the city. Suddenly vibrating madly, the aura that had just risen to the sky became even more massive, and after a long time, it returned to calm. All sorts of anomalies once again became the talk of the various cities and towns along the border. As the people of the border cities of the Great Zhou today, they had gotten used to the Great Zhou legions that stood guard outside the city day after day. It's the bottom line of their lives. Lin Yu glanced at the instantly zeroed-out conquest points and walked out of the Qingxian Hall, secretly anticipating in his heart. I don't know about the 3 Iron Horse armies now. How would it behave after encountering the legions of high-level Imperial Dynasty forces in Mingzhou that Blue Jia had just mentioned? 3 Cavalry Corps augmentation cards, 4th order. Conquest points, 1 million. Note, a cavalry corps may be designated to raise its full strength to 100,000 men. Chapter 67 Yan Zhe's Search. The next day, the Hall of Assemblies. Lin Yu sat in the dragon chair. The lower group of ministers stood. Today was just a small court meeting convened by Lin Yu at short notice. So the civil and military officials who attended were all high-ranking Great Zhou officials, many of whom were based in the city of Fengjing. At this moment, everyone was carrying a trace of doubt in their hearts. Lin Yu looked around the hall and spoke out directly. Yesterday, Jin Yanjun, the sect master of the Featherblood Sword sect in Jinzhou, has been beheaded, and the Featherblood Sword sect has been destroyed by a few generals of the military affairs pavilion of our dynasty, as well as by Aiqinglan and the others. After saying this news, he paused slightly, and after the crowd had digested it for a few moments, he said again, "From the time I ascended the throne to the present, I have not been able to ennoble all of my beloved ministers. Today, make the enthronement of the meritorious ministers from the new year of the Great Zhou to the present." The ministers in the hall were suddenly agitated and tense inwardly. The titles of the Great Zhou were divided into king, duke, marquis, uncle, son, and male, 6 ranks. In addition to the knighthood, each rank is subdivided into 3 classes. If a first and third class duke, the first class duke is the greater. There is no direct relationship between knighthood and official rank. However, a knighthood can invariably elevate an official status. Even some ministers of great merit are given many rewards such as titles and fiefdoms. Lin Yu swept a glance at the crowd whose appetites he had whetted, and with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, he glanced at Lu Bowen and said, "The cabinet reads." The great hall instantly quieted down, and gazes flamed to Lu Bowen, who stepped out of the queue, only to see Lu Bowen's hand appeared a book of gold, directly turned over. He was about to read it when a glance at it caused him to faintly stare. This golden book was given to him by Lin Yu at the moment before the pilgrimage. Aside from Lin Yu, no one knew what was written upside down inside. He settled down and pronounced, Seal, Lu Bowen, 1st Marquis, title Marquis of Guosian. Seal, Sun Yu, 1st Marquis, title Marquis Zhongzhua. The moment the first two divisions came out, all the people in the hall were looking at Lu Bowen and Sun Yu with envy. The title of first-class Marquis. But there was no disbelief. For the two of them, the crowd admired them from the bottom of their hearts. The partition continues. Seal, Bai Qi, 1st Marquis, title Marquis Wuan. Seal, Xian Shiji, 3rd Marquis, title Marquis Wenwu. Seal, Zhao Yun, 3rd Marquis, title Marquis Yingwu. Seal, Hua Zaiwei, 3rd Marquis, title Champion Marquis. Seal, Dian Wei, Marquis of the 3rd degree, with the title Marquis Wu Mang. Seal, Meng Tian, Marquis of the 3rd degree, with the title of Marquis of Zhongxin. Reading here, Lu Bowen's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, paused, and continued to read. Seal, Blue Jedi, 3rd Marquis, title Marquis of Blue Flame. Wow! The ministers in the hall had cast complicated gazes at Lan Ju. There was marvel, envy, and even the slightest hint of jealousy. Blue Jet stood in the column, his body shaking with excitement long ago, looking up just in time to meet Lin Yu's encouraging gaze. He was at a loss for words, and on the spot, he wanted to kneel and salute towards Lin Yu. Thinking of the environment at this time, hold down the excitement and continue to listen to Lu Bowen read up. At the same time, in his heart, he secretly vowed to bow and scrape for Lin Yu and for Great Zhou. Seal. Next, there are a number of knighthoods below the rank of Earl. The reading lasted for nearly an hour, and all the people in the hall, basically, were given their portions. But it was not the cabinet and the military cabinet crowd they took for granted that shone the brightest. Instead, it's the Marquis of the Blue Flame, the Blue Jade. These divisions were finalized by Lin Yu after a long period of thinking, summoning some of the names from the character's previous life, some he left unchanged and some he made changes. The 4 members of the Meng family, he only gave Meng Tian a marquis. Too much is too little. This is Lin Yu protecting them. As for Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zhang, and Zhuanju, their nature was too special, completely belonging directly to the sword in Lin Yu's hands, and not some specific occasions. They would not be exposed to the public at all. Lin Yu then didn't distribute titles to them. There's also Old Man Gongtu from the Organ Pavilion. Lin Yu mentioned it to him a few times, but he kept expressing no interest, so Lin Yu didn't push too hard. As for the Blue Jedi, Lin Yu felt that he was fully deserving of this knighthood. Originally, Lin Yu was prepared to divide part of the original Blue Flame dynasty's territory together this time. On second thought, maybe next time. Lin Yu glanced at Lu Bowen, who had already finished his reading, and opened his mouth. I hope that all of you will continue to build up the Great Zhou. I will surely reward you for your merits. When he had finished speaking, he looked around the hall once more and rose to leave. The Blue Jade who walked out of the Hall of Assemblies, his brain was still buzzing, and his entire person was in a state of lightness. The people of the cabinet and the military affairs cabinet who were passing by all threw kind smiles at him. Bai Qi, in particular, surprisingly also very rarely showed some smiles. Blue Jet was immediately flattered and responded politely one by one. He glanced at the officials who were frantically crowding towards him, and refused many feasts in a row, heading towards the residence. He wanted to tell the two of them, Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchen, about this major happy event. As expected, both of them were excited to hear about the enthronement at today's court meeting, and the three of them immediately sat down to drink. On that day, the lights of the Marquis of Blue Flame's mansion lasted until late at night before going out. A month had passed since Lin Yu had held his enthronement pilgrimage. The city on the border of the Great Zhou and the Fire State. Hua Zaiwei was cultivating with his eyes closed inside the military camp. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he instantly disappeared in place. The edge of the Fire State. A teenage figure was flying rapidly in the sky. The teenager's face was filled with anxiety as he flew forward while looking behind him. It was none other than the imperial son of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, Yanzei. He glanced at the vaguely visible city of Lizhou in front of him, and his speed accelerated more and more. Just then, a strong air-braking sound rang out. Yanzei instantly stopped his stance, staring with an ugly face at the pale figure that appeared in front of him. Prince Yanzei, where are you rushing off to? Yanzei's face was furious and he directly cursed angrily. Old thing, your Tian Yuan sect dares to collude with forces from outside the state. Who doesn't know that the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty has been plotting against the Fire State for a long time? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? The old man said with a leathery smile when he heard Yanzei's words. Originally, we would have just gone straight to Lizhou to find Crane Shin's murderer. He is the only son of our Tian Yuan sect's supreme elder. As a result, your Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty had to be ungrateful and try to create trouble for us at every turn. Yen Broken Trace even went out of his way to lead many strong men to battle against my Tian Yuan sect. Originally, you siblings had been in the palace, and we hadn't been able to do anything about you for a while. I didn't expect you to actually sneak out, so come with me back to the Tian Yuan sect. Bah! Old dog, kill me if you can. After chasing my little master all the way, how useless. When the old man heard Yanzei's words, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he flashed and grabbed directly at Yanzei. Boom! The old man's hand had only just been stretched out when a long black lance cut through the sky in a stream of light and shot towards him sharply. The old man was instantly struck by the lance and flew backward dozens of steps, spitting blood from his mouth as he looked at the armor-clad youth who appeared in front of Yanzei with a face of fear. Who are you? Yanzei saw the youth and was instantly surprised. General Hua. I have something urgent to find Big Brother Lin. This old dog is from the Tian Yuan sect and wants to capture me back to threaten father. The youth was none other than Hua Zaiwei, who was practicing within the military camp. He hurried over after sensing the appearance of Yanzei's figure. Hearing Yanzei's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The figure instantly disappeared in place, and the long spear in his hand swung, directly smashing into the old man from the Tian Yuan sect with a heavy chop. No! Under a hiss of horror, the old man's body was instantly split in half. General Hua, you've become even more powerful again. A martial artist at the early stage of the Supreme Realm wouldn't be able to catch two moves in your hands. Seeing Hua Zhuo, who instantly returned to his side, Yanzei said with an excited expression. Hua smiled at him as if he had done something trivial. Thinking of what he had just said, he immediately took him towards Fengjing City. Chapter 68. Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu walked out of Jimua's chambers with a surprised look on his face. Just now, Jimua told him a major piece of happy news. She's pregnant. Or two. Lin Yu immediately waved his hand and ordered the palace to make all the safeguards. What to eat, what to eat, what to make up, what to make up. Report any problems to him promptly. Ever since Jimua was made Empress of the Great Zhou, Shiner is also arranged by Lin Yu to be in charge of matters up and down her palace. He was still more at ease with Shiner there. Right now, he was walking to the Qingxian Hall. Dian Wei has just come to report. Yanzei was brought from the border by Hua. Very anxious to see him. Qingxian Hall. Yanzei waited anxiously in the main hall as Hua stood by. He had come all the way from the edge of Lizhou already learning about the recent changes in the Great Zhou from Hua Zaiwei's mouth, and naturally he was deeply shocked. Even if he worshipped Lin Yu, he would never have imagined that the current Great Zhou was actually a high-level imperial power. At that time, when Great Zhou was promoted to an imperial dynasty, they had only received news and did not know exactly what was going on. Unable to help it, there was a great deal of hope for the purpose of this visit. The Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty had gone through that great battle half a year ago. One Zun King Realm martial artist and two Supreme Realm martial artists were lost. His father, Yen Broken Trace, and many of the strongest people in the Imperial Dynasty, even went into seclusion for almost half a year before coming out after returning to the Imperial Dynasty. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect, the loss was a bit more tragic than the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. Not only did he lose a Zun King Realm martial artist, but he also added 4 Supreme Realm Elders. The Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty was tantamount to damaging itself and injuring the enemy. Originally, both sides were licking their wounds and not bothering each other. The biased Heavenly Yuan sect's Supreme Elder He Yuan still can't swallow this breath. The hatred of killing his son is not shared. After a long period of lobbying, he successfully convinced the senior management of the Tian Yuan sect. Later on, it was unknown what kind of deal the Tian Yuan sect and the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty had actually struck. The lord of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty sent 3 Zun King realm powerhouses to lead the troops. Counting the time, the army should be close to the border of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. Yanzei had been cursing in his heart all this time why the Supreme Elder who died in Tian Yuan sect at that time was not He Yuan. Zai, what brings you to my place? As Yanzei was pacing anxiously, Lin Yu's voice came. Yanzei instantly looked up and hurriedly ran to Lin Yu's side and said, "Brother Lin, help my father and the Burning Sky Dynasty." The laughter in Lin Yu's eyes instantly disappeared and he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Yanzei immediately spoke to him about what had happened in the Fire State during the past half year and the news that the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty had sent out troops. A dangerous light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes after hearing this. "Did you really come? Masan Dynasty?" he asked after a slight pause. "Can your Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty withstand the mighty men and legions of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty?" This was a very crucial question, and Lin Yu looked at Yanzei with a serious face. Yanzei froze, and after some careful consideration, replied. This time, the name of the leader of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty is Wang Yu, a mid-Zun King realm martial artist, one of the 2 major princes of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty. This Wang Yu's fiefdom in the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty is also adjacent to our Fire State. That's why he's basically been leading the troops for years, no matter how big or small the friction is. The other 2 are imperial powerhouses from the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty, both at the early Zun King realm. The quantity and quality of the army is not much different from our Imperial Dynasty. Originally, without that big battle in half a year, my father leading the troops forward was completely counteractable. The famous mountain imperial dynasty wouldn't dare to consume it for too long, and within the Ming state, they also exist enemies. However, right now, there is not only the threat of a large army from the famous mountain imperial dynasty on the surface, but also the heavenly Yuan sect's countermeasures in the state. Our burning sky imperial dynasty is completely surrounded by enemies on its back, and my father should be leading an army at the border to face the famous mountain imperial dynasty at this time. He said that no matter how much fighting there is within the state, the ambitious forces outside the state will never want to take half a step into the fire state unless the burning sky imperial dynasty is overthrown. Lin Yu nodded after hearing this, his heart slightly relieved. This Yanzai's father is a man of great vigor. Lin Yu continued to ask, according to what you just said, you guys had a big battle with the Tian Yuan sect half a year ago. You tell me about the current situation of the Tian Yuan sect. It's mostly high level. Yanzai had completely understood Lin Yu's intentions at this point, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes as he immediately said, going through that big fight, the Tian Yuan sect still has 2 Zun King realm martial artists and 4 Supreme Realm elders. I heard from my father that sect master Yi Yu is in the middle stage of the Zun King realm. Taishang elder He Yuan, that is Xian's old man, broke through to the exalted king realm a year ago. The rest are 4 Supreme Realm elders, all of them in the former middle stage. Yanzai said this and glanced at Huazhua, who was standing to the side. Oh yeah, now it's 3 Supreme Realm elders. Lin Yu looked into his eyes and understood what he meant in seconds. No wonder it was Hua who brought him here. Should have realized he was in danger at the border and made a timely move. This Tian Yuan sect's strength, on the contrary, was quite a bit weaker than the Feather Blood Sword sect. He made a decision in his mind at once, looked at Hua Zaiwei, and said, send orders to Lu Bowen and Sun Yu of the cabinet, Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, and Xian Shiji of the military affairs court, Blue Jedi, Blue Ling Shun, Blue Yuduan. Immediately return to Feng Jing and deliberate at the Qingxian Hall. Also, get Bad Handsome over here too. Nah. Hua immediately walked out of the Great Hall to inform him. Lin Yu smiled at Yanzai, pulled him to the seat and sat down, and said, Zai, relax. Sit down for a while. Some generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion are coming back from the border by making a teleportation array. Yanzai nodded when he heard Lin Yu's words, his brows fading a few points in worry. Not long after, Yuan Tiangang walked in, glanced at Yanzai, and saluted Lin Yu. Your Majesty, summon Zhang and Zhu back, and do it fast. Yuan Tiangang immediately led the order to leave. Since resolving the Feather Blood Sword sect crisis, Lin Yu then temporarily categorized the two into the ranks of the undesirables. The Great Week had grown by leaps and bounds, and with only 5,000 numbers of undesirables, it was just a little too busy. Therefore, there are some things that will be left to Zhang and Zhu for the time being. This time the information from the Fire State was not up to date. A large part of it is caused by the understaffing of undesirable people. Thinking of this, Lin Yu recalled the one thing he saw when flipping through the system mall during this period of time when he had nothing to do. The heart murmured, after settling the Tian Yuan sect this time, it should be possible to buy something like this and that numinous cultivation space. He glanced at Yanzer, who was still a little agitated. So he waited patiently with him in the temple while chatting. As long as they were within the Great Zhou territory, traveling to and from by teleportation array would not consume a long time. Chapter 69, Sending Troops from 2 Directions. While Lin Yu and Yanzai were chatting, one after another people walked into the Qingxian Hall. Lin Yu gave Yanzai a reassuring look once again before sitting majestically in the main seat. The 2 men in the cabinet, Lu Bowen and Sun Yu, were the first to arrive. They came in, glanced at Yanzai, and stood aside with a slightly contemplative look. Shortly after the 2 of them arrived, the 3 members of the Blue family also rushed over, and the Blue Jade also looked at Yanzai after entering the Great Hall, and a hint of surprise instantly flashed in his eyes. Yanzai he had met that time in the secret realm, and seeing that Lin Yu hadn't spoken, he too stood respectfully waiting. Several people waited again for about a quarter of an hour or so. He then saw Bai Qi and the others from the Military Affairs Pavilion entering the Grand Hall in a dusty manner, and following them were Yuan Tiangang, Zhang, and Zhuanzhu. Here were all the core officials of the Great Zhou. For the 2 of them, Zhang and Zhuanzhu, they had all met, and Lin Yu didn't exist to avoid suspicion. Glancing at the crowd that had arrived, Lin Yu directly spoke. The situation is urgent, I'll make it short. The crowd stood at attention, listening carefully to Lin Yu's next words. Hua Zhaodi, Zhao Yun, Xian Shiji. You lead the army to support the burning sky imperial dynasty. Remember, hasty march, be quick. Lu Bowen, Sun Yu, arranged the logistics of the expedition. Nah. The 3 Huozhenzi men clasped their fists and led the way. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu flashed a glint in their eyes and arched their hands to receive orders. The 2 of them had just seen Lin Yu summoned on such a large scale and thought that something big might have happened, and sure enough, Lin Yu glanced at Yanzai and said, Zai, you lead the way for the 3 generals. Depart at once. Yanzei nodded excitedly when he heard Lin Yu's arrangement and immediately led the three away. As for the threat of the Tian Yuan sect, Yanzei believed that Lin Yu would be able to solve it. Do not see the temple in addition to Bai Qi that killing God. There are still a few people Lin Yu has not yet made arrangements. When he was chatting with Lin Yu just now, he had heard that the Featherblood Sword sect in the Sword State had been destroyed by Great Zhou, shocking him for a long time. Lu Bo 1 and Sun Yu also followed them out. Glancing at the departing few, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he continued. Bai Qi, Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zhang, Zhuzhu, Lan Jia, Lan Ling Shang, and Lan Yudwan. A few of you go to the Fire State and overthrow the Tian Yuan sect. Since they want to cause trouble, press them all to death. Go and return quickly. The crowd immediately led the way. Lin Yu was very shaken up this time, and just now when Yanzei was there, he didn't show it. Big Week is still leapfrogging too fast, and although it's working very hard from top to bottom, it's still not keeping up with many organizations and people. It was just the right time to use the destruction of the Tian Yuan sect to harvest another wave of kill value. He then sat down slightly in the Qingshan Hall. After thinking about the arrangements before and after to see if anything had been overlooked, he got up and left. A month down the road after the enshrinement pilgrimage, Bai Qi's cultivation was still in the middle stage of the Zun King realm, but it wasn't far from the late stage. I heard him say that the later the cultivation level, the harder it is to break through, as the martial arts cultivation gets higher and higher. Even if these summoned demonic figures wanted to rapidly raise their martial realm, it would become increasingly difficult, something Lin Yu had anticipated in his mind. But this, too, was relative to their previous rate of improvement. Compared to the martial artists of the entire continent, they still belonged to the midst of extremely rapid improvement. He was also yet to break through to the Supreme Realm even after this month, feeling a little bit short every time. It was really because his physique and roots were too powerful, making it geometrically difficult to break through. However, as the head of a country, the cultivation is just fine. If everything has to be done by him, then it is estimated that the Great Zhou is not far from extinction. The cultivation level of the rest of the crowd was also still in the middle stage of the Supreme Realm after bathing in the rain of auras, but just like Bai Qi, they were also on the verge of breaking through. On the contrary, Meng Tian had recently broken through to the middle stage of the Supreme Realm, and Meng Arti and Meng Wu were both slightly lower, at the early stage of the Supreme Realm. Lin Yu thought that Meng Tian, like this, was a summon character with a high growth ceiling. For this operation, Lin Yu hadn't made any arrangements for a few people from the Meng family. For one thing, Lin Yu had entrusted them with practicing a legion of sharpshooters that belonged to the Great Zhou. Secondly, Great Zhou still needed the three of them to hold down the fort, just in case. The cultivation of the three members of the Blue family hadn't changed. After Lin Yu left the Qingshan Hall, then he asked Jian Wei to accompany him to see the results of Meng Ten's training of their infantry legion of Great Zhou. Today's Fengjing City teleportation array was very lively, and the crowds coming and going were all talking with excited faces. They first saw General Hua, who had been named Champion Marquis by His Majesty, leading a teenager to step out of the teleportation array. Before they could discuss it for long, a team of Imperial City Guards instantly took control of the teleportation array. One of the generals spoke gravely. Commandeer the teleportation array during military service. The crowd was once again murmuring, curious in their hearts if His Majesty was making another big move. Within a short while, multiple figures were seen shooting out sharply from the palace. They all looked serious as they hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array. During this time, the crowd of onlookers grew. However, they were all very observant of the rules and didn't riot. Their gazes were all looking towards the teleportation array while curiously inquiring from the crowd of onlookers next to them. The crowd waited about a moment. Buzz. The transmission array emitted a burst of light, and several figures clad in battle armor walked out from within. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted. Marquis Wuan, General Bai. Marquis Yinggu, General Zhao, that's General Zhao. Marquis Wenwu, General Xian, my god, what the hell happened? Together with General Hua who just came back, all the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion are basically arriving. Several people did not stop after walking out of the teleportation array and quickly headed towards the palace. Not long after a few of them left, the teleportation array lit up again. Bad Handsome is here too. Who are those two men behind him covered in black robes? I feel a horrible breath. Oh my god, this is something big happening. I was just in the city and saw Lord Lu and Lord Sen also hurrying towards the palace from their mansions. I also just saw Marquis Blueflame rushing towards the palace from his residence. Do you think Our Majesty is going to attack the foreign state forces? It's very possible. I heard that General Bai and the generals wiped out the Featherblood Sword sect in the Sword State last time. The crowd's murmur did not last long before they saw Bai Qi's few people shooting out of the palace in a hurry. With a stern look on their faces, they stepped directly into the teleportation array. The general guarding the teleportation array looked at the several people with a reverent face, and after they all left, he spoke. Requisition complete, return to normal use. Your Majesty sends the order. In the near future, the northern border cities' teleportation arrays are requisitioned for military service, so Great Zhou's subjects should not go there. When he finished speaking, he led the guards to withdraw. The crowd once again used the teleportation array in an orderly fashion. However, after the battle just now, their hearts were vaguely set. His Majesty and Great Zhou must be making a big move. And it's monstrous. Because, they just heard. This time actually even the border's teleportation array was requisitioned by the military service. This is going to be a large army. Chapter 70, Father, I'm coming. After Yanzei came out of the Great Zhou Palace, he and Huojiaoyi took a teleportation array to reach the city where he was rescued at that time. As to where Zhao Yun and Xian Shiji had gone, Huojiaoyi's reply was that they would arrive later. He didn't ask any more questions. He was only slightly curious about Xian Shiji, as he hadn't seen him that time in the secret realm. After they came out of the teleportation array, the surrounding area was already filled with guardsmen, and outside was a large crowd of onlookers. Huojiaoyi glanced at it and frowned slightly, running his power to open his mouth. Everyone stay away from the teleportation array and leave the passage out of the city. After saying that, he looked at the general of the guards and ordered, maintain order immediately. Evacuate the crowd quickly. The guards were immediately guided up in a hurry, and the people were all very cooperative. In no time at all, a huge passage was left, and the crowd stood watching from a distance. Hua nodded in satisfaction, secretly. I wonder how the progress of the large-scale military teleportation array being researched by the Organ Pavilion is going. Still need to build some outside of some heavy cities. Yanzei's eyes, on the other hand, flickered with curiosity. There was no such thing as a teleportation array in their imperial dynasty, and they were still filled with curiosity when they sat down at first. Not long after, under the shocked gazes of him and the people in the distance, the teleportation formation resounded with the sound of hoofbeats, and a steady stream of white cavalry troops came out from within. The first person was Zhao Yun. General Zhao. That's the white horse boxer. I can't believe they sent out the legion. We're attacking the Fire State forces. The crowd in the distance murmured with excited faces. Zhao Yun came out and exchanged glances with Huojiaoyi, nodding slightly as he led the white horse boxers towards the outside of the city. Yanzei's eyes widened throughout. This was the first time he had seen a Great Zhou legion, and it was a cavalry legion. It wasn't that their imperial dynasty didn't have a cavalry corps, and there were quite a few of them, but 100,000 of Earth Realm cultivation cavalry legions was the first time he had seen them since he grew up. And, this rushing battle spirit and fury proved that the combat power of this cavalry was far from being as simple as it appeared. That's a special forces unit. Is this the Great Zhou army under General Zhao? Listening to the crowd in the distance, it seems to be called the White Horse Guards. Then is the General Xin who left just now also? He soon saw the answer. The teleportation array once again spun wildly. Xian Shiji led the Flying Tiger army to step out from within. Yanzei glanced at it, and it was also 100,000, or an Earth Realm cultivation level. His whole body was going numb. Wow, General Xin. The Flying Tigers are here too. Oh my god. Link up, link up. Our Great Zhou's three major iron cavalry forces have once again linked up. Huojiaoyi glanced at the assembled Flying Tiger army, and after making eye contact with Xian Shiji, his right hand directly lifted up Yanzei, who was still in a dazed state, and flew towards the city. When Yanzei raised his head, he realized that he was already outside the city. A neatly harmonized giant roar resounded through the sky. General! The sound shook heaven and earth. Yanzei looked at it, and his entire body instantly felt a bit dizzy, swallowing hard and looking at Huojiaoyi beside him. Brother Hua, these 100,000 iron horsemen, are they your men? Hua nodded at him. That. You and General Zhao, General Xian, are one in command of one such cavalry? Hua gave him a slightly surprised look and nodded again, secretly saying in his heart, does the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, as a high-level Imperial Dynasty, not have cavalry units? If Yanzei knew what was going on in Huojiaoyi's mind, he would have rolled his eyes. Such a cavalry legion could not be taken without 5 Zunsha realm martial artists. It was still an estimate in his mind. One must know that even in their Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, there were only less than 30 Zunsha realm martial artists. On the battlefield, as long as it wasn't a crushing situation, it was impossible to allow high realm martial artists the opportunity to approach the legion. It was quiet for a long time. Yanzei realized that 3 gazes were staring at him and reacted instantly, saying with great bravado, follow me, I lead the way professionally. After saying that, he ran to the forefront to lead the way. The 3 Huojiaoyi men immediately gave the order, follow the teenagers ahead. Hasty march. Properly preserved forces may fly low on horseback. No. The 300,000 strong army gradually disappeared into the borders of Lizhou, the junction of the Fire State's Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty and the Ming State's famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty. Above the plains, 2 large armies lined up, flags flying. Above the army, dozens of silhouettes stood in the air. A middle-aged man with tentatively white skin and slightly frivolous eyes opened his mouth. A sharp, piercing sound rang out. Yen Broken Trace, it's worthy of you. Your fire state actually dares to raise the entire dynasty to confront my famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty's army in this situation. Aren't you afraid your home base will be torn down? Wang Yu, you sissy, don't gab here. If you want to fight, fight. In the past few decades, have you stepped halfway into the burning sky Imperial Dynasty? Did that cut I made yesterday bring back bad memories? A domineering voice came out from the mouth of a stout middle-aged man. It was none other than the Kingdom Lord of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, Yen Broken Trace. As he spoke, he pulled out his ears with a disdainful face. With this tone of voice, no one would believe him if he said Yenze wasn't his own. Wang Yu seemed to be stung by the pain, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Kill. The word kill had just fallen from his lips when he realized that a huge long blade was slashing towards him head-on. Boom! Wang Yu was instantly knocked back several steps and stared with an ugly expression at Yen Broken Trace, who had struck out extremely quickly. I've been putting up with you for a long time. All day long, gibberish, gibberish. Is there no one left in your famous mountain dynasty? Let you be this king. Wang Yu's chest rose and fell rapidly as he roared in anger and killed towards Yen Broken Trace. The roar, however, was harsh and intolerable. It had to be said that Yen Broken Trace's mouthwork was really good as well. Yen Broken Trace looked towards Wang Yu, who was dodging towards him to kill him, and raised his sword to meet him. At the same time, numerous high-realm martial artists and the armies of both sides were also engaged in battle. The entire plain was filled with shouting and killing. The great battle lasted for a long time, with both sides completely killing each other. Yen Broken Trace knocked Wang Yu away again with a slash and spat a mouthful of blood with a crooked head, sneering with a sneer on his face. Sissy, will you? Decades and no growth at all. Wang Yu was in a sorry state at this time and was not in a good condition. Hearing Yen Broken Trace's words, he let out a cold laugh. Still talking tough? Look for yourself at your high-realm martial artists and army. Wait to collect their bodies. A trace of gravity flashed in Yen Broken Trace's eyes. There was no need for Wang Yu to say it, he had sensed it long ago. The impact of the Tian Yuan Gate battle was still too great, losing an early Zun King realm powerhouse and a number of supreme and exalted realm martial artists. What had been a long period of parity was broken in an instant. He and another mid-Zun King realm martial artist from the Imperial Dynasty were okay. The Supreme Realm battlefield and the Exalted Realm battlefield would be at a great disadvantage, and if time went on for a long time, they were bound to lose. The army was also slightly demoralized due to the effects of the battlefield of high realm martial artists. It was a split second between thoughts. Yen Broken Trace glanced at Wang Yu, whose face was full of ridicule, and raised his sword in preparation to kill again. Must desperately try to finish this Wang Yu first. Just then, a shout came from a high slope in the distance, causing him to stop instantly. Father, I'm coming to help you. Yen Broken Trace raised his eyes and instantly his eyes erupted with fire as he roared. What the fuck are you doing here? Get the fuck back. Has it been years since I smoked? Before the word "you" came out of Yen Broken Trace's mouth, his eyes instantly widened as he looked at the high slopes with a stunned expression. Wang Yu also heard Yen Zhe's shout and turned his head to look. His face suddenly changed drastically. Only the high slopes, dusty and sandy, resounded with the deafening sound of horses' hooves. 3 endless legions of cavalry were revealed. The army's fierce aura rushed into the sky, vaguely condensing into black and gray streams in the sky. At a glance, the flag of the Great Week flies. Chapter 71, War on Two Fronts. Yen Zhe flew towards Yen Broken Trace with an excited look on his face. He roared as he pointed his finger in the direction of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty's army while flying. 3 generals, that's the army of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty. Originally, his shouts just now had already attracted the attention of both sides, and after seeing the sudden arrival of the 3 legions of Iron Horsemen, they were even more prepared to stop for the time being. Now, hearing his cries once again immediately caused a cool air to pass through the bodies of the people of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty. The 3 Huazai, who heard Yen Zhe's roar, did not take any notice of what they were thinking. Direct order. Charge. Rumble. The 300,000 cavalry legions rushed towards the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty's army with a thunderous momentum. A black and gray aura formed behind the iron cavalry instantly obscured the entire sky. Looking at it from Yen Broken Scar's point of view, above the heads of these 3 cavalry legions, 3 huge black and gray spears actually formed, following the charge of the 3 cavalry legions as they stabbed forward. An early Zunshire realm martial artist from the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty was closer. Before he could react, the 3 cavalry legions had already rushed in front of him. Kill! 300,000 Iron Horsemen let out a roar. The 3 cavalry generals raised their weapons in unison and pointed them at the Zunshire realm martial artist. Yen Broken Trace's pupils shrunk slightly. Boom! The 3 huge black and gray spears turned their tips at the same time. That martial artist from the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty had a horrified look on his face, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream as his body exploded into a bloody mist in the sky. The 300,000 Iron Cavalry legions only slightly paused in their charge and continued to charge forward towards the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty's army. At this time, Yen Zhe had already flown to the side of Yen Broken Trace, and he was so excited that he danced with his hands. "Father, I'm coming!" Before Yen Broken Trace could reply, a scream came. He twisted his head to look, and his shocked mind, which had just slightly calmed down, once again trembled wildly. A mid-supreme realm martial artist from the Namek Mountain Imperial Dynasty looked ahead with a face of fear. At this time, his right arm had been chopped off and he was spitting out blood. In front of him were three youths clad in armor. Drops of blood were dripping from the tip of the bright silver lance in the hands of one of the youths. The three of them had ice-cold gazes, their breath surging as they continuously scanned the crowd in the void. All that happened was in a flash of lightning. Wang Yu and the people of the famous Mountain Dynasty were even more caught off guard. The supreme realm martial artist who had reacted the fastest just now had just wanted to go and strike at the cavalry legion, but at this point, he had already had one of his arms chopped off. Wang Yu roared directly at Hua Zaiwei's trio. "Who are you?" What answered him were three icy voices. Great Zhou Dynasty, Military Affairs Pavilion, Hua Zaiwei. Great Zhou Dynasty, Military Affairs Pavilion, Zhao Yun. Great Zhou Dynasty, Military Affairs Pavilion, Xan Shiji. After the three of them gave their names, they seemed to have something in mind and looked at each other. It was like going back to the day of the Northern Barbarian Royal Court's extermination battle. Wang Yu couldn't care about anything else at this time. Glancing at the famous mountain army that was instantly cut through by the three cavalry legions, he roared in anger. "Good. Very good. Great Zhou Dynasty, this king takes note." He then glanced angrily at Yen Broken Trace. "Don't you get cocky. You're lucky this time. Retreat." After saying that, he directly led the many martial artists and armies of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty to withdraw in the direction of Mingzhou. After walking away, Wang Yu turned back and glanced at the three Hua Daisy and Yen Broken Scar once more, a cold light appearing in his eyes. Yen Broken Trace stopped the crowd of Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty who wanted to go after them and said to Hua Zaiwei's trio, "Three generals of the Great Zhou Dynasty, tell the legions not to pursue. The famous Mountain Dynasty isn't that simple." The three of them nodded when they heard Yen Broken Scar's words and ordered the Iron Cavalry Legion to stay put. According to Lin Yu's orders, the three of them leading the army were mainly responsible for supporting and testing the waters. The effect has now been achieved. Without knowing the depths of the other party, there was nothing wrong with listening to Yen Broken Trace's advice. Yen Broken Trace glanced at Wang Yu's crowd that had disappeared from view and turned his head to speak to the three Huazhua. "Thank you for your dynasty's assistance. I must immediately lead the people back to the defense of the imperial capital. I'm afraid the Tian Yuan sect has already made a move. Some other day, I will definitely come to the door to thank you." "Father, don't worry. Big brother Lin has already sent someone to the Tian Yuan sect." Before Hua Zai's trio could reply, Yen Zhe's voice came over, causing Yen Broken Scar to faintly stare. Suddenly, his face changed slightly, and he asked in a tone with a slight tremor, "Three generals, you great weeks are at war on two fronts?" The three nodded at him and Zhao Yun spoke. "Yes, His Majesty has arrangements for the Tian Yuan sect there. Lord Yen doesn't need to worry." Yen Broken Trace's lips moved slightly. "This great Zhou dynasty, what kind of demonic power is it?" He glanced at the people of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty whose faces were slightly tired and immediately ordered, "Reorganize the army. Back to the city." Then he said to Yen Zhe and Huazhua, "Three generals, this is no place for conversation. The generals are tired from running all the way. Please also come to the city." The three of them looked at each other when they heard Yen Broken Trace's invitation, and Xian Shichi opened his mouth. Respectfully, they were going to stay here until the news of the Tian Yuan sect's destruction came anyway. Since Yen Broken Trace had invited him, then he would go and have a seat. Yen Zhe immediately opened his mouth with a happy face. "General Hua, General Zhao, and General Xian, I'll lead the way. I'm familiar." And then he took the three of them and flew towards the city. Yen Broken Trace glanced at the fanboy-faced Yen Zhe, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he cursed in his heart. "Bastard!" Not long after, the crowd was seated in the council chamber of a nearby city in the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. Yen Broken Trace looked towards the silent Hua Zhaoshan trio, not knowing how to speak. For a while the entire chamber was slightly quiet and dull. Yen Broken Trace gave Yen Zhe a look, and Yen Zhe instantly understood in seconds and opened his mouth. "Father, at that time, the big brother Lin who stepped in to help my imperial sister and I at the secret realm of the Li state was none other than the state lords of the forces these three generals belonged to. At that time, even though General Xian wasn't there, General Huo and General Zhao followed brother Lin in the secret realm, and they even went out of their way to help imperial sister and I kill so many Tian Yuan sect martial artists." Yen Broken Trace gave Yen Zhe an appreciative look and immediately spoke. "Thank you, two generals, for lending a helping hand to Linger and Zaire." With a glance at Xian Shiji, he said again, Today, I'm also very grateful to the three of you for helping the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. The three of them waved their hands in succession when they heard Yen Broken Trace's words. All of us are acting under the orders of His Majesty. There's no need to be polite, Lord Yen. Yen Broken Trace looked at the trio with an appreciative expression and sighed inwardly. What a trio of fierce generals. The cavalry legions under their respective command are also iron-blooded. Every time he thought about that short scene on the plains just now, it made him smack his lips in his heart. Once again, he was filled with sighs of relief at the great Zhou dynasty in this departing state. It's a subterranean dragon coming out of the abyss. Several people next made small talk in the hall sentence by sentence. Of course, most of the time it was Yen Zhe talking and Yen Broken Trace picking up the conversation. Just as a few people were about to go for a short break, a guard from the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty walked in, glanced at the seated Huazaiwei trio, and reported to Yen Broken Scar. Your Majesty, there is a man outside dressed strangely and wearing a mask on his head who says he wants to see the three generals of the great Zhou dynasty. Yen Broken Trace's expression froze slightly as he looked towards the Huazhaoshan trio. When the three heard the guard's words, then a glint flashed in their eyes. Yanzer snaps out of it. Bring it in. That's also a subject of the Lin De dynasty. The guard glanced at Yen Broken Scar who nodded at him and immediately led the order to leave. Chapter 72. Is there any misunderstanding? Just as Yen Zhe was leading the three Huadaizi and the 300,000 Iron Cavalry army towards the location of the battle between the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty and the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty, Fire State, South, Tian Yuan Sect Residence, Council Hall. Today, all the top brass of the Tian Yuan Sect had gathered here. At this moment, the deliberation hall was filled with an aura of solemnity. Sitting in the main seat was none other than the Tian Yuan Sect Master, Yiyu, whom Yen Zhe had mentioned to Lin Yu, a slightly handsome-looking middle-aged man. Below that, there were the senior members of the Tian Yuan sect led by a middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black looked very similar to He Xian, who had been killed by Lin Yu. It was none other than He Yuan who had just broken through to the exalted king realm a year ago. Hushwan is his only son. He Yuan belonged to the late age to get a son, just because the martial arts cultivation is relatively high, did not affect the appearance. He had always been indulgent to Hushwan, so he had formed his many bad habits and his empty-minded character. This could be seen from what he had done to Yen Minling by uniting with Jian Moxie and his group within the secret territory of the Heavenly Weeping Mountain Range. At this moment, He Yuan had a gloomy face and was speaking. Sect Master, during our closed-door healing period, news came from the leaving state. A power named the Great Zhou Dynasty has unified the entire Lai Zhou. Some time ago, it even completed the dynasty to imperial ceremony. Yi Yu nodded. This news he had also learned after he had come out of the gate, and it had also surprised him in his heart. Suruan continued. At that time, the news that came back from the leaving state said that He Xian and the others were killed by Yen Minling and Yen Zhe of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, along with a power named Great Zhou. Now a Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty has suddenly appeared in the Lai Zhou. It must be the murderer of my son, Hushwan. I implore the sect master to order me to lead the martial artists within the sect to go and rip the head off this emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. When He Yuan finished speaking, he exuded icy killing intent. Yi Yu frowned slightly and spoke with a slight sense of helplessness. Elder Crane, this seat is also doubly pained by Crane Xian's death. You were involved in that big battle half a year ago. That Yen Broken Trace directly led many strong men from the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty to come and claim for his son and daughter. It says that He Xian colluded with a group of people from the Featherblood Sword sect of the Sword State within the secret territory to plot against Yen Minling. Sect Elder Yuan and several Supreme Realm Elders even died in that battle. This Great Zhou Dynasty, let's put it aside for now. Our top priority is to get rid of Yen Broken Trace and the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty first. At that time, on the side of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty, it was also you who sent people to make multiple communications. Right now, Wang Yu of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty has already led his troops, and with that Yen Broken Trace's character, he's bound to raise his entire dynasty to meet the battle. Nowadays, the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty is already an empty nest, so we can exterminate Yen Broken Scar's cronies within that imperial capital without much effort. And after that, go to the border and the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty to surround Yen Broken Trace. For one thing, it avenges the murder of Crane Xian. Secondly, it also gives an explanation to the many martial artists within the sect who sacrificed their lives in that great battle half a year ago. And then after that, that Great Zhou Dynasty, which just completed its promotion ceremony in the land of the leading state, is still not a handful. He Yuan was silent for a long time and nodded gently. Yi Yu was also slightly relieved in his heart when he saw that He Yuan was convinced by him. He knew exactly what breed Crane Hen was. What Yen Broken Trace had said that day was about 8 or 9 times true, but he was not in a position to be too forceful, and could only appease. After the great battle half a year ago, the Tian Yuan sect had already suffered a great deal of vitality and could no longer withstand any more tossing and turning. Fortunately, this Yuan, in order to avenge his son's murder, didn't know what method he used to persuade the famous mountain imperial dynasty to send troops. Thinking of this, he got up straight away and opened his mouth. It's not too late, let's go. Yen Broken Trace is now on his own. Everyone in the hall nodded and immediately rose. Yu glanced at the crowd and flew towards the outside of Tianyuan Gate. They had just flown out from the sect's premises. It was then discovered by the many power personnel from the fire state who had stayed at the Tianyuan Gate to observe the situation, and they followed from afar. In the entire fire state, the news of the famous mountain imperial dynasty's incoming attack had long been spread a few days ago. At this moment, they all had their nerves tightened when they saw Yu leading many Tianyuan sect powerhouses to shoot out sharply from within the compound. They hadn't been following Yu's crowd for long. A bright white light suddenly streaked across the sky. Boom! A bronze ancient sword carrying a strong killing aura flashed out of the sky, instantly piercing through a Tianyuan sect mid-Zun realm martial artist before plunging straight into the ground. A tiny spatial crack formed in the space where the ancient sword cut through. The crowd of the Tianyuan sect instantly stopped in their tracks. Yu and Yuan looked at the several figures that suddenly flashed in front of them with a grave expression. Tianyuan sect? A voice that was cold to the extreme came out from the mouth of a middle-aged man clad in bronze battle armor. Yu returned while silently observing the incoming few. Tianyuan sect, Yu. Why stop for no reason? He hadn't finished his sentence. A few people on the opposite side of the room immediately erupted with a powerful aura. Yu's eyes narrowed, only to see the man clad in bronze battle armor take a step forward, instantly disappearing in place. Appearing again, it had already reached him. Buzz. At the same time, the ancient sword on the ground also let out a sword roar and shot sharply from the ground to the man's hand as the ancient sword swung. A cold light flashed before Yu's eyes and he immediately swung his fist to resist. Boom! A huge aura storm scattered in all directions. Yu's expression changed slightly, and his body swayed slightly as he took several steps backwards. Wow! At this moment, the personnel of the major forces that had been following the Tianyuan sect's crowd instantly exploded back in their figures. Exchanging glances, they watched with appalled faces. This is going to be something big. Yu and the Tianyuan sect crowd were already confused at this point. This sudden appearance of a few people is also too unreasonable. Come up and kill a person with a sword, not to mention, words are not allowed to finish, then start fighting. Moreover, that middle-aged man's strength was too strong. Yu once again spoke hastily. Several people, is there some kind of misunderstanding? This time, finally, he was allowed to finish the sentence and there was a reply. You're rather stronger than that sword, states Jian Yanjun. Yu instantly turned pale. Jian Yanjun he knew. Many years ago, he had traveled to the sword state and thus befriended each other. Why did this man in bronze battle armor mention Sword Swallow Jun? From the sound of it, they had fought not long ago. Hurriedly, he spoke out. Who the hell are you, Your Excellency? We did not. Boom. Yu was once again knocked back several steps by a sword. He looked across at this man with an angry face and growled. Deception. Kill. Before he could even drop the word kill, another sword slashed towards him, further infuriating him. Not letting him talk, huh? In the eyes of the personnel watching from a distance, both sides exchanged fire instantly. Chapter 73, Yu's Award of Surrender. The crowd of people watching from afar observed the battle with full attention while talking to the people beside them. This party of forces that suddenly appeared, I don't know where it came from. The battle power of these people is too strong. As soon as the Tianyuan sect crowd exchanged blows, they were completely at a disadvantage. That bronze battle armor man is the most terrifying, fighting Yu and Yuan alone, actually suppressing them both completely. Showing up at this juncture is clearly an attempt to thwart the heavenly Yuan sect's actions against the burning Sky Imperial dynasty. The problem is that all of these people are new faces. They've never even heard of them in the Fire State. Do you think it could be the forces that the burning Sky Imperial dynasty invited from the outer states to help? It could only possibly be an out-of-state force. I just don't know which state boundary it is. Our Fire State is located at the southern edge of the eastern domain, and the leaving state has heard that it's being unified by a power that has just been promoted to an imperial dynasty. They shouldn't have a powerhouse of this strength. I just listened to that bronze battle armor man's words, and he's not from the sword state either. Could it be Mingzhou? Or even the forces coming from those states further towards the center of the eastern domain? Do you think it's possible that it's someone from that new imperial power in the Liezhou? This brother, do you mean that the power that has just been promoted to the imperial dynasty has so many strong people? Are you not making me laugh? The murmurings of the watching crowd aside. Void battlefield. When Yuan saw Yu exchanging blows with the bronze battle armor man, he directly dashed forward to help. They had already understood at this point that this group of people from unknown forces were afraid that they had come specifically to find fault. However, just as he stepped forward, his face changed slightly. The strength of this man holding an ancient sword was also too strong, and a single sweep of the sword made it difficult for him to fight. What made him and Yi Yu even more alarmed was that the man seemed to be very excited in the face of the two of them surrounding him. Yes, it really is the talented martial artists from the outer states that are challenging. A murderous shout came from the sky. Yi Yu and He Yuan's faces changed greatly, only to see that the bronze battle armor man was enveloped by a black aura all over his body. Yi Yu even roared with an unbelievable face. No way! Authority fledgling! You're only in the middle stage of the exalted king realm, it's impossible. Bai Qi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Authority prototype. What's this? A murderous aura coalescing around me? He didn't think much about it. The black air current instantly wrapped around the ancient sword, and in a flash, he killed towards the two. On the other side, Yuan Tiangang, Nia Zhang, Zhuzu, and the three members of the Blue family. It had long since been against the remaining personnel of the Tian Yuan sect. With only 4 supreme realm martial artists left, they were naturally beaten by a few people without the ability to fight back. The Blue Jade didn't even bother to get involved. He directly dodged and then killed towards the Tian Yuan sect's Zunshi realm team. Under the suppression of the Great Realm, Blue Jade was simply a wolf in the flock. Under the hissing roars of the many martial artists of the Tian Yuan sect that were filled with unwillingness, they were killed one after another. The entire sky was tinted a blood-red color. White East side. Yi Yu and He Yuan coughed up blood repeatedly, barely standing in the void. Yi Yu roared with a face of grief and anger. Where exactly did my Tian Yuan sect defend your power? To be able to make you come all the way from Yuanzhou? Bai Qi's gaze stared slightly. This Yi Yu was brainstorming something. This general, Great Zhou dynasty, Bai Qi. Yi Yu was full of disbelief and roared. No way! Only the topmost forces in Yuanzhou can have a martial artist who can have the beginnings of power at the middle stage of the Zun King realm. He Yuan's eyes were even red and he hissed directly at Bai Qi. Great Zhou dynasty. Bai Qi glanced at the two dying men, unwilling to say any more. He took a step out and appeared in front of He Yuan, kicking at his chest. Bang! With a look of despair on his face, He Yuan's body exploded in the air and turned into a mist of blood. Yi Yu had to believe even if she didn't at this point. No wonder the group showed up to intercept them. No wonder this man mentioned Jianyan Jun just now. The Feather Blood Sword sect is afraid that it has been destroyed. He instantly accepted this appalling fact. With a miserable smile on his face, he looked at the ancient sword swinging towards him. A cold light flashed. Yi Yu, master of the Tian Yuan sect, awarded the head. The Void War also ended. Bai Qi flung Yi Yu's head to Yuan Tiangang, swept his eyes coldly at the crowd watching from afar, and led the crowd to leave in streams of light. The crowd watching from afar had long been stunned. The man who had just sneered out with a face that looked down on the Great Zhou dynasty had even fainted. The screen rotates. Yuan Tiangang was led by his guards into the council chamber. Yan Zhe immediately got up, his lips slightly parted, suddenly realizing that he didn't know how to address him. At this time, the voices of the 3 Huajiwei men rang out. Bad handsome. And then his eyes looked at Yen Broken Trace and said, Lord Yen, this is His Majesty's close confidant, the bad marshal, Yuan Tiangang. He is none other than one of the fellow travelers to the Tian Yuan sect. Bad handsome, you've come over at this time, so you should have already completed His Majesty's mission. Yuan Tiangang nodded toward the 3 and opened his mouth. 3 generals, after I arrived, I heard that the great battle had ended, so I sought it out directly. According to His Majesty's order, we can lead the army back to the court after informing Lord Yen and Emperor Yen. And then he turned his head to face Yen Broken Trace and Yan Zhe. A head appeared in his hand. Yen Broken Trace's eyes had been focused on Yuan Tiangang since he came in. Before he had a chance to marvel at the endless talents of Great Zhou, he saw a head instantly appear in his hand. Yen Broken Trace gazed at it and his face changed wildly, instantly rising from his seat. Yi Yu! Yan Zhe was also excitedly walking forward at this time, his hands trembling as he took the head from Yuan Tiangong's hands. At this time, Yuan Tiangong's voice sounded again. Lord Yen, Prince Yen, Tian Yuan sect Master Yi Yu, Supreme Elder He Yuan and a bunch of Tian Yuan sect's top brass are all ambushed. I still need to trouble your dynasty to handle the remaining sweeping work of the Tian Yuan gate. Yen Broken Trace came back to his senses and glanced at Yuan Tiangang with a trembling gaze. It seemed as if he was trying to see through the expression under his mask. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth. Don't worry, I will definitely remove the Tian Yuan sect from the fire state completely. He hesitated slightly and spoke again. This, Lord Yuan, does State Lord Lin have any other explanations? He hadn't even realized that there had been a hint of respect in his tone. It was really taken aback. He initially thought that Great Zhou might just be able to repel Yi Yu and the others temporarily. Now it seems that where is the repulse? This had completely decimated all the top echelons of the Tian Yuan sect. Look at the miserable expression remaining on this Yi Yu's face. He had every reason to wonder if Yi Yu had suffered severe abuse before her death. Yuan Tiangang did not know Yen Broken Trace's active mentality at this time and replied, His Majesty has given no other account. Only let the minister convey it. Welcome Lord Yen to Great Zhou. Yen Broken Trace smiled brightly and immediately answered. Then I'll trouble Lord Yuan and the 3 generals to convey this to Lord Lin for me. After I finish dealing with the many matters, I will definitely come to Great Zhou to thank you in person. Yes, Yuan Tiangang replied. At this time, the 3 Huajiaosi had long since risen. The 4 of them once again nodded to Yen Broken Trace and Yenzhe and turned to leave. Chapter 74, Something New. Yen Broken Trace looked at the thunderous 4, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. In a short while, they, who were inside the city, heard the deafening sound of horses' hooves drifting away. He fixed his mind and swept Yi Yu's head once again as the power of his palm surged and crushed it. And then he twisted his head to look at Yenzhe, who had a slightly smug expression on his face, and raised his hand to deliver a burst of chestnuts. Yenzhe touched his head in a slightly aggravated manner and spoke out. Father, what are you hitting me for? Yen Broken Trace glanced at him faintly and replied. Hands a little itchy. The corner of Yenzhe's mouth twitched and he didn't dare to squeak. You ran away from the palace by yourself? Yen Broken Trace's voice sounded again. Yenzhe's eyes lit up as he said with a proud face. Yes, father. I came out of the palace and then flew rapidly toward the Lijiao. An old dog from the Tian Yuan sect intercepted me at the edge of the Lijiao. Luckily General Hui showed up in time to save me. After that I was taken to Brother Lin. Father, you don't know, Brother Lin's Great Zhou dynasty is so much fun. They have something called a teleportation array that allows them to teleport to each other within the frontier cities. There are so many places I haven't been to this time because I was there to ask for help. This is also the first time I've seen Great Zhou's legions. It's horrible. They also have a general named Bai Qi. That's the most terrifyingly strong. This Yi Yu was definitely beheaded by General Bai Qi. Father, is my big brother Lin great? Do you want me to take you to Big Week? Pa. Ah. Yenzhe's eyes looked grudgingly at Yen Broken Trace, who had withdrawn his palm, and was about to open his mouth. Hands have been itching a lot lately. Yen Broken Trace's faint voice came again. Yenzhe took a deep breath and mumbled in his mind. This is my father. This is my father. At that moment, a general walked into the hall with a discreet face, saluted the 2 men, and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, there has been a huge change in the Tian Yuan sect. Yi Yu and a group of Tian Yuan sect executives hadn't stepped out of the sect's gate for long when they were intercepted by a powerful person named the Great Zhou dynasty's forces. After a great battle between the 2 sides, all of the Tian Yuan sect's personnel above the Zunshi realm were killed. Yi Yu and He Yuan were awarded on the spot. It is said that this Great Zhou imperial dynasty had just unified the legendary state not long ago, and it is an imperial dynasty that has only completed its promotion. Speaking of this, a hint of hesitation flashed in the general's eyes, recalling the 3 iron cavalry that had just appeared on the plains. Their military flag, too, is Great Zhou. Was about to continue speaking. Yen Broken Trace's words came out. I already know. Go down. A hint of horror flashed in this general's eyes, and he immediately led the order to retreat, secretly saying in his heart, His Majesty has known it for a long time and doesn't seem at all surprised. Yen Broken Trace glanced at Yenzhe, who was looking around and didn't dare to squeak, and the corner of his mouth picked up slightly as he opened his mouth. Brat, go back to the palace. After saying that, he lifted his feet and walked out. Yenzhe honestly followed behind Yen Broken Trace. Great Zhou Palace. Qingxian Hall. Almost a month has passed. The 2 groups of people that Lin Yu had arranged for the trip to the Fire State had already returned. At this moment, the crowds from the 2 routes were reporting to Lin Yu inside the hall. Yuan Tiangang opened his mouth. Your Majesty, the many top brass of the Tian Yuan sect have all been ambushed. I have conveyed this to the Lord of the Yin Kingdom on behalf of His Majesty. They'll be sweeping up the remainder of the Tian Yuan sect next. The 3 Huajiwei men followed. Your Majesty, when we arrived, we briefly exchanged blows with the army of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty, and immediately afterward, they led their troops back. I have not pursued it hastily. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Just get there. At this time, Bai Qi spoke out. Your Majesty, when I killed Tian Yuan sect Master Yi Yu and Supreme Elder He Yuan. Yi Yu uttered a word that the minister did not quite understand. Authority fledgling. Lin Yu and the people in the hall immediately looked at him with a curious expression. Bai Qi slightly felt the state of his power running when he fought against Jian Yanjun and Yi Yu at that time. Under the astonished gazes of the people in the hall, Bai Qi's entire body was instantly enveloped by a black aura. The entire great hall was suddenly filled with a strong murderous aura. At the same time, Bai Qi's voice rang out. Your Majesty, at that time, Yi Yu was the one who let out a cry of alarm after seeing me in this state. Lin Yu immediately opened his mouth and asked, How do you feel? Bai Qi's palms spread out, and black air currents rotated in his palms. There was no special feeling. It's just that I feel that the stream of air condensed from this murderous aura is very powerful. When fighting, I have attached it to my weapon, and it can easily scratch out spatial cracks. This one is different from the spatial rift that occurs when the exalted King Realm transients. The instantaneous movement of the Zoom King Realm consumes a great deal of aura, and it only produces a crack for a short period of time to travel through. And, although it can take people with it, the instantaneous distance isn't far. A normal Zoom King Realm martial artist wouldn't waste aura to do so. I also coalesced suddenly when I was fighting with Sword Swallow June at the Featherblood Sword Sect last time. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. According to Bai Chi, the 4 people who appeared over Fongjing City that day, it should have been that old man in the middle stage of the Zoom King Realm who had contempt for Great Joe in his heart. He looked to the remaining people in the hall and asked, "Do you guys feel the way Whitey does?" All of them had contemplative faces and secretly operated their whole body's power, and then they all shook their heads at Lin Yu. Suddenly, Hua Zaiwei, Zhao Yun, and Xian Shiji seemed to have thought of something. Looking at each other, they said to Lin Yu, "Your Majesty, I recall. During the brief encounter with the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty, the 3 Iron Cavalry had each formed a huge black and gray spear. That spear seems to have been coalesced from the fury of the body when the generals were in high spirits of battle. It's just that the solidity of the spear is so much worse than the one on General Bai. As General White said, it has the effect of increasing power. At the same time, it had also appeared more than a year ago when the 3 Iron Cavalry attacked the Northern Barbarian Royal Court. Only then, it was a spear coalesced by the 3 Iron Cavalry generals, and it was only a shadow." Lin Yu asked after a little contemplation. "What martial realm is the army of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty? Did it also produce this kind of vision?" The 3 shook their heads and replied, "The army of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty is basically at the mortal realm, with a small number of Earth realm martial artists. They have no such visions." When Lin Yu heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes and he nodded. "I know. Go down." The crowd immediately led the way. Lin Yu's gaze was deep. "The fledgling of authority that Yi Yu was talking about. Does it involve a martial realm above the Zoom King realm? 3 Iron Horsemen's baneful spears." He would be clueless. Lin Yu didn't look deeper after thinking about it. You always know later, and it's not a bad thing anyway. Chapter 75 Final Purchase. After 2 days, inside the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu and the cabinet trio were pointing at a huge topographical map, with conversations ringing out from time to time. A trace of shock flashed in Lu Bowen's eyes as he opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, this world is even bigger than what I had anticipated in my mind. No wonder the leaving state is unnoticed in the eastern region and is called a remote state." Sun Yu was also in awe. 1 peak imperial dynasty and 3 advanced imperial dynasties exist in this Ming state alone. What about Shenzhou, or even Yuanzhou? Megi also spoke out. "General Hua, General Zhao, and General Xian will meet up with Mingzhou's famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty this time when they lead the army. Although it was only a brief exchange of blows, I heard that the army of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty isn't bad." This topographical map was precisely what Lin Yu had arranged to draw based on the information that Blue Jade had said that day. Because of the limited information that Blue Jade knew, the whole map looks like only the southern part of the eastern domain. Several people are great talents, so naturally, they can see the whole picture from a glimpse. You can see that from the east domain alone is south. The other 3 directions are basically pretty much the same. Lin Yu had asked them to come because he wanted to use this topographical map to plan for the subsequent development of Great Joe. His eyes were glittering at the moment. The Heavenly Lan sword appeared in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing in the direction of the upper right of the sword state, the Ming state, with a great deal of bravado. This is the territory of the 3 senior imperial dynasties of the Ming prefecture, the Shadow Knight Imperial Dynasty. After Great Joe takes Jinzhou lightly, my next target will be it. This time, I'll let the 3 Huadaisi lead the army. The bright spot is battlefield support for the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty. The dark side is that I want to let the Iron Cavalry Legion of Great Joe touch base with the high-level Imperial Dynasty forces of Mingzhou. Wait for it to be a trial. There are preliminary results from the trial. On the surface, it looks like the 3 Iron Riders one by one, but it cannot be determined if the legions of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty on that day were their elite legions. The 3 felt Lin Yu's bravado and nodded excitedly. Sun Yu spoke. "Your Majesty is wise. Going over from the Sword State is indeed a good choice. The Fire State is no longer enough to worry about after experiencing the destruction of the Tian Yuan sect. There is even more over there where the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty can put a hold on the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty. It's just that we need to have some exchanges with the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, but I'm sure they're as happy as can be." Lu Bowen picks up the conversation. "When my dynasty uses the Shadow Knight Imperial Dynasty as a point to open the gates of Mingzhou, Great Joe can then take advantage of the situation to cross into Mingzhou." His finger pointed to the north of Mingzhou, the border of the Mingyue Imperial Dynasty, and then plotting for the Bright Moon Dynasty. "Unify Mingzhou." After saying that, several people looked at each other with uplifted faces. Lin Yu was also wearing a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth at this time. It will take time for the current Great Week to settle down. Some details of the matter, I will convene the people of the Military Affairs Cabinet to agree again. After the destruction of the Featherblood Sword Sect and the Tian Yuan Sect, we've had enough time to build up our strength and scout for information. This picture will be hung in my Qingxian Hall from now on. He looked hotly at the several state regions above him and continued. I will make the flag of Great Zhou ubiquitous in this eastern region's great land. When the three heard Lin Yu's words, their blood boiled even more. Afterwards, Lin Yu chatted with a few more people for a while before letting them retreat. He was sitting alone on a seat in the temple at the moment, his consciousness connected to the system. Conquest points, 7 million. Lin Yu was excited inside. Finally, he could purchase the one item he had been marking for so long. The first 2 times you can actually purchase it. It was because he had always remembered the 2 forces of the Featherblood Sword Sect and the Tian Yuan Sect in his heart. In response to a crisis that could come at any time, he opted for some real-time boosts. Nowadays, the Great Zhou has no worries in this regard at all, and also has the strength to deal with some unexpected situations. So, without even thinking about it, he immediately said, System, consume 2 million conquest points to purchase a special organization augmentation card, 3rd order, and use it on bad human institutions. Ding! Purchase successful, use successful. Lin Yu immediately checked it out and nodded with a full nod. Undesirables, 20,000, Middle-earth realm. Finally augmented the undesirables. This card was exactly what he had marked some time ago. It's quite a bit more expensive than the Cavalry Legion expansion card, though. However, the nature of the two is quite different. Without looking too closely for too long, he continued. System, consume 5 million conquest points and purchase character cultivation space. Ding! Purchase successful. Lin Yu looked inside the system space with an excited expression. A huge item wrapped by a circle of pure golden light on the outside, with a gray center and a circle shape floated silently within the system space. Lin Yu was astonished. This is the character cultivation space? It looks as if it looks like a picture of a black hole seen in a previous life. And, it's really big. Lin Yu was puzzled. How does this thing work? His consciousness tried to approach the aperture. The moment his consciousness touched the aperture, a message entered his mind. Character cultivation space. Current time flow rate ratio 1:7. Usage. The host's consciousness connects to take it out, and once it is taken out, it is placed directly over the current location, with an unchangeable position and bound to the location. Moreover, when the summon character enters the space to cultivate, the host can connect to the cultivation space through his consciousness and summon the summon character within. Note, after successful placement, only the host and the summon character are visible, and only the summon character may enter. Lin Yu's brows wrinkled. The second note is well understood and is literal. Open the question directly. System, it means that I'm now located in Fongjing City, and I'm bound to Fongjing City when I drop out, right? Correct. Lin Yu understood and asked again. Then in the future, if Great Zhou wants to move the capital, it will follow Fongjing City, right? Correct. If there's any situation and you need to notify the character practicing inside, you can just summon it directly through the consciousness connection, right? Correct. So what else is there to say? Lin Yu's consciousness touched the aperture once again and silently chanted. Use. Lin Yu immediately realized to exit the system, walked out of the Qingxian Hall, raised his head, and was about to fly over Fongjing City. Then he saw that the character cultivation space had been presented in the sky, emitting a faint golden glow. Lin Yu's gaze unconsciously plunged in, and he immediately felt small. Dian Wei, who was guarding the outside of the hall, saw Lin Yu suddenly come out and was about to open his mouth to inquire. When they saw Lin Yu's gaze, they looked up as well. His eyes widened momentarily, blinking and rubbing them again. After making sure he hadn't misread it, he stammered and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, what is that? Lin Yu looked back at him with an excited face and said, Dian Wei, try flying towards the center. When Dian Wei heard this, he was puzzled but did not hesitate and instantly disappeared in place. In Lin Yu's eyes, only Dian Wei's figure flew higher and higher. It disappeared from his view in no time. Lin Yu didn't rush and waited patiently. This wait was nearly half an hour. Under his expectant gaze, Dian Wei's figure appeared in the center grayness. He flew over to Lin Yu with an excited face and opened his mouth. Your Majesty! Not long after flying away from the sky above Fongjing City, a powerful attraction suddenly appeared. I couldn't resist with all my strength, and I was instantly sucked into an unfamiliar space. Just as the whole body was on alert, a message came into the mind. It says that this is a cultivation space, in which you can summon all sorts of same-realm sparring shadows according to the requirements of your heart. Or you can just practice inside without summoning. I found that the concentration of aura inside is very high. And, if you want to exit the cultivation space, just express your intention. I just tried summoning 2 late Supreme Realm martial artists and battled against them before they came out. Lin Yu was also happy to hear that. What about the quality of those sparring vapors? A trace of intense battle intent flashed in Dianwei's eyes as he replied. It's awesome. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and said to him, the flow of time in this cultivation space is also different from the outside. At this stage, 7 days have passed inside and only 1 day has passed outside. Dianwei was even more surprised to hear this and instantly became stupid. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said, there's no rush, there's plenty of time. You now go ahead and summon Yuan Tiangang, Gong Tu Ban, the cabinet, and all the people of the military affairs cabinet back. Dianwei immediately led the order to leave. Lin Yu once again looked up at the cultivation space and walked into the main hall in a happy mood. Chapter 76 Arrival of Yen Broken Trace. Lin Yu didn't wait too long in the Qingxian Hall. The crowds are arriving one after another. Aside from the 3 cabinet members in Gong Gong Ban, the rest of the crowd first glanced curiously at the topographical map hanging in the center. Then with a surprised and puzzled face, he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked around the hall, sweeping over the faces of everyone, his heart slightly emotional. The summoned characters are all here. Even Gong Gong Ban, who was basically engaged in research and development within the organ pavilion, he also called out to him this time. The class of the Great Week had grown so large without realizing it. Lin Yu was also in an extremely good mood at this time, and with a smile on his face, he pointed to the hanging topographical map and spoke. This topographical map is made by the organ court based on the information I have obtained. Exactly part of the message of the Eastern Domain. Some specific matters, I will talk to you in detail on another day. After Lin Yu finished talking about the post-terrain map, he spoke again. Dear ministers, you must have noticed the golden circle of light in the sky when you arrived at Fongjing City. The crowd nodded their heads when they heard Lin Yu's words. They were amazed by this very thing. Lin Yu also stopped whetting the crowd's appetite, his eyes looking towards Dianwei, signaling him to speak. Dianwei met the crowd's gaze, touched his bald head, grinned, and said, that circle of light above our Fongjing City is called cultivation space. His Majesty told me to try it out. Flying directly towards the center of the circle of light creates an attraction into space. Cultivating inside allows you to summon opposing shadows of the same realm at your own request, and there is an abundance of aura inside. I also heard His Majesty say that 1 day of training inside is equal to 7 days outside. Boom! The people sitting and standing on the seats in the hall instantly got up, looking excited, their eyes burning as they looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu had a smile on his lips and nodded to the crowd. Just as Dianwei said, the current cultivation space has a time flow of 1:7. In the future, the percentage will increase. The proportion of time flow, Lin Yu hadn't figured out exactly how it was boosted for the time being. He remembered that when he first saw the cultivation space, he was at the Earth realm cultivation level. If a large realm increases by 1 point, now that ratio makes sense. He looked at the crowd, which had pressed on, and continued. Now, the sword and fire states bordering the leaving state are no longer a threat. For the next period of time, I am going to let Great Zhou settle down. Each of you will arrange the affairs at hand, and the border guard generals may discuss their own shifts. Then he waved his hand. Well, get out there and try. The crowd had long been itching to get out, and immediately led the order to walk out of the great hall and shoot towards the sky. Once again, a month had passed. The edge of the fire state, near the leaving state. In the sky, several figures were flying in the air. A stout, middle-aged man with a majestic face was at the head. A pretty woman and a teenager beside her. It was none other than Yen Broken Trace, Yen Minling, and Yen Zhe. Several people followed behind them, and they were speeding in the direction of Lizhou. On this journey, Yanzer's mouth didn't stop. Realizing that he was almost in Lizhou, he was even more excited to open his mouth. Father, sister, up ahead is Lizhou. It was not far ahead that I was saved by General He last time. You guys are unaware. At that time, General He's divine bravery descended from heaven. That old dog from the Tian Yuan sect was even given 2 shots by General He. Pa! Yen Broken Trace calmly withdrew his right hand and sighed in his heart as he recalled the touch he had just felt. It's been over a decade, so how come I didn't realize it felt so good in my hands earlier? But, well, it's not too late, and I've been getting better at moving my hands lately. Yanzer covered his head with his right hand, his eyes grimacing. He'd lost count of the number of times he'd done this in the past month. Yen Minling guffawed from the side. The crowd had just entered the border of Lizhou. Yen Broken Trace's eyes slightly condensed, instantly stopping his body and looking ahead. The rest of the crowd, though curious, did not speak up and followed the sky where he stayed. Not long after, a young figure clad in battle armor gradually appeared in front of them. Yen Zhe was instantly agitated and opened his mouth. General Xin. Why, it's you here. Xin Shiji wore a smile and nodded at him. It's my turn to hold down the fort here today. And then he turned his head to look at Yen Broken Trace and politely said, Lord Yen, welcome to Lizhou. Is there something that requires an audience with His Majesty? Yen Broken Trace smiled brightly. Since your dynasty gave a helping hand a month ago, I have not had the time to personally visit the door to thank you. Nowadays, the remaining members of the Tian Yuan sect have basically been purged in the fire state. I have come to pay my respects to your court today. Sinister nodded and made an inviting gesture. Lord Yen, all of you, please, I'll lead the way. Trouble. Xin Shiji then led their group towards the city's teleportation array. Yen Broken Trace looked at Xin Shiji's back, his heart rippling. It's only been a month. The last time they met was still in the late Supreme Realm, and now they were already at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Are all the generals of this great Zhou dynasty such demons? After their group entered the city, they were instantly spotted by the great Zhou people inside the city, all of them looking at them with curious gazes. I can't believe General Xin himself is leading the way. Which powerful force in the outer states are these people from? Father, sister, this is the great Zhou dynasty's teleportation array. Yanzei pointed at a huge diamond-shaped spell formation inside the city that was flashing with colored light and said with a face of offering, if we ride on this thing, we'll be able to reach the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, Fongjing City, in an instant. A glint flashed in Yen Broken Trace's eyes as he carefully looked at the place Yanzei was pointing at. The people of the Burning Sky Imperial dynasty behind him also had astonished gazes. Xin Shiji smiled faintly and did not talk. He looked to the general of the guards, who had already rushed to his side, and opened his mouth. These are His Majesty's honored guests. Teleport to Fongjing City. Occupy first. That general naturally agreed without fail, and immediately took control. Under the probing eyes of the surrounding crowd, Xin Shiji led the crowd to step into the teleportation array. Yen Broken Trace felt a heavenly rotation, and when he looked again, he realized that they were already standing within another teleportation formation. Several people looked at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. Seeing that it was Xin Shiji who had arrived, the Fongjing City Teleportation Array Guard General immediately came forward to salute. General Xin then quickly arranged for the guards to clear a passageway. General Xin gave him a slight nod before turning his head to signal the Yen Broken Scar crowd. Yen Broken Trace followed Xin Shiji as he walked, secretly observing. As the lord of a high-level imperial power, his insight was naturally extraordinary. This was the umpteenth time he'd had an inner turmoil he didn't know about. As he made his way over, he noticed that the eyes of the people of this great Zhou dynasty were filled with pride and confidence, very observant of the rules of the dynasty. Such a cohesive dynasty, he had only seen it in the Bright Moon dynasty in Mingzhou. Even, this aspect of Great Zhou was a little stronger than the Bright Moon imperial dynasty. And, this phenomenon is even better when stepping into the city of Fongjing, which is the capital of a country. One must know that the Bright Moon imperial dynasty was the absolute hegemon of the Ming state, the peak imperial power. The remote state in the eastern domain that no one asked for, the imperial power of the leaving state could actually be compared to them. No one would believe it if they said it. One more thing was that since stepping into the leaving state, this aura concentration was also too wrong. Off the edge of the state okay. This Fongjing city is simply unreasonable. Although it wasn't comparable to the Bright Moon dynasty's capital for the time being, it was already twice as high as their Burning Sky City. Chapter 77 Annual Examination of the Great Zhou Academy. Yen Broken Trace didn't think about it for too long. The voice came from Sinister, who was walking in front of him. Lord Sun, where are you planning to go in such a hurry? Yen Broken Trace looked up, in the direction that Sinister was speaking. A middle-aged man in official clothes stood not far away. Hearing Xin Shiji's voice, he stopped and opened his mouth. General Xin, why are you back? After saying that, he looked at the Yen Broken Trace crowd behind Xin Shiji, and his eyes flickered slightly at the sight of Yen Zheja. His eyes instantly turned to Yen Broken Trace, revealing a hint of a smile and nodding his head. He'd guessed why Sinister had come back. Without waiting for Xin Shiji to speak up, Sun Yu said again, His Majesty is at the General House of Learning. Today is the annual examination for the year in which the General House was established. His Majesty has summoned us to go and observe. Xin Shiji raised his eyebrows slightly, pointing to the crowd behind him, and said, Lord Sun, upon arriving at the General Mansion, please inform His Majesty. This Lord Yen of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty has led the crowd to pay a special visit to our dynasty. After saying that, he turned to Yen Broken Scar and said with an apologetic smile, Lord Yen, His Majesty is observing at the Academy. This is Lord Sun of the Cabinet, he was just about to go over. I have asked him to inform His Majesty that we will first go to the palace and sit for a few moments. A glint flashed in Yen Broken Trace's eyes. Great Zhou Academy immediately spoke up. If it is suitable, I wish to go along and observe. After he finished speaking, he wore a smile on his face and looked at Sun Yu. He had just locked eyes with Sun Yu. This should be a civil official of Great Zhou. The realm is not high, early Zunshire realm, but there was wisdom in his eyes, and he saw where several of them came from at a glance. I should know this brat Yanzei. But how come this brat is talking less? He whipped his head around and it made him cry. Yanzer covered his mouth with one hand and shielded his head with the other, his eyes skittering. Noticing Yen Broken Trace's eyes looking towards him, he instantly took half a step back. Sunyu smiled as he heard the conversation between Xin Chiji and Yen Broken Trace. General Xin, we might as well lead the crowd of Yen Kingdom Lords to the academy together. I believe that His Majesty must be very happy to know that Lord Yen and the others have arrived. When he finished speaking, he looked at Xin Chiji. Seeing that he didn't have any opinions, he led a few people towards the Great Zhou Academy. The entrance to the Great Zhou Academy. Lin Yu and the few people from the Military Affairs Pavilion who had come out of the cultivation space had just arrived when they heard a voice coming from them. Your Majesty! He craned his head to look at it, and instantly his eyes froze slightly, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Princess Yen Zhe. And then his gaze went to the middle-aged man in front of them, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Brother Lin. Yen Zhe flew up to Lin Yu with an excited look on his face. My father has brought us to you as guests. After saying that, he instantly moved behind Lin Yu and winked at Yen Broken Trace. At this time, Sun Yu and Xin Shiji also brought Yen Broken Scars several people in front of Lin Yu. The two of them saluted Lin Yu before standing aside. Yen Broken Trace looked at Lin Yu, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and he laughed loudly at him, speaking cheerfully. Lord Lin. Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, Yen Broken Trace. I hope you'll bear with me if I come uninvited. Too young. Looks a few years older than that brat Yen Zhe. The thought made his hand itch a little more. Sweeping a glance at Yen Zhe, who was hiding behind Lin Yu and was scowling at him, he almost couldn't help but make a move. Lin Yu took 2 steps forward and spoke enthusiastically. Lord Yen, you're out of place. I am on my way to the academy to observe the annual examination. Together. Very good. Yen Broken Trace replied happily. At this time, Lu Linglong had also long ago led the senior management of the academy to wait respectfully not far away. Lin Yu immediately instructed Sun Yu to go up and convey that they should prepare more tables and chairs. Then he led Yen Broken Trace and his group towards the inside of the academy. Schoolhouse Central Plaza. The crowd was buzzing. Numerous Great Zhou students who had been enrolled for a year had gathered here. This included not only the many geniuses who were themselves enrolled in the main residence, but also the outstanding talents from the various sub-residences throughout the Great Zhou. They looked excited, their gazes looking towards the high platform in the sky from time to time. News just came from the academy. His Majesty will be present for this annual appraisal. And, several adults from the Great Zhou Cabinet and the Military Affairs Cabinet who were in Fengjing City would also come along to watch. The news was like a heavy bomb dropped. The entire academy was instantly busy. Lu Linglong, who usually seldom appeared in the vision of the students, was also in a tense mood and busy. Not to mention the many academy juniors who participated in the annual examination. This is the highest military and political organ of His Majesty and the Great Zhou. If one performed well in the examination, being casually looked at by one of them would be a step to heaven. Just as they were rubbing their fists and secretly competing, Lu Linglong appeared in the sky and spoke solemnly. Keep quiet. The entire square was suddenly pin drop audible, and while the eyes of the crowd were looking at Lu Linglong, they were also looking at the high platform with excitement. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lu Linglong's voice continued to ring out. Sound of a crash. The crowd in the square kneeled and saluted. The moment Lu Linglong's words fell, Lin Yu also made an inviting gesture to Yen Broken Trace, and then led the crowd to appear on the high platform. When everyone was seated, Lin Yu's majestic voice rang out. Level off. The many scholars all got up and raised their eyes to look at them, all with surprised faces and puzzled minds. Which lord is in the seat on Your Majesty's left? So many new faces. And these people's seat rankings are actually ahead of the cabinet and the Military Affairs Cabinet of Lords. Lin Yu naturally understood the doubts in their hearts. Turning his head to smile and gesture at Yen Broken Trace, he spoke again. Today, the Fire State's Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty's Yen Kingdom Lord has led the crowd to observe the Academy's examination. I expect all students to show what they have learned to the best of their ability. And then his eyes signaled Lu Linglong to start. The Great Zhou scholars below immediately set off waves of shock in their hearts and their eyes became even hotter. Surprisingly, even the lord of the higher imperial power of the Fire State had come to Great Zhou to observe. Our Great Zhou is already a powerful country in the eyes of the neighboring states. Lu Linglong's voice rang out. The Great Zhou Academy's first year of school building assessment. Begin. Instantly, many students in the literature examination area took their seats and wrote furiously. The martial arts examination area, too, began at the same time. Both areas had isolation boundaries developed by the organ pavilion, and were completely invisible and inaudible to each other. Only the crowd on the high platform could see the many assessments within the boundary, so don't worry about interactions. Lin Yu chatted with Yen Broken Trace, who was sitting beside him, while watching with interest. He'd been here since the day the schoolhouse was built, and hadn't been over to see it since. Recently, Great Joe was growing rapidly, and the many summon characters were also taking turns entering the cultivation space to cultivate. It so happened that he had nothing to do, and when he heard that the academy was holding its first annual examination, he came to watch. I just didn't expect Yen Broken Trace and the others to come over right at the right time. Chapter 78, The Emergence of Authority. Yen Broken Trace chatted with Lin Yu while observing the Great Joe Academy examination. Once again, waves rippled within. He was not informed of the situation on the One Cow side for the time being. On the side of the martial arts exam, he was watching the real thing. He realized that most of the scholars in the martial examination were at the mortal realm. A very small percentage of them are in the earth realm. As the examination time passed, the 30 Great Joe teenagers left at the end were naturally all earth realm martial artists. Not that it surprised him. It was because the Burning Sky Imperial dynasty had a higher percentage of geniuses than Great Joe. The one that really shook him to his core. It's time. He had learned from just a few words that this was the examination for the first anniversary of the founding of the Great Joe Academy. Indicates that this is a one-year test of results. The efficiency of such a boost would be appalling. He had learned part of the history of the Great Joe dynasty before he arrived. Half a year ago, it was still a dynastic power. A year ago, it was even a weak force in the most remote and barbaric place in the Lijo. If you give Big Weak another year, 2 years, or even 10 years, what a sight that would be. Yen Broken Trace instantly shuddered. He understood more than anyone else the importance of a power for fresh blood cultivation. What's more, Great Joe also had such a young imperial lord. There were even countless strong men and 3 invincible iron cavalry below. He had just sensed it. None of the generals sitting in the row of battle armor to Lin Yu's right were worse than Xin Shiji. Especially that middle-aged man in bronze battle armor. The vague sense of oppression coming from his body actually made him feel the threat of death. You should have been beheaded by this person. While his thoughts were turning, the entire examination was also basically coming to a close. The top 3 in the civil and martial arts exams have come up to the stage. At the same time, Lin Yu's voice rang out. Lord Yen, how about we go up together and reward these few scholars? Yen Broken Trace instantly returned to his senses and opened his mouth. Very good. Afterwards, the 2 of them received the numerous rewards that the academy had already prepared from Lu Linglong and walked towards the 6 teenagers with excited faces. Lin Yu and Yen Broken Scars gave full recognition and encouragement to a few people. Lin Yu even added extra rewards for the first in the literature exam and the first in the martial arts exam. The 6 teenagers naturally knelt down immediately to receive their reward, their eyes looking wildly at Lin Yu. Thus, the first annual assessment of the Great Joe Academy came to an end. Lin Yu then led Yen Broken Trace and his party towards the palace, Qingxian Hall. The people who had just finished observing the examination of the academy were seated separately. Lin Yu opened his mouth with a smile on his face and said, Lord Yen, I have already ordered it down, and a dinner is being prepared in the palace. Let's take a break. Yen Broken Trace smiled brightly. State Lord Lin, you're welcome. I have come here mainly to thank your dynasty for the many times you have given me a helping hand. Now, the Tian Yuan sect has been completely removed from the fire state. I wonder what you guys are planning to do next, state Lord Lin. Lin Yu waved his hand indifferently. Just in time to meet. Besides, Zay and I are, indeed, very much meant for each other. I have a royal brother who should be the same age as Zay. Lin Yu said here, paused slightly, and continued. I wonder how much Lord Yen knows about the Ming state, the eastern region. Lin Yu didn't notice that when he said the first 2 sentences, a hint of complexity flashed in the eyes of Yen Minling, who was sitting not far behind Yen Broken Trace. When Yen Broken Trace heard that Lin Yu didn't return to his question directly, but instead asked him about the situation in the Ming prefecture and the eastern region, a glint flashed in his eyes. He saw the topographical map hanging high above him just as he walked into the Great Hall. Combining this with Lin Yu's question at this moment, he directly stood up, walked towards the topographical map, and opened his mouth. Lord Lin, this topographical map must be the information about the eastern region that your dynasty now possesses, right? Seeing Lin Yu nod slightly, he pointed towards the Bright Moon dynasty and continued. I won't add any more introductions to the 3 major imperial forces in Mingzhou. Here, the Bright Moon dynasty. It is the true giant of Mingzhou, standing for many years without falling. The 3 senior imperial powers may have had their rise and fall, or even been replaced. But, the Bright Moon dynasty, never. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yu's eyes and he opened his mouth. Lord Yen, as I understand it, this Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty is a peak Imperial Dynasty, and the promotion of a high-level Imperial Dynasty to a peak Imperial Dynasty can be accomplished with 10 Zun King realm powerhouses. Why did it create such a situation? Yen Broken Trace heard Lin Yu's question and smiled faintly, secretly saying in his heart, sure enough. Sweeping a glance at Bai Qi, he opened his mouth. Lord Lin, your dynasty doesn't know what realm is above a Zun King, does it? Lin Yu's eyes were slightly condensed, his eyes fixed on Yen Broken Trace, and he gently nodded. Yen Broken Trace's lips slightly opened, his face cautiously spat out two words. One. The realm of power. Then continued. This is the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty's reliance. It is also the reliance of the major powers in the center of the Eastern Domain. Lin Yu meditated in his heart. The power realm. Suddenly, he thought of what Bai Qi had said that day and opened his mouth. Lord Yen, do you know what a power fledgling is? Yen Broken Trace was instantly shaken in his mind by Lin Yu's words and hurriedly spoke. State Lord Lin, where did you hear that? Suddenly, as if he thought of something unbelievable, his gaze turned to Bai Qi with sizzling eyes. Lin Yu had already guessed a thing or two from Yen Broken Trace's reaction just now. Seeing his eyes sizzling at Bai Qi, he opened his mouth. Bai Qi! Bai Qi nodded slightly when he heard Lin Yu's words, only to see that his eyes were icy cold, and a black air current instantly appeared to surround his entire body. An extreme killing aura filled the entire hall. Yen Broken Trace lost his voice at once, his eyes shocked as he looked at Bai Qi's state at this moment. The people of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty within the hall were also chilled all over, their gazes terrified. They felt like their bodies would be torn apart at any moment. Bai Qi glanced at the crowd that seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand it, and instantly collected his breath, and the black airstream disappeared at any time. Yen Broken Trace also came back to his senses at this time, glancing enviously at Bai Qi and turning his head to Lin Yu. Lord Lin, that's what I'm going to say next. The black aura on this general's body just now is the power prototype. It is also the most important step to the realm of power. This step is stuck with 99% of peak Zoom King realm martial artists. For each martial artist, the fledgling form of authority formed may or may not be the same. The power of authority, supreme, is the lifelong goal of every Zun Wang martial artist. He paused and lamented. I never imagined that this general of your dynasty would actually be able to form the beginnings of his authority at the late stage of the Zun King realm. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard this and didn't answer. This month, Bai Qi was basically inside the cultivation space. He had also just broken through to the late stage of the Zun King stage before he was called out by Lin Yu to observe the schoolhouse examination. Look at Yen Broken Trace's reaction just now and listen to what he said. This thing should be very uncomplicated. It's better not to irritate him anymore. Chapter 79. What is the realm of power? Yen Broken Trace saw that Lin Yu didn't chime in and thought in his heart that he wasn't clear about what was at stake. Speaking again. Lord Lin, just now I mentioned that the reason why the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty stands is because they have above Zun King, power realm martial artists. This general has already formed the fledgling form of power though, taking the most important step in becoming a power realm powerhouse. But after all, your dynasty has not been exposed to information about the power realm powerhouses. Therefore, it is quite normal for the mind to be puzzled. Speaking here, Yen Broken Trace glanced at the crowd that was listening intently to him and continued. A long time ago in the Ming Prefecture, there were only two major powers named the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty and the Yongtian Imperial Dynasty. There was a great battle between the two sides, and the capital of the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty on that day was awash in blood. Just when the many strong people of the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty were about to be killed altogether, a gigantic hand of the heavens probed out from the Bright Moon Imperial Palace, instantly killing the peak Zun King realm state lord of the Yongtian Imperial Dynasty with a single palm strike. The Yongtian Imperial Dynasty also disappeared into the long river of Mingzhou history after that battle. It was also only after that day that numerous power martial artists realized it. It turns out that above the honorable king is the realm of power. Speaking here, Yen Broken Trace seemed to be thinking of something very interesting as he continued to speak. The three high-level imperial dynasties in Mingzhou now are said to have been established by the three princes and lords of the Yongtian Imperial Dynasty who managed to escape. When Lin Yu heard this, he was also greatly shaken inwardly. It turned out that the three senior imperial dynasty lords of Mingzhou were in the same power in the past. However, such a power was actually still overthrown by the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, he had understood very well why Yen Broken Trace had lost his temper so much just now when he saw Bai Qi reveal the fledgling form of his authority. Not to mention the rest of the crowd in the temple. At this moment, all of them were looking at Bai Qi with hot gazes. This was a future power realm powerhouse. Only the crowd on the Great Zhou side had a strong confidence hidden beneath their scorching gazes. They all had their own pride, convinced that they could surely become that kind of strong person. Yen Minling and Yen Zhe were also frightened by the information Yen Broken Trace had just said at this time. It was also the first time that their siblings had heard Yen Broken Scar say these things. In turn, it was to worship Lin Yu and Big Zhou even more. Especially Yen Zhe, his eyes looking at Lin Yu had long been sparkling with stars. Yen Broken Trace's eyes swept over the slightly digested crowd and spoke again. As we all know, martial arts are divided into 4 subrealms for each realm before the realm of power. The realm of power, too, is divided in the same way. The realm of power is divided into the king's power realm, the honorable power realm, the emperor's power realm, and the imperial power realm. Between each great realm, it's like a chasm, no less than the gap between a Zun King realm martial artist and an ordinary person, and even greater. It is precisely because power realm martial artists are able to utilize the power of authority when attacking that they are able to cause such great power. And the Bright Moon Imperial Dynasty, it is precisely because of the horizontal pressure of powerful people of the entitlement realm that it can so dominate the entire Bright State. Therefore, even if one belongs to the same peak Imperial Dynasty, there is also a huge gap. This is also why some high-level Imperial Dynasties don't choose to advance to peak Imperial Dynasties when they don't have power realm powerhouses sitting around. In the center of that eastern domain, basically all of the peak Imperial Dynasty forces possess power realm martial artists, and some forces even possess Zun power realm and even Imperial power realm powerhouses. That kind of power is something to look up to. After Yen Broken Trace finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yu. Since seeing Bai Chi's intent form the prototype of authority, his thoughts had shifted once again. This great Zhou, given enough time, would surely rival or even surpass the Bright Moon Dynasty and become a giant power in the eastern domain. So, he pretty much knew everything at the moment. Lin Yu instantly became clear in his mind. Is a high realm martial artist overlooking all beings? That was the least of his worries. In the Great Zhou, the last thing that was lacking was all sorts of demons. Now that the cultivation space has been purchased, it's just a matter of time. Suddenly, he thought of what the three Huadaisi men had said about the legions that day. Was about to ask again. The mind spun and it was better not to ask. That day Yen Broken Trace also saw the three Iron Riders. If he was clear, he should have said so long ago. Lin Yu stood up and smiled at Yen Broken Trace to thank him. Today, many thanks to Lord Yen for his patience. Yen Broken Trace waved his hand and said with a smile on his face, none of this is a secret. Sooner or later your dynasty will know. I'm just taking this opportunity to inform first. Lin Yu nodded slightly and walked over to the topographical map, his fingers twirling and drawing a circle to wrap the fire state. And then the imaginary point, the topographical map of the fire state, a burning word appeared. After he did that, he turned his head to look at Yen Broken Trace with a smile on his face. Yen Broken Trace already knew that this was going to answer his previous question when Lin Yu drew the circle, after watching all of Lin Yu's movements. His pupils shrunk slightly as he turned his head to look at Lin Yu, letting out a loud laugh and extending his right hand. When Lin Yu saw Yen Broken Trace's movements, he was also full of smiles as he stretched out his right hand and clasped Yen Broken Trace. State Lord Lin, I'm a bit older, so I'll take advantage and address you as my oldest brother. Don't worry about that brat in my house, we'll each pay our own way. Yen Broken Trace's refreshing voice rang out. Lin Yu also smiled broadly and opened his mouth. Respectfully, elder brother Yen. The two looked at each other and smiled again. Yen Broken Trace lamented inwardly. What a great spirit. However, when he thought of the current Great Zhou, he was relieved. He had already seen in it the beginnings of those giant forces in the history of the Eastern Domain. The crowd in the Great Hall, looking at the two dynasty lords whose right hands were clasped together, had an explosion of refined light in their eyes. Those present are the central figures of both dynasties. From the simple actions of the two of them, Lin Yu and Yen Broken Trace, just now, the subsequent plans and developments had been completely understood. The heart was hot and excited. Only Yen Minling and Yen Zhe. One eye was more complicated, one full of shock. The one who was stunned was naturally Yen Zhe. At this point he was spitting mad inside. Shame on you, old man. Even my big brother is up for grabs. And each handing over to the other, so how can I call big brother Lin from now on? Yen Broken Trace, who stood in the center of the hall, seemed to feel something in his heart, glancing at Yen Zhe and slightly moving his palms. Yen Zhe instantly tensed his body, his gaze alert. After everyone had chatted freely for a few moments again, a palace guard came to inform that the dinner was ready. That night, Lin Yu and Yen Broken Trace's laughter ran through the entire banquet hall. The people of the two dynasties below were all talking and drinking, gazing at each other as if they were completely on their own. The party lasted late into the night. Lin Yu personally brought Yen Broken Trace and his group to the accommodation that had been arranged long ago, and then went back to rest. Yen Broken Trace glanced at the crowd that was gradually leaving to rest, and his gaze turned to Yen Minling beside him, a hint of doting flashing in his eyes. Linger, why don't you go rest? When Yen Minling heard the question, he realized that only Yen Broken Trace was left beside him and smiled, saying, This Ozawa, I don't know where he's gone. Then he slightly saluted Yen Broken Trace. Father, I'm going down to rest. A light sigh sounded as Yen Broken Trace looked at Yen Minling's back. Linger, he is an unearthly hero. His heart, it's big. As a father, how could he not notice his daughter's abnormality? Yen Minling's delicate body trembled slightly and did not reply as she continued to walk towards the residence. Chapter 80 Dark Surge. When Yen Broken Trace led the people of the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty to pay a visit to Great Zhou, famous mountain dynasty, an opulent mansion, Wan Yu sat in the main seat, listening to a man below report with a grave expression. Your Highness, it's found out. The Great Zhou that appeared on the battlefield that day to support the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty is an imperial power in the leading state. This power is the one that just completed the unification of the leaving state not too long ago. Then not long afterward, it was promoted to a royal power. At this point, the man paused slightly. The subordinate has also received news. While they were supporting the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, the people of the Fire State's Tian Yuan sect, who have docked with us many times, were intercepted by an unknown force on their way to the Burning Sky Imperial Palace. The senior members of the Tian Yuan sect were killed on the spot, and none of them escaped. That power, it's also called Great Zhou. Wang Yu was no longer calm, and with the sound of miso, he rose directly from his seat, his gaze fixed on the man, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The man replied with an affirmative face. "I am sure." The great battle on that day was witnessed by many Fire State power personnel. Before Wang Yu could speak again, the man hesitated slightly and continued, "Your Majesty, there is one more thing." Wang Yu frowned. "Say, a while ago, the Sword State was not peaceful." The subordinate then sent people forward to make some inquiries. The result was unbelievable news. The Featherblood Sword sect of the Sword Prefecture was annihilated 3 months ago. And, all signs point to Zhou, Great Zhou. Boom! Wang Yu instantly appeared in front of the man, his pupils glowing red. A sharp, low growl sounded. "Say that again." The man was more than a little shocked when he got the news at the time. Looking at Wang Yu's state at this moment, he gritted his teeth and spoke out. "This is what my subordinates have learned after much prying. Because the Sword State borders the Shadow Knight dynasty, our personnel are restricted everywhere. There are still things that need to be verified by multiple parties. For example, the motives of this great week." Wang Yu did not listen to what he said afterward. His mind was filled with only 2 words. Big week. He took a few steps back and forth and snapped his head up. "Go down and scrutinize. Go straight to Zhou and check it out." Then he flashed away from the mansion and flew towards the palace. Famous Mountain Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Inside a large hall, Wang Ying was looking down at the recent zhangdiao of small and large matters within the Imperial Dynasty. A guard softly walked into the hall and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Yu has come to seek an audience." Wang Ying did not raise his head as a majestic voice resounded. "Pass." Not long after, he saw an anxious Wang Yu walk in. He glanced at Wang Ying, who was still looking down and flipping through the folders, and spoke sharply. "Royal brother, something's wrong." Hearing his urgent voice, Wang Ying frowned slightly, closing the booklet in his hand and putting it aside, looking up at Wang Yu. "How can you still be so adventurous after all these years? No wonder you've been unable to take down a remote state's imperial dynasty. Say, what is it?" Wang Yu couldn't care less about Wang Ying's tone and blame at this time and immediately opened his mouth. "That big week I told you about a while ago, check it out. It's a power in the leaving state that has just advanced to the level of an imperial dynasty. While they sent troops to support the Burning Sky Imperial Dynasty, they also wiped out the Tian Yuan sect. And, news has come that the Featherblood Sword sect of the Sword State was also destroyed by this Great Zhou." A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Ying's eyes as he said with interest, "I remember this Zhou used to be controlled by 2 low-level imperial dynasties, right? This Zhou, the Sword State, and the Fire State, it's this Zhou that's the weakest. It's even more unattended in the eastern domain. There's no frontier to be had, no resources to be had, and no forces are interested there at all. I can't imagine that an imperial power that is so powerful right after promotion could actually appear. And it was also able to overthrow 2 clans that were comparable to the forces of a high-level imperial dynasty. Though, the higher imperial dynasties of this Sword and Fire State are also weak." Interesting. Wang Yu was anxious when he saw Wang Ying, who was not in the least bit anxious and even had the heart to comment on a few sentences. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Wang Ying's voice sounded again. "I know. Go back." Wang Yu's lips slightly opened, glanced at Wang Ying, who picked up the booklet again and flipped through it, and left with a helpless face. The entire hall was quiet once again. Shadow Knight Dynasty, the Imperial Palace. A man is reporting back with his head down. A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with a stout figure sat at the top. It was none other than the Lord of the Shadow Knight Imperial Dynasty, Duan Lin. "Your Majesty, that's more or less what happened." The man had just been reporting to him precisely the news of the famous Mountain Imperial Dynasty's troop to the Fire State and the destruction of the Featherblood Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect. Duan Lin had a disdainful look on his face and snorted coldly. "This Wang Ying and the famous Mountain Dynasty is really a waste. That Wang Yu is even more of a punk-ass sissy. How many years has it been impossible to take down an imperial power from the Fire State?" As he said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Rather, it's this Great Zhou dynasty of the leaving state. Quite a nerve. Supporting that Burning Sky dynasty on the one hand doesn't say anything. To actually send someone to wipe out the Tian Yuan sect. Even before that, it even dared to slaughter the Featherblood Sword sect. A dynasty that comes out of a remote place just doesn't know what to fear." He stared down at the man below with a murderous look on his face. "You guys are losers too. It took so long for things to pass before I was made aware of it. Under the shroud of Duan Lin's murderous aura, he trembled and spoke with trepidation. Your Majesty, that Featherblood sword sect has basically cut off contact with us ever since they monopolized the sword state. When it happened, there was no one on the scene to witness it, only the word Zhou was left behind and it disappeared shortly after. This is still the information that the little man got through many inquiries. After he finished speaking, the man raised his head and carefully glanced at Duan Lin. Seeing that he did not make a move, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart and spoke again. Your Majesty, the sword prefecture is in complete chaos right now, with power struggles happening everywhere. Why don't we take advantage of this? Boom! A cold light flashed. The man collapsed heavily into the great hall, his face still retaining the respectful look he had before he died. Duan Lin had a cold face and spoke out to the hall. Roll in a few men and drag this punk's body out of here. His words had just fallen. He then saw several shivering palace guards walk into the main hall and instantly cleaned up the floor. The movements were clean and skillful. Duan Lin looked at the departing few and snorted coldly once again. What grade are you? How dare you teach me things? When he finished, he didn't seem to be relieved. He got straight up and twisted a dark compartment not far away, and dark passages became visible in the temple, and he headed in with an evil grin on his face. The several guards guarding the outside of the temple heard the woman's screams faintly coming from inside the temple, and seemed to think of something extremely horrible, and winced with fear.